Heavens! I've transmigrated and become a prince. Having just completed his transmigration, Wei Jian shouted excitedly, but once he merged with the memories of his new body he was left speechless. Why do so many people want to kill me? Why am I so weak? Wei Jian's current identity is the fourth prince of the Kaoshan kingdom. Above Wei Jian there are three elder brothers. The eldest prince Wei Shengjin achieved the martial ancestor realm at a young age and commands more than half of the kingdom's military forces. The second prince Wei Shengjin, though not as powerful as the eldest, excels in intelligence and scheming. Most civil officials in the kingdom side with him. The third prince Wei Shengma is neither as strong as the eldest nor as clever as the second. But he is handsome and has a mother who is the queen. The fourth prince is Wei Jian himself. Because he is weak, not clever, and of humble birth, he becomes the first target among the three princes to eliminate. I must save myself. Wei Jian sighed to the heavens. Ding! God-level lottery system online. Bind now? Suddenly a voice echoed in Wei Jian's mind. Cheat code? His heart leaped with joy and he immediately said, bind, bind. What are you waiting for? Congratulations, system binding successful. This system is a points-based lottery. Consume different amounts of points to perform beginner, intermediate, advanced, and supreme draws. That's awesome. How do I earn points? Wei Jian asked his main concern now. When people hate, resent, loathe, or despise you, points are generated based on the intensity of those emotions. Damn. This wants me to be a bad person. Wei Jian just cursed internally at the bizarre rule, but the next words from the system made him beam with joy. As a first-time binder you get one free advanced draw. Do you wish to draw now? A newbie gift. Let's draw now. Ding, host gains 100000 spiritual power. Do you wish to fuse it immediately? 100000 spiritual power. Wei Jian was overjoyed and shouted to the system, fuse immediately. A beam of light descended and Wei Jian felt his body lighten. Spiritual power fusion successful. Host now has the strength of martial ancestor first layer. Current points 0. The continent Wei Jian transmigrated to is called Zhou continent. The Kaoshan kingdom where Wei Jian resides is located in the southern state of Zhou continent. In the southern state there are hundreds of countries of varying sizes, with kingdoms being the smallest forces. Additionally, on Zhou continent there are countless cultivators, with martial artists forming the majority. Martial artist strength ranges from weak to strong across 9 stages. Martial spirit, martial master, martial ancestor, martial king, martial venerable, martial emperor, martial saint, and martial god. Wei Jian directly advanced from martial spirit to martial ancestor, making him a master in the Kaoshan kingdom. Compared to the eldest prince Wei Shengjin, Wei Jian is now only slightly weaker. Well, this lottery system isn't bad. Wei Jian excitedly pushed open the door and found 2 maids approaching. The 2 maids were beautiful. Wei Jian's heart stirred and he stepped forward to block their path. Ding, you look lecherous, the maids feel disgust, system points 10. Hearing the system's words, Wei Jian raised an eyebrow. Points came too easily. Why haven't I seen you before? You're quite pretty. Wei Jian's hand brushed across the maids' faces. The maids knelt in fear. Ding, you are domineering, the maids feel hatred, system points 50. It seems I can farm points anytime, anywhere. Wei Jian's courtyard had 10 maids, and by offending them in turn he earned 1000 points in just one morning. A beginner draw costs 100 points, intermediate 1000, advanced 1000, and supreme 100000. You can also do 10 consecutive draws with a 20 discount. I have 1000 points now. Let's do a beginner 10 pull. Ding, congratulations, host won a box of stinky tofu. Ding, congratulations, host won a bucket of pickled cabbage. Ding, congratulations, host won a pair of women's stockings. Ding, congratulations, host won a t-shirt song bikini poster. Ding, congratulations, host won a T-1000 liquid metal Terminator robot. Ding, congratulations, host won 7 ultra-thin sanitary pads. After the 10 pull, Wei Jian got a bunch of daily necessities, but fortunately he got a T-1000 robot due to luck. T-1000 is a robot from the Terminator movie. Its body can shift between solid and liquid states, and its arms can transform into sharp weapons. Its strength on Zhou continent is roughly equivalent to a martial master. After making T-1000 take the form of the third prince Wei Shenma, Wei Jian stored the robot and all the daily necessities into his spatial ring. Report. A soldier's voice sounded outside the room. Wei Jian opened the door and grabbed the soldier by the neck. Next time lower your voice. You startled me. Ding, you are domineering. The soldier feels disgust. System points 10. Prince, the envoy from the Mica Kingdom is about to arrive. The king orders you to attend a noon banquet at the Kaohsiung Hall to welcome the envoy. Noon banquet. Wei Jian raised an eyebrow. Will many people attend? All civil and military officials, all princes, the queen and concubines will be present. This is also a good opportunity to farm points. The Kaohsiung Hall is located in the center of the palace. When Wei Jian walked in, the envoy of Mica Kingdom and all the people of Kaohsiung Kingdom had already gathered. Father, I heard you're hosting the Mica monkeys. Hope I'm not late. Stepping into the Kaohsiung Hall, Wei Jian shouted at the top of his lungs. As his voice faded, a series of sounds rang in Wei Jian's mind. Ding, the king of Kaohsiung feels disgust. System points 10. Ding, the queen of Kaohsiung feels disgust. System points 10. Ding, the eldest prince Wei Shengjin feels disgust. System points 10. Ding, the Mica envoy feels disgust. System points 10. Ding, General Han Meng. Wei Jian, do not be insolent. The king of Kaohsiung roared, his face brimming with fury. Please calm your anger, father. Had I known it was not the mecha monkeys but the mecha envoy who had arrived, I would certainly have chosen my words more carefully. Wei Jian gained several dozen more points before sitting back in his place with quiet satisfaction. Then, as the king of Kaohsiung clapped his hands, maidservants soon entered bearing rare delicacies and exquisite dishes. My Kaohsiung kingdom is rich in resources, and every delicacy here comes from our fertile plains. The king of Kaohsiung beamed with pride, deliberately flaunting his kingdom's abundance before the envoys of the Mecha kingdom. After all, the Kaohsiung kingdom and the Mecha kingdom shared a border, and their relations had never been amicable. The Mecha envoy's arrival this time was surely not born of peaceful goodwill. The Kaohsiung kingdom may be rich in resources, but it can only produce ordinary dishes. Delicacies like those on this table are plentiful in our Mecha kingdom as well. Moreover, forgive my candor, your majesty, but the Kaohsiung kingdom has always lacked innovation. Its cooking methods are endlessly repetitive. Hearing the Mecha envoy's words, the king of Kaohsiung was about to speak, but Wei Jian rose before him. Who says the cooking of our Kaohsiung kingdom is repetitive? I have a delicacy here that I guarantee you Mecha people have never tasted before. Oh! What delicacy? Stinky tofu. Wei Jian took out a jar of stinky tofu, and the moment he opened it, the foul odor swiftly spread through the entire hall. Immediately afterward, a succession of sounds echoed again within Wei Jian's mind. Ding! The king of Kaohsiung feels disgust toward you. System points plus 10. Ding! The queen of Kaohsiung feels disgust toward you. System points plus 10. Ding! The eldest prince Wei Shengjin feels disgust toward you. System points plus 10. Ding! The Mecha envoy feels disgust toward you. System points plus 10. The Mecha envoy covered his mouth and nose with one hand and said with a trace of mockery, making an ingredient stink like excrement, is this what you call innovation? Envoy of Mecha, do not judge this stinky tofu by its unassuming appearance. In truth, its craft is extraordinarily intricate. Soybeans must pass through selection, hulling, soaking, grinding, filtering, boiling, coagulating, shaping, cutting, and fermentation before they become the stinky tofu in my hand, foul to the nose yet fragrant upon the tongue. When Wei Jian finished speaking, he stuffed a piece of stinky tofu into his mouth in full view of everyone. Ding! The king of Kaohsiung feels disgust toward you. System points plus 10. Ding! The queen of Kaohsiung feels disgust toward you. System points plus 10. Ding! The eldest prince Wei Shengjin feels disgust toward you. System points plus 10. Ding! The Mecha envoy feels disgust toward you. System points plus 10. Wei Jian had never imagined that performing the act of eating tofu in public would earn him over 100 points yet again. Enough. Envoy of Mecha, you have suddenly come to our kingdom this time. What business brings you here? Seeing the king of Kaohsiung turn to serious matters, the Mecha envoy hurriedly shifted his gaze away from Wei Jian. Your Majesty, I have come today chiefly for 3 matters. First, our kingdom's painter Su Beiren recently created a portrait of a court lady, and my king deemed it flawless. Thus he dispatched me to present this painting to King Kaohsiung. As the mecha envoy's words fell, a mecha soldier soon entered the center of the hall carrying a painting in both hands. The canvas was unfurled and a vividly rendered court lady, lifelike and spirited, appeared before everyone's eyes. Su Beiren spent a full year completing this portrait. Everyone may look at the lady's eyes. Are they not extraordinarily expressive? And her hands as well, even the pores upon them are clearly visible. As everyone marveled inwardly, the mecha envoy lifted his chin. No painter in your esteemed kingdom can reach Su Beiren's height, so I ask your majesty to keep this painting well. At that moment King Kaoshan's expression darkened like still water. He did not know whether he should accept the painting or refuse it. To accept it would be to admit that the painters of Kaoshan were inferior to mecha's Su Beiren. Yet if he refused the painting he would appear far too narrow-minded. Father, a few days ago I left the palace and purchased a portrait of a court lady at a painting market for 2 low-grade spirit stones. In my personal view, the portrait I bought surpasses the one presented by the mecha envoy. I have heard that the 4th prince of Kaoshan knows nothing of music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, and after years of cultivation remains only at the 3rd stage of martial spirit. Here in this grand hall, 4th prince, you should not make a spectacle of yourself. 4th brother, you should return and continue your studies. Hearing Wei Shengjin's words, Wei Jian could not help raising an eyebrow. 2nd brother, it is one thing if you will not speak for me. But if you fear the mecha envoy will lose face and want to send me away, that is rather improper. After all, the one pressing aggressively is the mecha envoy. You. Before Wei Shengjin could finish speaking, Wei Jian took out a photo poster of Tichutsang. You wretched scoundrel. The moment the queen saw Tichutsang on the poster, she sprang up from her seat. Ding. The queen loathes you with utter hatred. System points plus 200. This painting is filthy and obscene. The painter who made it should be seized and executed. Unlike the queen, the men in the hall fixed their gazes upon the poster and could not look away for a long time. This is what true lifelikeness means. The use of color in the figure has reached the pinnacle of mastery. Compared with this painting, Su Beiren's portrait of a court lady is simply like a casual scribble by a 3-year-old child. I feel as though the woman in this painting could step out from it at any moment. Her eyes are utterly captivating. This is truly miraculous. This old man is willing to spend 10 months of salary to collect this painting. Only after thoroughly whetting everyone's appetite did Wei Jian put the painting away. Father, courtesy demands reciprocity. Your son suggests that you accept Su Beiren's painting, then present the painting in my hands to the king of Mecca in return. King Kaoshan looked at Wei Jian with a smile. It was the first time he had ever found Wei Jian so endearing. Wei Jian, do not be discourteous. This painting comes from the marketplace. How could it be given to the king of Mecca? Father, art is distinguished only by excellence and inferiority, never by nobility or lowliness. Having said this, Wei Jian turned to the mecha envoy and continued, I believe the mecha envoy has also discerned which of the 2 paintings is superior. My father is willing to bestow the painting of greater artistic value upon the king of Mecca. Surely, envoy, you would not refuse. As soon as Wei Jian's words fell, another delightful sound rang within his mind. Ding. The mecha envoy hates you intensely. System points plus 200. With a miserable expression, the mecha envoy accepted the photo poster of Tichutsang from Wei Jian. Yet very soon his brows lifted and he declared loudly, the second purpose of my mission to your esteemed kingdom is to display our nation's newest alchemical technology. Our alchemists have recently invented a kind of metal puppet. This metal puppet possesses the strength of the 7th stage of martial spirit, and in the future they can march onto the battlefield and fight in place of soldiers. At the Maijia envoy's signal, several Maijia soldiers carried a chest into the great hall. When the chest was opened, a crudely crafted metal puppet resembling a skeletal robot in appearance came into everyone's view. This is the greatest masterpiece of our kingdom's alchemists. We forged it from nether iron and activated it using spirit stones as energy. Once activated, a metal puppet can charge into battle like an ordinary soldier. After saying this, the Maijia envoy took out a high-grade spirit stone and placed it into the slot on the metal puppet's chest. As the high-grade spirit stone was set into the slot, a red gleam soon flashed within the metal puppet's eyes. The metal puppet immediately stomped heavily on the ground, and in the blink of an eye countless cracks spread across the originally hard floor. Our Maijia kingdom's alchemists are the greatest. They invented metal puppets, and next they will equip them with heavy swords. Moreover, because metal puppets feel no pain and know no fear and will strictly obey their commander's orders on the battlefield, 1,000 metal puppets can certainly defeat 10,000 ordinary soldiers. At this point the Maijia envoy reached out and patted the metal puppet on the shoulder. Metal puppets will reshape the landscape of future warfare. If Kaoshan Kingdom is not yet prepared to fight metal puppets, then I think the Kaoshan King should carefully reconsider the question of Xianye City's ownership. In fact, our Kaoshan Kingdom also has alchemists who have invented metal puppets. In the mastery of metal puppets, our Kaoshan Kingdom far surpasses the Maijia Kingdom. Wei Jian touched the tip of his nose and stepped forward. It was quite a coincidence. This time he happened to draw T-1000. As one of the most outstanding robots in the Terminator series, T-1000's performance would certainly surpass the crude robots built by the Maijia Kingdom. Hearing Wei Jian's words, the Maijia envoy raised an eyebrow. Alchemy is an extremely vast and complex discipline requiring a sea of knowledge. Our kingdom's alchemy has already developed for decades to reach today's achievements. I do not believe Kaoshan Kingdom can truly far surpass our kingdom in alchemy. Not only did the Maijia envoy refuse to believe Wei Jian, even the people of Kaoshan Kingdom thought he was talking nonsense. Wei Jian stepped back. Before Wei Shengjin could finish, Wei Jian interrupted again. The Maijia people have already bullied us to our doorstep. I don't think there is any need to keep hiding our strength. After all, the very purpose of creating metal puppets is to deter enemies. With that, Wei Jian casually waved his hand and T-1000 appeared before everyone. My dear third brother, because your appearance is so handsome, please don't mind. Our alchemists used your likeness to give this model of metal puppet an external disguise. Seeing T-1000 look exactly like Wei Shenma, everyone's eyes widened. Even Wei Shenma could not help turning toward the queen, suspecting that this was his twin brother. The metal puppets forged by our Kaoshan Kingdom not only possess the strength of a martial master but are also highly skilled in disguise and can change their appearance at will. Wei Jian reached out and patted T-1000 on the shoulder. Receiving the command, T-1000 quickly transformed into the likeness of the Maijia envoy. Good heavens! The scene before him made the Maijia envoy involuntarily take a step back. We don't need to deliberately forge weapons for it because its arm can automatically transform into a weapon suited to the situation. T-1000 raised its right hand and in a moment the hand became a sharp longsword. Before anyone could react, T-1000 swung its hand and sliced off the head of the metal puppet beside it. It seems the materials used to make your Maijia metal puppets are not up to standard. Ding! The Maijia envoy now harbors intense hatred toward you. System points 200. With 200 points credited to his account, Wei Jian was delighted and decided to keep squeezing the Maijia envoy. The power source used in your metal puppets is also inadequate. The power source of our metal puppets can be used repeatedly. 1,000 metal puppets could set out from the border between our two kingdoms and fight all the way to the Maijia royal capital without needing to replace their energy. Metal puppets will reshape the landscape of future warfare. I think the Maijia king should carefully reconsider the ownership of the 3 eastern cities. Wei Jian's words resounded with force. Upon hearing them, the Maijia envoy's hatred toward Wei Jian escalated directly from loathing to bitter resentment. This is so satisfying, Wei Jian muttered. Had the Kaoshan king not waved at Wei Jian at that moment? Wei Jian believed that a few more cutting remarks would have made the Maijia envoy's hatred toward him shoot straight up to enmity. Envoy of Maijia, our kingdom has also studied alchemy for many years and we have invested enormous manpower and material resources. If you don't mind exhausting your national strength, perhaps in another 8 to 10 years you should be able to catch up with our kingdom. After the Kaoshan king boasted a few words following Wei Jian's lead, his expression turned serious and he asked, "What is the third matter of your mission to our kingdom? If it is still to show off, I advise you not to court humiliation." The third matter of my mission to your kingdom concerns the 4-nation martial competition. The 4-nation martial competition? Hearing the Maijia envoy's words, the Kaoshan king's eyes lit up. Is Kanglan Academy about to start recruiting students again? Exactly. Kanglan Academy has notified our kingdom that this session of the 4-nation martial competition will be held in our royal capital at the end of this year. Kaoshan, Maijia, Lingshui and Shenfeng, each kingdom may directly send 5 royal members to participate in the martial competition. Participants must be no older than 30. The Maijia envoy paused briefly at this point, then continued. Kanglan Academy will recruit 3 students in total, this time taking the top 3 from the 4-nation martial competition. In addition to the 20 royal contestants from the 4 kingdoms, some rogue cultivators and sects within the 4 kingdoms can also obtain competition spots. These spots will be personally selected by Kanglan Academy. Our Maijia kingdom is already prepared this time. We will definitely secure a place among the top 3 in the 4-nation martial competition. I hope Kaoshan Kingdom will not lose as miserably as it has in the past. The Maijia envoy clasped his fists toward the Kaoshan king. My mission is complete and I must return to my kingdom in time to report it. May your majesty permit me to leave now. Only after the Kaoshan king waved his hand did the Maijia envoy walk over to Wei Jian. The outside world says that the 4th prince of Kaoshan Kingdom is a complete good-for-nothing. It seems rumors truly cannot be trusted lightly. I hope the 4th prince will also participate in the 4-nation martial competition at the end of the year. When that time comes, Agila, the 1st prince of our Maijia kingdom, will certainly give you a grand reception. Wei Jian, have your metal puppet come over. I would like to examine him closely. The king of Kaoshan gestured to Wei Jian, then turned and roared at Wei Shengjin. The alchemy of our kingdom has always been under your charge. We have crafted such an exquisite metal puppet, yet I was completely unaware of it. T-1000 stepped forward and stood before the king of Kaoshan. The king studied him for a long while. What a truly great masterpiece! Now Wei Jian, can you tell me which alchemist created it? Liu Ban. It is the masterpiece of Master Liu Ban. Wei Shengjin, I think you should properly reward this Master Liu Ban and also improve his treatment. We must find a way to keep him in the Kaoshan kingdom forever. Father, in truth there is no one named Liu Ban in our alchemy team. Hearing Wei Shengjin's words, the king of Kaoshan turned to Wei Jian again. Your second brother's memory has always been reliable. So tell me, is this Master Liu Ban a civilian alchemist? If that is truly the case, I think he deserves even more respect. And then Master Liu Ban is not from this era. He lived long ago, and the place he called home was the King's Canyon. Seeing the king of Kaoshan knit his brows, Wei Jian smiled and said, this metal puppet came into my possession by chance. Father, with the alchemy skills currently available in our Kaoshan kingdom, this metal puppet cannot be replicated. I only brought it out to deflate the arrogance of the Maijia envoy. I hope, Father, that you will have the good sense to realize this. Ding. The king of Kaoshan has developed a dislike toward you. System points 10. Ding. The second prince has developed a dislike toward you. System points 10. Well, it appears this metal puppet is useless after all. But no matter what, you have rendered meritorious service today. What reward do you wish to receive? Wei Jian had already formed an idea in his mind. I hope Father can arrange for an expert to teach me martial techniques. By now Wei Jian had already reached the 1st heaven of martial ancestor, but he had not yet mastered a single martial technique. Unable to unleash his full strength, he grew utterly frustrated. 4th brother, you have no talent for cultivating martial techniques. I think you had better stop making a fuss. Now that no outsiders remained in Kaoshan Hall, Wei Shengjin began to speak without any restraint. The reason I have been unable to make any progress in martial techniques is perhaps because I have never received the guidance of a famous master. The 4 Kingdom Grand Tournament is to be held at the end of this year. I hope to rely on my own efforts to represent the Kaoshan Kingdom in it and ultimately enter the Kanglan Academy to study. As soon as Wei Jian finished speaking, the entire hall burst into laughter. In their minds, Wei Jian was an out-and-out good-for-nothing. After cultivating all this time, he had only reached the 3rd stage of martial spirit. Such talent could truly be called unprecedented. Then who do you wish to take as your master? Grand General Han Mang is a martial king powerhouse and one of the few true top experts of our Kaoshan Kingdom. I wish to take Grand General Han Mang as my teacher. Ding. Grand General Han Mang has developed hatred toward you. System points 100. This reaction is way too strong. Yet the stronger Han Mang's reaction was, the more Wei Jian liked it. Your Majesty, I must study military strategy, so I fear I do not have much time to instruct the 4th prince in martial techniques. General Han only needs to spare 2 hours each day to teach me, if that is sufficient. But I only know how to lead troops into battle. I have never taught anyone martial techniques, and I am afraid that in the end I would only be doing him a disservice. General Han need not worry about that. I believe my talent is outstanding. If it really comes down to it, you can even drill me like an ordinary soldier. But Before Han Mang could finish, Wei Jian spoke first to the king of Kaoshan. Father, please make the decision for me. The king of Kaoshan looked at Wei Jian, then at Han Meng, who wore a mournful expression. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Han Meng, how about this first try teaching Wei Jian for 1 month? After a month you can decide for yourself whether to continue, and whatever decision you make, then I will support it unconditionally. After the king of Kaoshan had spoken so plainly, Han Meng, though extremely unwilling, had no choice but to harden his heart and nod. Han Meng obeys. Teacher, no need to pull such a long face. I promise to cultivate seriously and not disgrace you. Han Meng glanced at Wei Jian, then gave a cold snort and turned his head away. The Kenglin Academy is home to many powerful experts, and its strength is entirely above that of our 4 kingdoms. Additionally, the Kenglin Academy has a great number of cultivation resources. Almost everyone admitted to the Kenglin Academy has a chance to advance and become a martial king powerhouse. Therefore, at the 4 Kingdom Grand Tournament in Maijia Royal City at the end of this year, we must find a way to fight into the top 3. Father, rest assured. I already have the strength of the 2nd heaven of martial ancestor, and I am fully confident of making the top 3 in the 4 Kingdom Grand Tournament. Wei Shengjin looked confident. This fellow had been praised as a genius since childhood and had grown somewhat arrogant and self-important. Well, in 3 months I will first organize a selection trial. The 5 slots can only go to the 5 strongest. With that, the king of Kaoshan slowly rose to his feet. Proclaim it to the world at once. All martial artists under the age of 30 may come to the royal city in 3 months to take part in the martial competition. Whoever secures a top 5 place will be heavily rewarded. When night was almost upon them, Han Meng finally returned home riding his beloved tusked beast. As soon as he entered the house, a servant leaned close to Han Meng's ear and said, General, just a short while ago the 4th prince sent someone here with a brocade box. He said it was a master-apprentice gift prepared especially for you. Hearing this, Han Meng raised his eyebrow. That good-for-nothing actually knows some rules, at least, knows what it means to respect one's teacher. He strode into the living room and the servant handed a very exquisite brocade box to him. Did the 4th prince's man say what is inside? The messenger said it is a martial technique manual that the 4th prince specially collected for you. It seems to be a palm technique that can train both left and right hands. Train both hands. Could this be the royal family's ultimate hidden technique, the primordial thunderclap palm? At that thought, Han Meng hastily opened the brocade box with a trace of excitement. Sure enough, a book lay inside the brocade box, but the words Primordial Thunderclap Palm were not on its cover. Playboy. What magazine is this? What kind of martial technique is this? Han Meng opened the book in confusion. But after only a brief look, he roared furiously, outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Ding. Han Meng feels resentment toward you. System points 300. Oh, 300 points. It seems my dear teacher is quite satisfied with the gift I sent him. Wei Jian lay in a rocking chair, pondered for a moment, then asked the system, how many points do I have now? Host currently has 8,210 points remaining. 8,210? Then let's do a mid-tier 10 pull. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained an AK-47 rifle with 300 rounds of ammunition. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained a BYD sedan. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the low-grade spirit artifact, the soldier-breaking saber. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained a bottle of basic spirit-gathering pills. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained 1,000-year-old ginseng root. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the martial technique, the overlapping wave saber art. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained a case of Matai liquor. Fuse the overlapping wave saber art. As Wei Jian's words faded, another beam of golden light materialized out of thin air and enveloped him. Moments later, Wei Jian discovered that something had been added to his mind. Picking up the soldier-breaking saber, he swung it 3 times. In an instant, 3 arcs of blade light appeared in succession, then rapidly overlapped, effortlessly reducing the wooden table beside Wei Jian to fragments. I only used 3/10 of my strength just now. It seems this saber technique's power is rather impressive. Putting away the soldier-breaking saber, Wei Jian continued muttering to himself, it seems the system's rewards come mainly from Earth and the Jiuzhou continent. The basic tier rewards are almost all daily necessities from Earth. These things may not be very useful, but they can add some variety to life. The culinary culture of the Jiuzhou continent is completely different from that of Earth. Most food on the Jiuzhou continent is either boiled or roasted. Still, it would be nice to occasionally snack on spicy strips, stinky tofu, and lao gan ma, sip some mitai, and flip through a magazine. Moreover, considering that the host might be a woman, the system even provides sanitary pads, so even during vigorous exercise one need not worry about leakage. Among the mid-tier rewards, items from the Jiuzhou continent have already appeared, and the things from Earth are becoming increasingly practical. Advanced tier rewards should be able to help me quickly improve my strength. I just wonder what the supreme tier rewards contain. A supreme tier draw cost 100,000 points each time. Considering that a 10 pull with a 20 discount was the best value, Wei Jian would need to accumulate 800,000 points before he could draw supreme tier rewards. 800,000 was no small number. After all, although Wei Jian could farm points wherever and whenever he pleased, most of the points he earned came in increments of only 10. Moreover, if he farmed the same place too many times, people would grow accustomed to him and would no longer feel aversion toward Wei Jian. This was like the maidservants in Wei Jian's courtyard. After he had teased them many times, when he went to tease them again, they could no longer provide him with points. Because the maidservants knew that although Wei Jian could make himself appear extremely lecherous and say many suggestive things, he was actually a coward. He only dared to speak, never to act. It seems I'll have to take a stroll outside the palace tomorrow. Early the next morning, Han Meng arrived outside the small courtyard where Wei Jian lived. Riding astride the fang-toothed beast, Han Meng saw Wei Jian from afar, standing respectfully at the courtyard gate. Wei Jian greets master. Seeing Wei Jian so respectful, Han Meng could not help nodding, and the disgust he felt toward Wei Jian lessened somewhat. However, Han Meng's good mood was soon ruined. Master looks rather listless today. Master must have spent the whole night reading the books I gave you. By the way, I heard that master lives alone and has never married. Master should be careful. If this continues for long, calluses may grow on your hands. Hearing Wei Jian's words, Han Meng's massive frame swayed and he nearly fell from the fang-toothed beast. After reaping a full 500 points, Wei Jian stepped forward with satisfaction and helped Han Meng dismount from the fang-toothed beast. Master, this mount of yours is truly majestic. The fang-toothed beast is a top-tier mystic fiend. It knows 3 demonic arts and its strength can rival a peak martial master. It was a mount I obtained through tremendous effort back in the day. Speaking of the fang-toothed beast, Han Meng was very proud. The beast was enormous, and though ugly, it possessed extraordinary abilities. Back then, Han Meng had ridden the fang-toothed beast and cut off the head of the Maijia Kingdom's foremost general. I have prepared a bowl of ginseng soup for master. Please drink it, then teach me martial techniques. Wei Jian secretly thought that he needed to nourish Han Meng well. Han Meng not only had to teach martial arts but also provide experience. If Han Meng's body collapsed, the loss each day would be enormous. This ginseng soup is truly not bad. Han Meng took a sip and felt a warm stream surging wildly through his body. This soup was brewed with 1,000-year-old ginseng. Buying that single root back then cost me an entire year's allowance. This 1,000-year-old ginseng is so precious. How can you bear to let me drink it? Because you are my master. To honor the teacher and revere the Tao, if I have something good, I naturally offer it to my master first. Hearing Wei Jian's words, Han Meng gently nodded. All right, I've drunk the ginseng soup. Time for your lesson. The two walked one after another to an open space. A martial artist's cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you do not advance, you fall back. Therefore, a martial artist must first learn to endure hardship and persevere. After Wei Jian nodded, Han Meng continued, you have cultivated for many years, yet you are still only at the 3rd rank of martial spirit. I am afraid there is no way for me to improve your spiritual power. So I intend to focus my teaching to you on combat techniques. The strength of a 3rd rank martial spirit was roughly equal to that of an ordinary soldier in Han Meng's army. Han Meng had no real interest in teaching Wei Jian. His promise to teach combat techniques was merely going through the motions. Now I will stand here without moving. Gather all the spiritual power in your body and throw a punch at my chest. Master, I am currently... Before Wei Jian could finish, Han Meng bellowed in a deep, gruff voice, before I teach you, I need the most direct understanding of your strength. But master, what if? There is no what if. You cannot possibly hurt me. Even if I stood still and let you hammer away for 3 days, you could not harm a single hair of mine. Master, I have already... Enough. I dislike people full of nonsense. I want you to attack me now, this very moment. Remember, use your strongest power. Seeing that Wei Jian still wanted to speak, Han Meng let out a cold snort. As your master, I command you, shut your mouth. Wei Jian thought for a moment, then nodded. Then he mustered every bit of spiritual power in his body and hurled a punch at Han Meng's chest. Boom! The fist slammed into Han Meng and Han Meng involuntarily staggered back several steps. You! Han Meng had just managed to utter one word before he tilted his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Master, are you all right? Han Meng took several deep breaths before he managed to recover slightly, though a faint ache still lingered in his chest. Your strength. I recently advanced to the martial ancestor realm. I had intended to tell you earlier, Master, but the outside world has always spread rumors that you are a good-for-nothing. Master, this was for my own survival. You must understand, I have 3 brothers who are as ferocious as wolves and tigers. You've likely heard the rumors, all 3 of my elder brothers want me dead. Wei Jian then put on a pitiful expression. Master, I have told you the deepest secret I have kept hidden. Please, you must keep this secret for me. At that moment a wave of emotion rose in Han Meng's heart. I can promise not to tell anyone about this, but one day your secret will be known by others. Every day I can keep it hidden is another day gained. But I believe only by revealing your true strength can you intimidate those petty scoundrels. But my 3 elder brothers are no petty scoundrels. You should also know that I have almost no foundation in the kingdom. If I reveal formidable strength and my 3 elder brothers feel threatened, I'm afraid they won't be able to wait to join forces and eliminate me. Sigh, this kind of infighting is the most headache-inducing. Han Meng sighed and rubbed his forehead. He was a straightforward military man, he disliked scheming and intrigue, and he also disliked dealing with trivial matters. That was precisely why, though he held immense power and status, he remained utterly alone. It was also why, even though his achievements had nearly begun to overshadow his liege Prince Kaoshan, still dared to entrust him with great responsibility. Master, you were somewhat injured just now. I think we should end today's lesson here. Coincidentally, I acquired a few bottles of fine wine a while back. If you are willing to do me the honor, why not join me for a few drinks? Han Meng had always loved wine more than life, so no sooner did he hear Wei Jian's words than he nodded eagerly. 4th Prince, what wine is this? The sauce aroma is pronounced elegant and refined with a mellow body. This wine is called Matai. Indeed, its sauce aroma is rich, but its after effect is rather intoxicating. In the army, I'm known as one who can drink 1,000 cups without falling. I'm afraid this little bit of wine is nowhere near enough to get me drunk. Half an hour later, no sooner had a bottle of Matai gone down than Han Meng collapsed drunk onto the table. Master, another cup. He reached out and nudged Han Meng. Seeing no reaction, Wei Jian smiled and continued, Master, I'd like to ride your fang-tooth beast outside the palace for a stroll. If you don't refuse me, I'm going to take your beast-taming token. Another half an hour later, Wei Jian rode the fang-tooth beast quietly out of the palace and onto the main street of the royal capital. Gazing at the bustling crowds in the street, the corners of Wei Jian's mouth curved upward. Then he pulled out an AK-47 and fired a stream of bullets into the sky. After the loud blast drew everyone's attention, Wei Jian shouted, Everyone take cover, I'm about to charge. Wei Jian raised his palm and gave the fang-tooth beast a heavy smack on its rump. In a flash, the enormous beast began to gallop on its 4 legs. The fang-tooth beast was not fast, but because of its enormous body it smashed countless stalls as it charged forward, and countless people screamed and scattered in fright. Ding! Air Guzi has developed disgust toward you. System points 10. Ding! Shan Pao has developed disgust toward you. System points 10. Ding! Zhang Wei has developed disgust toward you. System points 10. Ding! Li Gang has developed disgust toward you. System points 10. The system notifications continued to ring and leap beside his ear, filling Wei Jian with delight. He guided the fang-tooth beast into another crowded avenue. Ding! Zhang San has developed disgust toward you. System points 10. Ding! Li Si has developed disgust toward you. System points 10. Wei Jian was so immersed in the beautiful ringing of the system that his vigilance dropped to its lowest point. Just at that moment, a fiery red whip shadow tore through the void. The fiery red long whip caught Wei Jian unawares, coiled around his neck, and yanked him violently to the ground. Thrown into sudden peril, Wei Jian had not yet regained his bearings when a figure rapidly grew larger in his vision. A sharp dagger pressed against Wei Jian's throat, and then a pleasant voice said, I don't care who you are or how distinguished your identity may be. I am warning you solemnly now, if you keep riding the fang-toothed beast wildly through the streets, I will kill you. Wei Jian looked intently at the speaker and saw that she was a young beauty dressed in red. This woman not only had a pleasant voice and a fiery temper, most importantly she was far more beautiful than a celestial fairy. Her fair skin, delicate features, everything seemed to be a masterpiece of the creator. At this moment, perhaps because she was angry, her brows were slightly knitted and the tip of her nose wrinkled, adding a measure of charm and cuteness to her beauty. Beautiful lady, you're sitting on me now. Don't you think the position between us is a little intimate? Only after Wei Jian said this did the woman realize that she was straddling his chest and leaning forward, her whole body nearly pressed against his. Even though she held a dagger in her hand and was threatening him, the posture indeed looked rather intimate. For good-for-nothing dandy. The woman was about to stand up when she heard Wei Jian say softly, you are so beautiful. I wouldn't mind you sitting on me for a whole day. Ding. Qianzhu has developed disgust toward you. System points 10. Qianzhu, your name sounds lovely. She was about to leave, but at Wei Jian's words she could not help but pause. How do you know my name? Wei Jian patted the dust from his backside and stood up. If I want to know, I naturally can. I also know that before long you'll become my wife. Courting death. The fiery red long whip came slashing toward Wei Jian again, but this time he evaded it with ease. Woman, go home and wait. In no time at all I'll send someone to your residence to propose marriage. Ding. Qianzhu has developed hatred toward you. System points 100. Woman, you don't have to react so strongly. It's not like I'm ugly. With a loud laugh, Wei Jian climbed back onto the fang-toothed beast's back. I always listen to my wife. This time I'll ride the fang-toothed beast slowly. Watching Wei Jian leave, Qianzhu put away her long whip and stamped her foot hard. Uncle Wen, she called, and before long an elderly man walked to her side. Miss, head back and immediately investigate who that bastard is. I want to send the family's martial masters to kill him. Miss, there is no need to investigate. That man is the fourth Prince Wei Jian. Wei Jian? You mean he's that good-for-nothing from the royal palace? Master, please calm your anger. Do you have any idea how much harm this has done to me by driving that saber-toothed beast rampaging through the streets? Han Meng's chest heaved violently. I, Han Meng, have always been strict with myself. I value my reputation more than my own life. Almost everyone in the royal city knows the saber-toothed beast is my mount. When you rode it rampaging through the royal city, those who did not know the truth would surely think I gave you the courage behind the scenes. You are trying to make me the object of universal condemnation. Master, I know I was wrong. I will remember next time. You think there's going to be a next time? Han Meng shot Wei Jian a furious glare, then cupped his fists in a curt salute and said, I'll take my leave for now. Starting tomorrow I'm going to put you through intensive training, so prepare yourself. Watching Han Meng storm off in a rage, Wei Jian suddenly felt a chill of foreboding. This guy isn't going to abuse his authority to get back at me, is he? Intensive training is designed first to forge your willpower and temper your ability to endure hardship. Second, it will temper your body into bronze and iron, not leave it as soft and flabby as it is now. Han Meng then pointed emotionlessly to the side. Do you see that bronze cauldron? It weighs 5,000 Jian. I want you to carry it on your back and do 3,000 squats within 2 hours. Hearing this, Wei Jian walked to the bronze cauldron without a word. Now that he possessed the strength of a martial ancestor, 5,000 Jian was not too heavy for him. He lifted the cauldron with ease, but 3,000 squats while carrying it on his back were another matter entirely. After only 1,000 squats, sweat had already soaked the back of his clothes and every muscle in his body was trembling uncontrollably. You may choose to give up. After all, you are a prince. Even if you quit, I won't make things difficult for you. My training for you has only just begun. If you can't endure it, you can go back to your room and sleep right now. But when you wake up, I hope you remember to tell the king to revoke his decree. I truly don't want to be your teacher. Wei Jian did not even glance at Han Meng. Gritting his teeth, he kept squatting, striving to make every movement flawless. A short while ago, Wei Jian had obtained 100,000 units of spiritual power from the system, causing his cultivation to leapfrog from the third stage of martial spirit to the first stage of martial ancestor. Although the system had allowed Wei Jian to rise in a single bound, he knew full well that this was not strength he had earned through cultivation, and it would not be easy to fully integrate it into his body. Han Meng's intensive training, however, gave Wei Jian the perfect chance to completely fuse that 100,000 units of spiritual power. Thus, faced with this so-called intensive training, Wei Jian would not give up. Instead, he would complete it meticulously and to the highest standard. Having lived 2 lives, Wei Jian understood one truth: only what truly belonged to oneself could be relied upon. At last the 3,000 squats were finished. The moment Wei Jian set down the bronze cauldron, Han Meng announced in a loud voice, "I order you to run from here to the top of Nanshan right now. I have placed a red rock on the summit. I'll give you 2 hours to bring the red rock back." Nanshan lay beyond the Kaoshan royal palace as its rear mountain. The name of the Kaoshan kingdom was deeply connected to Nanshan. Nanshan stood 800 meters high with a 60-degree incline. Nanshan was about 10 li from the small courtyard where Wei Jian lived. Without a word, Wei Jian set off, running out of the courtyard the moment Han Meng finished speaking. "This kid is a little wicked and often infuriating, but he is still diligent in cultivation." Watching Wei Jian's retreating back, Han Meng nodded gently. It took him nearly 2 hours, but Wei Jian finally made it back to the courtyard, gasping for breath. As soon as he entered, he could not help but collapse onto the ground. The 3,000 squats with the cauldron and the long-distance run had nearly drained every ounce of strength from Wei Jian's body. Lifting the cauldron trains your explosive power, a long-distance running builds your endurance. So when I come again tomorrow, I expect you to have completed both exercises. Han Meng pointed to the red stone in Wei Jian's hand. "Tomorrow put it back on the summit of Nanshan. Also prepare some healing pills in advance, because tomorrow I will train your ability to withstand blows." Han Meng left smug and satisfied. Wei Jian lay on the ground for a whole hour before slowly getting up. Becoming a man who stands above the 9 heavens is truly not an easy task. Stand above the 9 heavens. The 4th brother certainly has grand ambitions. The voice had barely sounded outside the courtyard when the 2nd prince, Wei Shengjin, walked in with his hands behind his back. "Your courtyard is too remote, 4th brother. I haven't been here for almost 3 years. Wei Jian turned toward the voice and saw Wei Shengjin and the dozen-odd guards and attendants behind him. "I heard 2nd brother's courtyard is enormous. Could it be that you've come today to move me to another residence?" Before Wei Shengjin could answer, Wei Jian continued, counting on his fingers. "The courtyard I want must have gardens in front and back and a martial training ground. I also want 10 pretty maidservants, preferably none older than 18. I want a few guards as well, with strength no lower than the martial ancestor realm. Are you still dreaming?" Wei Shengjin gave Wei Jian a cold glance. "I came here today first to see whether you've broken through to the 4th stage of martial spirit. You know you've been stuck at the 3rd stage of martial spirit for almost 5 years. Ha ha ha. Your cultivation talent is worse than that of the old woman who sweeps my courtyard." Indeed, Wei Jian's cultivation talent was quite poor. In the dead of night these past few days he had been cultivating earnestly. Unfortunately, his cultivation could only replenish the spiritual power he had consumed. His spiritual power had grown by almost nothing. Yet Wei Jian did not lose heart. Talent might be innate, but that did not mean it could not be changed. "If 2nd brother wishes to mock me, I promise you will be thoroughly entertained today. You see, I have grown used to being mocked over the years. Your tongue is sharper than it used to be." Wei Shengjin gave Wei Jian a long deep look, then continued, "Father has decided to hold the Royal City Grand Tournament. Young masters from all over have been flooding into the Royal City. I plan to host a banquet at the Fenyu Tower at the end of this month to honor the various experts. I came to invite you to the banquet." "A banquet?" Wei Jian raised an eyebrow. This was a perfect chance to farm points. "Since 2nd brother has personally invited me, I will certainly come to the banquet at Fenyu Tower at the end of the month. I noticed your chi is a bit disordered. It seems you have already completed 2 training exercises before I arrived." Wei Jian, holding a pack of spicy strips, respectfully approached Han Meng's side. "The tasks you assigned, teacher, I would naturally spare no effort to complete." Taking the spicy strips from Wei Jian's hand, Han Meng frowned. "What sort of peculiar thing is this?" "It is a flavored snack, and I believe you will come to love its taste." Han Meng pulled out a strip, ate it, then smacked his lips. "This little thing indeed succeeds in blending spiciness, sweetness, and saltiness together. It truly tastes good. But by itself it cannot buy me over." Han Meng tossed the spicy strip wrapper casually onto the ground, then his expression hardened as he barked at Wei Jian. Do you know what the most practical combat skill is? The most practical combat skill? That I do not know. I rarely experienced battle before, and whenever I did get into a fight I would be punished by my teacher. Your previous teacher must not have been a good one. On the Jiuzhou continent the law of the jungle prevails. If you cannot fight, it is equivalent to slowly committing suicide. Han Meng delivered a remark he considered rather philosophical, then shifted the conversation back to the main topic. I joined the army at 16, rising from a common soldier to a general, which took me nearly 40 years. During those 40 years I experienced a total of 1,326 battles, great and small. Teacher, you are the... I do not wish to hear your flattery. Han Meng waved his hand, cutting off Wei Jian, then continued, I merely want to tell you that when it comes to discussing combat skills I have the authority to speak. Then teacher, what exactly is the most practical combat skill? Wei Jian suspected that Han Meng was casting a brick to attract jade, deliberately showing off in disguise. The most practical combat skill is to never fear battle. Only when you do not fear battle can you calmly face the blades and swords of your enemies. Only by not fearing battle can you maintain calmness and rationality throughout the fight. Wei Jian nodded gently, but then his expression changed, for he had already guessed what Han Meng was about to say next. Strike resistance training is an excellent way to eliminate the fear of combat. However, during this training you will have to pay a certain price. Before Wei Jian could react, Han Meng abruptly appeared before him and drove a palm strike into Wei Jian's chest. Han Meng used only 30% of his strength in that strike, yet even so Wei Jian was sent flying backward, only managing to steady himself after crashing against the trunk of a large tree. Seeing Wei Jian open his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood, Han Meng let out a cold laugh. The royal palace is not lacking in healing pills. I believe you can still withstand another palm from me. As long as I do not die, what harm is there in receiving 10 palms from you? Wei Jian reached up and wiped away the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, then grinned at Han Meng. That palm just now was too sudden. I did not even get a clear look at how you made your move. For this next palm you may slow down your speed. If I blink from fear, then I lose. Bold. Wei Jian's eyes widened as he watched Han Meng's second palm land squarely on his chest. His body was sent flying once more. This time he smashed over a stone table before finally steadying himself. Refreshing. Wei Jian rose to his feet unsteadily, still in the mood to smile at Han Meng. It seems being injured is not such a big deal after all. I am gratified that you can think this way. Then starting tomorrow your training will include one more item. Until you are able to evade my palm you must take 2 strikes from me every day. Seeing Wei Jian nod softly, Han Meng's impression of him shifted once again. This lad has grit. Han Meng thought to himself, but then Wei Jian's voice reached his ears. Teacher, I have the newest issue of Playboy. Would you like to take it back with you for some leisurely reading? A month slipped by as swiftly as a white colt passing before a gap. When the Pillar King summoned Han Meng once more, it was somewhat beyond the Pillar King's expectations that Han Meng actually agreed to continue instructing Wei Jian. Although the 4th prince is dull in natural talent, he makes up for it with diligence and eagerness to learn. Moreover, he is deeply respectful to his teachers and values the Tao. During this month he has not committed any major faults. If I ceased to teach him, it would be hard to justify either emotionally or logically. At the mention of respecting teachers and valuing the Tao, the corner of Han Meng's mouth twitched slightly. Wei Jian is not gifted at cultivation. General Han, you may teach him more about how to conduct himself in life so that in the future he may become an upstanding man of iron like you. Hearing the Pillar King's words, Han Meng could not help but step back. Teaching Wei Jian how to live, Han Meng had not the slightest confidence in that. Despite having earned far fewer points during this month of training, Wei Jian had gained many other things. His physique had become more imposing and the contours of his face had grown sharper. The 100,000 spiritual power he had obtained earlier had fully integrated. Although his cultivation realm remained at the first heaven of the martial ancestor stage, Wei Jian's strength had grown considerably compared to before. His combat skills had also improved. Against the Pillar King's attacks, Wei Jian still could not dodge perfectly, but each day the number of hits he took was steadily decreasing. 4th Prince, I have been sent by the 2nd Prince to escort you to the Wind and Rain Pavilion for a banquet. Wind and Rain Pavilion? Wei Jian was stunned for a moment before snapping back to his senses. Recently life has been so fulfilling that I nearly forgot this banquet where I can rack up a mountain of points. Wei Jian thought to himself and hurriedly walked out of the small courtyard. The kingdom of Kaoshan was entirely different from the feudal dynasties in Wei Jian's memories. It felt more like a great sect in the martial world. The king was the sect master. Although royal family members held an exalted status within the kingdom, they were also frequently seen roaming the royal city, even forming their own factions. Furthermore, it was not difficult for princes to leave the palace, and they did not put on any grand display whenever they went out. Wei Jian in particular had no private guards. Sitting in the carriage that Wei Wuxing had specially arranged for him, Wei Jian arrived at the Wind and Rain Pavilion, and to his surprise no attendant came out to receive him. Sending such a shabby carriage to fetch me, it seems my second brother wants to see me embarrass myself tonight. Wei Jian sighed, then stepped into the Wind and Rain Pavilion. The Wind and Rain Pavilion was the finest tavern in the royal city of Kaoshan. Standing 3 stories tall, it faced the clear stream river, the largest river in the city. When wind and rain descended, one could gaze through the third-floor windows and see a beautiful layer of mist lingering over the clear stream river. Viewing the clear stream amidst wind and rain, this is the origin of the Wind and Rain Pavilion's name. Wei Jian ascended to the 3rd floor. The moment he reached out and pushed open the door, a sharp reproachful voice rang out from directly ahead. "You bastard, you still dare to appear before me?" The one who arrived was Qianzhu. Today Wei Shengjin had invited Qianzhu to a banquet, and out of consideration for Wei Shengjin's face she reluctantly attended. Unexpectedly, before she had spent much time in the Fenyu Tower, she saw Wei Jian push open the door and enter. This was just perfect, bitter enemies meeting, their eyes burning red. "Qianzhu, he is my 4th brother. I wonder in what way my 4th brother has offended you." As Wei Shengjin's words fell, a crowd of people hastily gathered around Wei Jian and Qianzhu. These young people who gathered were almost all from the noble clans of the Kaoshan kingdom, and more than half of them had taken a liking to Qianzhu. Wei Jian quickly realized that this was a golden opportunity to farm points. So before Qianzhu could speak, Wei Jian took the lead and said, "Qianzhu and I first met in the royal capital not long ago, and a very beautiful misunderstanding took place between us. We became friends through that fight, and we've already pledged ourselves to each other." Ding. Qianzhu feels hatred toward you, points 100. Ding. Wei Shengjin feels disgust toward you, points 50. Ding. Duanli feels disgust toward you, points 10. Ding. Wenlei feels disgust toward you, points 10. A stream of chimes rang out in his mind, and Wei Jian could not help breaking into a grin. It had been a long time since he last farmed points, and he had almost forgotten how wonderful it felt. Seeing Qianzhu looking as if she wanted to devour him, Wei Jian hurriedly smiled and said, "I was only joking with everyone just now. Please do not take it seriously. 4th brother, this joke of yours has gone too far. You are insulting Lady Qianzhu's reputation." As Wei Shengjin's words fell, everyone stretched out their hands and pointed at Wei Jian from afar, launching a torrent of verbal attacks against him. "To defend Lady Qianzhu's reputation, I Duanli challenge you to a duel." Duanli was sturdy and powerful. He came from a military martial clan and had already reached the strength of a 7th-rank martial master. "I do not duel with ugly people." With one sentence, Wei Jian earned another 100 points, which made him feel immensely pleased. "Are you insulting me?" "Yes, I am insulting you." "What are you going to do about it?" "I am the 4th prince. Are you thinking of rising against your superior?" Wei Jian pointed at the tip of Duanli's nose, then turned his head and shouted, "I am the 4th prince. Under the watchful eyes of everyone here, whoever dares to touch a single hair of mine, I swear my father will punish his entire family." Most of the people gathered there were spoiled sons of privilege. They usually loved nothing more than using their status to bully the common people and oppress women. Now that they saw Wei Jian using his status to overpower them, everyone was filled with disgust for him. In this way, Wei Jian effortlessly harvested several hundred more points. 4th brother, mind your words. Being a prince gives you responsibility, not the capital with which to show off. Wei Shengjin gave Wei Jian a low growl, then turned to the crowd with a smile. "The reason I invited everyone to the Fenyu Tower today is first to welcome Lady Qianzhu and wash away the dust of her journey." When Wei Shengjin got to this point, his gaze fell upon Qianzhu. Qianzhu seemed indifferent to Wei Shengjin. Even after he finished speaking, she did not bother to lift her head and look at him. Second, it is to introduce 2 friends to everyone. After saying this, Wei Shengjin led two young men out from the crowd. One of them carried a long sword on his back and the other held a long spear in his hand. Neither looked very old, but both wore arrogant, lofty expressions. Their eyes slanted upward as if there were exquisite patterns on the ceiling. Swift sword Taishanha, divine spear Lu Qianzhu. Both are first-rate experts among the younger generation of our Kaoshan kingdom. In this royal city tournament, barring any accidents, both of them can easily make it into the top 5. So the third purpose of this banquet is to celebrate their success in advance. Swift sword Taishanha and divine spear Lu Qianzhu were the two most famous young prodigies after the great prince Wei Shengjin. Everyone present had heard of their names, so as Wei Shengjin's words trailed off, the entire hall was filled with all sorts of fawning flattery. The fourth matter concerns my fourth brother. Seeing Wei Shengjin's gaze land on him, Wei Jian could not help feeling puzzled, wondering what trick Wei Shengjin had up his sleeve. The fourth matter is to celebrate my fourth brother. After several years of struggle, he has finally succeeded in advancing from the 3rd rank of martial spirit to the 4th rank of martial spirit. Although this is only a small step for all of us, for my fourth brother it is a qualitative leap. As Wei Shengjin's words fell, waves of derisive murmurs instantly filled the hall. Ha ha ha, truly a dragon gives birth to 9 sons and each is different. The great prince had already reached the 2nd heaven of the martial ancestor realm while still young, and the 2nd prince, exceptionally gifted, also possessed the strength of a 9th rank martial master. The 4th prince is not much younger than the 1st and 2nd princes, yet he is only at the 4th rank of martial spirit. The gap is truly an eye-opener. I remember that when I became a 4th rank martial spirit at the age of 10, my father even scolded me for my low talent. Now it seems my talent is several streets ahead of the 4th prince. This indeed deserves a good celebration, because no one knows when the 4th prince will have his next breakthrough. It might as well be in the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Wei Jian turned and swept his eyes over everyone. Except for Qianzhu, every face was filled with ridicule. It seems that Wei Shengjin's purpose in inviting him to today's banquet was to humiliate him. Birds of a feather flock together. I, swift sword Taishanha, have never kept company with trash. 2nd prince, thank you for your gracious hospitality today, but I must leave early because if I stay any longer I will suffocate in the presence of some trash. Swift sword Taishanha. Wei Jian stood up with a smile and walked around behind Taishanha. I have heard that you draw your sword and kill people at the slightest disagreement. Over the years, those innocent people who died under your sword number at least 80, if not 100. Those who died by my sword were all people I disliked, so to me they were not innocent. You are truly overbearing. I would like to ask you, which hand do you usually use to wield your sword? Wei Jian's question caught Taishanha off guard, but instinctively Taishanha answered softly, my right hand. Then your right hand is no longer needed. Then your right hand is no longer needed. As Wei Jian's words fell, before anyone could react, the weapon-breaking saber suddenly appeared in Wei Jian's hand and slashed straight toward Taishanha's arm. This turn of events took everyone completely by surprise. Even Taishanha had not anticipated that Wei Jian would strike without the slightest warning. So much so that only after Wei Jian's blade sliced across Taishanha's arm did Taishanha react, throwing back his head in a miserable shriek. Ding! Taishanha has developed hostility toward you. System points 2000. Ding! Wei Shengjin has developed resentment toward you. System points 100. Somewhat unexpected to Wei Jian, after severing Taishanha's arm with a single strike, only Taishanha and Wei Shengjin had harbored ill will toward him. It seemed that although everyone in the hall was astonished by Wei Jian's strike, it was precisely what they had wanted to see. After all, with Taishanha crippled, the upcoming Royal City Grand Competition would have one less formidable opponent, a good thing for all of them. Wei Jian, how dare you! Wei Shengjin stepped forward and drove a palm at Wei Jian, but Wei Jian easily dodged it. 2nd brother, you are the one who is too bold. You misjudged your friend. This Taishanha bullied the weak and slaughtered countless innocent people. I chopped off one of his arms to uphold justice and avenge those innocent commoners. Nonsense. The world of martial artists has always been one where the strong prey on the weak. Those who died under Taishanha's sword were weaker than him, so they deserved to die. Hearing Wei Shengjin's words, Qianzhu raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. 2nd prince, I cannot agree with what you just said. There is no end to martial cultivation. No one can boast that they are truly the strongest. If every strong person bullied the weak, would we not live in constant danger? Moreover, every person has the right to exist in this world and no one has the right to deprive another of that right. Second brother, did you hear that? What my wife said is the truth. Therefore when I crippled Taishanha he brought it upon himself. The moment Wei Jian finished speaking a long whip appeared in Qianzhu's hand. At the same time a string of notifications rang in Wei Jian's mind, the entire hall detested him and he gained over 1,000 system points. Taking a few steps back, Wei Jian raised both hands to Qianzhu. Miss Qianzhu, I misspoke. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. For the sake of your status as a prince I'll spare you this last time. If there is a next time I will cripple you just as you crippled Taishanha. Meanwhile Taishanha, after howling for quite a while, finally rose slowly to his feet. Wei Jian, you crippled my arm, I will kill you. Taishanha drew his long sword with his left hand and was about to charge at Wei Jian when Wei Shengjin took a step sideways and blocked his path. You've lost your right hand but your left hand can still practice the sword. If you go kill Wei Jian now, even if you succeed you won't be able to leave the royal city alive. If you can't even keep your own life, what meaning is there in revenge? Taishanha glanced at Wei Shengjin and slowly lowered his left hand. Wei Jian, the world turns and rivers flow. Even though I've lost an arm, killing you is still not difficult. Taishanha spat out a string of threats at Wei Jian then turned around. Soon he vanished from everyone's sight. Second prince, today's banquet has truly opened my eyes. Taishanha was crippled in an instant. I, Lu Qianzhu, dare not remain any longer. I take my leave. Seeing Lu Qianzhu turn and leave, Wei Shengjin could not help but frown deeply. Wei Shengjin had hosted today's banquet with 3 goals in mind. First, to grow close to Qianzhu, second, to build rapport with Taishanha and Lu Qianzhu, third, to humiliate Wei Jian. Wei Shengjin had never imagined that because Wei Jian had caused trouble at the banquet he would not only fail to win Qianzhu's favor but actually provoke her displeasure. Not only had he failed to win over Taishanha and Lu Qianzhu, he had instead gotten Taishanha crippled. As for humiliating Wei Jian, that fellow seemed to have stolen the limelight instead. Second prince, I also have matters to attend to. I take my leave. After speaking, Qianzhu turned to glare at Wei Jian before walking away. Miss Qianzhu, I still. Before Wei Shengjin could finish his words, Qianzhu had already disappeared from his sight. Second brother, Miss Qianzhu has no interest in you at all. I advise you to give up or you'll end up with egg on your face. Shut up. It's all your fault, you piece of trash. You ruined my banquet. Wei Jian glanced at Wei Shengjin and smiled slightly. Since second brother blames me, there's no point in me staying. I'll take my leave too. After saying this, Wei Jian left the Wind and Rain Pavilion and walked alone toward the royal palace. But he had not gone far when he noticed someone secretly watching him from the shadows. Is it Qianzhu or Taishanha? Or perhaps my dear second brother? Wei Jian thought to himself, then swiftly adjusted his direction and casually slipped into a small alley. Shortly after entering the alley, a figure appeared behind Wei Jian. I didn't expect you to come looking for me again so soon. Are you very afraid right now? Taishanha held a sword in his left hand, advancing step by step toward Wei Jian. Blood was still seeping slowly from his right arm, yet Taishanha paid it no heed. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? You've lost your right hand, can your sword still move as fast as before? My left-handed sword speed may not match my right hand, but my cultivation remains. Killing you would still be as easy as turning my palm. Taishanha approached Wei Jian step by step, his face twisted with savagery as if he wished nothing more than to see Wei Jian die under his blade. I will first cut off your right hand so you can feel the pain of losing an arm. Then I will place my sword against your neck and slowly slice through it with the sharp edge. During that process you will surely beg for mercy. To me your cries for mercy will be the most beautiful music in the world. Hearing Taishanha's words, Wei Jian smiled and shook his head. Pity you cannot kill me. Even if your right hand were still attached you could not kill me. Go now. I need you alive, I need you to resent me every single moment. With that, Wei Jian turned his back to Taishanha. Do you think you can scare me into retreating? You overestimate yourself. Taishanha charged at Wei Jian. But just as he reached Wei Jian's back and raised his sword to strike at his neck, Wei Jian suddenly spun around. The palping saber flashed with a blade ray and swiftly sliced across Taishanha's left arm. The left arm still clutching the longsword fell to the ground and Tai Shanhe let out another blood-curdling scream. Ding! Tai Shanhe has developed hatred toward you. System points 2000. Tai Shanhe, this is our first time meeting. Before this day we had no past grudges and no recent enmity. I won't kill you. From now on you'll simply live like a cripple. As his words fell, Wei Jian kicked away Tai Shanhe's longsword and rose to his feet. But just as Wei Jian was about to turn and leave, another voice resounded in his mind. Ding! Feng Yijia has developed aversion toward you. System points 10. This inexplicably ringing voice caused Wei Jian to furrow his brows involuntarily. As far as Wei Jian knew, he could only gain points when someone close to him or someone who had once crossed paths with him developed hatred toward him. Wei Jian had no memory whatsoever of this man named Feng Yijia. His name had also appeared in the system for the first time. So from this he could deduce that in this small alley right now, apart from Wei Jian and Tai Shanhe, there was yet another person. Without the slightest trace of overt movement, Wei Jian turned his head and glanced around, finally letting his gaze rest on a large tree for half a second. Wei Jian could vaguely make out what seemed to be a dark shadow quietly lurking in that tree. Could it be that someone else is trying to play the oriole, waiting for the mantis to catch the cicada? With this thought, Wei Jian ceased paying attention to Tai Shanhe, who was rolling on the ground, and continued deeper into the alley. After turning a corner and walking to the far end of the alley, Wei Jian stopped. Feng Yijia, since you've already come, why are you still skulking in the shadows? As Wei Jian's words faded, only after a while did a faint sound of footsteps arise behind him. The second prince said, you're a waste. From what I see now, although you may be a waste, your vigilance is not bad. Feng Yijia wore a black garment that almost completely merged with his surroundings. In his hand he gripped a dagger, also black and exceedingly sharp. I thought my disguise was fairly good. I wonder how you discovered me. Because there's a foul odor on you. Hearing Wei Jian's words, Feng Yijia frowned. Having earned 10 points, Wei Jian felt immensely pleased. How much did my second brother pay you to come and kill me? If I gave you 3 times that price, would you be willing to follow my orders and kill my second brother? Ha ha ha. Feng Yijia burst into loud laughter. The second prince is different from you. You are easy to kill, the second prince is not. So even if you offered me 10 times the reward, I would not turn on the second prince and kill him. A man must have some self-awareness. Earning money is all well and good, but what matters most is having a life to spend it. Still, seeing as you're a prince as well, I'll give you the chance to choose your own death. I'll forego choosing a death. I only hope you can be a bit more professional. What do you mean by that? An assassin shouldn't have this much idle talk. You're looking for death. As the words left Feng Yijia's mouth, a cloud of black mist surged out of his body, then wrapped in that black mist he sped toward Wei Jian at a terrifying pace. Seeing Wei Jian standing motionless in place, Feng Yijia held his dagger in a reverse grip and a faint smile crept onto his face. The dagger thrust at Wei Jian's chest, and upon the blade a faint cold glint could be seen. As a martial master realm expert, Feng Yijia had an almost inexplicable confidence in his speed. He was certain that he could drive the dagger into Wei Jian's chest before Wei Jian could react. But Feng Yijia could never have imagined that just as his dagger was about to touch Wei Jian's chest, Wei Jian would abruptly reach out and grab Feng Yijia's wrist. Compared with my master's strike speed, yours is slow to the point of absurdity. The moment Feng Yijia heard these words, clearly Wei Jian's hand tightened and in an instant snapped Feng Yijia's wrist. Wei Jian then raised his hand and sent a palm strike thundering into Feng Yijia's chest. Feng Yijia was hurled backward and smashed through a wall before he finally steadied himself. What cultivation base do you actually have? Your cultivation is definitely not at the 4th rank of martial spirit. Feng Yijia rose to his feet unsteadily. Realizing the situation was hopeless, he tried to flee, but Wei Jian's body flickered and blocked his path. I just recently broke through to the 1st heaven of the martial ancestor realm. The 1st heaven of the martial ancestor realm. Feng Yijia's brows shot upward and terror filled his heart to the extreme. Feng Yijia was only at the 3rd rank of the martial master realm. To try to assassinate Wei Jian with such cultivation was simply shining a flashlight into a cesspit, looking for shit, courting death. Do you want to die right here, or do you want to leave the royal capital alive? Hearing this, Feng Yijia did not even think it over and hastily said, I want to live. I beg the 4th prince to be magnanimous and spare my life. I can spare your life, but you must tell me this after you had killed me. Where were you supposed to go to meet my dear second brother? You have only one chance. If you lie to me or refuse to answer, I'll kill you at once. The second prince and I agreed that after I killed you I would carry your head to Qianzhu Room No. 1 at Hongyi Tower to meet him. When he saw your head he would give me the reward. Qianzhu Room No. 1 at Hongyi Tower. After fixing that location in his mind, Wei Jian went on. How much did my dear second brother pay for my head? Feng Yijia hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, the second prince offered 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones were the common currency of the Zhezhou continent. In ascending order of value they were divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade spirit stones. The exchange rate between adjacent grades was 1 to 100. 100 mid-grade spirit stones equaled 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. That was roughly Wei Jian's allowance for a year. It seems I am not worth much in my second brother's eyes. Perhaps it is because the second prince doesn't know your true strength. Feng Yijia did not forget to console Wei Jian with that remark. Fourth prince, I've said all I should. I wonder if I may leave now. Sorry, but I'm going to break my word. Fourth prince, how can you not honor your word? Who said I have to honor my word? Only after Feng Yijia had contributed 2,000 points did Wei Jian sink the dagger into Feng Yijia's chest. Number 1, transform into this man's appearance. Go to Qianzhu Room No. 1 at Hongyi Tower, find my second brother and hack him to pieces. After seeing T-1000 transform into Feng Yijia's form, sever Feng Yijia's head and leave. A ferocious expression finally flashed across Wei Jian's face. Tonight I've come to understand one principle: for the sake of points, crippling a man is better than killing him. The Hongyi Tower was in fact a brothel. The Qianzhu No. 1 room was a VIP suite within the establishment. After leaving the Fengyu Tower, Wei Shengjin slipped directly into the Qianzhu No. 1 room. Under the service of 2 young and pretty girls, Wei Shengjin's irritation was somewhat soothed. Wei Jian, you ruined my good fortune today. I'll make you pay for it. Chen Qianzhu. The graceful silhouette of Chen Qianzhu flashed through Wei Shengjin's mind once again, and a lewd grin crept over his face. As long as the Chen family still wants to establish itself in the Kaishan kingdom, you Chen Qianzhu will never escape Wei Shengjin's grasp. The colder you are to me now, the more ruthlessly I'll torment you later. Ha ha ha. Once I've had my fill of you, I'll sell you to the Hongyi Tower and let other men keep enjoying you. At that thought, Wei Shengjin felt a surge of heat and reached out to grab the woman beside him. Just as his big hand was about to touch the woman, a retainer's voice sounded from outside the door. Second Prince Feng Yijia has returned. At the name Feng Yijia, Wei Shengjin's heart stirred. The 2 of you withdraw. After waving the 2 girls away, he sat up from the waterbed. Soon the door was pushed open. Feng Yijia, transformed from the T-1000, strode into the Qianzhu No. 1 room carrying a black bag. Have you finished the task I assigned you? Rest assured, Second Prince. Everything you asked me to do has been done. Feng Yijia's words made Wei Shengjin let out a tremendous sigh of relief. Where is his head? Without seeing his head, I'm not paying. Feng Yijia seemed to have anticipated this. The moment Wei Shengjin's words fell, he set the black bag down in front of him. In here? Seeing Feng Yijia nod slightly, Wei Shengjin's heart leapt with joy and he hurriedly reached for the black bag. He opened it quickly. When he saw the human head inside, clearly his heart jolted. What is this? Why is the head in here yours? Wei Shengjin was as horrified as if he had seen a ghost. But at that instant Feng Yijia lunged forward and drove a fist into Wei Shengjin's face. Wei Shengjin felt his face as though it had been smashed by a sledgehammer. Before he could even react, Feng Yijia's left arm had morphed into a sharp longsword and thrust toward his crotch. No! Wei Shengjin barely had time to let out a miserable shriek before the longsword formed from Feng Yijia's left arm was plunged into his crotch. Several retainers rushed into the Qianzhu No. 1 room upon hearing the scream, only to see Feng Yijia crashing through the window and vanishing from the room. Second Prince, you're... Catch him. You must catch him. And hurry, find a physician, a martial artist skilled in healing. Wei Shengjin roared at them, then his head lolled to one side and he fainted on the waterbed. The T-1000 could freely change into another person's appearance, so after leaving the Hongyi Tower it easily eluded the enemy's search. When it stepped back into Wei Jian's small courtyard, Wei Jian knew the T-1000 had surely completed its mission. Putting it away casually, Wei Jian felt another surge of satisfaction. Nearly 10,000 points gained tonight. If I keep pressing on, it won't be long before I can do a gorgeous 10 pull on the advanced rewards. The thought made Wei Jian even happier. An advanced 10 pull, if he could draw another 100000 spiritual energy, his cultivation would surely break through yet again, and then making the top 3 in the Four Kingdoms Grand Competition should be no trouble at all. The rest of the night was uneventful. Early the next morning, after Wei Jian finished his cauldron lifting and long-distance running, Han Mang was already waiting in his courtyard. Two things happened last night. I hear one of them has to do with you. Han Mang, chewing on spicy strips and sipping a yogurt drink, glared at Wei Jian. Your nerve is growing. You actually dared to cripple Tai Shanhe in public. Do you know who Tai Shanhe's master is? Before Wei Jian could reply, Han Mang continued. Tai Shanhe's master is Chu Xiong, the sect master of the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect is the strongest sect in the Kaishan Kingdom. Wei Jian shrugged at Han Mang's words. Tai Shanhe humiliated me first. If I didn't teach him a lesson, who would respect me from now on? Besides, the Sword Sect can't be stronger than our royal house, can it? Of course the Sword Sect's power is no match for the royal house. Then what is there to worry about? Wei Jian smiled at Han Mang and asked, Master, you said two things happened last night. What was the second? Your second brother was crippled at the Hangi Tower last night. My second brother was crippled. That's impossible. You know, he's surrounded by many experts, and he himself has the cultivation of a 9th-rank martial master. The matter has already caused an uproar throughout the city. Would I lie to you? Your father is furious and has launched a citywide hunt for the culprit. A citywide hunt? Do you know who the culprit is? Who would be so reckless as to strike against our royal family? Han Mang threw the empty yogurt bottle to the ground, licked the fingers that had held the spicy strips, then said to Wei Jian, according to the second prince, the culprit is named Feng Yijia. But what puzzles everyone is that Feng Yijia's head was just sitting in the very room where the second prince was attacked. So the whole matter reeks of strangeness. No suspect has been confirmed in the assassination attempt on the second prince yet. Master, let's get back to training. When we're done, I'll go see my poor second brother. After training, Wei Jian hurried to Wei Shengjin's courtyard and saw him lying on the bed. My dear second brother. What are you doing here? I heard you got cut off, so I came to check on you. I wonder if that thing can still be reattached. His words had just landed when Wei Jian harvested 200 points off Wei Shengjin. Get out. Get out. Second brother, calm down. Wei Jian waved the servants out of the room, then leaned close to Wei Shengjin's ear. Last night you sent someone to kill me. Bullshit. I never sent anyone to kill you. You dare to do it but not to admit it, unlike me. I did it and I'll own it. To be honest, I'm the one who sent someone to cripple you. You? Wei Shengjin's eyes bulged wide and in an instant contributed 2,000 points to Wei Jian. Don't get agitated, second brother. I know I was wrong, which is why I came today. I specially prepared a gift for you. Wei Jian took out a poster of a beautiful woman and set it before Wei Shengjin. That gesture instantly made Wei Shengjin burn with rage. Wow, another 2,000 points. My dear second brother really is a reliable source of experience points. Wei Jian thought this to himself, but said out loud, rest well, second brother. I'll come to see you every day from now on. The saber is the overlord of weapons. Han Mang gripped a ghost-head war saber and slashed forward with all his might. A crimson blade arc held out, carving a deep trench in the ground before cleaving a great tree 100 paces away into two halves. Using the blade demands an unyielding forward-charging momentum. Never retreat, never dodge. Even if you are cut by two sword strikes, you must still hack the enemy once. Hearing Han Mang's words, Wei Jian nodded gently. In battle, it all comes down to momentum. When your momentum is strong, you overwhelm the enemy. When it is weak, you are overwhelmed by the enemy. Alright, that's all for today. Tonight I'm going to the auction house. There's something there that interests me. An auction house? Han Mang's words made Wei Jian raise an eyebrow. Teacher, is the auction house crowded? Usually not many people, but tonight is a special occasion. The place will likely be packed. So what's special about tonight? The Royal City Grand Tournament is about to begin. The Shinha Chamber of Commerce, taking advantage of the influx of various powers into the royal city, has specially brought out 3 supreme treasures to auction. This move serves first to enhance the Shinha Chamber of Commerce's reputation and second to secure a high price for the 3 supreme treasures. Teacher, may I ask what these 3 supreme treasures are? A demon king's demon core, a king-ranked weapon, and a body-reforming divine pill. Indeed, a generous move. A demon beast with the strength of a demon king can already speak human speech, and its power is equivalent to a martial king. A king-ranked weapon is even used by martial king experts. I fear our Kaoshan kingdom doesn't have many of them. A body-reforming divine pill can alter a person's innate talent. Such pills are even rarer. Hearing Wei Jian's words, Han Meng nodded gently. The Shinha Chamber of Commerce seems to have run into some trouble lately, otherwise they wouldn't have put these 3 items up for auction. Teacher, what is it that you want? I want that demon king's demon core. Han Meng walked toward the door while speaking to Wei Jian. My fang-toothed beast has long reached the peak of the mystic demon realm, but unfortunately due to its limited innate talent, ascending to demon lord is extremely difficult. I plan to spend a fortune to buy this demon king's demon core, hoping to use it to change the fang-toothed beast's innate talent and help it ascend to demon lord. This demon core must be priceless. How many spirit stones have you prepared to purchase it, teacher? A demon king's demon core is naturally invaluable. For it I've prepared 100 high-grade spirit stones. I've saved these 100 high-grade spirit stones for half my life. They should be enough to secure the demon king's demon core. Han Meng mounted the back of his fang-toothed beast and after a moment's thought said to Wei Jian, the auction tonight is a grand event. If you have nothing to do, you might as well go take a look. But I don't have many spirit stones. I'm afraid the auction house won't let me in. You are a prince. Even if you were penniless, the Shinha Chamber of Commerce would have to treat you like royalty. Watching Han Meng gradually ride away, a faint smile appeared on Wei Jian's face. I still need 50,000 points for a 10-pull draw on the advanced rewards. I need to set a goal for myself at tonight's auction. Well, I'll just earn 30,000 points. Just after nightfall, Wei Jian arrived outside the auction house. As soon as he set foot inside, an auction house staff member blocked his path. Young master, according to the rules of the auction house, one must first pay 10 low-grade spirit stones to enter. In addition, we must verify your assets. Only those worth more than 100 medium-grade spirit stones are qualified to enter. How dare you stop me? Do you know who I am? Wei Jian strode forcefully through the auction house entrance while muttering in a low voice to the staff member, I am the 4th Prince Wei Jian. If you don't believe me, call your manager out. His eye is sharper than yours and he will certainly recognize who I am. The auction house manager, who was nearby, heard Wei Jian's voice and walked over with a frown. Upon seeing Wei Jian, the manager first cursed Wei Jian inwardly, contributing several dozen points to Wei Jian's account. Then, putting on a smiling face, he approached Wei Jian. So it truly is the 4th Prince gracing us with your presence. I failed to welcome you from afar, please forgive me. Very well, at least someone recognizes me. Then let me ask, do I need to pay spirit stones to enter the auction house? And do I need to undergo an asset verification? The manager cursed again in his heart before smiling and saying, the 4th Prince jest. Your presence brings glory to our humble establishment, it is the Shinha Chamber's honor. We only worry that we might fail to entertain you properly. How would we dare offend the 4th Prince? In that case, arrange the best private box for me, bring fine wine and delicacies, and I also want at least 2 maids to attend to me. Our auction house has only 4 best boxes and all 4 have already been reserved. We hope the 4th Prince can understand. As compensation. Before the manager could finish, Wei Jian's expression darkened. Tell me who reserved these 4 boxes. This. If you don't tell me, I'm going to stage a collision scam right here at the auction house tonight. Staged accident? A collision scam means that I walk over to that pillar, press my head against it and smash it hard. This hit will definitely leave my face bruised and swollen. When I return, I'll tell my royal father that you bullied me. When my father the king investigates, even if the Shinha Chamber doesn't suffer, you'll definitely lose your job at this auction house. As Wei Jian finished speaking, 100 points automatically appeared in his account. 4th Prince, you are truly making things difficult for me. Exactly, I am making things difficult for you. So are you going to talk or not? The manager hesitated for a moment, then leaned close to Wei Jian and said, Heavenly box, no. One has been reserved by the 3rd Prince. He is my dear 3rd elder brother, I won't compete with him. Heavenly Box No. 2 has been reserved by General Han Meng. He is my beloved teacher, I won't compete with him either. Heavenly Box No. 3 has been reserved by Prime Minister Chen Shuzhou. He is my future father-in-law, I won't compete with him either. Heavenly Box No. 4 has been reserved by Chu Xiong, the Sword Sect Master. Sword Sect. Wei Jian raised an eyebrow. I want this Heavenly Box No. 4. But in that case, how do we explain this to the Sword Sect? Don't you know that I just crippled a prodigy disciple of the Sword Sect not long ago? If Chu Xiong gives you trouble, you can just shift all the blame onto me. I'd like to see what Chu Xiong can do to me. The Star River Chamber of Commerce was the largest merchant guild in the kingdom of Kaoshan, with business extending across several neighboring kingdoms. Because the Star River Chamber of Commerce was immensely wealthy, the 4 finest private boxes in their auction house were each appointed with extraordinary opulence. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and the floor was covered in the pelts of fire foxes. The sofas were so soft that one's body sank halfway into them at the slightest touch, offering supreme comfort. Following Wei Jian's orders, the auction house steward, seeing that the auction had not yet begun, prepared a lavish feast for Wei Jian and also arranged 2 young and beautiful maidens to attend him. Upon seeing the 2 pretty maidens, Wei Jian naturally tried to tease and flirt with them. Yet no matter how he teased them, both maids remained completely submissive and yielded not a single point of contribution. The steward said that tonight we both belong to the 4th prince. Hearing those words from the 2 maidens, Wei Jian lost all interest in teasing them further. Deep down, Wei Jian was actually quite reserved. Since the 2 maidens could not offer any contribution points, he no longer wished to toy with them. He tossed each of the 2 girls a mid-grade spirit stone and sent them away on some flimsy pretext. Shortly after they departed, the auction officially began. A white-bearded old man stepped onto the raised platform before the gaze of the crowd. I am Pan Jiaming, honored to preside over tonight's auction. I ask you all to do me the favor of offering a round of applause. Pan Jiaming was well renowned at auctions, so as his words faded, thunderous applause erupted. Tonight there are 18 treasures in total. Now the first item. As Pan Jiaming finished speaking, a servant approached carrying a wooden chest. Inside this chest is a 50-year-old silver snow fruit. A 50-year-old silver snow fruit is an exceedingly rare heavenly treasure. Once swallowed, the silver snow fruit rapidly transforms into spiritual power, helping a martial artist elevate their strength. Pan Jiaming reached out, opened the wooden chest, and carefully lifted out the silver snow fruit so that the crowd could examine it from afar. Only then did he continue, the starting bid for the silver snow fruit is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be raised by no less than 100 low-grade spirit stones. Although a 50-year-old silver snow fruit was uncommon, its medicinal effect was hardly miraculous. Therefore few people placed bids, and in the end the fruit was sold for 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. One treasure after another was announced by Pan Jiaming, yet none of them interested Wei Jian in the slightest. The main reason for his indifference was that his pockets were empty. Wei Jian received only a limited monthly allowance, and unlike the second prince and others, he had no faction of his own, so he was perpetually short of money. Still, at least the royal palace provided him with room and board. Now we arrive at tonight's centerpiece. The third to last treasure, the Demon King's Demon Core. A box carved from jade was carefully carried forward. Pan Jiaming gently lifted the lid, and a radiant glow immediately caught everyone's eyes. As everyone knows, the strength of a demon king is comparable to a martial king among human warriors. Moreover, a demon king can speak human speech, and its intelligence is in no way inferior to that of a human. Thus, hunting a demon king to obtain its demon core is an almost impossible task. But heaven blessed our Star River Chamber of Commerce. About a year ago, one of our hunting teams ventured deep into the desolate wilderness. There they discovered a gravely wounded and dying great earth rhino. This great earth rhino possessed the strength of roughly a 5-fold martial king realm human warrior. Because it was so powerful, even as it lay near death, it cost us 12 martial masters and 1 martial ancestor to finally slay. After much lengthy explanation, Pan Jiaming finally returned to the essential matter. The Great Earth Rhino's Demon Core has a starting bid of 20 high-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be raised by no less than 1 high-grade spirit stone. 1 high-grade spirit stone equaled 100 mid-grade spirit stones, or 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Back then, when Wei Shengjin hired Feng Yijia to kill Wei Jian, the payment was merely 100 mid-grade spirit stones. From that it was plain to see that Wei Shengjin had never truly regarded Wei Jian as a threat. I bid 25 high-grade spirit stones. No sooner had Pan Jiaming's words faded than a voice came from private box number 2. Although the voice had been specially distorted through the earlier conversation with the steward, Wei Jian knew that the bidder was Han Meng. I bid 28 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 30 high-grade spirit stones. Bids rang out one after another. Clearly many people were determined to claim the Demon King's demon core. I bid 38 high-grade spirit stones. Hearing someone raise the price to 38 high-grade spirit stones, Han Meng let out a cold sneer and called out directly, I bid 50 high-grade spirit stones. The moment Han Meng spoke, the crowd in the auction hall fell silent. 50 high-grade spirit stones was already an enormous sum. Moreover, those well-informed knew that the bidder was Han Meng, so even when Pan Jiaming called out 50 high-grade spirit stones a second time, no one dared to raise the bid. Seeing that the auction hammer in Pan Jiaming's hand was about to fall, Han Meng breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that very moment a voice came from private box number 4. I bid 51 high-grade spirit stones. The instant Wei Jian spoke, he harvested 10 contribution points from Han Meng. I bid 55 high-grade spirit stones. When Han Meng spoke, silence returned to private box number 4. 55 high-grade spirit stones going once. 55 high-grade spirit stones going twice. Just as Han Meng's auction hammer was about to fall, the voice from private box number 4 sounded once more. I bid 56 high-grade spirit stones. How dare you? Han Meng bellowed, and Wei Jian harvested another 100 contribution points. If you have the money, bid. If you don't, let it go. I want this demon core, and once I have it I'll grind it to powder and apply it to my face. Upon hearing Wei Jian's words, Han Meng took several deep breaths before shouting again, I bid 60 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 61. I bid 70. I bid 71. I bid 80. I bid 81. Each time you bid, you add a single spirit stone. You are deliberately trying to provoke me. Through the bidding war, Wei Jian harvested over 1,000 contribution points from Han Meng. Elated, even his voice carried a smile. If you don't have the money, simply give up. I've heard that if this demon core is ground into powder, it can keep the skin nourished until its demonic power fully disperses. I bid 90 high-grade spirit stones. Let's see if you still dare to follow. I bid 91. Wei Jian's relentless bidding drove Han Meng into a blazing fury. After a long moment, Han Meng took a deep breath and roared, I bid 100 high-grade spirit stones. Pan Jiaming's gavel finally came down. As it struck, Han Meng let out a relieved sigh and slumped back onto the sofa. Before long, however, he rose to his feet again, burning with anger. He turned to look at the attendant beside him. Tell me who is in no. For private room. General, our auction house has rules. We. Before the attendant could finish, Han Meng gave a cold snort. Not only did that person make me lose face, he also forced me to pay dozens of extra high-grade spirit stones. I am extremely angry right now. While I can still control my temper, I hope you will tell me the truth. Otherwise, I am afraid I will reach out and snap your neck. Seeing Han Meng's murderous expression, the attendant's heart pounded wildly. He believed that even if Han Meng killed him in anger, no one would seek justice for his death. Under such tremendous pressure, the attendant ultimately yielded. Inside the Qianzhu no. For private room are Chu Xiong, the sword sect's sect master, and Yan Jing, the sword sect's great elder. Chu Xiong? Han Meng raised an eyebrow. If Chu Xiong used the same method I did, wouldn't he also be able to know that I am in the Qianzhu no? Chu private room? General, all the attendants in our auction house have received excellent training. Humph, but you lack the corresponding resilience training. Chu Xiong must have known I was in the Qianzhu no. Chu private room, which is why he deliberately interfered in the earlier auction. That wretch, it seems he is still brooding over the duel from 10 years ago. On the high platform, Pan Jiaming was in a cheerful mood. The Demon King's core had been bid up to 100 high-grade spirit stones, far beyond the Star River Chamber of Commerce's expectations. For that very reason, Pan Jiaming would also reap great benefits from it. The penultimate treasure is a king weapon called the Red Dust Sword. 5 years ago, someone discovered a tomb in a desolate forest, and it was later confirmed to be the tomb of a martial king. The fallen martial king was the Red Dust Martial King. At that time, various powers entered the tomb. Our Star River Chamber of Commerce was quite fortunate and obtained the Red Dust Sword from the Martial King's tomb. The Red Dust Sword was the Red Dust Martial King's personal sword in life. I believe everyone here is well aware of the Red Dust Martial King's deeds, so I will not go into them again. Wei Jian had heard of the Red Dust Martial King as well. The Red Dust Martial King was a master swordsman and was once the strongest person in the Kaoshan Kingdom, only a little short of advancing to Martial Venerable. Because of his immense strength, even the royal family of the Kaoshan Kingdom treated the Red Dust Martial King with deference. Later the Red Dust Martial King vanished without any explanation. Some said he had broken through to Martial Venerable and left the Kaoshan Kingdom. Others said he was in seclusion, hoping to break through the Martial King realm as soon as possible. It was not until 5 years ago, when someone discovered the Red Dust Martial King's tomb, that people finally realized he had long since passed away. The Red Dust Martial King was highly skilled with the sword. It seems the sword sect came to this auction precisely for his Red Dust Sword. They will certainly be as determined to obtain it as Han Meng was to obtain the Demon King's core. With that thought, Wei Jian came up with an idea. The Red Dust Sword has a starting price of 30 high-grade spirit stones, and each bid must be at least 1 high-grade spirit stone. As Pan Jiaming finished speaking, someone in the dizzy know. One private room quickly raised the price to 35 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 38 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 40 high-grade spirit stones. In the dizzy know. One private room, the lean Chu Xiong nodded to Yan Jing, the sword sect's great elder. Understanding his intention, Yan Jing directly raised the bid for the Red Dust Sword to 60 high-grade spirit stones. It seems the sword sect is richer than Han Meng. That bid rose rather steeply. Wei Jian smiled faintly, then bid 61 high-grade spirit stones. Sect Master, it's the Qianzhu now. For private room bidding again. Don't bother with him. Raise the price to 70. I bid 71. As soon as Wei Jian made his bid, the system gained more than 100 points. It seems these sword sect members are very good at controlling their emotions. Han Meng is no match for them in that regard. Sect Master, why not let them win the Red Dust Sword, and then we can rob them afterward? Hearing Yan Jing's words, Chu Xiong could not help snorting coldly. Do you know who is in the Qianzhu know? For room. When we arrived, the auction house manager already told us that the person in the Qianzhu know for room is the 4th Prince Wei Jian. Since you know it's Wei Jian, you still dare to rob him? Chu Xiong shot Yan Jing a fierce glare before continuing. Although Wei Jian is a good-for-nothing, he was born into the royal family. Our sword sect may be the foremost sect in the Kaoshan Kingdom, but we still cannot withstand the royal family's wrath. So even if Wei Jian ruins the kingdom's mountains and rivers, I have nothing to say. Seeing Yan Jing sigh, Chu Xiong continued, keep bidding. We must take the Red Dust Sword. With Wei Jian fueling the flames, the Red Dust Sword's bidding price was quickly driven up to 100 high-grade spirit stones. By this point, Chu Xiong and the others finally felt tremendous pressure, and as Wei Jian kept bidding, the points they contributed grew larger and larger. We bid 110 high-grade spirit stones. Hearing Yan Jing's bid, Han Meng in the Qianzhu know. Chu private room could not help sneering. This time Chu Xiong has met a formidable opponent. Still, that old codger is really going too far by raising the bid only 1 high-grade spirit stone at a time. I bid 111 high-grade spirit stones. The instant Wei Jian spoke, the system's points increased by 1,000. We bid 150 high-grade spirit stones. This is our bottom line. If you continue bidding, we can only give up. A price of 150 was enough to cause Chu Xiong and the others great heartache. Since you are so adamant, I will take a step back and leave the Red Dust Sword to you. I hope you will be grateful. Bastard! Chu Xiong roared inside the private room. That Wei Jian is a real bastard. After tonight's auction ends, I will definitely go and confront him. But Sect Master, he is the 4th Prince. What if? I only said I would go and see him. If I teach him a small lesson, the king shouldn't have anything to say, right? After all, Wei Jian was the one who provoked us repeatedly first. The Red Dust Sword's price had been driven up to 150 high-grade spirit stones, giving Chu Xiong a taste of Han Meng's feelings. Admittedly, that experience was very unpleasant. But unlike Chu Xiong, Han Meng had no idea what had really happened. He simply assumed Chu Xiong had suffered a setback and failed to obtain the Red Dust Sword. Therefore Han Meng believed he had avenged his earlier grievance and felt exceptionally pleased. Tonight's final item is quite extraordinary. This last item is called the Rebirth Divine Pill. The Rebirth Divine Pill can change a martial artist's cultivation talent. Our Star River Merchant Guild paid a tremendous price to obtain this divine pill. Originally this divine pill was prepared for our guild leader. But in the end, due to certain special reasons, our guild leader no longer needed it. This is precisely why this divine pill has the honor of appearing at auction. There are not many pills that can change one's innate talent, and the Rebirth Divine Pill is one of the few known to the public that can change a martial artist's natural aptitude. The Rebirth Divine Pill is refined from dozens of precious ingredients. Most crucially, the failure rate in refining it is extremely high. The starting bid for the Rebirth Divine Pill is 50 high-grade spirit stones. Each bid. Pan Jian hesitated for a moment before continuing. Each bid must be no less than 5 high-grade spirit stones. Pan Jian had barely finished speaking when Wei Jian declared loudly, "I must have this Rebirth Divine Pill. I bid 150 high-grade spirit stones." Inside Heavenly Box No. 1. Hearing Wei Jian's bid, the third prince Wei Shenma could not help but sneer. Fortunately, I had already found out in advance that Wei Jian was in Heavenly Box No. 4. If I had let him obtain the Rebirth Divine Pill and his talent changed, wouldn't the title of trash fall on me from now on? Wei Shenma's cultivation was not high either. He had barely reached the 9th level of the martial spirit realm. However, because Wei Jian ranked last in cultivation among the 4 princes, no one had ever mocked Wei Shenma's talent. I bid 155 high-grade spirit stones. Wei Shenma, mimicking Wei Jian's earlier bidding style, shouted loudly. I bid 200 high-grade spirit stones. If you have the guts, go ahead and raise it. 200 high-grade spirit stones, quite bold. Wei Shenma sneered and continued shouting, I bid 205 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 250 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 255 high-grade spirit stones. I bid 300 high-grade spirit stones. Wei Jian let out a roar and his voice carried a hint of anger. Wei Shenma laughed. Ha ha ha, it seems my 4th brother is determined to win this pill. Since that is so, I'll provoke him once more. Wei Shenma chuckled and then shouted, I bid 305 high-grade spirit stones. After saying this, he folded his arms across his chest and waited to see Wei Jian make a fool of himself. But what happened next was somewhat beyond Wei Shenma's expectations. As his voice faded, Heavenly Box No. 4 suddenly fell silent. 305 high-grade spirit stones going once. 305 high-grade spirit stones going twice. 305 high-grade spirit stones going 3 times, sold. Pan Jian's gavel slammed heavily down on the table, and even at that moment Wei Shenma still had not reacted. Why didn't you keep raising the bid? Wei Shenma rushed to the window and roared, in my view the Rebirth Divine Pill is precious, but it is worth at most 150 high-grade spirit stones. You spent 305 high-grade spirit stones to obtain the Rebirth Divine Pill. That is already more than twice what I estimated. Why would I keep bidding and play the fool? Hearing Wei Jian's words, Wei Shenma could not help but collapse onto the sofa. You bastard! He let out a furious roar and instantly gave Wei Jian 2,000 points. At this time Wei Shenma could hardly be blamed for being agitated. He simply could not produce 305 high-grade spirit stones. Wei Shenma had already won the Rebirth Pill at auction. If he failed to hand over the spirit stones to the Star River Merchant Guild as agreed and word of this got out, even the king of Kaoshan would not be able to save him. All 18 items tonight have been auctioned off. I declare this auction happily concluded. Next, the Star River Merchant Guild will host a wine reception in the auction hall. I hope you will all stay and have a few drinks. Wei Jian left Heavenly Box No. 4 through a special passage and then found Pan Jian through one of the auction house's attendants. When does the Star River Merchant Guild plan to pay me the 100 high-grade spirit stones as my reward? Hearing this, Pan Jian frowned. 4th Prince, I do not understand what you mean. If I had not helped your Star River Merchant Guild from inside Heavenly Box No. 4, would these 3 items have sold for so much? I helped you, you wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing, would you? 4th Prince, I think you must. Enough. I do not want to argue with you. I will give you a quarter of an hour to go find the person in charge of the Star River Merchant Guild. If you are willing to pay me 100 high-grade spirit stones, tonight's matter will end here. If you are unwilling, then once I step out of the main gate of the auction house, I will tell everyone that it was you who made me engage in malicious bidding to drive up the prices. Tonight Grand General Han Meng, the sword sect master, and the third prince are all displeased because of the bidding. I think if they hear what I have to say in their fury, they might just tear down the auction house with their bare hands. 1,000 points were credited to his account. Pan Jiaming gave Wei Jian a deep look before saying softly, "Fourth prince, please wait for me in the reception room for a moment." Wei Jian did not wait long in the reception room before Pan Jiaming walked in with a young maiden. The young maiden looked about the same age as Wei Jian. She was tall and slender with looks that rivaled Qianzhu's. Both possessed a beauty that could topple cities and kingdoms. "My name is Shu'er, daughter of the leader of the Star River Merchant Guild. Pan Jiaming has already told me everything. Fourth prince, I can give you 100 high-grade spirit stones, but if anyone comes looking for trouble with you because of tonight's auction, I hope you will declare to them that tonight's affair was your personal act and has nothing to do with our auction house." Wei Jian stared at Shu'er from head to toe with a lecherous expression, looking her over without pause until he had obtained 200 points from Shu'er. Only then did Wei Jian nod contentedly and say, "Judging by your words, it seems you already know that someone will block my way outside the auction house tonight. Chu Xiong, Han Meng, and your third brother are not kind-hearted men. So that was not hard to guess. I took such a big risk yet only got 100 high-grade spirit stones in the end. That does not seem like a very good deal." Wei Jian gave Shu'er a deep look and continued, "Why not add one kiss from Miss Ma on top of the original terms?" "How dare you?" Shu'er shouted at Wei Jian. "Your Highness, please mind your words." Once the 1,000 points were in hand, Wei Jian rose to his feet fully satisfied. "All right, it was only a joke. Miss Ma need not be so agitated. The world is small and paths cross. I believe we will meet again before long. Miss, this fourth prince is called a waste by the outside world, but I think he is far from simple." Standing atop the auction house watching Wei Jian disappear around the distant street corner, Shu'er turned to Pan Jiaming and said, "A waste? If Wei Jian counts as a waste, then there are no geniuses in this Kaoshan kingdom. Miss, did your eye of illusion see something? I saw that Wei Jian possesses the strength of a first-level martial ancestor." Martial ancestor first level. The outside world, however, spreads rumors that Wei Jian is only at the 4th rank of martial spirit. That is precisely why it is called a rumor. Shu'er cast another glance in the direction where Wei Jian had disappeared before saying slowly, "Furthermore, Wei Jian's actions seem arrogant and domineering on the surface, and he appears despicable. But I heard that he never even touched the 2 maids we arranged for him, so I believe this Wei Jian is hiding very deep. Miss, this Wei Jian possesses exceptional talent and excellent skill at concealment. Perhaps we should approach him. No rush. Wait until the results of the 4 Nations tournament come out. Someone like Wei Jian will not miss the 4 Nations tournament." "You mean Wei Jian might want to stun everyone by winning the 4 Nations tournament?" Shu'er nodded gently. "Only the top 3 in the 4 Nations tournament are worth investing in." Wei Jian was unaware of Shu'er and Pan Jiaming's conversation. He had just turned the corner and entered a small alley when Chu Xiong and Yan Jing blocked his path. Chu Xiong stepped forward a few paces, raised his chin slightly and said, "Fourth prince, allow this old man to introduce himself." But before Chu Xiong could finish, Wei Jian growled in a low voice, "Old dog, don't block the way. Your young master is going home." Ding. Chu Xiong feels disgust toward you. System points 10. Ding. Yan Jing feels disgust toward you. System points 10. Fourth prince, I am. I know you are Chu Xiong, the sect master of the sword sect. Wei Jian stepped forward a few paces and asked, "Are you blocking my path to seek vengeance for Tai Shanha? I hope you can understand one thing, it was Tai Shanha who insulted me first, and it was after that I severed his arm. We are not here today. If it's not for Tai Shanha, then why are you blocking my path? Could it be that you see my extraordinary talent and hope I join the sword sect to cultivate further?" Being interrupted time and again by Wei Jian, Chu Xiong was furious. "We are here today to... You've come for me, haven't you?" Chu Xiong still hadn't finished when Han Meng appeared behind Wei Jian. "Chu Xiong, you're getting bolder and bolder. How dare you block the 4th prince's path? Have you no regard for the Kaoshan royal family? Han Meng, since when did you truly become a dog of the royal family? Sect Master Chu, please watch your words. General Han is my teacher." Wei Jian stepped forward and stood at Han Meng's side. Hearing Wei Jian's words, Chu Xiong gave Wei Jian a deep look, then turned his head and sized up Han Meng. Finally Chu Xiong took a deep breath and cupped his fists at Wei Jian. Fourth Prince, since we ran into each other today, I had wanted to invite you for a drink. But seeing such a killjoy as Han Meng here, it seems I can only invite you another time. After finishing his words, Chu Xiong turned and left with Yan Jing. Humph. If it weren't for the upcoming Royal City tournament, I would have thoroughly taught Chu Xiong a lesson tonight. Teacher, do you have some enmity with Sect Master Chu? 10 years ago Chu Xiong and I had a sparring match. We fought for 3 full hours. Before our spiritual energy ran out, I defeated him by half a move. Chu Xiong's swordsmanship is decent and his cultivation is passable, but his heart is far too small. I never imagined that after all these years he still holds a grudge over that matter. During tonight's auction of the Demon King's demonic core, it was Chu Xiong in Qianzhu room no. For who was making trouble costing me many extra high-grade spirit stones before I obtained the Demon King's demonic core. Qianzhu room no. For held Chu Xiong. Teacher, how did you find out? I grabbed a waiter from the auction house and threatened him a little, and he told me everything he knew. That old bastard Chu Xiong probably doesn't know that I've already seen through his dirty tricks. Hearing Han Meng's words, Wei Jian secretly felt relieved. If Han Meng were to learn that the person in Qianzhu room no. 4 was actually Wei Jian really wouldn't know how to explain it to him. It seems I was a little thoughtless. In the future, when farming points, I need to take into account the feelings of the experienced fodder. Alright, I still have some matters to attend to. You should head back early. If you run into Chu Xiong on your way back, you don't need to be afraid of him. This is the royal city, crowded and full of eyes. Chu Xiong wouldn't dare to harm you openly. Han Meng had always been impetuous and swift. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly disappeared from Wei Jian's sight. After Han Meng left, Wei Jian continued onward. But just as Wei Jian was nearing the royal palace, another group blocked his path. Wei Jian stopped and focused his gaze, quickly recognizing that the group followed the lead of the third Prince Wei Shenma. My dear fourth brother, I have you to thank for everything tonight. You made me linger at the auction house for quite a while. In the end, I had to sign and press my seal, losing all face before the Starry River Chamber of Commerce finally let me leave. Third brother, you can't put this on me. If you're short on money, you could have just told me. I wouldn't mind lending you a little. After speaking, Wei Jian took out a low-grade spirit stone from his pocket and tossed it at Wei Shenma's feet. You see, when I left home today, I brought with me a whole low-grade spirit stone. Are you toying with me? That's right, I am toying with you. Wei Jian's expression hardened. You've brought so many men to block my path, and they all look murderous. So isn't it only right for me to toy with you? Wei Jian's sudden fierceness completely caught Wei Shenma off guard. Before Wei Shenma could open his mouth, Wei Jian shouted, I'll give you all one chance now, get the hell out or don't blame me for being merciless. Ha ha ha, did everyone hear that? This waste still dares to threaten us. Wei Shenma stepped forward. Wei Jian, have you forgotten? Not long ago when you saw me, you didn't even dare to lift your head. A single cough in your presence would frighten you so badly that you'd fall to the ground. I don't know who gave you the courage, but now you dare to shout at me. It was Liang Jingru who gave me courage. What Liang Jingru? I'm telling you now, shouting at me will cost you. Wei Shenma's face darkened as he said, everyone attack together. Break his hands and legs for me. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Wei Shenma had 8 followers in total. Among these 8 followers, 6 were at the 9th rank of martial spirit, 2 were at the 1st rank of martial master, and 2 were at the 2nd rank of martial master. Such an entourage was hardly a rarity in Kaoshan Royal City, but it was more than enough to oppress ordinary people. And in Wei Shenma's eyes, Wei Jian was exactly that, ordinary. This time, however, Wei Shenma had miscalculated. All 8 of his followers were knocked to the ground by Wei Jian at the very first exchange. You. When did you become this powerful? Seeing all 8 followers collapse and fail to rise, Wei Shenma could not suppress the shock rising in his heart as he looked at Wei Jian. For over a month I have been training in martial arts under Grand General Han. Grand General Han is a martial king-level powerhouse. Do you truly think that after a whole month of his tireless instruction I would not have improved at all? Hearing Wei Jian's words, Wei Shenma asked without thinking, is Han Meng really that formidable? You're nothing but trash. The moment Wei Shenma finished speaking, Wei Jian raised his hand and slapped him across the face. In my eyes you are the real trash now? Wei Shenma touched his face then asked in utter shock, you dare call me trash? You dare hit me? Wei Jian immediately slapped him across the face again. Would you believe that I dare hit you one more time? Wei Shenma stepped back a few paces, took several deep breaths and finally accepted reality. Fine, I'll endure what happened tonight for now, but sooner or later I'll get even for this. Wei Jian stepped forward and blocked Wei Shenma's path. Going to run to your mother for help? Going to weep and exaggerate your grievances to her, then have her avenge you? Bullshit. I Wei Shenma know how to stand up again wherever I fell. Enough. Wei Jian brusquely cut off Wei Shenma's words. You said you fell. Since you fell you naturally have to pay the price. What price? Aren't those 2 slaps you gave me payment enough? Naturally not. Then what else do you want? Either I cripple one of your legs or I leave a cut on that pretty face of yours. You choose. While cursing Wei Jian relentlessly in his heart, Wei Shenma kept providing points to Wei Jian without pause and begged with a smile, I'm your third brother after all. We share the same blood. There's no need to hound me to death, is there? If not for the fact that his system points were still ticking upward rapidly, Wei Jian might actually have softened at Wei Shenma's smiling face and apparent sincerity and let him off. You wanted to cripple me first. It is only proper to return the favor. I have to leave something on you so that you will never stop hating me. As Wei Jian finished speaking, he lifted his leg and kicked Wei Shenma to the ground. Before Wei Shenma could get up, Wei Jian used his blade to slash the tendon on Wei Shenma's left foot. Ah! A piercing wail erupted. Rolling and thrashing on the ground, Wei Shenma shouted at Wei Jian, I'll kill you. I will definitely kill you. Fine, I'll be waiting. With that, Wei Jian turned and walked into the royal palace. After a night of upheaval, Wei Jian had offended quite a few people and gained a good number of points. Still, to perform a 10 pull from the advanced reward, he was nearly 20,000 points short. How about 6 single pulls instead? At that thought, Wei Jian shook his head again. No haste makes waste. From now on I'll go see my good second brother every day. It shouldn't be long before I gather 20,000 points. Han Meng was obviously in high spirits. He walked into Wei Jian's small courtyard, even flashing a smile at Wei Jian. Master, you look as though the spring breeze has gotten into your step. I'd guess your fang-toothed beast has made a successful breakthrough. Ha ha ha, you're the sharpest one. Your master's fang-toothed beast has indeed broken through. It now possesses the strength of a mystic demon. Moreover, the Demon King's demon core is an exceptionally good match for the fang-toothed beast. From now on it will encounter no bottlenecks as it advances to the peak of the mystic demon rank. Then we should open a bottle of Matai and celebrate properly. The master and disciple had just taken their seats, and before the Matai could be poured, a group of soldiers stormed into Wei Jian's small courtyard like fierce wolves, swiftly surrounding Wei Jian and Han Meng on every side. Before long the soldiers parted and a middle-aged man with a face like white jade stepped out. His name was Yang Yosheng, a favored minister close to the queen. Rumor had it that the queen and Yang Yosheng shared an ambiguous relationship, although it had never been confirmed. Yang Yosheng, what do you intend by bringing soldiers into my home? Hearing Wei Jian's words, Yang Yosheng smiled faintly. The queen invites the 4th prince to Qianzhu Palace for a visit. Please come with me now, 4th prince. My apologies, but I have to study martial arts under General Han. I cannot be in 2 places at once. The queen has invited you, 4th prince. You had best come along. Seeing that Yang Yosheng would not back down, Han Meng rose to his feet and said, what exactly does the queen mean by this? It is early morning. Since when does one invite guests to a banquet in the morning? Master, last night my third brother hired people to cripple me. I fought back and ended up crippling one of his legs. So the queen's banquet invitation is nothing but a pretense. Her real intention is to stand up for her son. Wei Jian then looked at Yang Yosheng. You barged into my home with soldiers of your own accord. This is not only an insult to me but also an insult to the royal family of Kaoshan. After all, I too bear the surname Wei. If I report this to my royal father, I believe he will not let you off easily, no matter how close you are to the queen. Yang Yosheng, I want you to understand one thing: no matter how favored you are or how handsome you are still a dog. Wei Jian's words pierced Yang Yosheng's heart like a sharp blade. He cursed Wei Jian inwardly a few times, then quickly regained his composure. It seems the 4th prince has no intention of making this trip. There are 3 options. First let the queen ask my royal father to resolve this matter. If my royal father wishes to punish me, I will accept it. Second, you can try to tie me up and drag me over by force. But I will resist, and in the process at least half of your men will die. Third, let the queen make her move. Whatever move she makes, I will take it head on. I didn't expect you to have changed so much in such a short time. Yang Yushin gave Wei Jian a long searching look, then sized up Han Meng and finally waved the soldiers away. Fourth prince, I suspect the queen will choose the third option. I hope you will be prepared in advance. I hope you will also tell the queen this: some things once done come with a price. I Wei Jian am already prepared, and I hope the queen will make her preparations in advance as well. The queen has always acted with ruthless cunning. You must be extremely careful. It's best not to go out for the time being, Han Meng said. Wei Jian gave a cold smile. My mother was killed by the queen. Back then it was she who used medicine to wreck my spiritual sea, keeping me at the third level of martial spirit despite years of cultivation. So I know full well how venomous that woman's methods can be. What Wei Jian had described came from the memories of the previous Wei Jian. However, this memory had always remained hidden within Wei Jian. Because the former Wei Jian was too cowardly, he feared that if the truth were spoken aloud, the queen would have him killed. Now Wei Jian was no longer concerned that the queen would make a move against him over this matter. Are you telling the truth? Han Meng stood up, a surge of anger blazing from his body. My mother was beaten to death by people the queen sent. Though I was young then, I hid in the dark and saw the entire process with my own eyes. Then why didn't you report this to the king? In my father's eyes I am nothing but a waste. Would he even care about me? Would he believe my words and punish the queen who holds absolute power over the harem? But you are no longer a waste. Yet I now prefer to settle problems with my own methods. Wei Jian smiled and said to Han Meng, Master, don't worry about me. I will handle this matter properly. As for combat techniques, I still have a few questions to ask of you. Night finally fell. After Han Meng left Wei Jian's small courtyard, Wei Jian changed his clothes and quietly slipped out of the royal palace. So this is Yang Yoshin's residence. The bastard certainly lives in luxury. Standing before a huge courtyard, Wei Jian couldn't help remarking. This courtyard featured 3 halls with 3 connecting sections, and many beautiful golden leaf trees were planted inside. In Kaoshan Royal City, where every inch of land was worth a fortune, Yang Yoshin's estate exceeded even the Grand General's mansion and the Chancellor's mansion in both area and splendor. Clearly he had received enormous benefits from the queen. After circling half the compound's wall, Wei Jian leaped up and entered the estate with ease. Many guards patrolled the estate, but most of them were ordinary people. The few who had martial spirit strength were still easily avoided by Wei Jian. Thus once inside, Wei Jian reached the study of Yang Yushin without much trouble. Seeing no one nearby, he gently pushed the door open. At that moment Yang Yushin was standing with his back to the door, admiring a beautiful landscape painting. Perhaps sensing the door being pushed open, he sneered coldly without turning around. Have you servants all forgotten my rules? I've emphasized more than once that no one is to disturb me while I'm in my study. Hearing Yang Yoshin's words, Wei Jian smiled slightly. Does that include me too? Yang Yushin was stunned for a moment, then whirled around to see Wei Jian looking at him with a smile. Fourth prince, why are you here? Yang Yoshin's heart jolted, and he slowly backed toward the corner of the room where a sharp sword happened to hang on the wall. Yang Yoshin, I was able to appear here undetected, and I can kill you just as invisibly. If you don't wish to die, you'd better stay still. Fourth prince, you want to kill me? Just because I came on behalf of the queen to invite you to the banquet? If so, your highness's tolerance is far too lacking. As his words ended, Yang Yoshin's hand landed on the sword hilt. But at the instant Yang Yushin moved to draw the sword, Wei Jian flickered to his front, pressing palming blade against his neck. Move again and see whether the palming blade in my hand can slash through your throat in a flash. Feeling the icy edge of palming blade, Yang Yoshin's heart jumped and he hastily withdrew his arm. Fourth prince, you moved incredibly fast just now. Has your strength advanced? Are you curious about my cultivation, or about the potency of the poison you administered back then? Fourth prince, I don't understand your meaning. It doesn't matter if you don't. As Wei Jian finished, he raised his left hand and chopped Yang Yushin on the neck before the latter could speak. Unit 1, read his memories. I want to know whether he has an illicit relationship with the queen. Besides its impersonation ability, the T-1000 also possessed the function of reading memories. This function had also been depicted in the Terminator films. With the T-1000's intervention, Wei Jian quickly discovered that Yang Yusheng was indeed having an affair with the queen and that the two even had an assignation planned for tonight. What recklessness and impudence! Wei Jian sneered, then gripped the palming blade and slashed Yang Yusheng's throat. After storing Yang Yusheng's corpse in his spatial ring, Wei Jian said to the T-1000, "Tonight you will transform into Yang Yusheng and go on a tryst with the queen. Record every detail of the encounter." The T-1000 nodded slightly and quickly assumed Yang Yusheng's appearance. The T-1000 possessed shape-shifting capabilities, but the ability had many flaws. First, being a robot, the T-1000 lacked thoughts and emotions. Its facial expressions were extremely limited, usually a blank mask. Second, while the T-1000's body was covered in an advanced material that could mimic human skin and even its patterns, it had no temperature. Wei Jian had sent the T-1000 to meet the queen in Yang Yusheng's form, but he was also prepared for the possibility of failure. If the queen saw through it, the T-1000 would automatically activate its self-destruct sequence. Because of its energy source, the T-1000's explosion would be immense, likely shattering both itself and the queen to pieces. Fortunately, when the sky grew light, the T-1000 finally returned to Wei Jian's courtyard carrying what Wei Jian wanted. "Yang Yusheng, you feel a little different from yesterday?" The queen lay beneath him, saying, "You're even more vigorous than before. I love this feeling so much." Having heard that conversation and watched the indecent scenes in the recording, Wei Jian couldn't help sneering. With this material, Wei Jian was confident he could turn the queen into his own experience source, feeding him points endlessly. "To avenge my son, this Wei Jian must die. Yang Yusheng, I give you 3 days. You must kill Wei Jian within 3 days. When we killed that person back then, we should never have let Wei Jian live." Hearing those last 2 sentences in the recording, Wei Jian sneered. "You want to kill me? Then tomorrow I'll go and meet you. I hope you're prepared. Are you going to see the queen tonight?" Hearing Wei Jian's words, Han Meng's face was filled with astonishment. "That's right. I intend to take the initiative to meet the queen. I don't want to stay passive and get beaten." "Don't want to stay passive and get beaten? I think you're clearly trying to smash a rock with an egg. Do you know how many martial ancestor masters the royal family keeps?" Seeing Wei Jian shake his head, Han Meng couldn't help saying urgently, "As far as I know, the royal family keeps at least 100 martial ancestor masters, and within the royal palace that number won't be less than 20. Furthermore, among the royal family there is also a martial king powerhouse holding the line. This martial king's strength is only stronger than mine, never weaker." Wei Jian knew that a martial king was stationed in the royal palace. Moreover, Wei Jian also knew that this martial king was actually his grandfather. It was precisely because of this martial king's presence that the Kaoshan kingdom could stand unshaken in this world where the weak fell prey to the strong. Although these martial ancestor masters are not nominally under the queen's command, the queen has been in charge of the harem for many years and her methods have always been shrewd. No one knows exactly how much power she holds in her hands. If you recklessly go to see the queen and she takes a murderous intent toward you, I fear you'll go and never return." Seeing Han Meng's face full of concern, Wei Jian was moved. "Rest assured, master. Since I've decided to see the queen, I naturally have a plan in mind. I have a way to protect myself." Before Han Meng could speak, Wei Jian took out a money pouch and handed it to Han Meng. "Master, the last time you spent all your savings on the Demon King's demon core. This money pouch contains 20 high-grade spirit stones. Please, master, take them to ease your own circumstances." "What do you mean by this?" "It is only natural for a disciple to honor his teacher. No, I have the feeling you're settling your final affairs." Han Meng thought for a moment, then reached out and placed the money pouch on the table. "If you truly want to honor me, wait until you come out of Qianzhu Palace and then give me the money pouch." "Very well, it's a deal." Night fell and Wei Jian first went to see Wei Shengjin. Now Wei Shengjin could already walk on the ground. The moment Wei Jian appeared in front of him, Wei Shengjin gritted his teeth and struck out a palm toward Wei Jian. However, Wei Jian had long since changed from the past. He easily sidestepped Wei Shengjin's attack, and at the same time he turned his hand and slammed a palm into Wei Shengjin's chest, forcing him to vomit a mouthful of foul blood. "Your strength. I forgot to tell second brother, I've already broken through. I now have the strength of the first heaven of the martial ancestor realm. Even without your injuries you would be no match for me." Wei Jian walked up to Wei Shengjin, pressed him heavily onto the bed, patted his face, and went on, of course people outside don't know my real strength. They still regard me as trash. So even if you tell someone that I was the one who hurt you, no one will believe you. Oh, and there's one more thing I need to tell you. After your dantian was crippled, it was destined that you would never become king. So all those people you painstakingly tried to win over have now abandoned you. In your luxuriously decorated courtyard there aren't many servants left now. And some of those servants, I've never seen any of them before. I'm afraid these unfamiliar faces were sent by eldest brother. They're here for one purpose, to kick you when you're down and take your life. At Wei Jian's words, Wei Shengjin's face suddenly turned pale. Wei Jian, you are the cause of all this. If I die, I will become a ghost and never let you go. Second brother, have you forgotten? Back then you were the one who sent Feng Yijia to assassinate me, spending 100 mid-grade spirit stones to buy my head. I didn't take your life, which is already me showing mercy. Wei Jian patted Wei Shengjin's face again, then turned and headed for the door. At the doorway, Wei Jian stopped. Good second brother, you must hate me, better yet hate me to the bone. Only after obtaining a full 5,000 points from Wei Shengjin did Wei Jian contentedly arrive outside Qianzhu Palace. What? You say the fourth Prince Wei Jian is outside Qianzhu Palace asking to see me? The queen reclined on the soft couch. When the maid nodded, she smiled slightly and said, it seems this trash is finally scared. Your Majesty, should I summon Wei Jian? See him, of course I'll see him. Not only will I see him tonight, I will also ruin him. A ferocious expression flashed across the queen's face. After the maid left, she gave a cold laugh and said, Wei Jian, there's a road to heaven but you refuse to take it, there's no door to hell yet you barge straight in. Tonight I'll make you pay. Led by the maid, Wei Jian soon reached the reception hall of Qianzhu Palace. The hall was spacious, besides the queen there were 4 burly men in its lavishly decorated interior. Wei Jian took a glance at those 4 men and saw that their auras were nothing weak, they all seemed to possess martial ancestor strength. Wei Jian, you still dare to come before me? Do you know how miserable your third brother is now, all thanks to you? Wei Jian walked to one side and sat down casually on a soft seat. I, Wei Jian, have always treated others amicably. If third brother hadn't tried to cripple me first, I would never have struck against my dear third brother. So you're blaming your third brother? Yes, if he hadn't disregarded brotherly affection, such an outcome wouldn't have happened. So third brother getting crippled is entirely his own doing. Hearing this, the queen snorted coldly and said, so you're not here tonight to apologize either? Apologize? Wei Jian raised an eyebrow. Why should I apologize? I'm here today to demand compensation. Ha ha ha. Compensation? You crippled my son and you still want compensation from me? The queen laughed furiously. After laughing, she pointed at Wei Jian's nose and shouted, I never imagined that someone as cowardly as you would become so ruthless and insane. Tonight when you came to Qianzhu Palace, I had only planned to cripple your hands and feet. But now it seems I'll also cut out your tongue. Your Majesty, I am Father King's son. Aren't you afraid that Father King will punish you if you do this to me? The imperial house has always been a loveless place. A trash like you, even if I killed you, the king wouldn't say a word. At that point an arrogant smile spread across the queen's face. Besides, I can easily make up any charge. I could tell the king that you broke into Qianzhu Palace at night with improper intentions toward me and that I acted in self-defense and had you crippled. Barging into Qianzhu Palace in the middle of the night. Wei Jian sneered. Just as Yang Yusheng often does. Before the queen could speak, Wei Jian sneered again. Speaking of Yang Yusheng, I happen to have something I would like to show your majesty. I believe that after your majesty has seen it, your attitude toward me is sure to change. Wei Jian, you are far too confident. I am the queen, the motherly paragon of the realm. I can obtain anything I want. Surely you do not think you can offer up treasures and erase the hatred in my heart? Last night Yang Yusheng came to Qianzhu Palace. What I want to show your majesty happens to be related to last night's events. Last night? The queen knitted her brows as an ominous premonition rose in her heart. Some secrets should be known only to you and me. Would your majesty not have them step out first? Wei Jian pointed at the 4 martial ancestor experts, smiled and went on. Your majesty may rest assured. Even if I, Wei Jian, had 10 times the courage, I would not dare to harm you. The queen gave Wei Jian a long piercing look, then waved her hand at the 4 martial ancestor experts. The four experts understood and filed out of the reception hall. Wei Jian, you may take out the thing now. Wei Jian nodded. He took out the T-1000 first, then whispered a few words to it. A moment later a beam of light shot out from the T-1000's eyes. The beam projected onto the white wall like a film, casting the queen and Yang Yusheng onto the wall. Yang Yusheng, your condition today seems a little different from yesterday. You seem even more vigorous than yesterday. I love this feeling. She could see the images on the wall and hear her own voice ringing out. The queen could not help rising to her feet, shock written all over her face. Wei Jian, you dare try to frame me? Frame you? Yang Yusheng is in my hands right now. I can hand him over to my royal father along with these images at once. I believe that when my royal father sees them he will be able to tell truth from falsehood. You wouldn't dare? Why wouldn't I? I do not like to sit around waiting to die. Wei Jian picked up his teacup and took a sip. By the way, do not think of killing me to silence me. Before coming here I made all the necessary preparations. If I cannot leave Shengjin Palace alive before dawn, these things will be placed on my royal father's desk tomorrow morning. As Wei Jian's words fell, he not only gained 3,000 points but also sent a flicker of deep wariness across the queen's face. What do you want? I have been short of money lately. As an unwanted good-for-nothing prince, my allowance is pitifully small. Hearing Wei Jian's words, the queen took a deep breath and said, I can give you 100 high-grade spirit stones. But I injured third brother. He brought it upon himself. Your third brother was the first to harbor ill intentions toward you. I will find a way to compensate you. Wei Jian nodded and took another sip of tea. Wei Jian, these things. A family scandal should not be spread abroad. I can keep these things on my person forever and never let my royal father know. Naturally, what I do exactly will depend on your majesty's attitude. The queen gave a slight sigh of relief. Set your heart at ease. I will not trouble you again from now on. But merely not troubling me is not enough. Wei Jian rose to his feet and continued, today I will take 100 high-grade spirit stones first. When I am short of money in the future I will come looking for your majesty again. With the evidence in Wei Jian's grasp, the queen gnashed her teeth in hatred but was utterly helpless against him. Han Mang hesitated for a long time and in the end could not stop worrying about Wei Jian. He paced around inside the royal palace for a while and finally slipped quietly to the outside of Shengjin Palace. Wei Jian, you can be quite mischievous at times, but in view of your diligent cultivation and your respect for your teacher, I will save your life tonight. Han Mang muttered to himself and was about to stride toward Shengjin Palace when he suddenly saw the palace gates burst open with a loud bang. Immediately after he saw Wei Jian and the queen walking out side by side. Your Majesty, Wei Jian will take his leave now. I will come again tomorrow to pay my respects. Very well. Tomorrow I will have fine wine and good dishes prepared in advance and respectfully await the fourth prince's arrival. Your Majesty must not be too courteous. Such treatment would make me feel overwhelmed with awe and trepidation. The fourth prince is truly modest and polite. If the other three princes were as sensible and mindful of propriety as the fourth prince, the king and I would be at ease. Hearing the conversation between Wei Jian and the queen and seeing the queen's face brimming with a kindly smile, Han Mang thought he must be hallucinating and could not help slapping himself in the face. Only after the queen and her party had returned to Shengjin Palace did Han Mang emerge from the shadows. Master, why are you here? I was a bit worried about your safety, so I came over on purpose to have a look. But judging by the situation, this trip of mine seems to have been unnecessary. Han Mang's words stirred a trace of emotion in Wei Jian's heart. Since crossing over to the Zhouzhou continent, Han Mang was the only one who had truly cared about Wei Jian. As for Prince Kaoshan, although he was related to Wei Jian by blood, in his mind Wei Jian was a good-for-nothing, so Prince Kaoshan paid him no attention at all. Had I known you were keeping watch outside, Master, I would not have had to be so cautious at every step just now. Enough. I want to know exactly how you did it. Why was the queen so polite to you? I appealed to her heart and convinced her with reason. Appealed to her heart and convinced her with reason. Han Mang frowned, finding Wei Jian's explanation somewhat difficult to understand. Although the queen is ruthless and venomous in many of her methods, she is still fairly reasonable. After meeting with her, I laid out in detail what happened between me and my third brother. Because my third brother was the one who provoked me first, the queen knew that the fault lay with him. So she first apologized to me on his behalf. Then she gave me 100 high-grade spirit stones as compensation. Wei Jian pressed the 100 high-grade spirit stones into Han Meng's hand. Master, take these spirit stones. The Fangtooth beast has just completed its advancement, so you need to buy some demon cores to nourish its body. Holding the bag of high-grade spirit stones, Han Meng was about to decline when Wei Jian waved a hand. Master, if you refuse to accept these spirit stones, I will feel guilty. Han Meng did not understand the meaning behind Wei Jian's words. But while he was still pondering it, Wei Jian had already walked far away. This kid is certainly generous. This is a full 100 high-grade spirit stones. Han Meng watched Wei Jian's retreating figure and smiled while another flicker of doubt ran through his eyes. She is nothing like the queen I know. She is nothing like the queen I know. Wei Jian hurriedly took leave of Han Meng and quickly returned to his small courtyard. 80,000 points, finally enough. System, I want to perform a 10 draw of advanced rewards. Host, please confirm, do you wish to perform the advanced reward 10 draw immediately? Confirmed. I am absolutely certain. The advanced reward 10 draw is now being drawn. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Earth Grade Low Rank Martial Art Willow Catkin Flutter. Earth Grade Low Rank Martial Art. The very first reward of the 10 draw astounded Wei Jian. The martial arts of the 9 provinces continent are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, and each grade is further divided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. In Kaoshan Kingdom, the finest martial art treasured by the royal family was the Mystic Grade Low-Rank Primordial Thunderclap Palm. If an Earth Grade Low-Rank martial art appeared in Kaoshan Kingdom, it would drive the entire kingdom mad and make them spare no expense to obtain it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Dragon Elephant Force. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Transformer Megatron. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a venerable grade weapon, the Fire God Whip. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 top grade spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Earth Grade Mid-Rank Martial Art Disguise. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Divine Pill Resurrection Pill. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100,000 spiritual energy. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Formation Mastery. A stream of rewards made Wei Jian so excited that he wanted to shout aloud. It was quite a while before he forced himself to calm down. System, I want to immediately fuse Willow Catkin Flutter Dragon Elephant Force Disguise 100,000 spiritual energy and Formation Mastery. As Wei Jian's words fell, 5 beams of golden light descended from the sky and in the blink of an eye completely wrapped around his body. After a short while, when the light dispersed, Wei Jian discovered that his cultivation base had directly reached the peak of the 9th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. He was only a little short of advancing to Martial King. Martial King was considered a dividing line between martial artists. Only with Martial King's strength could one be called an expert on the 9 provinces continent. At the same time, Martial King powerhouses possessed the ability to fly through the air. Of course, Martial King powerhouses flew very slowly, and this consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Therefore, except for the necessary act of showing off, Martial King powerhouses generally would not choose to fly through the air. In addition, Wei Jian found that his strength had multiplied several times compared with before, giving him the power to lift 1,000,000 Jian. The bronze cauldron that had once been rather heavy in the courtyard now felt like a ping-pong ball in Wei Jian's hands. Willow Catkin Flutter allows me to tread on the void and soar freely in the sky like a willow catkin. Disguise can not only change my appearance and aura at will, but it can also disguise my strength as the 4th level of martial spirit. Willow Catkin Flutter lets me borrow a tiger's skin to raise a banner and pass myself off as a martial king, while Disguise lets me play the pig to eat the tiger. The combination of these 2 Earth-grade martial arts is truly ingenious. With Formation Mastery, I can be considered a Formation Grandmaster now. Unfortunately, Kaoshan Kingdom has no formation diagrams. However, Kanglan Academy should have some inside. After a spell of wavering over gains and losses, Wei Jian turned his gaze to Megatron. At this moment, Megatron had transformed into a tank and was parked in Wei Jian's courtyard together with the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Megatron, the Decepticon leader among the Transformers, the great villain. He can transform into a car, a tank, or a fighter jet. Wei Jian murmured softly, then said to Megatron, "Megatron, transform into an Autobot." "As you command." A deep muffled voice rang out. Immediately afterward, the massive tank parked beside the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost began to rapidly split apart and then reassemble. In the end, it became a huge Autobot. Megatron greets his master. Megatron sidestepped and crushed the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost into a pile of scrap metal. Oh my god, you have ruined the most expensive car I have ever seen. Megatron can transform into every car I have ever seen. Can you turn into a silver ghost? Of course. That is a piece of cake for me. In no time a brand new silver ghost appeared beside Wei Jian. Under the moonlight, flowing light shimmered and flashed across its surface. It is truly perfect. Wei Jian put Megatron away with lingering reluctance, then his gaze fell on the Fire God Whip and the Divine Resurrection Pill. The Fire God Whip is a venerable grade weapon, a weapon used by martial venerable powerhouses. Qianzhu happens to favor the long whip as a weapon, so this Fire God Whip can be given to Qianzhu. The Resurrection Pill has the power to bring the dead back to life. I would rather hope I never have to use it. He put away the Fire God Whip and the Resurrection Pill. Wei Jian then turned his gaze to 100 top-grade spirit stones. One top-grade spirit stone was worth 100 high-grade spirit stones. Now Wei Jian could be said to have become rich overnight, possessing 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones already surpassed the accumulated wealth of Kaoshan Kingdom. With this much money, Wei Jian was rich enough to rival a country. The advanced reward Tendra has greatly increased my strength. But advanced rewards can only guarantee rapid improvement in the early stage. It seems that if I truly want to become a peerless powerhouse, I still need supreme rewards and my own hard work. Earth-grade martial arts could not be considered the best martial arts. The benefits that 100,000 spiritual energy had brought Wei Jian were also slowly fading. Hence Wei Jian was beginning to anticipate supreme rewards. However, performing a Tendra of supreme rewards was not an easy matter. 800,000 points made Wei Jian feel a deep sense of powerlessness. But then again, I now possess the Dragon Elephant Force combat power at the pinnacle of martial ancestor and Megatron assisting me from the side. As long as I do not provoke formidable enemies, I should have enough time to accumulate points. 3 years, I should be able to gather 800,000 points in 3 years. Early the next morning, Wei Jian once again arrived at Shengjin Palace. What? You want the Metamorphosis Divine Pill? Correct. I hope third brother has not yet had time to swallow it after being injured. Wei Jian, I must warn you, the insatiable greedy will never come to a good end. Hearing the queen's words, Wei Jian curled his lips. At first your majesty gave me 100 high-grade spirit stones. This Metamorphosis Divine Pill is worth no more than 200 high-grade spirit stones. I do not think 300 high-grade spirit stones could buy your majesty's sense of shame. You. The queen pointed at Wei Jian's nose, so enraged that she could not utter a second word for a long time. Over 1,000 points were credited to his account, and Wei Jian smiled even more happily. Before dark tonight, I will send someone to deliver the Metamorphosis Divine Pill to your courtyard. Furthermore, for a very long time to come, I do not want to see you again. I am deeply moved by your majesty's decision, but I cannot comply with the request your majesty has made. I think early tomorrow morning I will appear in Shengjin Palace once again. You said you want to find a heavier weapon? Indeed. As Wei Jian filled Han Meng's cup with wine, he continued softly, I prefer the saber, so if possible it should be a saber. As for the weight, the heavier the better. Han Meng raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. There are quite a few heavy weapons in the army. Do you have time today to accompany me to the military camp? The military camp? Wei Jian nodded hurriedly. I've always been very interested in the army. If you master are willing to take me there, I could not ask for more. There are 3 armies near Kaoshan Royal City: the Iron Feather Army, the Raider Cavalry, and the Black Armor Soldiers. The Black Armor Soldiers are heavy infantry. Though they number only 3,000, all of them are burly warriors of immense build. The weapons used by the Black Armor Soldiers are all heavy weapons. Of the 3 armies near the Royal City, the Iron Feather Army is personally commanded by the Kaoshan King. The Iron Feather is also hailed as the wings of the nation, equal in status and function to the Imperial Guard. The Raider Cavalry is controlled by the first Prince Wei Shengjin. This army is not large, but every soldier has a demon beast mount. The strength of the soldiers combined with that of the demon beasts makes their might not to be underestimated. The Black Armor Soldiers are commanded by Han Meng. It is precisely because Han Meng is their commander that he enters the Black Armor army camp with Wei Jian with ease. General, by the fourth prince wants to select a weapon. Send someone to bring out the heaviest war saber in our army and present it to him. Bai Rao turned to glance at Wei Jian, then said softly to Han Meng, General, the heaviest saber in our army is called Duan Shu'er. It weighs a full 3,000 Jian. Hearing Bai Rao's words, Han Meng turned to look at Wei Jian. What do you think of 3,000 Jian? The Pabing saber weighs only 100 Jian. I want to try this 3,000 Jian saber first to see if it suits me. Seeing Han Meng nod slightly, Bai Rao hurriedly turned and left. Before long, 4 sturdy soldiers carried the Duan Shu'er saber to Wei Jian. You can lift 3,000 Jian, but lifting it is not the same as wielding it freely. A weapon must be the one that fits you best, only then can it unleash its greatest power. Thank you for your guidance, master. Under Han Meng's gaze, Wei Jian picked up the Duan Shu'er saber. It was extremely heavy for others, but in Wei Jian's hand it felt as light as a goose feather. Wei Jian swung the saber twice, then shook his head at Han Meng. Master, this saber doesn't suit me. It's too light. Too light? Wei Jian's words took Han Meng by surprise. General, this is already the heaviest saber in our army. I see. Han Meng waved his hand at Bai Rao, indicating that he could leave. Only after Bai Rao had left did Han Meng say to Wei Jian, the army has many weapons, but most of them are only mortal grade. If you want to obtain a suitable weapon, you will have to ask your father to think of something. By coincidence, tomorrow is the morning court session. Why not wait for me at the palace gate? I will take you to court. Once you see the king, you can ask him for a suitable weapon. The Kaoshan king was busy with a myriad of state affairs. Even with Wei Jian's status as a prince, he could not see the king without being summoned. That was exactly why Han Meng suggested that Wei Jian accompany him to court. Thank you for your trouble, master. Leaving the military camp, Wei Jian returned to his small courtyard. Before dark, the queen, according to their earlier agreement, sent someone to deliver the transformation pill. Though the transformation pill was hailed as a divine pill, it was on an entirely different level from the resurrection pill. But even so, after swallowing the transformation pill, Wei Jian still felt a certain change in his spiritual seat. The medicine is indeed miraculous, but my spiritual sea was severely damaged back then. Even with the help of the transformation divine pill, my talent now is probably only a little better than an ordinary person's. Wei Jian felt a trace of regret in his heart, but he quickly dispelled it. Now that he possessed the system, Wei Jian believed that his talent would eventually break through with its aid. The night passed without a word. Early the next morning, after meeting up with Han Meng, Wei Jian stood in Kaoshan Hall before the Kaoshan king and a host of civil and military ministers. Han Meng, have you brought the fourth prince to the hall because his cultivation has broken through once again? Near the end of the court session, the Kaoshan king finally set his gaze upon Wei Jian and Han Meng. If he breaks through again, fourth brother should possess the strength of the 5th rank of martial spirit. The first prince smiled with mockery in his eyes, then said to Wei Jian, with the 5th rank of martial spirit, you can serve as a squad leader in the army. If fourth brother is willing to join the military, you may serve in my army. Thank you for your kind regard, eldest brother. Wei Jian clasped his fists toward the first prince, then turned to the Kaoshan king and said, Father, I have come to the court today with my master to make a presumptuous request, and I hope you will grant it. What presumptuous request? Let me hear it. Your son is already 18, and under my master's guidance my cultivation has been advancing by leaps and bounds. But so far I do not yet have a suitable weapon. Therefore I hope father will bestow one upon me. Hearing Wei Jian's request, the Kaoshan king became somewhat interested. Let me ask you, what kind of weapon do you want? Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, spirit artifacts, or profound artifacts. As long as you can name it, I can bestow one upon you. Consider it a reward for your diligent cultivation during this time. I want a saber, one that is heavy enough. A heavy saber? The Kaoshan king murmured, then turned his gaze to an old man. Zhu Mingzi, you are in charge of the ritual artifacts department. Does it have any heavy sabers? Your Majesty, our ritual artifacts department possesses many heavy sabers. Among them 8 weigh between 3,000 and 5,000 Jian and 3 weigh between 5,000 and 10,000 Jian. The heaviest one weighs around 11,000 Jian. Hearing Zhu Mingzi's words, the Kaoshan king nodded lightly. Wei Jian, you have heard Zhu Mingzi. I will give you a 3,000 Jian heavy saber. Can you carry it back? Father, the 3,000 Jian saber is too light. I want the heaviest one. The heaviest saber weighs 11,000 Jian. Can you even lift it? I can lift it and I want to use it to fight my way through the Royal City Grand Tournament. Fourth brother, you only have the strength of the 4th rank of martial spirit. It is impossible for you to lift an 11,000 Jian saber. If you lie in front of father, that is the crime of deceiving the sovereign. My cultivation may not be high, but I am born with prodigious strength. Seeing Shengjin about to speak, Jian hurriedly spoke first. Father, if I am boasting idly, I am willing to accept any punishment. Fourth brother, deceiving the king is a grave crime. If I were deceiving the king, even if father king wanted to chop off my head, I would have nothing to say. Seeing Jian so unyielding, Shengjin quickly turned to the king of Kaoshan and said, Father king, fourth brother is so adamant in his claim. Perhaps he truly possesses innate divine strength. Therefore I beseech you to grant fourth brother's request. The king of Kaoshan nodded. Jian, I will satisfy your curiosity. However, if you are deceiving me, the death sentence may be spared, but you will not escape living punishment. The artifact bureau was located right beside the royal palace, so it was not long before 4 martial ancestor powerhouses carried a golden heavy blade into Kaoshan Hall. Your Majesty, this blade is named Stellar. It weighs 11,000 Jian. Even martial ancestor powerhouses would find it rather difficult to wield. Zhou Mingxi's words had just faded when Shengjin interjected, My fourth brother cannot possibly possess the strength of a martial ancestor. It seems my fourth brother will never lift this stellar heavy blade. Elder brother has so little faith in me. Though I believe in you, I respect the facts even more. I wonder if elder brother would be willing to make a bet with me on this matter. What bet? A flicker of interest appeared in Shengjin. Naturally, it is a bet on whether I can lift the stellar blade. Whoever loses must leave the royal palace stark naked and take a full lap around Kaoshan Royal City. Shengjin did not answer. Instead, he turned to look at the king of Kaoshan. You are both princes. Such a wager tarnishes the dignity of the royal house. But if you truly insist on betting, I think you should wager 1 low-grade spirit stone. A small wager is good for the spirits. Father King speaks most wisely. After lavishing flattery on the king of Kaoshan, Shengjin turned to Jian and said, Then let us do as Father King said. Is that acceptable? Fine. I hope elder brother has petty money like low-grade spirit stones on him. I do not like people standing before me and asking for credit. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jian walked up to the stellar heavy blade. Without making any attempt to test it, he simply placed his hand on the hilt. Then a scene no one had expected unfolded with effortless ease. Jian lifted the stellar heavy blade and casually twirled it into a beautiful blade flourish. Although this blade weighs 11,000 Jian, it is still too light and does not fit my hand well. The moment he finished speaking, Jian gripped the stellar blade and cast it forward. The blade landed gently before Shengjin and sank 3 inches into the ground. Elder brother, you lost. Staring at the stellar blade in front of his toes, Shengjin's expression shifted unpredictably. It took a long while before Shengjin finally recovered his previous calm and composure. After fumbling at his robes for a moment, Shengjin took out a low-grade spirit stone and handed it to Jian with a smile. Fourth brother has innate divine strength. Truly a cause for celebration. Even though elder brother lost today, I am still very happy at heart. Elder brother's magnanimity is something Jian admires, Jian said, clasping his hands toward Shengjin, but in his heart he could not help sneering coldly. Shengjin appeared extraordinarily magnanimous on the surface, but that one exchange just now had contributed a full 500 points to Jian. This showed that in his heart Shengjin was actually gnashing his teeth with hatred toward Jian. Zhou Mingxi, the stellar blade is still too light. Does the artifact bureau truly have no heavier blade? The king of Kaoshan seemed to be in a rather good mood. Your Majesty, the weapons forged by the artifact bureau generally do not surpass profound weapons. Therefore there is indeed no weapon in the artifact bureau heavier than the stellar blade. After saying this, Zhou Mingxi hesitated for a moment and then added, However, this humble minister does know of a heavy blade that might satisfy the 4th prince's need. It is just that 5 years ago the old ancestor took it away. At present the old ancestor has placed that blade in Tinglong Valley deep inside the royal palace. Hearing Zhou Mingxi's words, the king of Kaoshan suddenly understood. Are you referring to that pitch-black oddly shaped war blade? Exactly. That blade is named Black Fawn. Its body is forged from an unknown material. The old ancestor came across this blade by chance all those years ago. Later he handed Black Fang over to our artifact bureau for research. Unfortunately, after several years of study we still gained nothing. How much does this Black Fang war blade weigh? It weighs 100,000 Jian. Unless one is a martial king it cannot be budged. The king of Kaoshan nodded slightly, then turned to Wei Jian. Wei Jian, this Black Fang heavy blade weighs 100,000 Jian. Do you have the confidence to move it? I do. Wei Jian nodded without a moment's hesitation. If the Kaoshan royal house had no heavier blade, then Black Fang would be an acceptable choice. Very well. I will give you a token, and in a while you will go to Tinglong Valley on your own. Additionally, the old ancestor is resting in Tinglong Valley, so try not to disturb him. Wei Jian received a token from the king of Kaoshan, then holding the token arrived outside Tinglong Valley. Tinglong Valley was a secret realm within the Kaoshan royal palace and the place where Wei Jian's grandfather cultivated and rested. Ordinarily other people were prohibited from approaching Tinglong Valley. That was precisely why the king of Kaoshan gave the token to Wei Jian rather than having someone else enter the valley to bring out Black Fang. My grandfather has martial king strength, but I hear he has an odd temperament. I wonder whether he will make things difficult for me today. Wei Jian thought to himself, and before he realized it he had arrived outside Tinglong Valley. He handed the token to two martial ancestor guards. Only after they had confirmed it for quite a while was Wei Jian permitted to pass and enter Tinglong Valley. Tinglong Valley means a soaring dragon. The successive royal generations of the Kaoshan kingdom all hoped that the Kaoshan kingdom would stand forever. The two characters, Tinglong, best revealed their ambition. As Wei Jian stepped into Tinglong Valley he quickly noticed that it was somewhat different from the outside. The trees there were all towering ancient trees, and some vines like giant pythons writhed as if dragons soared and serpents danced. From this alone Wei Jian could conclude that the spiritual energy in Tinglong Valley was far denser than outside. Generally places with dense spiritual energy contain spirit stone veins. It seems the choice of location for the Kaoshan royal palace was also quite deliberate. Who goes there? Wei Jian had just entered the valley and had not yet caught sight of the Black Fang heavy blade when a hollow voice reached his ears. My name is Wei Jian, 4th Prince of the Kaoshan Kingdom. As Wei Jian finished speaking a figure appeared treading the void and walked over. Martial Spirit 4th Stage. When did our Wei family produce trash like you? The newcomer was gaunt with white eyebrows and a white beard and looked like an immortal of the Tao. Before Wei Jian could answer, the newcomer continued, I am Wei Zhongdao, your grandfather. What business brings you to Tinglong Valley? Wei Jian pays his respects to grandfather. Wei Jian respectfully clasped his hands toward Wei Zhongdao, then said, I asked Father King for a heavy blade and Father King told me to come to Tinglong Valley to take away the Black Fang heavy blade. You've come for the Black Fang heavy blade? Wei Zhongdao studied Wei Jian from head to toe, curious. Do you know how many Jian the Black Fang heavy blade weighs? I heard from Master Zhu Mingzi of the Artifacts Bureau that this Black Fang blade weighs 100,000 Jian. Correct. The Black Fang heavy blade weighs 100,000 Jian, only a martial king powerhouse can budge it. You only have the strength of a 4th rank martial spirit. You are not qualified to touch the Black Fang heavy blade. Wei Zhongdao waved Wei Jian off and said crossly, fine. Since you also bear the surname Wei, I won't punish you for disturbing my peace. Go back. Grandfather, I was born with divine strength. The stellar heavy blade in the Artifacts Bureau weighs 11,000 Jian, yet it feels as light as a feather to me. I am certain I can pull out the Black Fang heavy blade. Born with divine strength. Wei Zhongdao looked at Wei Jian then sneered. The Wei family has never possessed a bloodline of innate divine strength. Grandfather, what do you mean? Nothing. Now get out. And if I don't? Seeing Wei Zhongdao being so ungracious toward him, Wei Jian no longer bothered to keep a smile on his face. Wei Jian's soul came from earth. The Wei Zhongdao in front of him was strictly speaking not Wei Jian's grandfather, so Wei Jian saw no reason to keep yielding to him. And if you don't? Wei Zhongdao sneered and without warning lashed out with a palm toward Wei Jian. A black palm imprint appeared out of thin air before Wei Jian. Just as it was about to slam into his body, Wei Jian sidestepped and dodged Wei Zhongdao's attack with ease. The palm imprint eventually slammed into a giant tree, blasting the washbasin thick trunk into two. Grandfather, you really are trying to kill me. Hearing Wei Jian's words, Wei Zhongdao turned around. Oh. You managed to dodge my attack. That's interesting. As if intrigued by Wei Jian, he turned and fired 3 successive palm strikes. The 3 black palm imprints swept low across the ground, weaving from side to side, sealing off nearly all of Wei Jian's room to evade. But just as the 3 palm imprints were about to hit Wei Jian, his body shot straight into the air. The palm imprints grazed the soles of his feet and smashed into the large tree behind him. Walking on air? How is that possible? Seeing Wei Jian treading on the void and about to head deep into Tinglong Valley, Wei Zhongdao frowned, turned into a streak of light, and swiftly blocked Wei Jian's way. After all, you are my grandfather. Why do you want to make things difficult for a junior? I just don't like good-for-nothings. But the strength you showed a moment ago is nothing like a 4th-rank martial spirit. Wei Jian landed gently on the ground. He glanced at Wei Zhongdao and said softly, "Peak martial ancestor. Is that answer satisfactory? You really are at the peak of martial ancestor? I have no reason to deceive you. No wonder you can fly through the air, you already have 1 foot in the martial king realm. At your age you are almost catching up to an old fellow like me. It seems our Wei family has produced an extraordinary genius this time. Even the students at Kanglan Academy are probably not your equal." Wei Zhongdao smiled and continued, "Wei Jian, I can have your father appoint you crown prince and let you rule the entire Kaoshan kingdom in the future. I have no interest in ruling a kingdom. My interest lies in growing stronger." Growing stronger? Pursuing the pinnacle of the martial way. The martial way has no pinnacle. Indeed, there is no pinnacle in the martial way. I didn't expect a kid like you to have such ambition. Then grandfather, will you let me go in and see the Black Fang heavy blade now? Of course. Besides the Black Fang heavy blade, Tinglong Valley has many other fine things. If you like them, I can give them all to you. Hearing this, Wei Jian raised an eyebrow slightly. In his eyes, Wei Zhongdao was a complete snob, so Wei Jian saw no need to be polite. He immediately nodded to Wei Zhongdao. "How old are you this year?" "I'm 18. How remarkable the young are. When I first reached the peak of martial ancestor, I was already close to 40. Wei Zhongdao led the way and continued asking, "Have you cultivated our Wei family's Hunyuan thunderclap palm?" "No." "Would you like me to impart the Wei family's Hunyuan thunderclap palm to you?" "Thank you, grandfather, but I prefer the blade." In fact, Wei Jian looked down on the Hunyuan thunderclap palm. He also believed that he would soon enter Kanglan Academy, where he could learn martial techniques systematically in time. "Is there a young lady you have taken a liking to?" "A young lady I have taken a liking to?" Wei Jian nodded this time. "I think the Prime Minister's daughter Qianzhu is quite nice. Then today I will have your father issue a decree for you to marry Qianzhu." "No, don't. A marriage without love is a tomb. I want to marry Qianzhu on my own." As expected of the Wei family, you even have pride in love. "Grandfather, please keep my secret. I do not want anyone to know that my strength has reached the 9th level of martial ancestor." Wei Zhongdao smiled and nodded. Young people always love to hide their strength and catch others off guard. "I understand your thinking." Under Wei Zhongdao's lead, the two reached the depths of Tinglong Valley before long. Beneath Tinglong Valley lies a small spirit stone vein, and because of it the spiritual energy in the valley is greater than outside. Wei Zhongdao pointed toward an open space ahead and said, "It is also because the spiritual energy is so dense that many heavenly materials and earthly treasures grow in Tinglong Valley. When you leave, remember to take more with you. Now look over there, the Black Fang heavy blade you want is right there." Wei Jian hurriedly followed the direction Wei Zhongdao was pointing and soon saw the so-called Black Fang heavy blade. The Black Fang heavy blade looked like a huge fang, and its entire blade had a somewhat irregular shape. Nevertheless, its tip was extremely sharp. This Black Fang heavy blade fell down from the heavens, and I was lucky enough to obtain it. Unfortunately, I let the Artifacts Bureau research it for many years, yet they could never determine what material it was forged from. Wei Jian reached toward the somewhat odd hilt of the Black Fang heavy blade. The moment he touched it, he felt warmth. "Grandfather, have you used this blade?" "No. This blade is a bit heavy for me too, so I've never used it." Wei Jian nodded, and then right in front of Wei Zhongdao he slowly lifted the Black Fang heavy blade from the ground. Wei Jian held the Black Fang heavy blade and gave it 2 light hefts. "Not bad. This blade's weight is just right for me." Wei Jian gave the black tooth heavy blade a light swing, and a wisp of smoke appeared along its arc. Does this blade possess an innate attribute? A thrill of joy surged in Wei Jian's heart. Gripping the black-toothed heavy blade, he slashed forward violently and a streak of flame burst out, igniting a large tree 3 meters away. This flame was strange, black, scorching hot, and it reduced the great tree to ashes almost in the blink of an eye. I slash. I slash again. I slash slash slash. Wei Jian, holding the black-toothed heavy blade, hacked again and again. Streaks of flame shot in all directions, and one of them struck Wei Zhongdao. It took Wei Zhongdao all the strength he could muster to extinguish the fire. Good grandson, don't swing that blade anymore. If you keep it up, every natural treasure in this valley will be destroyed. Hearing this, Wei Jian stopped and stood with the blade in hand. He turned his head to look around. Only then did Wei Jian realize that his surroundings had become a scene of devastation. Many large trees had been burned to ashes, black scorch marks covered the ground, and even a big chunk of Wei Zhongdao's beard had been burnt off. Wei Jian walked over to a cluster of flames, hesitated for a moment, and then placed his hand upon it. Perhaps because Wei Jian was holding the black-toothed heavy blade, the searing flames wreathed around his palm but merely gave him a sensation of warmth without causing any harm. Grandfather, what grade is this blade? It carries an innate elemental attack. It must be at least a venerable weapon. Wei Zhongdao's knowledge was also rather limited. He had seen king weapons before, but he could be sure that no king weapon had such power. Thus Wei Zhongdao was certain that this black-toothed heavy blade must be a venerable weapon. It's just that the blade is a bit ugly, like some kind of tooth. That's why when I discovered it back then I named it Black Tooth. Grandfather, since this blade might be a venerable weapon and is so precious, can I take it? Of course. Wei Zhongdao nodded without a second thought. I find even lifting this blade rather strenuous. It seems to have been tailor-made for you, so it must be yours. Then what about the natural treasures on the valley floor? Every natural treasure in this valley belongs to our Wei family. Any capable member of the Wei family can claim them. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Wei Jian thrust the black-toothed heavy blade into the ground and like a whirlwind swept up every natural treasure in the valley. Grandfather, living alone in Tinglong Valley must be very lonely. A little lonely, to be sure. But I am advanced in years and no longer care for the clamorous life outside. I have gained so much in Tinglong Valley, and this is our first meeting. Let me give grandfather some gifts, you must graciously accept them. After saying this, Wei Jian pulled out a large stack of magazines and placed them on the ground. Here is Toy Girl and this is Playboy. Every picture in them is realistic enough to pass for the real thing. I hope they can help grandfather relieve his loneliness. Wei Zhongdao picked up a magazine and casually flipped through it for a moment, then quite unobtrusively put all the magazines into his spatial ring. Good grandson, I happen to have a great interest in painting and I often copy some fairly decent picture books. Next time you come to Tinglong Valley, you can bring me more illustrated collections of figures as lifelike as these. Don't worry, grandfather. After I take part in the Royal Capital Grand Tournament, I will definitely bring lots and lots of magazines to visit you. Good. Wei Zhongdao laughed heartily, then took out a token and tossed it to Wei Jian. With this token you can come and go freely in Tinglong Valley. Thank you, grandfather. No need to thank me. You are extraordinarily talented. These are all things you deserve. Wei Jian left Tinglong Valley and went to see the Kaoshan King at morning court the next day. Well, did you gain anything from this trip? Thank you for your concern, Father King. I already have the black-toothed heavy blade. Wei Jian raised the black-toothed heavy blade before him. The Kaoshan King and the assembled civil and military officials all marveled at it. Is this really the black-toothed heavy blade? Does it truly weigh 100,000 Jian? Wei Shengjin was somewhat doubtful of the blade in Wei Jian's hand. In Wei Shengjin's view, even if Wei Jian had been born with prodigious strength with his 4th-level martial spirit cultivation, he could not possibly lift a black-toothed heavy blade of 100,000 Jian. After hearing this, Wei Jian raised his hand and thrust the black-toothed heavy blade into the ground at Wei Shengjin's feet. Eldest brother, if you can pull it out, I'll return the low-grade spirit stones you lost yesterday. Wei Shengjin's face alternated between red and green. After a long pause, he rolled up his sleeves and placed both hands on the hilt of the black-toothed heavy blade. Summoning all the strength in his body to his hands, Wei Shengjin let out a great roar and gripping the hilt with both hands heaved with all his might. But Wei Shengjin soon discovered that no matter how hard he strained, the black-toothed heavy blade remained fixed in the ground without the slightest movement. Eldest brother, are you truly at the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm? Wei Jian's taunt instantly earned him 100 points. Hongfi cultivated too late last night. If it weren't for my exhaustion, I would surely be able to pull out this black-tooth heavy blade. Then why not try again early tomorrow morning, eldest brother? Seeing Wei Shengjin turn his head away, Wei Jian walked up to the black-tooth heavy blade and drew it out with ease. Father King, I have one more request. In light of your natural divine strength, I can grant you one more request. The black-tooth heavy blade is too heavy, my spatial ring cannot bear such weight. Moreover, for convenience in battle, I plan to carry the black-tooth heavy blade on my back. But too few materials can withstand 100,000 Jian, so I hope, Father King, that you will order the ritual vessel department to help me. Hearing Wei Jian's words, the Kaoshan king turned to look at Zhou Mingzi. Zhou Mingzi understood and said hurriedly, we can weave a long rope from costly gold and silver threads which should be able to suspend the 100,000 Jian black-tooth heavy blade. Then have it done. The Kaoshan king waved his hand at Zhou Mingzi, then turned his gaze to Prime Minister Chen Shuzhou. Prime Minister, the Royal Capital Grand Tournament is about to begin. How are the preparations going? All 5 arenas have already been completed. So far more than 500 eligible people have registered. Very well. This Royal Capital Grand Tournament must be conducted with absolute fairness and impartiality. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will personally oversee this matter. Father King, I also want to register for the Royal Capital Grand Tournament. Wei Jian had been busy earning points all along. Although he had thought about joining the Royal Capital Martial Tournament, he had forgotten to register. With only your 4th level martial spirit cultivation, don't go and make a spectacle of yourself. But I have innate divine strength. Innate divine strength is brute force. The amount of spiritual energy is what truly decides victory. Your Majesty, the 4th Prince. Before Han Meng could finish, Wei Jian cut him off. My royal father doesn't allow me to participate in the royal city martial competition, so I will obey him. After the morning court ended, Han Meng deliberately found an opportunity to walk side by side with Wei Jian. I can't understand why you must conceal your strength all the time. Is making a stunning debut really so important to you young people? Master, you are a pure military officer, there are many things you simply don't understand. Wei Jian sighed and said, if I revealed my true strength now, what do you think my royal father would do? Your royal father would be absolutely delighted. No, my royal father would become estranged from me. He would resent the fact that I concealed it from him all along. Besides, if I revealed my strength now, what do you think my eldest brother would do? Your eldest brother would fear that you threaten his position, so he would find a way to eliminate you. He can't kill me, but if he dares to make a move against me, I won't let him off. My royal father has 4 sons in total. Wei Xingjian and Wei Xingma have already been crippled. The Kaoshan kingdom must eventually have someone to carry it on. I just don't want to provoke my eldest brother at this time. Don't you want to be king? The life I long for is to hold a war blade and travel across the entire Jiuzhou continent. The Kaoshan kingdom is my starting point, but it is not my cage. After hearing Wei Jian's words, Han Meng was dazed for a moment. Only after a long while did he come back to his senses and sigh. But you will reveal your strength sooner or later. After the Royal City Martial Competition is over and I have earned the qualification for the 4 Kingdoms Grand Competition, I will leave the Royal City and travel alone to Maijiao Royal City. So I just want to pass this period of time quietly and stop causing trouble. But how will you register? I can register the same way a wandering cultivator does, so no one will know I am the 4th Prince. But your Black Fang heavy blade is too conspicuous. I believe that even without the Black Fang heavy blade I can still fight my way into the top 5 of the Royal City Martial Competition. The real reason Wei Jian wanted to compete disguised as a wandering cultivator was to earn more points. A wandering cultivator who acted aggressively and flamboyantly on the arena would surely attract even more hatred. After all, the 4th Prince's reputation for arrogance had already spread and some people had grown immune to it. Moreover, in many people's eyes, a prince born of noble blood should naturally be arrogant. When his behavior seemed reasonable in that way, few could bring themselves to loathe him. In addition, when Wei Jian finally exposed his identity at the very end, some people, including the king of Kaoshan, would feel deceived, creating another wave of points. For the sake of 800,000 points, I have to rack my brain. Wei Jian sighed. Han Meng, having no idea why, thought Wei Jian was sighing for a noble cause. I am deeply moved that you think of the Kaoshan kingdom. But you don't have to put yourself through so much. There are some matters I can step in and help you with. Master, I don't want to involve you in the royal family's disputes. You must understand that in the future my eldest brother will probably become the king of Kaoshan. If you help me too much he will certainly bear a grudge against you. I am a martial king powerhouse. Even if the eldest prince resents me there's nothing he can do about it. He can easily pay a price to find someone to replace you. Besides, a martial king however mighty is still vulnerable to hidden arrows. Hearing this, Han Meng gave Wei Jian a deep look and ultimately fell silent. The next morning Wei Jian used a disguise to change his appearance and then swaggered over to the registration point for the Royal City Martial Competition. The Royal City Martial Competition is about to begin. You coming to register at this point makes things difficult for us. The person in charge of registration was lounging in a rocking chair and said lazily to Wei Jian. The registration point hasn't been removed, which means registration is still allowed. The king and the chancellor take the Royal City Martial Competition extremely seriously. With such negligence, aren't you afraid that I'll go tell the chancellor and have him punish you? Casting a dismissive glance at him, Wei Jian continued, I know you're putting on this attitude to get some benefit out of me. But I have the cultivation strength of a martial ancestor at the first heaven. Do you believe that even if I killed you with my blade right now, if the chancellor heard about it he would only accuse you of neglecting your duties, not me of intentional murder? After Wei Jian's words, the man contributed 50 points and finally sat up straight. Name, age, cultivation level. Are you a wandering cultivator or a sect disciple? My name is Wei Jian. I'm 18, about to break through to martial master and a wandering cultivator. Were you lying to me just now? You'd better say that a little louder and bring everyone around here over. Let them all know you're neglecting your duty. The man gave Wei Jian a deep look, then finally pulled out a token and tossed it in front of Wei Jian. This Royal City Martial Competition has a death quota. I hope you walk onto the arena alive only to be carried off afterward. Wei Jian cared nothing about the man's curse. Curses could not harm Wei Jian in the slightest, instead they provided him with plenty of points. In the following days Wei Jian did 3 things every day. Provoke Wei Shengjin, provoke the queen, and provoke Wei Shenma. Although the points from provoking these 3 were steadily shrinking, it was still better than nothing. Finally, the day of the Royal City Martial Competition arrived. To get a favorable position, Wei Jian arrived early at the largest square in Kaoshan Royal City. Sihai Square was now packed with people. 5 enormous arenas stood tall in the square, and beside them a magnificent elevated platform had been constructed. This platform was where the king of Kaoshan and his civil and military ministers watched the competition. After about an hour the king and his ministers finally ascended the platform. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qianzhu stepped forward. This grand Royal City Martial Competition is held today for 3 purposes. First, the king and his subjects celebrate together, displaying the martial spirit of the Kaoshan kingdom. Second, we seek out talent and see who among the younger generation will rise above the rest. Third, we will select the top 5 outstanding young talents to go to Meijia Royal City for the 4 Kingdoms Grand Competition. Many of you may not know much about the 4 Kingdoms Grand Competition, but I want to tell you all, it is the best chance to leap over the Dragon Gate. Whoever finishes in the top 3 at the 4 Kingdoms Grand Competition will become a student of Kanglan Academy. As long as you enter Kanglan Academy, barring unexpected misfortunes, you are certain to become a martial king powerhouse in the future. As soon as Qianzhu's words fell, the entire square erupted. Becoming a martial king powerhouse was the dream of many young martial artists. Alright, everyone, quiet. Next I will announce the rules of the Royal City Martial Competition. This time 600 young prodigies have registered for the Royal City Grand Tournament. We will divide these 600 into 2 groups, 300 per group. Everyone held their breath as Qianzhu continued. The 300 will be randomly assigned to 5 arenas with 60 people per arena. The first stage is a melee. It begins when the melee is joined and ends when only 1 person remains on the arena. The last person standing advances to the next stage, everyone else is eliminated. 60 people were locked in a chaotic melee, and at the end only 1 could remain on the arena. There was no denying that such a competition was exceedingly brutal. After the first stage, 10 people will advance to the second stage. The second stage consists of one-on-one duels. 5 people will be eliminated through those duels, and the 5 victors will be provisionally ranked as the top 5. Before the third stage begins, we will assess the strength of the 5 and draw up a temporary ranking. The top 5 will then challenge one another, each person accepting 3 challenges before the final top 5 order is determined. Of course, there may still be people unconvinced by the top 5. Therefore, once the top 5 ranking is fixed, any young prodigy eliminated earlier who remains dissatisfied may challenge them. Likewise, each person will only accept 3 challenges. According to Chen Shuzhou's rules, the top 5 chosen this way were destined to be the strongest. The endless cycle of challenging and being challenged would be enough to weed out all the weak. Does anyone have questions about the rules? Seeing that no one spoke, Chen Shuzhou turned to look at the king of Kaoshan. It is getting late. Let us begin. Now a random grouping will be carried out. Wei Jian was rather lucky, for he was assigned to the second group. Group 2 went up in the second batch, allowing Wei Jian to calmly observe the battles of the first batch. The first batch of 300 ascended the arena. Then across the 5 arenas Wei Jian spotted 2 familiar faces. One was Chen Shuzhou's daughter Qianzhu. Qianzhu was dressed in red and held a fiery red long whip. In that outfit she looked like a little chili pepper. Even standing amid a crowd she was extremely eye-catching. The other person was Shu'er. Shu'er was the daughter of the head of the Star River Chamber of Commerce. Wei Jian had not expected her to take part in the Royal City Grand Tournament as well. Unlike Qianzhu, Shu'er wore an emerald green long dress and held an azure longsword. That attire made her look like a celestial maiden who had strayed into the mortal world. 3 bell tolls rang out and everyone stirred into action. The melee had thus begun. A melee tested not only one's strength but also one's luck. Qianzhu and Shu'er seemed to be extremely lucky. Perhaps because the 2 young women were exceptionally beautiful, no one took the initiative to attack them at first. On the contrary, on the arena where Qianzhu stood, a gaunt man with a lecherous appearance and the strength of a first-level martial ancestor, despite being relatively strong, was ganged up on by the crowd from the very start. Under the crowd's combined assault, the gaunt man was soon blasted off the arena. After an incense stick had burned each of the 5 arenas, had only about 10 people left. At last someone launched an attack against Qianzhu. Miss Qianzhu, this humble Lu Jiwen asks your pardon for his offense. The man named Lu Jiwen carried a long spear. The moment he approached Qianzhu, she flicked her long whip. A crimson glint flashed before Lu Jiwen's eyes, and before he could react, the whip struck his body and sent him spinning off the arena. My wife is ridiculously strong. Wei Jian bellowed, instantly attracting countless dirty looks and earning several hundred points. On the other side, Shu'er began to face challenges of her own. A burly man charged before Shu'er. Just as a huge golden melon hammer was about to slam down on her, the longsword in her hand became a streak of azure light and in the blink of an eye pierced through the burly man's left shoulder. After piercing the burly man's shoulder, the longsword traced a beautiful arc through the air and landed steadily in front of Shu'er. The azure longsword hovered in midair, rising and falling like the head of a cobra, ready at any moment to unleash a lethal critical strike. A flying sword. Wei Jian raised an eyebrow slightly and thought to himself that Shu'er was definitely not someone to provoke. Among the remaining 3 arenas, a bald-headed man first drew Wei Jian's attention. The bald-headed man clutched an enormous iron pillar in his arms. He yelled wildly as he swung the pillar. Every time the iron pillar was swung, it produced a wailing sound as it tore through the air, and anyone it struck was either killed or wounded. Qianzhu, Shu'er and that iron pillar man should be able to laugh last. On the 4th arena, that black-armored warrior's saber is incredibly fast. This man strikes ruthlessly, drawing blood with every slash. He too should be able to laugh last. On the 5th arena, that white-robed young man actually has a tamed beast. A golden-beaked eagle of mystic demon rank combined with the white-robed young man's own combat strength makes it look as though he will also be able to laugh last. Everything was exactly as Wei Jian had said. Wielding her long whip, Qianzhu made her move 5 times, eliminating 5 people, and was the first to complete her advancement. The azure longsword in Shu'er's hand was invincible wherever it went. After driving back 2 martial artists with a single move, she was the second to advance. The iron pillar man, the black-armored saber master, and the white-robed beast tamer also defeated all their opponents and advanced smoothly. Now contestants from Group 2, please ascend the arena. Wei Jian ascended Arena 2 with the crowd. Looking around, all 59 opponents were already poised for battle from the very first moment. Everyone nervously watched those around them. In a melee, every person is an opponent. What made Wei Jian frown slightly was that among these 59 opponents, 5 had banded together and stood as one. All 5 of them wielded long swords and wore identical long robes. Judging by their attire, they were all disciples of the sword sect. Huddling together for warmth. These 5 sword sect disciples were rather lucky to have been placed together. Wei Jian let out a cold laugh, then shouted to the tense crowd, "Trash like you shouldn't embarrass yourselves on the arena. You had best roll off the arena on your own rather than wait to be knocked flat on your backs." Wei Jian's words drew everyone's attention, and in an instant dozens of gazes landed on him at once. "Brat, who are you calling trash?" A hulking man stepped out of the crowd and bellowed at Wei Jian in a deep rumbling voice, "I said that every single person present is trash. You trash ought to know what's good for you and roll off the arena on your own, letting this young master win without shedding a drop of blood." Wei Jian's words instantly ignited the fury of the crowd. Ding! Lin Mu feels disgust toward you. System points 10. Ding! Ma Zhida feels disgust toward you. System points 10. Ding! Chang'an feels disgust toward you. System points 10. Ding! Feng Tian feels disgust toward you. System points 10. Your audacity knows no bounds. How dare you say such things in front of everyone? Once the arena match begins, I will be the first to attack you and blast you off the stage. After suffering such humiliation, we must join forces and be the first to eliminate him. Right, let's teach him a lesson. Wei Jian clasped his hands behind his back and cast a half-smiling glance at the crowd. Clang! 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 3 bell chimes rang out and the crowd stirred at the sound. Over half of them lunged straight at Wei Jian. Wei Jian watched them close in, calmly gazing at the several streams of light hurtling toward him. But just as the attacks were about to reach him, he bounded into the air and leaped 3 zhang high. All the attacks grazed beneath Wei Jian's feet, not causing him the slightest harm. Landing lightly on both feet, Wei Jian took his time to mock the crowd. After gaining several hundred more points, the crowd snapped back to its senses and lunged at Wei Jian once again. This guy's movement technique is terrifyingly good. His body is like willow catkins in the wind, drifting and elusive. He can even lift his body into the air and briefly soar through the sky, though I'm not sure whether that consumes a great deal of spiritual energy. Laymen watch for the excitement, experts look for the craft. Wei Jian's performance on the arena stage soon caught Qianzhu's attention. He hasn't even struck yet. I think that besides his remarkable movement technique, his martial skills must certainly be outstanding as well. Hearing a voice sound beside her ear, Qianzhu turned her head and saw Ma Shu'er standing at her side with her hands folded. Her gaze rested on Ma Shu'er's face for a moment before Qianzhu continued, "That guy seems to be deliberately provoking everyone else. I really wonder what his goal could be. Probably to draw everyone's attention. After all, being chased and attacked by more than 30 people while not suffering a single scratch is already an incredibly impressive feat. To draw everyone's attention." Seeing Qianzhu frown, Ma Shu'er smiled faintly. Men, especially young men, always love doing unconventional things. In their eyes, such behavior can attract the attention of a beautiful girl like you. You're beautiful as well. By the way, my name is Qianzhu. I saw you make your move earlier. Your sword control art is truly superb. My name is Ma Shu'er. I'm delighted to meet you. While Ma Shu'er and Qianzhu were speaking in low voices, one of the 5 arena stages finally concluded its match. And the one who laughed last was none other than the first prince, Wei Shengjin. The first prince publicly claims to be at the 2nd heaven of the martial ancestor realm, but his attacks are so fierce that he may well possess the strength of the 3rd heaven. Indeed, he is at the 3rd heaven of the martial ancestor realm, but his aura is still somewhat unstable. He likely broke through not long ago. And he forcefully broke through with the help of medicinal pills. After Qianzhu finished, the 2 women exchanged a glance and could not help smiling simultaneously. Actually, the 4th prince's strength is also considerable. You mean the 4th prince, Wei Jian? Qianzhu glanced at Ma Shu'er, then gently shook her head. That bastard is nothing but a good-for-nothing playboy. Ding! Qianzhu feels disgust toward you. System points 10. The system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, and Wei Jian could not help turning his head to glance at Qianzhu. You damned rat! Are you only capable of running away? You piece of garbage! If you have any real skill, fight me in an honest duel. Hearing their words, Wei Jian laughed and said, "With so many of you chasing me, I'd be a fool not to run. If you want a one-on-one duel, that's fine too, but I only exchange moves with true experts on the stage. Also, let me remind you all, one stage has already decided its winner. If you insist on wasting all your energy on me, I don't mind. We can keep dragging this out." After hearing Wei Jian's words, the 5 sword sect disciples exchanged glances, then suddenly seized the moment, while those around them were unprepared, and began a ruthless slaughter. 7 or 8 people had not even reacted before the sword sect disciples gravely wounded them and sent them tumbling off the arena stage. The sword sect disciples' sudden strike helped extricate Wei Jian from his predicament. Everyone began shifting their attention away from Wei Jian, and a chaotic melee broke out among them. The melee lasted for roughly half a stick of incense. After it ended, only the 5 sword sect disciples and Wei Jian still stood on the huge arena stage. The other 3 arena stages had also completed their contests. A monk with a solemn and majestic bearing, a military general, and Lu Qianzhu, whom Wei Jian had seen before, each claimed final victory. If the sword sect's Tai Shanhe had not been crippled by the 4th prince, Tai Shanhe should have easily gotten through the first stage along with Lu Qianzhu. But the sword sect is fortunate this time. Their 5 disciples were placed together. As long as they can defeat that rogue cultivator, the sword sect will still have someone in the top 10. That rogue cultivator's movement technique is superb. It won't be easy for the sword sect disciples to defeat him. Ha ha ha. If all 5 sword sect disciples together still cannot defeat that rogue cultivator, then today the sword sect will have thoroughly lost face. Hearing the crowd's words, Chu Xiong, seated on the high platform, could not help but change expression. Sect Master Chu, when Wei Jian crippled Tai Shanhe back then, did you feel any resentment toward Wei Jian? Your Majesty, this matter was caused entirely by Tai Shanhe's provocation. The 4th prince crippling Tai Shanhe was simply Tai Shanhe bringing disaster upon himself. Not only do I not resent the 4th prince, I actually wish to thank him. Oh. Tell me, why do you want to thank him? Because the 4th prince helped our sword sect eliminate a scourge. If Tai Shanhe had not been crippled, given his character, it would only be a matter of time before he offended someone even more powerful, eventually bringing ruin down upon the sword sect. Hearing Chu Xiong's explanation, the king of Kaoshan nodded with a smile. The sword sect is the largest sect in the kingdom of Kaoshan, and in many matters I must rely on it. This time I have prepared some gifts for the sword sect. After the royal capital tournament comes to an end, remember to take the gifts back with you, Sect Master Chu. After Chu Xiong voiced his gratitude, the king of Kaoshan turned his gaze back to the arena. By the way, what is that rogue cultivator's name? Your Majesty, that rogue cultivator shares the same name as the 4th prince. He is also named Wei Jian. Is that so? What a pity though. The 4th prince Wei Jian is inferior to this rogue cultivator. This rogue cultivator is rather impressive. On the arena, the 5 sword sect disciples surrounded Wei Jian. 5 long swords were aimed at him from afar. Boy, you've delayed us long enough. Now we are giving you a choice. You can roll yourself off the arena and we won't hurt you. Otherwise, even if we don't kill you today, we will severely wound you. Seeing Wei Jian standing there in silence, the sword sect disciple who had just spoken shouted again, Junior brother Ma Zhuda, you are responsible for blocking his left side. Junior brother Chang'an, you block his right. Junior brother Feng Tian, you block his escape route. Junior brother Zheng Taiyu and I will launch a frontal attack against him. The 5 sword sect disciples quickly formed their formation, fierce light flashing in their eyes. Kill! Lin Mu gripped his sword and roared, slashing a sword light toward Wei Jian. Seeing this, the other 4 attacked Wei Jian as well. 5 sword lights tore through space, but just as they were about to touch Wei Jian, his body flickered and he effortlessly evaded all 5 attacks. Rippling sword stance. Lin Mu roared, his long sword rapidly trembling. Several sword glows materialized before him and then, as if transformed into arrows, shot directly toward Wei Jian. Willow catkins fly, vanishing without a trace. The sword shadows were about to land on Wei Jian, but his body flickered and he vanished from the spot. You can't even touch the hem of my clothes. You really are a bunch of trash. Wei Jian's voice sounded behind Lin Mu. He spun around and saw Wei Jian standing a dozen steps away, staring at him with a faint mocking smile. Bastard! Lin Mu roared, then shouted to the other 4 junior brothers, form the sword formation. Form the 5-person lesser lotus sword formation. The sword formation was another special technique of the sword sect. By linking the power of 5 people together, it greatly amplified the might of their attacks. Lin Mu and his 4 companions swiftly completed the formation. Lin Mu stood at the center of the lesser lotus sword formation, controlling the entire formation. Peerless sword. As Lin Mu let out a great roar, a giant golden sword suddenly appeared above Wei Jian's head. The moment it appeared, it swept down at Wei Jian with a whistling roar. The giant sword descended with incredible speed, but Wei Jian was even faster. It whistled down, grazing past Wei Jian's body and struck the arena, leaving a long gouge in the ground. Peerless sword. Lin Mu roared once more, and another giant golden sword appeared above Wei Jian's head. When the 5 sword sect disciples pool their strength, their peerless sword can match a full power strike from a martial ancestor at the 3rd heaven. Yet Wei Jian still evades the attacks of these sword sect experts with ease. This fellow's movement technique is too formidable. Hearing Qianzhu's words, Shu'er nodded slightly. I have cultivated the eye of illusion, and it allows me to see through a person's cultivation. Sister Qianzhu, guess what cultivation I perceive on this Wei Jian? Shu'er's words sparked Qianzhu's interest. He couldn't be a martial ancestor at the 3rd heaven, could he? Not martial ancestor 3rd heaven, but martial master 1st rank. Martial master 1st rank? That's absolutely impossible. Those sword sect disciples each possess strength far beyond the 1st rank of martial master. If the 5 of them joined hands, no martial master martial artist could possibly contend with them. That is exactly what I find curious. This Wei Jian is shrouded in mystery from head to toe. I suspect even that face of his might be fake. Fake? Qianzhu frowned. Could it be that this Wei Jian is that Wei Jian? Shu'er nodded gently. What purpose does that despicable scoundrel have in disguising himself as another person? On the arena, another giant golden sword once again struck the ground in vain. Lin Mu and the others each gasped for breath, then had no choice but to break away from the lesser lotus sword formation. The formation was powerful, but it consumed spiritual energy at a tremendous rate. After that round of attacks, the spiritual energy left in their bodies was running low. You sword sect trash, what other tricks do you have? Wei Jian continued to shout provocatively, and as expected his words earned him several hundred more points. If you have real skill, stop dodging and fight us honorably face to face. A fair fight. There are 5 of you in total. Your sword sect bullies the few with numbers, yet you still speak with such self-righteous certainty. Your sword sect truly knows no shame. Hearing Wei Jian's words, Lin Mu stamped his feet in fury. He truly wished he could cut Wei Jian into 8 pieces with his sword. But Wei Jian was like a loach who, despite using every technique at their disposal, they could do nothing to him. You worthless trash, you haven't given up already, have you? When sword sect people encounter difficulty, do they only retreat? You disappoint me greatly. If you don't intend to attack, then roll off the arena yourselves. Wei Jian kept provoking Lin Mu and the others with words, earning more and more points. Lin Mu and the others exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth and charged at Wei Jian once more. But soon the 2 sides were separated again. For their attack was once again proven futile. The 5 of you have nearly exhausted your spiritual energy. What are you still doing standing on the arena? Don't tell me you want to stand on the arena and make spectacles of yourselves. Hearing Wei Jian's words, a blaze of anger surged within their hearts. Enough. Sword sect disciples, leave the arena. We of the sword sect know when to hold on and when to let go. Chu Xiong could no longer bear to watch, so he stood up and shouted sternly at the sword sect disciples. We obey the sect master's command. Lin Mu and the others clasped their fists toward Chu Xiong, shot Wei Jian a vicious glare, and then walked off the arena. As the 5 sword sect disciples walked dejectedly off the arena, Wei Jian successfully advanced. The first round of the tournament is over. The 10 winners are Qianzhu, Shu'er, Li Shi, Wang Dong, Dao Bai, Kulu, Qianxiu, Wei Shengjin, Monk, Baoyan, Ji Xianzong, and Wei Jian. As Qianzhu's voice fell, Wei Jian and the other 9 stepped forward and came to the same arena. From now on, rest for half a Shu'er. After half a Shu'er, the second stage of the competition will begin. Wei Shengjin and the others sat cross-legged on the ground to adjust their condition. Meanwhile, Wei Jian unhurriedly walked over to Qianzhu and Shu'er. 2 great beauties, may I sit between you and enjoy the bliss of having a beauty on each arm? 4th Prince, if you're enjoying beauties on both sides, won't you need to recover your spiritual energy? I still have at least 9/10 of my spiritual energy. As Wei Jian said this, he saw a smile spread across Shu'er's face. Only then did he suddenly realize, you tricked me. 4th Prince, have you forgotten? Back then at the auction house, it was you who tricked me first. Wei Jian glanced at the furious Qianzhu, then at Shu'er, who was wearing an ambiguous smile. At last he lowered his voice and said, for a very long time I was always called a good-for-nothing. Having been suppressed for too long, I desperately wanted to make a stunning debut. Disguising my identity would make that stunning debut even more effective. I hope the two beautiful ladies can understand me. Boring. Qianzhu cast Wei Jian a disdainful glance and turned her head away. Shu'er kept that ambiguous smile on her face and asked Wei Jian, how sure are you of finishing in the top 5 of the Royal Capital Tournament? 10 out of 10. And how sure are you of entering the Kanglan Academy? 10 out of 10. Conceded. Qianzhu turned her head again and muttered to Wei Jian. I'm your future husband. Can't you talk to me without being so sarcastic? I'll kill you. Seeing Qianzhu make as if to stand up, Wei Jian hurriedly raised his hands above his head. Miss Qianzhu, I admit I'm wrong. Save your energy, my footwork is excellent and your attacks might not even touch the hem of my clothes. Try it then. Qianzhu growled at Wei Jian, but she did not stand up. Fourth Prince, can you tell me what cultivation realm you are in now? That's a rather personal question. I can answer you if you wish, but after I answer you must honestly answer one of mine. One question for another, that's fair. I have the strength of the 9th heaven of the martial ancestor realm. Bragging. Qianzhu murmured from the side, if you really had the strength of the 9th heaven of the martial ancestor realm, why didn't you just sweep aside those 5 sword sect disciples earlier? Instead you let them chase you around the arena like a rat. With Wei Jian's current strength it would be no trouble at all to sweep aside those 5 sword sect disciples. However, he needed to earn points, so he had no choice but to keep trading blows with them. I still had to leave some face for the sword sect. You crippled Taishanhe and made the sword sect lose all face in the royal capital today. How can you still say you're leaving them some face? Hearing Qianzhu's words, Wei Jian smiled and said, if I had struck with full force, the sword sect disciples wouldn't have had the slightest chance to fight back. If that had happened, the sword sect would have lost even more face. Then Chu Xiong would have no face left. If he took the sword sect and fled from the Kaoshan kingdom, that would be an enormous loss to our Kaoshan kingdom. Seeing Qianzhu shut her mouth, Wei Jian turned to Shu'er and asked, now it's my turn to ask you. Go ahead. Are you married? Wei Jian's question made Shu'er pause for a moment. Soon, however, she smiled and said, my child is already 3 years old. Impossible. Wei Jian raised an eyebrow, and when he looked at Shu'er again, his eyes were full of utter disbelief. You didn't answer my questions honestly, so when you ask me a question, of course I'll do the same and spout nonsense. So it was nonsense. Then I'm relieved. You see, I'm planning to marry both you and Qianzhu. I would never do something like taking another man's wife. And then in the future, when you two marry me, you must love each other well. I don't like women quarreling jealously over me. You're asking for death. Qianzhu and Shu'er glared furiously and struck a palm at Wei Jian at the same time. Wei Jian swayed aside, dodging the two women's attacks, and still did not forget to tease, a beating is affection, scolding is love. It seems the two of you love me quite deeply. An hour quickly passed. Chen Shuzhou once again walked to the edge of the arena. An hour has passed. Now I invite the king to draw lots to decide the pairing order for the second martial competition. A golden urn was respectfully carried to the king of Kaoshan by an attendant, and the king of Kaoshan quickly drew out 10 jade plaques. First group, Monk Baoyan vs Bai Ku. Second group, Qianzhu vs Lu Qianxiu. Third group, Strength King vs Wei Jian. Fourth group, Dong Dao vs Wei Shengjin. Fifth group, Shu'er vs Ji Xianzong. Now let the first group match begin. Monk Baoyan and Bai Ku, please take the stage. Monk Baoyan excelled in powerful Buddhist seal arts, while Bai Ku had tamed a mighty golden-beaked eagle. I think Bai Ku should win this fight. Somehow Wei Jian appeared behind Qianzhu and Shu'er again without them noticing. Fourth Prince, what makes you think so? Because Bai Ku isn't fighting alone. With his golden-beaked eagle helping him, it's as if two people are fighting together. Buddhist secret arts may be profound and unfathomable, but there is no trace of esoteric Buddhist sects in the Kaoshan kingdom. In other words, this monk Baoyan is most likely a fake monk. A fake monk cultivating fake scriptures naturally cannot beat Bai Ku. Hearing Wei Jian's words, Shu'er shook her head. Although monk Baoyan claims to be a wandering cultivator, his Buddhist seal arts are extremely profound and unfathomable. I think monk Baoyan must have obtained some great opportunity in the past. That's why I guess monk Baoyan will win this fight. Since the two of us disagree, why not make a bet? Bet on what? Shu'er became a little interested. If monk Baoyan wins, you win. If monk Baoyan loses, I win. If I win, I'll kiss you once. If you win, I'll endure a little grievance and let you kiss me. Get lost. Ma Shu'er roared at Wei Jian, instantly drawing countless stares. Ding. Strength King feels disgusted with you. System points 10. Why is Strength King reacting so strongly? Wei Jian turned to look at Strength King. Seeing the murderous look on his face, he understood at once. It seems Strength King has a thing for Ma Shu'er. Since that's the case, when I get onto the arena later, I should squeeze a few more points out of him. On the arena, Monk Baoyan and Baiku finally clashed in a mighty battle. Goshawk seal? Monk Baoyan let out a thunderous roar, formed a strange hand seal, and before long a golden goshawk appeared in the sky. Without further ado, it joined battle with the golden-beaked eagle. Somewhat to everyone's surprise, the golden goshawk was actually able to fight the golden-beaked eagle to a draw in a short time. Now that the golden-beaked eagle is no longer interfering, this monk can finally have a fair bout with Benefactor Baiku. Benefactor Baiku, please do not hesitate to enlighten me. Baiku's expression turned grim. Your Buddhist seal arts may be mighty, but I won't necessarily lose against you. Benefactor Baiku, this monk is absolutely certain he can defeat you. Hearing Monk Baoyan's words, Baiku shot him a glare, then drew a short blade and charged at Monk Baoyan first. Baiku's own strength was roughly at the peak of the martial master realm, and with the golden-beaked eagle assisting him from the side, his overall strength could fully match a powerhouse at the first level of the martial ancestor realm. Now that the golden-beaked eagle was pinned down in midair by a golden goshawk, Baiku directly traded blows with Monk Baoyan and quickly fell into the disadvantage. Mounting shifting seal? Monk Baoyan bellowed, and a streak of golden light fell upon Baiku. Before Baiku could react, the golden light wrapped around him and brought him directly before Monk Baoyan. Such a bizarre technique. This is a powerful controlling martial skill. Ma Shu'er's words had barely faded when Monk Baoyan struck Baiku's chest with a palm. PFF. Baiku sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and like a sparrow with broken wings, he plummeted straight off the arena. I never expected to lose. Still, I accept the bet, and I'll take my loss. Second wife, you can come over and give me a kiss now. Get lost. Ma Shu'er raised her hand and swung it at Wei Jian's face, but just as her palm was about to hit him, Wei Jian slid back 2 steps and easily evaded her slap. You're as slippery as a loach. No wonder the 5 sword sect disciples couldn't do anything to you even with their lesser lotus sword formation. Ma Shu'er glared at Wei Jian, then turned to Qianzhu and said, Sister Qianzhu, Lu Qianxiu is known as the Divine Spear. His spear play is defined by one-word speed. But there is a very fatal weakness in Lu Qianxiu's use of the spear. His spear strikes are straightforward and extremely fast, but if you attack him from behind, his speed in turning and striking will be greatly reduced. Hearing Ma Shu'er's words, Qianzhu's eyes lit up. Thank you for the guidance, Sister Ma. I'm only adding a little polish. I believe that even without my reminder, Sister Qianzhu would have no trouble defeating Lu Qianxiu. After Qianzhu walked onto the arena with her long whip in hand, Wei Jian appeared once again at Ma Shu'er's side. Seeing how well the two of you get along, I can finally rest easy. Get lost. Ma Shu'er spun around and blasted out another palm at Wei Jian, but with a light tap of his feet on the ground, Wei Jian once again easily avoided her strike. If you harass Miss Ma again once we're on the arena, I won't show you any mercy. Li Shewang's voice reached Wei Jian's ears once more. What business is it of yours if I flirt with my wife? The moment Wei Jian finished speaking, he instantly gained 300 points. Li Shewang's dislike for Wei Jian turned directly into resentment. I've already decided that once we step onto the arena, I'll smash your head with my footer pillar. With this broken pillar you want to smash my head? Either you haven't woken up or you simply lack intelligence. After Wei Jian insulted Li Shewang, he gained another 200 points, which filled him with immense satisfaction. Under ordinary circumstances I never raise my hand against a woman, but today is a special case, so I have no choice but to act. But before we begin, I hope you'll be sensible and choose to surrender on your own. That way you can avoid getting hurt. Seeing Lu Qianxiu put on such an arrogant and unbridled air, Qianzhu couldn't help but sneer coldly. I find you even more annoying than Wei Jian. It seems my wife is getting more and more fond of me. Shameless. Ma Shu'er gave Wei Jian a glare, then sidestepped to put some distance between them. A moment later Wei Jian closed in on Ma Shu'er again. Wife, help me analyze this too. What weaknesses does Li Shewang have, and what do I need to do to defeat him with ease? No comment. On the arena, Lu Qianzhu struck first with his spear. With a single thrust, the spearhead instantly dissolved into a flurry of afterimages, making it hard to tell real from fake. Qianzhu was already prepared for Lu Qianzhu's attack. She swung her long whip with force, deflected his strike, then leaped into the air and landed behind Lu Qianzhu. Her long whip coiled and lashed toward Lu Qianzhu's back with a fierce burst of wind. As the whip came at him, Lu Qianzhu's heart jolted. He hurriedly turned around and finally managed to knock aside Qianzhu's attack with his spear, but in the process he appeared rather flustered. It seems everything is exactly as you said. Lu Qianzhu's speed in turning to strike with his spear really is quite slow. In order to make a name for himself, Lu Qianzhu once madly challenged many people. Any observant person who had watched Lu Qianzhu's battles would be able to discover this weakness of his. Seeing Wei Jian nod, Shu'er continued, Qianzhu is very strong. Even if she didn't know Lu Qianzhu's weakness, defeating him should not be difficult for her. On the arena, a large cluster of flames suddenly appeared on Qianzhu's long whip. In an instant, the entire whip turned into a fire snake. This sudden turn of events startled Lu Qianzhu greatly. He hastily retreated with his spear, but after only a few steps, Qianzhu's long whip appeared eerily in front of him. Whip art coiling bind. With Qianzhu's loud shout, the long whip in her hand wrapped around Lu Qianzhu in the blink of an eye. As the flame climbed along the whip and reached Lu Qianzhu's body, he fell completely into panic. It was at that moment that Qianzhu flicked her long whip with force, and Lu Qianzhu, spinning like a top, was sent off the arena and tumbled to the ground. Qianzhu wins the second match. Next, Li Shiwang and Wei Jian should prepare for battle. As Qianzhu's voice faded, Li Shiwang quickly stepped onto the arena. Wei Jian, get the hell onto the arena and meet your death. Li Shiwang stomped his footer pillar heavily onto the arena floor, then bellowed in a deep booming voice. Hearing Li Shiwang's words, Wei Jian curled his lips. He did not step onto the arena immediately. Instead, he smiled at Qianzhu and said, "Wife, you're truly amazing. If your long whip were changed to a Zunwu grade 1, I wonder what your chances of entering Kanglan Academy would be." Qianzhu glanced at Wei Jian sidelong and said coldly, "If I had a Zunwu grade long whip, I would have at least 90% confidence of smoothly entering Kanglan Academy." "That's wonderful. Once the Royal City tournament ends, I'll give you a Zunwu grade long whip as a token of love. If you really can produce a Zunwu grade long whip and give it to me, I don't mind agreeing to be together with you." At this moment, even if she were beaten to death, Qianzhu would not believe that Wei Jian could actually produce a Zunwu grade weapon. After all, perhaps not even the entire Kaoshan kingdom had a weapon of the Zunwu grade. Yet what Qianzhu never expected even more was that this casual remark of hers would completely alter the course of her entire life. "I swear when the martial contest begins, I won't show you any mercy. I'll snap your neck and then smash your skull to pieces." As Wei Jian stepped onto the arena, the voice of the Strength King reached his ears. "But I, on the other hand, might choose to spare you. A true man should have grace. I never waste my time quibbling with the weak." Enraged by Wei Jian's words, the Strength King's fury blazed even hotter, and in that instant he contributed even more points to Wei Jian. Dong! As the sound of the bell faded, the Strength King roared and charged at Wei Jian. "With 10,000 Jian of strength surging through my body, I'll use my pagoda pillar to crush you into mincemeat." Roaring, the Strength King gripped the base of the massive pagoda pillar with his thick arms and swung it in a sweeping arc toward Wei Jian. Facing the Strength King's assault, everyone expected Wei Jian to rely on his footwork and dodge. But what happened next stunned them all. Just as the pagoda pillar was about to crash down on Wei Jian, he stretched out his right hand and casually blocked the high-speed pillar. He actually caught the Strength King's pagoda pillar with a single hand. How is that possible? The Strength King possesses 10,000 Jian of raw power. Combined with the weight of the pillar itself and the momentum of the swing, this strike carries at least 15,000 Jian of force. Wei Jian blocked the pillar without taking any damage at all. This shows his strength far surpasses the Strength King's. This Wei Jian, when he doesn't act, he stays perfectly still, but when he does, he leaves everyone astonished. Beneath the arena, Qianzhu and Shu'er both raised their eyebrows. Although the two women had imagined Wei Jian might be formidable, they never expected his strength to be even greater than the Strength King's. "Your strength is too weak and your attacks are utterly feeble." Hearing Wei Jian's words, the Strength King felt another surge of hatred flash through his heart. "Our contest has only just begun." The Strength King retreated 2 steps while gripping the pagoda pillar. In the next moment a crimson light flickered across his body and vanished. Then a horrifying sight unfolded. The Strength King's body began to swell rapidly, visible to the naked eye. His already massive arms expanded another full size, now appearing even thicker than an adult's thigh. It's been a long time since anyone forced me to use my berserk battle art. My strength has now at least doubled. Let's see how you can possibly contend with me. At that moment the Strength King's face was twisted in savagery, looking rather terrifying. With 10,000 Jian of strength pouring into my body, I'll crush you into pulp. The Strength King charged toward Wei Jian with long strides. When he was less than 10 paces away, he suddenly leaped high into the air, lifting the pagoda pillar high above his head. Die! The Strength King bellowed. As his body descended, the pagoda pillar whistled through the air, aiming straight for Wei Jian's skull. Many people beneath the arena nervously shut their eyes, unwilling to witness Wei Jian's brains splattering across the ground. But soon gasps of astonishment erupted around the arena. Wei Jian had once again caught the Strength King's pagoda pillar with a single hand. How is this possible? The Strength King stood before Wei Jian, his face filled with shock and disbelief. There is always a sky above a sky and a person stronger than you. Strength King, you have lost. As Wei Jian finished speaking, he wrenched the pagoda pillar with one hand, and the massive weapon was instantly yanked from the Strength King's grasp. This pillar is a bit light, but it feels rather nice in the hand. For the upcoming Royal City tournament, I'll borrow it. Once the tournament is over, I'll return it to you. Wei Jian, I haven't lost yet. Don't act so arrogant before me. Is that so? Then take a strike from me. Holding the pagoda pillar, Wei Jian swept it out with an effortlessly casual motion. Seeing this, the Strength King hastily raised both arms to block. Bang! A thunderous crash rang out, and the crowd watched as the Strength King's body was launched through the air like a cannonball. Your Majesty, the Strength King crashed into a civilian house 1,000 steps away. He is still alive. After a moment, a soldier rushed breathlessly to the King of Kaoshan. Though this Strength King has been defeated, he is still a rare talent. Spare no effort to heal him, then assign him to the army. Once the guards had departed, the King of Kaoshan turned his gaze to Han Meng. General Han, I don't see the fourth prince here to spectate. Do you know where he is? I'm not entirely sure, but the Royal City tournament is of such importance that I doubt the fourth prince would miss it. Hearing Han Meng's words, the King of Kaoshan nodded slightly. His gaze once again fell upon Wei Jian, and the king furrowed his brow. Round 3, Wei Jian wins. Round 4, Dong Dao vs Wei Shengjin. Dong Dao and Wei Shengjin stepped onto the arena at nearly the same moment. The two stared at each other, and a meaningful smile flickered across Wei Shengjin's face. Then the bell rang, and something else happened that stunned the crowd. Dong Dao, who had been so outstanding in the first round, actually chose to surrender when facing Wei Shengjin. Dong Dao forfeits. Wei Shengjin advances automatically. Next, Shu'er and Qianzhu, please prepare for battle. It seems the first prince truly has some formidable methods. He does seem to be quite a bit stronger than Wei Jian. Perhaps this Dong Dao is actually one of the first prince's trusted subordinates. Hearing Shu'er and Qianzhu's words, Wei Jian smiled and said, I simply disdain such tricks. After all, I possess true ability. Then came the fifth great battle, Shu'er vs Qianzhu. Qianzhu was a young military officer. His cultivation barely reached the first heaven of martial ancestor, but thanks to his rich battle experience, his displayed strength even surpassed Lu Qianxiu's. Fortunately, Shu'er's sword control art was extraordinarily refined, effective in both offense and defense. After a fierce struggle, Shu'er defeated Qianzhu and safely passed the second stage. The second stage of the competition is over. The 5 victors are Monk Baoyan, Qianzhu, Wei Jian, Wei Shengjin, and Shu'er. According to the rules, we will rest for half an hour. After that, we will establish a temporary top 5 ranking, and then any of you may challenge one another for a better position. Remember, in the Royal City Martial Tournament, the reward for first place far surpasses that of 5th place. Also, those of you who were temporarily eliminated still have another chance to contend. Everyone, you may now begin choosing a target opponent in your minds. As Qianzhu's words fell, Wei Jian immediately sensed several gazes landing upon him. Oh! It seems everyone has taken me for a soft persimmon to squeeze. An hour had just passed when Qianzhu once again appeared before the crowd. According to our comprehensive evaluation, the provisional top 5 of the martial arts tournament are Wei Jian, Wei Shengjin, Chen Qianzhu, Ma Shu'er and Monk Baoyan. Hearing Chen Shuzhou's words, Wei Jian raised an eyebrow. The position of first place was by no means easy to hold. The rules of the challenge are simple. If the 5th place contestant defeats the 1st place contestant, then the 5th place contestant becomes 1st and the 1st place contestant falls to 5th. Each person may accept at most 3 challenges. The rules were concise and clear. As Chen Shuzhou's voice faded, Wei Shengjin and Monk Baoyan simultaneously turned their eyes to Wei Jian. The challenged party may refuse to fight, but refusing is equivalent to conceding defeat, and conceding defeat means forfeiting one's ranking. Do the 5 of you understand the challenge rules? Seeing Wei Jian and the other 4 nod, Chen Shuzhou continued, since the rules are clear, the challenge now begins. The instant Chen Shuzhou's words fell, Monk Baoyan's voice reached Wei Jian's ears. This humble monk challenges benefactor Wei Jian. Wei Jian accepts the challenge. Wei Jian and Monk Baoyan ascended the arena together. This humble monk specializes in seal arts, and this humble monk's strongest seal is the Green Mountain Seal. If benefactor Wei Jian can withstand my Green Mountain Seal, benefactor Wei Jian will be deemed the victor. I wonder what benefactor Wei Jian thinks of my proposal. Very well. I too wish to test the strongest attack of your bald donkey. Those words, bald donkey, alone earned Wei Jian 100 points. He is indeed a counterfeit monk, so easily provoked. Monk Baoyan was indeed angered, yet his face still carried a smile. Benefactor, please receive the move. With that, Monk Baoyan pressed his palms together and murmured an incantation. 10,000 Buddhas infuse my body, grant me the Green Mountain Seal. Following Monk Baoyan's thunderous roar, a dark shadow appeared moments later, completely enveloping Wei Jian's whole body. Wei Jian raised his head toward the sky and saw an emerald green miniature mountain hanging directly above him. Benefactor Wei Jian, if you can break this humble monk's Green Mountain Seal, this humble monk will concede defeat of his own accord. So you bald donkey were afraid I might evade your Green Mountain Seal and deliberately set a trap to deceive me. Benefactor, you flatter me. Please, benefactor, make your move to break the seal. Once Monk Baoyan's words fell, the emerald green miniature mountain in midair came howling down toward Wei Jian's head. Humph. I don't believe your little mountain could weigh 1,000,000 Jian. Wei Jian snorted coldly and let the emerald green miniature mountain come crashing toward him. This fellow neither dodges nor attacks. What on earth is he thinking? Qianzhu knitted her brows slightly, her eyes unblinkingly fixed on Wei Jian. Could Wei Jian be planning to use sheer brute force to withstand that verdant mountain? Just as Ma Shu'er's words fell, the emerald green miniature mountain slammed heavily against Wei Jian's body. Ha ha ha. Surely you're dead now? Seeing the emerald green miniature mountain crash down with a thunderous noise, the strongman king lying on the stretcher could not help grinning. But in the blink of an eye, the strongman king's smile froze completely. For at that moment everyone present was horrified to see Wei Jian stretch out both hands and hoist the emerald green miniature mountain up onto his shoulders. Is this fellow a monster? How can his strength be so terrifying? Bald donkey, your turn now, you had better catch it. Grasping the miniature mountain with both hands, Wei Jian hurled it with all his strength. The emerald green mountain shot toward Monk Baoyan with a shrill sound of tearing air. Green Mountain Seal, disperse. Monk Baoyan retreated while hastily withdrawing the seal. He ultimately managed to make the emerald green miniature mountain vanish completely before it came down, but the close call still sent a cold sweat down Monk Baoyan's back. Benefactor Wei Jian possesses extraordinary divine strength. This humble monk concedes defeat with heartfelt admiration. Monk Baoyan bowed to Wei Jian with his palms pressed together, then left the arena with a smile. As Monk Baoyan conceded defeat, the crowd once again turned their eyes upon Ma Shu'er and Qianzhu. I, Ma Shu'er, waive my right to challenge, but I will accept challenges from others. I, Qianzhu, will do the same. Hearing the two women's words, Monk Baoyan smiled faintly. This humble monk does not fight female benefactors. It seems that if this humble monk wishes to improve his ranking, he can only cross hands with the first prince. You wish to fight me? Wei Shengjin rose to his feet. If you want to challenge me, you had better be prepared for broken bones and torn sinews. This humble monk has heard that the first prince's Hunyuan Pai Lai palm has already reached 70% mastery. Once unleashed, the palm technique's might is beyond compare. As it happens, this humble monk has a seal art called the Stone-Shattering Seal. If the first prince can withstand this humble monk's stone-shattering seal, this humble monk will declare the first prince the winner. No. I reject your proposal. Wei Shengjin smiled, then leaped into the air and landed on the arena. How about this? If you can withstand a single palm strike of mine, you win. Since the first prince has graciously spoken, this humble monk will follow the first prince's words. Monk Baoyan slowly walked to the center of the arena, pressed his palms together and closed his eyes. Playing tricks and putting on a show, today I will make you understand the might of the Hunyuan Pailai palm. Wei Shengjin sneered coldly, then called loudly to Monk Baoyan, Monk, I will make my move after counting to 3. You had better be prepared. 1. The instant Wei Shengjin counted the first number, he lunged straight at Monk Baoyan. When he reached a spot not far from Monk Baoyan, Wei Shengjin suddenly swung his hand and blasted out a palm strike. A colossal golden palm had barely appeared when it stamped onto Monk Baoyan's body in the blink of an eye. Monk, this prince will teach you a lesson today, letting you know what is meant by the stratagems of war. Wei Shengjin was in excellent spirits. Yet in the next second the smile on his face froze completely. For Monk Baoyan, who had just taken that palm strike, unexpectedly stepped forward 2 paces as if nothing at all had happened. If that is the extent of the Hunyuan Pailai palm's might, then this humble monk shall be disappointed. Hearing Monk Baoyan's words, a ferocious expression flickered across Wei Shengjin's face. You! How can you have taken no injury? It is impossible for you to have withstood my full force strike. The reason this humble monk is unharmed should be clearer to the first prince than to this humble monk. Your attack, first prince, is far too weak. With those words, Monk Baoyan walked off the arena on his own. Monk, I want to fight you again. Is the first prince seeking to challenge this humble monk? If the first prince wishes to challenge this humble monk, he had better prepare for broken bones and torn sinews. Monk Baoyan cleverly returned Wei Shengjin's earlier words to him, so infuriating Wei Shengjin that he stamped his feet incessantly on the arena. Monk Baoyan's challenge has proven triumphant. Now Wei Jian is first, Monk Baoyan is second, Qianzhu is third, Shu'er is fourth, and the first prince is fifth. Now does anyone else wish to continue challenging? I wish to issue a challenge. As Qianzhu's words fell, Wei Shengjin stood on the arena and shouted loudly. Whom does the first prince wish to challenge? I want to challenge Wei Jian. He is your elder brother, will you show him any mercy? Hearing Shu'er's words, Wei Jian smiled and said, I told the Strength King before that I am a man and I do not like to be petty about things. Wei Jian stepped onto the arena and stood directly opposite Wei Shengjin, meeting his gaze. Wei Shengjin said, I have a good-for-nothing younger brother named Wei Jian. He has cultivated for many years, yet he is still at the 4th level of the martial spirit realm. Your name is the same as his. Judging from this, it seems we two are somewhat fated. If you choose to concede now, I can take you in as my sworn younger brother. Why should I become your sworn younger brother? Because I am the eldest prince of the Kaoshan Kingdom. If you become my sworn younger brother, no one in Kaoshan Kingdom will dare provoke you from now on. Ha ha ha. Wei Jian laughed loudly a few times. As he looked at Wei Shengjin, a trace of contempt and mockery flickered in his eyes. You are already my good elder brother, so why add the word sworn before brother? As his words fell, Wei Jian waved his hand in front of his face. When his hand came down, everyone saw Wei Jian's appearance change. 4th Prince. Chu Xiong was the first to react and hastily straightened up. Ding. The eldest prince Wei Shengjin feels resentment toward you. System points 500. Ding. The king of Kaoshan feels hatred toward you. System points 100. Ding. Chu Xiong feels resentment toward you. System points 300. Ding. Monk Baoyan feels hatred toward you. System points 1000. A series of chimes rang out in Wei Jian's mind, but what puzzled him was that Monk Baoyan actually felt hatred toward Wei Jian as well after learning his identity. How strange. Could this Monk Baoyan have crossed paths with me before? Wei Jian thought for a moment but ultimately shook his head. Han Meng, was this your idea? When the king of Kaoshan finished, Han Meng hastily bowed and said, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I was indeed aware of this matter, but please believe me, the 4th prince hid his identity to participate in the Royal City tournament because he had his reasons. What kind of reason could there be for deceiving the king? The 4th prince did not want to appear too conspicuous. He said that a tall tree attracts the wind. He did not want to invite trouble. A tall tree attracts the wind. Seeing the king of Kaoshan look pensive, Han Meng reflected for a moment and then continued, the fourth prince also said that after the royal city tournament ends he will leave the royal city and travel alone to Maijiao royal city. Once he reaches Maijiao royal city he will surely secure a place at Kanglin Academy for his majesty. Han Meng spoke without saying anything he intended, but Chu Xiong listened with intent. When Han Meng finished, the king of Kaoshan said nothing further, but a ferocious expression flashed across Chu Xiong's face. Wei Jian, how could it be you? What kind of fortune did you encounter? How could you possibly have such strength? What fortune could I have encountered? To survive I have simply been adept at biding my time. Of course my achievements today are inseparable from my mentor. Hearing Wei Jian's words, everyone turned their gazes toward Han Meng in unison. General Han, your ability to nurture talent is truly outstanding. Your Majesty flatters me. It was all due to the fourth prince's natural brilliance. I merely gave him a little guidance. On the arena, Wei Shengjin's expression shifted unpredictably. After a long pause, Wei Shengjin said softly to Wei Jian, in my eyes you were trash in the past and you are still trash now. Don't think that just because you are born with divine strength you can lord it over me. Today I will use this arena to beat you back to what you truly are. The moment he finished speaking, Wei Shengjin pounced at Wei Jian. Primordial thunderclap, palm imprints fill the sky. Wei Shengjin's hands moved ceaselessly as golden palm imprints appeared out of thin air, whirled all over the sky and then blasted straight toward Wei Jian. Wei Jian stepped forward and drew out the Strength King's footer pillar. Gripping the pillar he stomped it heavily on the ground, and a clearly visible surge of power rapidly spread outward in every direction. Those golden palm imprints vanished directly in midair upon needing that force. Primordial thunderclap, palm, iron palm suppressing mountains and rivers. A giant golden palm formed and descended from the sky, blasting toward Wei Jian. Your attacks are too weak. Wei Jian kicked off the ground and shot straight into the air. In midair the footer pillar smashed into the giant golden palm, shattering it into nothing in the blink of an eye. Now it is my turn to attack. At this moment Wei Jian plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, blasting straight toward Wei Shengjin. Wei Shengjin lifted his head and the figure of Wei Jian kept growing in his sight. When the footer pillar filled his eyes he could not help but murmur, my life is over. Facing Wei Jian descending from above, Wei Shengjin simply gave up all resistance. He closed his eyes and waited for a while, but the death he had imagined did not come. When Wei Shengjin opened his eyes again he saw the Strength King's footer pillar hovering steadily above his head. For the sake of our shared surname Wei, I will spare you. Besides, I can tell you clearly, I will not fight you for the throne. To me the Kaoshan Kingdom is only the starting point of my life, it will never be the finish line. After finishing his words, Wei Jian hurled the footer pillar down from the arena. The pillar spun a few times in midair before landing steadily at the Strength King's feet, scaring the Strength King so much that he cried out and tumbled onto the stretcher. Strength King, I return this footer pillar to you. I think no one else will want to challenge me from now on. Wei Jian clapped his hands and returned to the area below the arena. How about that? My skills are not bad, right? If your temperament were a little more composed and restrained I might be able to see a hint of an expert's bearing in you. I suppressed my nature for too long. Now that I have been released at last I cannot help but be a little carried away. This is what they call a petty man reveling in success. Hearing Qianzhu's words, Wei Jian smiled and nodded. Right, reveling in success. That phrase describes the current me perfectly. Wei Shengjin's challenge has failed, he remains fifth. Is there anyone else who still wishes to challenge? At present Qianzhu and Shu'er remained unchanged. Monk Baoyan had become second and Wei Shengjin had fallen to last place. Monk Baoyan had already failed once against Wei Jian, so he no longer had any interest in challenging again. As for Wei Shengjin, he had been dealt a heavy blow and was in a daze, clearly having no interest in continuing either. Very well, let me ask once more, among those who were eliminated earlier, is there anyone willing to step onto the arena and challenge? Seeing that the surroundings remained utterly silent, Qianzhu turned to look at the king of Kaoshan. Only after the king nodded did Qianzhu announce loudly, I now declare the final results of the Royal City Tournament. From 1st to 5th, Wei Jian, Monk Baoyan, Qianzhu, Shu'er and Wei Shengjin. The rewards for the Royal City Tournament were fairly generous, yet they failed to arouse Wei Jian's interest in the slightest. For Wei Jian, what he needed most was the chance to compete in the Four Kingdoms Martial Tournament. After the Royal City Tournament ended, Wei Jian and Han Meng returned together to his small courtyard. We will set out for Mijia royal city in 2 months. If you go on ahead earlier you must be careful along the way. Besides your temperament is too ostentatious. Once you leave the royal city you must restrain yourself. Wei Jian smiled bitterly and nodded. In truth Wei Jian was introverted by nature and disliked ostentation. But if he did not show off he could not quickly accumulate points. Without points Wei Jian could not rapidly increase his strength. And one had to remember that his talent was now barely greater than an ordinary person's. If he relied solely on his own cultivation before long busybodies would once again pin the label, trash, onto Wei Jian. Also don't always think about harassing women. Such behavior is not good. Master, since when did you become so long-winded? If you don't want to hear it I won't say more. We'll meet again in Mijia royal city in 3 months. Han Meng made to turn and leave. Master, wait. Is there anything else? I have a gift for you, Master. What gift? Han Meng raised an eyebrow, a trace of anticipation appearing on his face. This gift is called an inflatable doll. As for its wonders, Master, you can go back and discover them on your own. Not long after seeing Han Meng off, a member of the Ritual Artifacts Department arrived at Wei Jian's small courtyard and handed him an archaic-looking blade case. Go back and tell Zhu Mingzi that I am very satisfied with this blade case and that I thank him for his considerable effort. After the Ritual Artifacts Department member left, Wei Jian could hardly wait to strap the Black Fang heavy blade onto his back. He moved his body around and confirmed that it did not hinder him much. Then he reached back and swiftly drew the Black Fang heavy blade. After testing it a few times, Wei Jian grew even fonder of the blade case. There was also another function to the blade case: it would activate as long as Wei Jian infused a small amount of spiritual energy into it. The blade case could offset part of the Black Fang heavy blade's weight. In this way, even without drawing the blade, Wei Jian could carry the 100,000 Jian Black Fang heavy blade on his back without worrying about his feet sinking into soft ground. Before nightfall, Wei Jian went to Tinglong Valley again. I have already heard about this morning's Royal City tournament. The fact that you took first place doesn't surprise me at all. Wei Zhongdao paused at that point, then suddenly changed the subject. Blonde women look more seductive than black-haired women, but black-haired women seem gentler than blonde women. But I prefer dark-skinned women. Dark skin represents health and vitality. Hearing Wei Zhongdao's words, Wei Jian was stunned for a long moment before he recovered. Grandfather, you're talking about those magazines. I have already flipped through all of them. Their artistic value is extremely high. These days I have been wandering through the ocean of art and I feel 10 years younger. Wei Jian wanted to laugh but quickly suppressed it. Grandfather, I plan to leave Kaoshan Royal City tomorrow and travel alone to Mijia Royal City for the Four Kingdoms Martial Tournament. I still have 2 bundles of magazines here, Grandfather. You should take your time studying them in the coming days. As he spoke, Wei Jian produced 2 bundles and placed them before Wei Zhongdao. The kingdom of Mijia bears deep enmity toward our kingdom of Kaoshan. When you are alone in Mijia, be careful not to reveal your identity lightly. Wei Jian nodded with deep agreement. There are many heavenly treasures that have ripened in Tinglong Valley again. Take them all away. Soon I will begin wandering in the ocean of art again. Don't disturb me anymore. Grandfather, you must take care of your health. Besides, sometimes switching hands makes the sensation different. After sweeping away all the heavenly treasures from Tinglong Valley, Wei Jian left contentedly. Next he went to visit Wei Shengjin. Wei Shengjin's methods were indeed ruthless. Not long after they had last met, Wei Shengjin's legs had actually been broken by someone. This is all thanks to you. Seeing Wei Jian, Wei Shengjin roared. If you hadn't had me crippled, how could I have fallen to where I am today? I am now living worse than death. Wei Jian glanced at Wei Shengjin, then took out a short blade and tossed it beside him. If you truly find it worse than death, you can choose to commit suicide. But I don't have the courage to kill myself. Then you can't blame me. After harvesting over 1,000 points from Wei Shengjin, Wei Jian went to see the queen. I will leave tomorrow. I will keep your secret, but before I go I hope you can make some gesture of gratitude. Hearing the first half of Wei Jian's words, the queen sighed with relief, but the second half made her frown. What do you want now? What do you mean, now? The things I have asked from you, my queen, don't amount to much in total. Wei Jian suddenly turned and glared at the queen. Meeting his eyes, the queen felt a stir of fear and involuntarily took a step back. I want a large quantity of pills for all kinds of purposes, the more the better. I'll give you one night to prepare. Hand them over to me tomorrow morning. As he spoke, Wei Jian walked toward the door and continued, don't think you can fool me. If the quantity and quality of the pills fail to meet my requirements, I guarantee that by tomorrow my father the king will know what happened between you and Yang Yuji. Once father flies into a rage, not only will you die, but my third brother won't be able to keep his life either. You. Though fury surged in the queen's heart, she could only nod and say, tomorrow morning I will deliver what you want to you. Thank you, my queen. After leaving Qianzhu Palace, Wei Jian went to the chancellor's residence and found Qianzhu. You really have something to give me? Qianzhu's attitude toward Wei Jian was very cold. It isn't actually that Zunwu level long whip you mentioned, is it? Wei Jian looked around and only after confirming that no one was nearby did he say with a smile, Qianzhu, did you mean what you said before? What did I say? Hey, you can't deny your own words. You promised before that as long as I gave you a Zunwu level long whip you would agree to date me. Humph, I did say that. Good, you admit it. With those words, Wei Jian turned his wrist and a fiery red long whip appeared in his hand within moments. The whip was fiery red, covered with exquisite patterns, and streams of red light flowed across it from time to time. This is... Qianzhu stared at Wei Jian with wide eyes. This is the Zunwu level long whip I told you about. It is called the Fire God Whip, and from now on it belongs to you. But... No buts. Wei Jian pressed the Fire God Whip into Qianzhu's hand. Don't worry. I, Wei Jian, am not one to force others. One day you will willingly become my woman. With that, before Qianzhu could react, Wei Jian waved his hand in a deliberately carefree manner and turned to leave. But Wei Jian, turning away, did not know that Qianzhu was staring at his back, and the indifference in her gaze gradually began to shift. Early in the morning, the queen sent someone bearing a large batch of medicinal pills. Most of these pills were meant for healing wounds and replenishing spiritual energy. Though their quality was not the highest, they were practical and abundant. After receiving the pills, Wei Jian slipped quietly out of Kaoshan Royal City. Wei Zhentian, I want you to transform into off-road vehicle mode. Wei Zhentian, at your command. In a moment a Hummer appeared before Wei Jian. Outside Kaoshan Royal City, official roads led in all directions. They were rough and uneven but broad. Wei Jian channeled part of his spiritual energy to wrap around the scabbard of the black Feng blade, reducing its weight. Then he drove the Hummer, flooring the accelerator all the way and tearing along at lightning speed, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Occasionally Wei Jian would honk the horn, which allowed him to gain several dozen points. Wei Zhentian, transform into fighter jet mode. Wei Zhentian, at your command. An F-22 Raptor fighter suddenly shot into the sky beneath the watchful eyes of bystanders. After a few seconds of climbing and accelerating, the Raptor carried Wei Jian up into the clouds. Wei Zhentian, you're incredible. Wei Zhentian is more than willing to serve you, but it seems we've run into trouble. Hearing Wei Zhentian's words, Wei Jian turned his head to one side and soon saw a giant red bird flapping its wings as it flew in pursuit of the raptor. This giant red bird was immense in size. Its feathers were like flames, and on its head were two long antennae, just like two long whips. I don't think this counts as trouble before the Decepticon leader Wei Zhentian. I believe you can easily shake it off. Of course, advance at sonic speed. Wei Zhentian murmured, and suddenly a sonic boom reached Wei Jian's ears. A powerful surge of acceleration pressed him into his seat, and the raptor shot into the distance like a beam of light. Have we lost it? It's accelerating too. The giant red bird flapped its wings unceasingly, and its speed appeared no slower than the raptor's, only faster. As the distance was gradually closed, two missiles blasted out from beneath the raptor's belly. Moments later, both missiles struck the giant red bird with unerring precision. But what made Wei Jian's heart jump was that the two mighty missiles slammed into the giant red bird and exploded fiercely, yet they barely caused it any real harm. The giant red bird let out a long cry, then beat its wings. As it closed in on Wei Zhentian once more, it opened its beak and spat out a massive fireball. Seeing this, Wei Zhentian hurriedly took evasive action. In the end, the fireball exploded on one side of the raptor. Rolling waves of fire engulfed the raptor in the blink of an eye. The left engine is damaged. The fighter can no longer stay airborne. I'm changing to robot mode. During the descent, Wei Zhentian transformed into a robot and shielded Wei Jian as the two of them plummeted rapidly toward the ground. Glimpsing this, the giant red bird cried out and chased after them, spitting 2 more fireballs at Wei Zhentian. Damn it, what exactly is that thing? Stop exclaiming. That giant red bird is after you. I'm putting you away now. As soon as Wei Jian finished speaking, he tucked Wei Zhentian into the spatial ring before Wei Zhentian could say a word. With Wei Zhentian gone, the giant red bird lost its target. It circled in midair twice, then quickly vanished from Wei Jian's sight. Relying on the willow flutter technique, Wei Jian strained with all his might before finally landing on the ground. Back on solid earth, he could not help but heave a long sigh of relief. That giant red bird is probably at least at the Demon King level. It seems my master was right. After leaving the royal city, I really need to keep a low profile. Wei Jian muttered softly, then turned to look around him. The place where he now stood was a dense jungle filled with towering ancient trees everywhere. Their enormous crowns connected like a great canopy, blotting out the sun and sky. Because sunlight could hardly filter down from above, the air was thick with a stale, rotting smell. This should be Huanglin. Wei Jian was fairly familiar with the kingdom of Kaoshan, and he knew that Huanglin lay to the northeast of Kaoshan Royal City. Huanglin was an immense primeval forest. In addition to countless demonic beasts, the jungle contained innumerable rare natural treasures. For that reason, Huanglin was also known as an adventurer's paradise. Countless hunters entered Huanglin, slaying demonic beasts to obtain demon cores and gathering all kinds of rare treasures. Luckily, I haven't gone off course. Wei Jian reassured himself and was about to move forward when a voice suddenly reached his ears. That fire god bird went crazy just now, as if it were chasing something. And the thing it was chasing seems to have fallen somewhere around here. I think it might well be some treasure. The fire god bird is only a little short of breaking through to demon venerable. It's the most powerful demonic beast in Huanglin. Under the fire god bird's pursuit, anything would be burned to ashes by its flames. You must have been seeing things. A moment later, 3 figures appeared before Wei Jian. They were 3 middle-aged men in typical hunter garb. 2 of them carried longbows and long arrows on their backs, while the third held a serrated blade in his hand. The newcomers also spotted Wei Jian. Shango, don't tell me he's the treasure you mentioned, a dim-witted brat who looks like a fool. The hunter named Shango shot Wei Jian a vicious glare. Hey kid, I'm asking you, did you see any treasure fall from the sky? Seeing Wei Jian shake his head, another hunter muttered, damn it. We shouldn't have believed you, Shango. We've wasted time for nothing. I don't want this stupid affair to delay us from going after the dragon scale fruit. Remember, in 3 days the dragon scale fruit will be ripe. Dragon scale fruit? Wei Jian raised an eyebrow slightly. He had heard of the dragon scale fruit. It was an extremely rare natural treasure. According to legend, after swallowing the dragon scale fruit, one's physical body would be greatly strengthened, one's defensive power would be multiplied, and one would become invulnerable to blades and spears from then on. I don't think this trip was a total loss. This little guy has a spatial ring on his hand. I'd say there's no telling how many treasures are hidden inside it. Qianzhu, your eyes are certainly sharp. You can even make out something as tiny as a spatial ring. Shi chuckled, then shifted his gaze to Wei Jian. Kid, break your connection with the spatial ring and hand over everything inside it. If you cooperate nicely, we won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, you'll leave your life here. Hearing Shi's words, a sly smile crept across Wei Jian's face. I was just about to say the same, I'm the one robbing you. Hearing Wei Jian's words, and the other 2 exchanged glances, then burst into laughter all at once. Are you trying to rob us? Did the 3 of us hear that right? You heard right. I'm robbing you, but I don't want your money, I'm taking you. Taking us? The round, greasy Qianzhu stepped forward. Could it be that you're after our looks? I didn't expect a young man like you to have such unusual tastes. As it happens, I Qianzhu am just as broad-minded. If you're in need, I can satisfy you. Screw you. Wei Jian was disgusted by Qianzhu. I want the 3 of you to be my slaves. You're courting death. Dash's words had just fallen when he swung his serrated blade at Wei Jian. As a 5th stage martial master, his cleaving strike truly carried some ferocity. But just as the serrated blade was about to land on Wei Jian's head, Wei Jian shifted his body and vanished from before Dash's eyes. Watch out. Shango's words had barely ended when Wei Jian lifted his leg and kicked Dash squarely in the lower back. The kick used only 1/10 of his strength, yet it still sent Dash flying several paces away. Watch the arrow. At some unknown moment Qianzhu had already knocked and drawn an arrow. The instant his fingers slipped, the long arrow became a beam of light streaking toward Wei Jian's chest. How is this possible? Qianzhu had believed that his arrow would be enough to gravely injure Wei Jian. But what he had never expected was that Wei Jian simply reached out and caught it. Even if this shoddy arrow hit me, it would leave no more than a red mark on my body. Wei Jian smiled. While Qianzhu was still stunned, Wei Jian hurled the arrow back at him. Whoosh! The arrow grazed Qianzhu's face and sank into the trunk of the great tree beside him. At least half of the entire arrow had penetrated deep into the wood. He wet himself. Seeing a large wet patch spreading across Qianzhu's crotch, Wei Jian roared with laughter. Now I'll say it one more time, this is a robbery and I'm taking people. This time, as soon as Wei Jian's words fell, Dash and the other two dropped to their knees. Hunters braved the wild forest only to survive, so to hunters staying alive was the most important thing. As for so-called dignity, it meant nothing to hunters. Now I'll give you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to make a comfortable bench. I want you three to carry me forward on it. Driven by their survival instinct, Dash and the other two quickly made a bench. It was woven from vines, and Qianzhu, ever thoughtful, spread a thick layer of fur over it. Wei Jian sat on the bench and called out loudly, "You three idiots, what are you standing there gawking for? Raise the palanquin." As Wei Jian's words fell, he gained 30 points from Dash and the others. This delighted Wei Jian. Then, inspired by the moment, he snapped off a branch and lashed the three with it from time to time, keeping them resentful and ensuring they kept contributing points to him. What part of the wild forest is this? This is the outskirts. The moment Shengjin finished speaking, Wei Jian struck him fiercely with the branch. When you answer my questions, remember to address me with an honorific. Master, this is the outskirts of the wild forest. You mentioned earlier that there is a dragon scale fruit. Where in the wild forest is it located? It's beside the Blackwater pool. The pool is about 2 days' journey from here. Dash and the others had said earlier that the dragon scale fruit would ripen in 3 days. The journey would take 2 days. By that reckoning, Wei Jian and his group should be able to reach the Blackwater pool before the dragon scale fruit ripened. How many people know about the dragon scale fruit right now? At least 200, and they are all converging on the Blackwater pool. 200? Wei Jian frowned. That was hardly a small number. What kind of strength do these 200 have roughly? Are they all hunters? The strongest among them should be at the martial grandmaster level. Apart from hunters, some of them are mercenaries. Since martial grandmasters are involved, what are you three doing joining the fray? Among the three, Dash was the strongest, a 5th stage martial master, while Shengjin was the weakest, a 3rd stage martial master. With strength like theirs, daring to fight over the dragon scale fruit would only earn them bloody wounds. Who can say when it comes to luck? What if those contending for the fruit end up wounding one another? Then the three of us might just get a chance to pick up the leftovers. No matter the time or place, dreamers are never in short supply. Dash and the other two knew that their chances of obtaining the dragon scale fruit were slim, but they were still willing to try their luck. And there were many others like them. Now let me make one thing perfectly clear to you three, you no longer have any chance of picking up leftovers because the dragon scale fruit is already in my grasp. Your strength may be great, but that doesn't necessarily make you a martial grandmaster. The moment Qianzhu finished, the branch in Wei Jian's hand cracked across his back. You're quite gutsy, daring to question your own master. Master, I know I was wrong. Smack. The branch struck Qianzhu's back again. Master, this time I didn't say anything. Why did you hit me again? Because you were hating me in your heart. Wei Jian and the other three kept moving forward, gradually drawing closer to the depths of the wild forest. Along the way, Wei Jian and the others encountered many demonic beasts. Fortunately, most of them were merely spirit-rank demonic beasts and were easily dealt with by Dash and the others. Several of those demonic beasts were eaten by Wei Jian's party. But as they continued forward, the chance of encountering mystic-rank demonic beasts would gradually increase, and there might even be demon grandmasters near the Blackwater pool. Master, up ahead are 2 ridges, and beside them is a hunter camp. On ordinary days, hunters can rest there and exchange their spoils with one another. It's almost dark now. If we keep going at night, we'll run into a great many mystic-rank demonic beasts. So we suggest resting for the night at the hunter camp. What does Master think? Hearing Dash's words, Wei Jian instantly understood his intention. Dash and the other two certainly had many friends and acquaintances in the hunter camp, so bringing Wei Jian there could not be out of good intentions. Fine. His courage matched his skill, so Wei Jian agreed to Dash's proposal without hesitation. Put me down first. Wei Jian rose from the bench and said unhurriedly, Dash, you and Pengzhu go to the hunter camp first, find a good place for us to stay and prepare some food. His words suited Dash and Pengzhu perfectly. The two exchanged a glance and quickly nodded. Don't worry, master. We'll prepare a sumptuous feast for you. Beside Erdeo Ridge, the hunter's camp that Big Snake and the others had mentioned was not large. More than 20 low shabby tents were scattered haphazardly in a mountain hollow surrounded by a crooked fence. However, because of the dragon scale fruit, quite a few people had gathered in this small hunter's camp. Under Mountain Dog's guidance, Wei Jian had barely stepped into the hunter's camp when more than a dozen hunters suddenly emerged and surrounded him and Mountain Dog completely. In the distance, 20-odd hunters were sizing up Wei Jian with half-smiles. Kid, let me be completely honest with you, you've walked right into a trap. Kid, you're too naive. If you try to act tough in front of us, we can toy with you and crush you effortlessly. As Big Snake and Fat Pig finished speaking, Mountain Dog shrugged as well. Your strength is indeed impressive, but there are no pushovers here, everyone has blood on their hands. More than 10 of us against you alone, even if you manage to heal afterward, you'll be crippled for life. Kid, I, Big Snake, will give you some advice. First, kneel down and kowtow to the three of us in apology. Second, hand over everything in your spatial ring. Finally, since your strength is not bad, you'll serve as our free hired thug for a few days. Wei Jian smiled and took off the black-tooth heavy blade. People say hunters are filthy dogs, you eat rotten flesh and commit the vilest, dirtiest deeds. Among you there is never loyalty, only profit. I'm curious what exactly Big Snake and his two cohorts promised you to make you willing to come after me. Before anyone could answer, Wei Jian produced a supreme grade spirit stone. This is a supreme grade spirit stone. This one stone is worth 100 top grade spirit stones, 10,000 medium grade spirit stones, or 1 million low grade spirit stones. People like you probably can't earn this much even after years of hard work. Now I'll give you two choices. The first is the blade in my right hand and the second is the supreme grade spirit stone in my left hand. Choose the blade and I'll teach you a lesson. Choose the spirit stone and you'll teach Big Snake and his two companions a lesson for me. As soon as Wei Jian finished, Big Snake's trio felt a chill in their hearts. Don't listen to him. His spatial ring must contain even more supreme grade spirit stones. Let's all attack together, kill him and split the treasure equally. As Big Snake finished, a scar-faced man stepped forward. Kid, Big Snake is right. We want to choose a third path. That third path is to butcher you and take all your treasures. By the way, I'm Scarface, the strongest hunter in this camp. After Scarface spoke, the 20-odd hunters who had been watching also swarmed over like flies. Where there was profit, everyone wanted a share. Longworm, Tiger, Big Cat, the three of you go test him first. If you can kill him, you'll each get an extra 10% share of his belongings. Wait a minute. As soon as Scarface finished speaking, Wei Jian stepped forward and shouted. What? You want to beg for mercy? Scarface sneered. No, no, no. I'm not begging for mercy, I'm suggesting we save time. I'll take on all of you by myself. The moment Wei Jian finished, his body flickered and he appeared in front of Scarface. Before Scarface could react, the black-tooth heavy blade slashed swiftly across the intact side of his face. Such incredible speed! Scarface had barely uttered his exclamation before Wei Jian was already charging into the middle of the crowd. The black-tooth heavy blade whirled up and down ceaselessly. In a few moments, Wei Jian had cut his way to the other end of the crowd. Let me teach you trash a lesson. Now I want you all on your knees. Anyone who refuses to kneel will have his head chopped off next. Everyone's face had been slashed with a long gash by the black-tooth heavy blade. Because the blade carried innate flames, the wounds did not bleed, instead they were seared into cooked flesh. Earlier the crowd had not yet registered what happened, and now hearing Wei Jian's words they finally felt the searing pain on their faces. Amid the pain they also understood the threat, and soon a whole group of them knelt down. We never expected you to be so powerful, young brother. We were blind and offended you. Please forgive us. Scarface had been arrogant moments ago, but now before absolute power he had chickened out. Wei Jian kicked Scarface over and stepping forward planted his foot on the man's face. Who's your brother? You trash don't deserve to be brothers with me. Ding. Scarface feels hatred toward you. System points 100. Ding. Big Snake feels disgust toward you. System points 10. Ding. Big Cat feels disgust toward you. System points 10. In an instant he had gained several hundred points. Only then did Wei Jian contentedly lift his foot from Scarface's face. You trash, you filthy dogs, what are you standing there gaping for? Hurry up and prepare food and lodging. And my room must have a soft carpet. Tonight I want roast meat and the ingredients must at least be mystic tier demon beasts. I'll give you half an hour to get ready. If everything isn't prepared within half an hour, I'll teach you bunch of trash another lesson. Also don't think about running. I guarantee that anyone who tries to escape will pay with their life. After saying this, Wei Jian brought out Wei Zenshin. Wei Zenshin, these people are all experienced farms. Keep a close watch. If anyone dares to flee, kill him. Wei Zenshin obeys. Watching the massive Wei Zenshin stride out of the hunters' camp with earth-shaking steps, the hunters were all stunned into silence. This mechanical puppet is formidable. Could this kid be an alchemist? Remember to call him master. Mountain Dog shot a glare at the speaker beside him and hurriedly ran into the jungle. Half an hour later, everyone had prepared everything according to Wei Jian's requirements. Of course, a few people did try to escape during the process, but one was crushed into pulp by Wei Zenshin and another was blown to nothing by a cannon shell. Master, I'll sprinkle some secret spice on the roast. This spice makes the meat more fragrant and also less greasy. Hearing Scarface's words, Wei Jian chuckled. Secret spice? Were you a chef before? Yes, I once served the disciples of the sword sect. Later I offended one of them, so I fled into the wild woods and became a hunter. There are no good birds in the sword sect. Wei Jian muttered, then grabbed the roast and took a bite. Tastes good. Wei Jian muttered, then kicked Scarface in the leg. Scarface, bewildered by the kick, instantly contributed another 100 points. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Wei Jian drove dozens of hunters onward toward the Blackwater Pool. Scarface, come here. Hearing Wei Jian's words, Scarface froze for a moment before snapping back to reality, unable to suppress a shudder. This lowly one wonders what instructions my master has for me. I've noticed you've been absent-minded since we set out this morning. Tell me, are you plotting some crooked scheme again? Master, I am wrongly accused. Scarface cried out, then hastily explained, Master, the reason I've been distracted is that this morning I accidentally discovered a summons edict of the sword sect near the hunter's camp. The sword sect may have discovered me. Perhaps it won't be long before their people come to kill me. I've only been a little absent-minded because I'm afraid of the sword sect. Sword sect summons. Wei Jian raised an eyebrow. The sword sect disciple you offended back then, does he hold a very high status in the sect? Scarface thought for a moment and shook his head. Have the sword sect sent anyone to hunt you down over the years? Scarface thought again, then shook his head once more. See? That's exactly the point. The sword sect disciples never caused you trouble before, so this time they couldn't possibly venture deep into the wild forest to hunt you down for no reason. But these sword sect summons, before Scarface could finish, Wei Jian smiled and said, Don't worry. If the sword sect truly dares to come knocking, I'll bear whatever happens for you. Although Wei Jian said these words, he knew very well in his heart that this time the sword sect's target was definitely not Scarface. At least 70% of the sword sect's purpose was directed at Wei Jian himself. When it came to offending the sword sect, Wei Jian left Scarface several streets behind. Master, you have been like a second father to Scarface. Scarface, enough, stop flattering me. I'm gravely warning you all now, if we can't reach the Blackwater Pool before dark, I will be very angry. The Blackwater Pool was a small deep pool. Because the rocks around the deep pool contained a special mineral, they all appeared pitch black. From a distance, the Blackwater Pool looked just like an inkstone filled with ink. Before nightfall, when Wei Jian and his group arrived at the Blackwater Pool, more than 100 people had already gathered nearby. These 100+ people were divided into many distinct groups. The largest group consisted of over 30 people who were completely different from the ragged hunters. All 30-odd wore black leather armor and looked like a mighty awe-inspiring army. Master, they are from the Lei Hua Mercenary Corps. The bearded man gripping the giant hammer is Lei Hua, the commander of the corps. I've heard he possesses the strength of the second heaven of the martial ancestor realm. If you wish to obtain the dragon scale fruit, Master Lei Hua is an obstacle you must overcome. Hearing this, Wei Jian turned his head to look at Lei Hua. Perhaps sensing Wei Jian's gaze, Lei Hua turned his head and fixed his eyes on Wei Jian. The two locked eyes for a moment. In the end, Lei Hua led the members of the Lei Hua mercenary corps forward and planted himself directly in front of Wei Jian and his companions. Scarface, you're someone with some standing among the hunters. How is it that today you're following that snot-nosed brat around, bowing and scraping? Could it be that this brat gave you some virgin boy's piss to drink? As Lei Hua finished, the mercenaries burst into unbridled laughter. Scarface's face darkened. Lei Hua, watch your tongue. Be careful you don't bring disaster upon yourself. Scarface's words were actually a trick to deflect trouble to Wei Jian. Wei Jian understood perfectly what Scarface meant, but he did not care that Scarface was playing a petty game of cunning before him. Bring disaster on me? Who's going to bring disaster on me? With your strength of the 9th rank martial master. With this milk-faced whelp. At this, a fierce grimace flashed across Lei Hua's face. Piss me off and I'll rip your heads off with my bare hands and stuff them up your backsides. Slap. The moment Lei Hua finished speaking, he received a solid slap across the face. Naturally, the one who struck him was Wei Jian. You little bastard, how dare you hit me? Slap. Wei Jian landed another slap on Lei Hua's face. Perhaps stunned by the beating, Lei Hua shook his head and dumbly continued, if you've got guts, give me another slap. That request isn't excessive at all. I'll oblige you. Wei Jian struck left and right, delivering 4 more slaps to Lei Hua's face within moments. I'll damn well cripple you right now, Lei Hua said, raising his giant hammer, but Wei Jian kicked him in the rear with a swing of his leg. Lei Hua collapsed with a miserable shriek, curling up like a boiled shrimp and rolling several times on the ground. Then, drenched in sweat, he bellowed at the mercenaries, get him! Crippled that little bastard! And you all! Wei Jian was about to order the hunters into a fight against the mercenaries, but when he turned his head he saw that the hunters had already scrambled backward, putting distance between themselves and him. A pack of filthy mongrels indeed, no sense of honor at all. The moment Wei Jian muttered this to himself, the Lei Hua mercenary corps seized the opportunity and surrounded him in a tight circle. Little bastard, do you know you were playing with fire just now? Now I'm not only going to kill you, I'm going to torture you severely before I kill you. As Lei Hua was about to wave his hand, a shout came from the side, the dragon scale fruit is about to ripen. At the sound, Lei Hua's eyebrows shot up. The dragon scale fruit is ripening early. Count yourself lucky, kid. I'll take the fruit first, then settle accounts with you. The crowd hastily converged on the great boulder where the dragon scale fruit grew. As soon as Wei Jian drew near, he caught an extraordinary fragrance. It drifted into his nostrils and instantly filled him with a refreshing, carefree joy. He took another look at the dragon scale fruit. It was not what he had imagined. The fruit growing on the boulder was about 70% similar to a tomato from Earth. Only the dragon scale fruit was a far more brilliant red. The dragon scale fruit could ripen at any moment now. Scarface came to Wei Jian's side, and after finishing that sentence he hurriedly explained, you can't blame us for just now. We really did want to help you, but we hunters can't afford to offend the Lei Hua mercenary corps. Now that Lei Hua's attention is focused on the dragon scale fruit, I suggest you seize the chance and run for your life. Wei Jian glanced at Scarface, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. Since I'm already here, wouldn't it be a shame to leave without obtaining this dragon scale fruit? But, before Scarface could finish, Lei Hua's voice rang out nearby. The dragon scale fruit is ripe. Lei Hua mercenary corps, move now. Once the dragon scale fruit ripened, a streak of red light shimmered across its surface, appearing resplendently beautiful. Moreover, the fragrance lingering around the black pool grew even more intense. The very moment the dragon scale fruit reached maturity, over 100 hunters and members of the Thunderfire mercenary group lunged toward it simultaneously. Anyone who dares to compete with our Thunderfire mercenary group for food shall be killed without mercy. Thunderfire let out a mighty roar, hurling his massive hammer forward. A crimson bolt of lightning shot forth and struck a hunter in an instant, reducing him to a puff of ashes. As Thunderfire made his move, the mercenaries of the Thunderfire mercenary group also laid into the hunters around them. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupted around the black pool. 50 paces from the dragon scale fruit, Thunderfire suddenly accelerated, faint crimson arcs of electricity flickering beneath his feet. 30 paces from the dragon scale fruit. A smile crept across Thunderfire's face, for in his eyes no one could stop him from claiming the fruit now. 10 paces from the dragon scale fruit. Thunderfire raised his left hand, already fantasizing about the exquisite sensation of the fruit landing in his grasp. One final step from the dragon scale fruit. Thunderfire's expression suddenly darkened, for just as his left hand was about to touch the fruit, another hand snatched it away first. After Wei Jian seized the dragon scale fruit a step ahead of everyone, he pushed off a massive boulder with both legs and vaulted a full 10 zhang into the air. Completing a graceful and effortless 720-degree spin midair, Wei Jian landed steadily behind the crowd. This dragon scale fruit smells wonderful, and it should taste just as good. Upon hearing his words, everyone present instantly contributed several thousand points to Wei Jian. You insolent brat! Put down the dragon scale fruit at once or I'll kill you! Thunderfire bellowed, his voice brimming with fury and frustration. That's right, hand over the dragon scale fruit and we'll let you leave safely. Otherwise, even if you swallow it, death is certain today. The Thunderfire mercenary group is far too tyrannical. Friend, if you dislike them, just give the fruit to me. Once I have it, I will definitely help you fight through their encirclement. Spirit stones. I can give you spirit stones. 20 high-grade spirit stones. I doubt you've ever seen such a fortune in your life. Take these spirit stones and leave the wild forest. You can live comfortably for a long time. As Thunderfire's words faded, clamoring voices rose all around the black pool. Yet under everyone's gaze, Wei Jian unhurriedly brought the dragon scale fruit to his lips. Then came a scene that made the crowd's blood pressure spike. He gripped the fruit and took a gentle bite. This fruit is quite juicy, sweet and refreshing, and it tastes pretty good. Damned brat, put down the rest of that dragon scale fruit. Thunderfire felt his heart wrench violently as he knitted his brows and roared at Wei Jian. The second bite, though, reveals a different flavor. This sweetness carries a subtle fragrance. You're asking for death. Thunderfire swung his massive hammer forward and a bolt of lightning appeared above Wei Jian's head. Yet to Thunderfire's surprise, Wei Jian merely shifted his body lightly to dodge the lightning. Third bite and I've already eaten half of it. This dragon scale fruit is decent, but it's too small in portion. Thunderfire mercenary group charge? Kill him together. The mercenaries and some hunters were just about to rush at Wei Jian when a longsword suddenly descended from the sky. The sword appeared utterly ordinary, but the instant it touched the ground it exploded. The resulting shockwave sent at least half the mercenaries and hunters tumbling to the ground. At the same time, dozens of figures wielding longswords appeared near the black pool, and after their arrival they subtly encircled the crowd. They are disciples of the sword sect. Scarface was the first to realize it, shouting in trembling terror. As his words fell, a gaunt figure pushed through the crowd and strode toward Wei Jian. The man approaching Wei Jian wore luxurious silk robes. Although he appeared extremely thin, everyone believed that his lean frame contained astonishing power. The newcomer walked directly to the sword, then casually reached out with a hand, and the blade that had fallen from the sky flew straight into his grasp. I am Qianzhu, second elder of the sword sect. Hearing Qianzhu's words, Wei Jian frowned. Wei Jian had heard of Qianzhu's reputation. This man was the sword sect's third strongest expert, and his cultivation, like Wei Jian's, was at the pinnacle of the martial ancestor realm. But unlike Wei Jian, Qianzhu had been at the peak of the martial ancestor realm for years and had long since stabilized his foundation. Wei Jian's power came from the system, yet the 100,000 spiritual energy had yet to be fully digested. Thus, although Wei Jian's cultivation matched Qianzhu's in an actual contest of strength, Wei Jian was bound to be at a disadvantage. It looks like a fierce battle is coming. But a tough fight might do me good and help solidify my cultivation. Wei Jian thought to himself, swiftly stuffing the dragon scale fruit into his mouth. As the dragon scale fruit was completely swallowed, Wei Jian quickly felt changes taking place all over his body. Most visibly, his muscles became far more solid and robust. Even the second elder of the sword sect is interested in the dragon scale fruit. Do you intend to leave no room for loose cultivators like us to survive? A hunter, perhaps consumed by rage, stepped forward to denounce Qianzhu. The sword sect has never set foot in the wild forest before. Now that the second elder has come here, do you truly want to slaughter us all? Before the hunter could finish, Qianzhu turned his longsword and gently swung it. In an instant, a sword glare appeared before the hunter and split him in two. Half a stick of incense from now. I don't want to see any irrelevant living people. As Qianzhu finished speaking, the sword sect disciples were about to attack the mercenaries and hunters when Wei Jian stepped forward and shouted, Stop! When you crippled Tai Shanha and humiliated our sword sect, you weren't so compassionate. That's because the sword sect's people are detestable. You're about to die today and you still care about them. I don't want anyone to die because of me. If you truly must kill them, then wait until you have the chance to kill me first. Fine. In consideration of your commendable talent, I'll grant you this final wish before you die. Seeing Wei Jian take down the Blacktooth heavy blade and begin his standoff with Qianzhu, Lei Huo's heart suddenly clenched. Could this little bastard actually be able to contend with Qianzhu? If that's really the case, weren't we just tugging at a tiger's whiskers? Hearing Lei Huo muttering to himself, the scar-faced man couldn't help turning his head to glance at him. So do you want him to win, or do you want Qianzhu to win? What a stupid question. Of course I want the little bastard to win. If that little bastard wins, we might still have a glimmer of a chance to live. But if the little wretch loses, given the sword sect's way of doing things, we'll all die here today. If that's what you really believe, then you'd better start by changing what you call him. Qianzhu stood in front of Wei Jian with unhurried composure. He pulled out an embroidered kerchief and while wiping his sharp sword blade said without raising his head, brute strength and uncanny body movement, that is all the intelligence I have gathered about you. Other than those, what other abilities do you have? Your young master here has far more abilities than that. If you're scared, take the sword sect's trash and get out of here now, and I'll spare your lives. Since I have come, I will not leave until I have cut off your head. Qianzhu put away the kerchief, then raised his head and fixed his gaze on Wei Jian. Your strength is ferocious, but as a powerful sword cultivator I will not clash with you head-on. Your body movement is uncanny, but as a powerful sword cultivator my body movement should be no worse than yours. So today, even if you have heaven-defying methods, you will still die without question. As he finished speaking, a faint azure whirlwind suddenly formed around his feet. Then, almost skimming the ground, Qianzhu shot straight at Wei Jian with terrifying speed. Watch me, one sword of solitary wind decides the fate of all. Qianzhu's longsword was wrapped in sword aura. He thrust the blade directly at Wei Jian's throat. Before the sword even reached him, the fierce sword aura already pressed down on Wei Jian with immense force. That bastard is dead for sure. All these years Qianzhu has always needed only one sword to kill. After speaking, the scar-faced man closed his eyes. But at that moment a crisp clink reached the scar-faced man's ears. Struggling to open his eyes, he saw Wei Jian using the blade of the Blacktooth heavy blade to precisely block the tip of Qianzhu's sword. You do have some skill? Qianzhu sneered and flicked his wrist. Several sword auras were instantly shaken loose from his longsword, streaking downward. A few of those sword auras shot through a massive tree, slicing its trunk into several segments. Another sword aura swept across Wei Jian's shoulder, leaving behind a hideous gaping wound. It was fortunate that Wei Jian had just consumed the dragon scale fruit, which had greatly transformed his physical constitution. Otherwise that single sword aura alone would have crippled his arm. Feeling the pain radiating from his shoulder, Wei Jian took a step back and swung the Blacktooth heavy blade forward in a vicious arc. A torrent of black flame shot towards Qianzhu. A paltry trick. Qianzhu whirled his longsword and shattered the black flame into sparks that filled the sky. But one spark happened to land on his robe, and in a flash it set his clothing alight. This fire is strange. Qianzhu flipped his palm over and a surge of spiritual power gushed out from his hand, extinguishing the flame on his robe in an instant. But just then Qianzhu sensed a fierce gust of wind at his back. He spun around and swung his sword, and the longsword once again collided with the Blacktooth heavy blade. Yet this time was different. Wei Jian was the one attacking. The Blacktooth heavy blade crashed down on the longsword, and the enormous force traveled through the sword and slammed into Qianzhu, involuntarily driving him back several steps. Your strength is indeed ferocious. Across the entire Kaoshan kingdom there are not many who can force me back. Then let me now show you my body movement technique. Wei Jian pressed relentlessly forward against Qianzhu, the Blacktooth heavy blade in his hand, chopping down again and again. Streaks of black flame flew everywhere, turning the area into a sea of black fire while leaving Qianzhu flustered and on the defensive. That young man's strength truly is unexpected. He can actually force Qianzhu into constant retreat. Hearing Lei Huo's words, the scar-faced man raised his head and looked at him. Lei Huo, don't be too pleased. Even if my master wins, he won't necessarily let you live. The young man is magnanimous. If he truly meant to settle scores with me, he wouldn't have stopped the sword sect people from slaughtering us earlier. Wind. Qianzhu had been forced back against a large tree. Seeing the black-toothed heavy blade descending at him once more, he did not dare to take the blow directly, so he frowned and let out a furious roar. A whirlwind suddenly appeared wrapped around Qianzhu and carried him up along the tree trunk into the high sky. Countless leaves and branches were dragged into the air. Standing within the whirlwind, Qianzhu looked quite dashing. Storm sword rain, extinguish all living things. Boy, let's see how you dodge this time. Looking down from above, Qianzhu pointed his long sword at Wei Jian from a distance. In the next breath, several swords formed from sword aura materialized above Wei Jian's head. Those swords formed from sword aura were like a rain of blades. They froze in midair for a moment, then plummeted down with a roaring gust. Willow fluff flies, leaving no trace. Wei Jian murmured. As the sword rain fell, he vanished from where he stood. The sword rain crashed down, leaving the spot where he had stood riddled and ravaged. But the moment Wei Jian reappeared, the sword rain that had already whistled down burst back out of the earth and shot toward him from every direction, skimming along the ground. Clang! 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 Wei Jian evaded several flying swords and knocked 3 more away with a swing of his blade. To his surprise, however, the swords quickly turned in midair and came streaking back at him once more. It's useless. Unless you can hover in midair like me, no matter how superb your body movement is, you will never escape my storm sword rain. My storm sword rain can seep through every crack like the wind. Qianzhu looked down from above, exultant with pride. Storm sword rain was Qianzhu's signature technique. The sword rain fell from the sky, then hugged the ground and killed enemies from all sides, much like the sword manipulation art. Of course, storm sword rain and the sword manipulation art were vastly different. For one thing, storm sword rain could only skim close to the ground. But just as Qianzhu was beginning to gloat, Wei Jian suddenly appeared behind him. Catching Qianzhu off guard, Wei Jian swung the black-toothed heavy blade toward his neck. The black flame-wreathed blade aura sliced through the whirlwind and was about to reach Qianzhu's neck. At the critical moment, Qianzhu turned around again and fended off Wei Jian's attack with his longsword. How is that possible? How can you also linger in midair? There is nothing impossible. Wei Jian stared at Qianzhu and sneered. Second Elder, I have roughly figured out your tricks by now. This time, whether you ascend to heaven or dive into the earth, I will definitely kill you. The saber is the overlord of weapons. Generally speaking, the saber is more suitable for close combat than the sword. Qianzhu was considered a top-tier expert in the Kaoshan Kingdom, renowned for the sharpness of his sword aura, yet even so, Qianzhu was not skilled at close-quarters combat. This was especially true in close combat against Wei Jian. After all, the black-toothed heavy saber in Wei Jian's hand alone weighed 100,000 Jian. Every time Qianzhu clashed head-on with his longsword, he had to withstand immense physical and psychological pressure. The reason Wei Jian said he had figured out Qianzhu's pattern was that he had simply understood that Qianzhu was at a disadvantage in close combat compared to himself. Using one's own strengths against the enemy's weaknesses is basic combat common sense. Qianzhu glanced at Wei Jian, frowned, and formed hand seals. Before long, a whirlwind carried Qianzhu away, widening the gap between him and Wei Jian. Boy, your strength has exceeded my expectations. It seems your cultivation is at least at the 7th heaven of the martial ancestor realm. Qianzhu appeared calm on the surface, but in his heart a storm of shock was already surging. After all, Wei Jian was not old. At 18 to possess such cultivation, not to mention in the entire Kaoshan Kingdom, even in the whole Zhennan Prefecture, there were probably few who could surpass Wei Jian in talent. High cultivation does not necessarily mean great strength. I quite agree with that. It seems you have a good measure of self-awareness. So I will kill you, the second elder of the sword sect, to prove my strength. How dare you? Qianzhu roared, pouring a large amount of spiritual energy into his longsword. Sword chi breaks the heavens. Qianzhu swept the longsword horizontally, and a streak of sword aura surged out like a bolt of silk, swift as a startled swan. But to Qianzhu's surprise, just as the sword aura was about to strike Wei Jian's body drifted like willow catkins in the wind, easily evading the attack. How did you do that? You haven't reached the martial king realm, so you cannot possibly soar through the air. The reason Qianzhu could remain standing in midair was that he was attuned to the power of wind. It was by relying on that whirlwind that he could fly into the sky. Wei Jian, however, strolled through the air as if walking in his courtyard, seemingly without relying on any force. This made Qianzhu feel absolutely incredulous. The world never lacks miracles. Who says a martial ancestor cannot soar through the air? Hearing Wei Jian's words, Qianzhu frowned deeply. Qianzhu excelled at using fierce sword aura, and attacking from a high vantage point had always been his winning trump card. Today that never-failing trump card seemed to lose its effect before Wei Jian. Watching Wei Jian and Qianzhu in midair, Lei Hua and the others gaped so widely that an egg could fit into their mouths. The conversation between Wei Jian and Qianzhu was inaudible to them because they were too far away. When they saw Wei Jian flying in the air, Lei Hua and the others thought Wei Jian had the strength of a martial king. My ancestor is actually a martial king playing the pig to eat the tiger. Fortunately the sword sect people arrived in time, or else Lei Hua would have committed a monstrous disaster today. On hearing this, the scar-faced man cast a bewildered look at Lei Hua. How did my master become your ancestor? If calling him ancestor could make him let bygones be bygones, I could call him until his ears grew calluses. In the high sky the two faced off for a while. At last a strand of cold sweat gradually appeared on Qianzhu's forehead. Manipulating the whirlwind to cocoon himself in midair was extremely draining on his spiritual energy. After such a battle, Qianzhu's spiritual energy was only 30% of its usual level. Humph. In consideration of your fairly decent talent, I'll spare you today. Sword sect disciples, hear my command. We. Leaving so soon? Wei Jian interrupted Qianzhu's orders. You came leading men to attack me. If word of this reaches my father the king, the sword sect will surely bear his wrath. So you aren't really retreating, you're going to find reinforcements. Humph, so what if you've seen through me? Do you think you can stop me if I want to leave? Qianzhu sneered and was about to leave when a shadow suddenly appeared from nowhere, enveloping his body. Is this an alchemist's metal puppet? At the sight of Wei Zhentian, Qianzhu's heart quaked. Wei Zhentian had an enormous build with a giant sword in his hand, looking awe-inspiring and commanding. His name is Wei Zhentian. He has his own intelligence. Below the martial king realm, I'm afraid no one is his match. Wei Jian was not exaggerating on this point. Wei Zhentian was the Decepticons' leader among the Transformers. Although his strength was mediocre in the Jiuzhou continent, he should have no trouble dealing with warriors below the martial king realm. After all, a warrior like Qianzhu, even with powerful strength, could not withstand the bombardment of a few missiles. Moreover, Wei Zhentian's defenses were quite high. It seems that the Kaoshan kingdom has been cultivating you in secret all along. Wei Shengjin was merely the genius shown to the public. That the king of Kaoshan would give you such a metal puppet is beyond my expectation. Qianzhu now frowned deeply. He could feel immense pressure from Wei Zhentian. Wei Jian, you are young, so let me give you a word of advice. Relying too much on external forces is not the way of a martial artist. Hearing Qianzhu's words, Wei Jian couldn't help grinning. You could simply tell me that you're wary of my metal puppet. But don't worry, if we continue fighting, I promise I won't use the metal puppet. If you can kill me, not only will you complete the mission Chu Xiong assigned you, but you will also obtain my metal puppet and elevate your combat strength to a higher level. Qianzhu's eyes rolled, then he turned his head to glance at Wei Zhentian. I was going to withdraw, but since you cannot appreciate kindness, let us continue the deadly fight. Wei Jian and Qianzhu joined battle once more. Under everyone's watch they fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground back to the sky. Both went all out with flames and sword aura splashing in every direction, and many great trees were caught in the crossfire. After an incense stick's time, the long sword in Qianzhu's hand left a ghastly wound on Wei Jian's chest. As a gesture of reciprocity, however, Wei Jian's black-toothed heavy saber also severely wounded Qianzhu's left hand. Half an incense stick later, Qianzhu's long sword pierced Wei Jian's left shoulder, missing his heart by only a tiny margin. Of course, while Wei Jian suffered severe injuries, he also inflicted great harm on Qianzhu, hacking off one of Qianzhu's arms completely. Another half-incense stick later, Qianzhu, his spiritual energy almost entirely exhausted, was finally run through the heart by the black-toothed heavy saber. Then, with his face full of unwillingness, he knelt and collapsed in front of Wei Jian. Wei Jian popped a healing pill into his mouth, removed Qianzhu's spatial ring, then looked around. Wherever his gaze went, the sword sect disciples fled in disarray. Meanwhile, under the intimidating stare of Wei Zhentian, Lei Hua and the others knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. After a fierce battle, Wei Jian was gravely wounded and very nearly lost his life. Yet after surviving that life and death struggle and being threatened by death, the reward for his recklessness finally arrived. Wei Jian absorbed the second batch of 100,000 units of spiritual energy he had obtained, and now he finally truly mastered the power of the martial ancestor realm at its peak. Meanwhile, as the healing pills were refined, the wounds on his body were finally eased to a certain extent. The sword sect disciples have all fled. Why are you still staying here? Our master has not given the order. How could we abandon our master and leave on our own? Scarface knelt on the ground, trembling with his head pressed against the earth as he murmured, Lei Hua, I am surprised. Why didn't you flee? Hearing Wei Jian's words, Lei Hua hurriedly replied, I had eyes but failed to recognize your eminence, and I offended you without meaning to. Now without your permission and forgiveness I would not dare to flee. You needn't be so afraid of me. I made the sword sect people spare you, so naturally I will not take your lives either. Wei Jian's words made everyone heave a sigh of relief. I am not familiar with the Huanglin forest, but I want to go to Meijin city on its edge. Which of you is willing to be my guide? As Wei Jian's words fell, all the mercenaries and hunters trembled and lowered their heads. It seems none of you want to help me. My lord, it is not that we don't want to help you, but that we don't dare go to Meijin city. Lei Hua plucked up his courage, glanced at Wei Jian, and continued, Meijin city lies on the border between the Kaoshan kingdom and the Meijia kingdom. It is also called the city of buried bones, and I have heard that its city walls are made of human bones. Lei Hua had not deceived Wei Jian. Meijin city stood on the border between the Kaoshan kingdom and the Meijia kingdom, with one half of the city in Meijia and the other half in Kaoshan. Because of this special geographical position, many wanted criminals and savage outlaws from both the Meijia kingdom and the Kaoshan kingdom had mixed into Meijin city. When Han Mang was young, he had once been to Meijin city. He told Wei Jian that he had personally seen an unremarkable vegetable-selling woman clash with someone over a trifle, and that she had killed more than a dozen martial ancestor masters in succession with her thick palms. Han Mang told Wei Jian that anyone in Meijin city might be a murderous devil. The people of Meijin city love to bully outsiders most of all. In Meijin city, murder and robbery are common occurrences. Men like us do not have your ability, my lord. If we entered Meijin city, I am afraid we would not survive an hour before being inexplicably killed. Not long before, while fighting over the dragon scale fruit, Lei Hua had still been an arrogant and overbearing fellow. But now at the mention of Meijin city, his body could not help trembling. It appeared that Lei Hua knew a great deal about the horror of Meijin city. Although most of the residents there are murderous devils who kill without blinking, as far as I know, Meijin city is also full of all kinds of goods sold to dispose of stolen property. Some of these goods came from robbed caravans, some from ransacked noble families and sects, and some from the graves of the dead. In Meijin city, if you are lucky, you might pick up a high-grade mystic artifact for just one low-grade spirit stone. Haven't any of you thought of going there to try your luck? Meijin city had become famous far and wide because of the name, buried gold. The so-called gold was in fact stolen merchandise being fenced. In Meijin city there was nothing merchants dared not sell and nothing customers dared not buy. Wei Jian had once heard Han Mang say that 30 years ago the princess of the Meijia kingdom was kidnapped, and in the end she was put on open display for trade in Meijin city. And because the Meijia princess's appearance was not very appealing, she was ultimately bought by a lame man for one mid-grade spirit stone. Within 3 years she had borne the lame man 4 children. This incident enraged the Meijia royal family, and the Meijia kingdom sent tens of thousands of troops to punish Meijin city, but in the end, for unknown reasons, the matter was simply dropped. My lord, it is true that you can find many treasures in Meijin city, but without strength, even if you find them, you won't be able to bring them out of the city. Hearing Lei Hua's words, Wei Jian stroked his chin and thought for a moment. I don't care. In any case, I am going to Meijin city, and I am short of a guide and short of people to serve me along the way. Seeing everyone lower their heads again, Wei Jian named them directly: Big Serpent, Fat Pig, and Mountain Dog. The 3 of you will take turns carrying me out of the Huanglin forest. Scarface, you are responsible for preparing food for me along the way. Lei Hua, you are responsible for protecting me along the way. If the 5 of you do not obey my arrangements, I will kill all 5 of you right now. Named by Wei Jian, Lei Hua and the others instantly became like eggplants struck by frost. At the same time, the 5 of them together contributed nearly 1,000 points to Wei Jian. The 5 of you don't have to be so dejected. You only need to accompany me to just outside Meijin city. You don't have to enter the city. Of course, as compensation, I can also give each of you 10 high-grade spirit stones. These words from Wei Jian put Lei Hua and the others somewhat at ease. Since my lord has made his decision, I, Lei Hua, can only risk my life to accompany you. For my master to name me Scarface is a recognition of my craftsmanship. Whether there are spirit stones or not truly doesn't matter. Good. Scarface shows a noble degree of understanding, so no spirit stones for you. After the length of an incense stick, Wei Jian and the others left Heishui Pond and headed straight for Meijin City. If all goes smoothly, we should reach Meijin City in half a month. But you killed Qianzhu master and let the sword sect disciples escape. I am afraid the sword sect will come looking for us again. I Lei Hua am not afraid of death, but my lord is injured. Does my lord have any plan to deal with them? Qianzhu died by my hand. For the sword sect to kill me, Chu Xiong and Yan Jing would have to come personally. Chu Xiong is the sword sect master and Yan Jing is its grand elder. Even if they are willing to swallow their pride, they must still weigh the consequences of trying to kill me. Wei Jian believed that Chu Xiong and Yan Jing would not come after him anytime soon because Wei Jian was the fourth prince of the Kaoshan kingdom. Xiangzhu's failed operation had already put the sword sect in a difficult position. What Chu Xiong should do now was not continue hunting Wei Jian but find a way to make up for the consequences of that failure. Of course, Wei Jian still needed to take precautions. Besides wanting to find treasures, his other purpose in entering Meijin City was to shake off the sword sect's entanglement. Previously, someone in the sword sect had been secretly arranging a summoning order which showed that Wei Jian had already been locked onto by the sect's expert trackers. Perhaps at this very moment a pair of eyes in the shadows was watching him closely. And the simplest way to shake them off was to enter Meijin City. Boss, up ahead is Nuku Mountain. From its summit you can faintly see the city walls of Meijin City in the distance. Lei Hua stood behind Wei Jian, hesitating for a long while before saying, "Boss, your wounds have healed and Meijin City is close at hand. I wonder if you have any further instructions for us." Wei Jian turned his head and fixed his gaze on Lei Hua. Startled, Lei Hua promptly knelt to the ground. Along the way, Wei Jian had tormented them relentlessly for points, and by now he had cast a deep shadow of fear over their hearts. "One top-grade spirit stone for each of you." Wei Jian flicked his wrist and 5 top-grade spirit stones landed in the hands of the 5. This gesture caught everyone off guard. Clutching the gleaming top-grade spirit stones, Lei Hua and the others stood frozen for a long time before coming to their senses. "This is my reward to you. You must not snatch them from one another. If anyone dares to rob another, I will personally kill him. Moreover, these top-grade spirit stones are more than enough for you to squander for quite a while. I want the 5 of you to take them, leave the wild forest at once and find a place to lie low. You have been with me these past days. If the sword sect gets word of it, they will not spare you." Hearing Wei Jian's words, Lei Hua and the others nodded hastily. "All right, I'll give you the time it takes to drink a cup of tea to get out of my sight. If you are still within my sight after that, I will take you into Meijin City with me." As his words fell, Lei Hua and the others fled in different directions. In a few moments all trace of them had vanished from Wei Jian's sight. Nuku Mountain was the eastern bulwark of Meijin City. From its summit, Wei Jian caught a distant view of Meijin City shrouded in thin mist. Meijin City sprawled across a vast area. The city walls surrounding it were red as if freshly smeared with a layer of blood. Outside the city walls ran a flat open road, yet it was utterly deserted. In short, seen from afar, Meijin City seemed bleak and desolate, like a crumbling, lonely stronghold. But as Wei Jian drew closer, Meijin City no longer felt desolate. Instead, it was filled with clamor and seething life. On the eastern side of Meijin City stood an enormous city gate. Made of some unknown material, the entire gate was pitch black. More than a dozen men guarded the gate. Though their clothes were ragged, every one of them was brawny and had a fierce glint in his eyes. As soon as Wei Jian approached the gate, 4 men came forward. "Boy, where do you come from?" A bald man planted himself directly in front of Wei Jian and barked in a low voice. The other 3 took the chance to move to the other directions, crossing their arms as they surrounded Wei Jian. "I naturally come from the direction of the wild forest." "You wish to enter Meijin City?" "I have already reached the city gate. Even an idiot should know that I intend to enter Meijin City." At Wei Jian's words, a savage look flashed across the bald man's face. He raised his voice a little. "Then do you know the rules for entering Meijin City?" "What rules?" "To enter Meijin City you must pay 5 high-grade spirit stones." The bald man raised 5 fingers and wagged them at Wei Jian before adding, "Pay 5 high-grade spirit stones and you can enter Meijin City safely and enjoy our protection." If you refuse to pay the spirit stones, the four of us will each take one thing from you. Those things include your eyes, your ears, your arms, and even your life." When the bald man finished, the other three burst into laughter. With their smug and arrogant manner, they clearly did not regard Wei Jian as a threat at all. "I don't have high-grade spirit stones, but I can still produce 5 low-grade ones. If you kneel down and call me Grandpa, I'll reward you with a few." The moment Wei Jian finished speaking, the bald man's expression shifted. He thrust out his hand and struck at Wei Jian's chest. The man's attack was quick and vicious, his palm wrapped in spiritual energy. Had that palm strike landed on Wei Jian's chest, it might not have killed him outright, but it would certainly have gravely wounded him. Yet just as the bald man's palm was about to touch him, Wei Jian's hand shot out like lightning and seized the bald man's wrist first. "Since you dare bare your claws at me, this hand of yours is as good as gone." Wei Jian's 5 fingers tightened, and in an instant he crushed the bald man's wrist. "Ah! What are you all standing there gawking for? Kill him!" At the bald man's shout, the remaining 3 charged at Wei Jian, but in the blink of an eye they collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. After sending the bald man flying with a kick, Wei Jian walked up to the city gate. "Are you going to make a move?" "Young brother, don't misunderstand. We are not from the same kind as that bald man and his crew. They like to bully the weak, but we treat people with kindness. We..." Before the short man could finish, Wei Jian asked, "Can I enter the city now?" "Of course. My Jian city welcomes you, young brother. I am sure you will reap rich rewards here." Wei Jian nodded slightly and stepped forward. But he had gone only a few paces when a fierce gust of wind suddenly erupted behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Jian sidestepped. In that instant, a black arrow grazed his arm and struck the pitch-black city gate. Ding! A shower of sparks burst out and the arrow clattered to the ground. Seeing the faint green gleam on the arrowhead, Wei Jian knew that it had been coated with a layer of lethal poison. Feigning weakness on purpose, speaking sweet words to lower my guard, and then shooting a sneaky arrow from behind when I least expected it, it seems the people of my Jian city truly are wicked. Boy, the fact that you dodged our sneaky arrow proves you have some skill. Consider that arrow a test. Now you may enter the city." Hearing the short man's words, Wei Jian took down his black fang heavy blade. "My coming to my Jian city is proof enough that I am no good person either. I am a true villain. Since you have chosen to bully me, how could I simply swallow my anger? But the creed I hold is maiming over killing. So rest assured I will not take your lives." As his words fell, Wei Jian swung his blade into action. A few moments later, Wei Jian slid the black fang heavy blade back into its sheath. As for the short man and the others, every one of them had lost an arm and lay collapsed on the ground. "Boy, we are members of the Benevolent Society of my Jian city. Do you dare tell us your name?" "My name is Wu Dai. I will stay in my Jian city for at least half a month. If your Benevolent Society has what it takes, you are welcome to come find me." After saying this, Wei Jian reached out and pushed open the pitch-black city gate. As the gate swung wide, the scene inside my Jian city was utterly beyond anything Wei Jian had expected. In Wei Jian's imagination, my Jian city appeared thus: a thick layer of yellow sand blanketed the ground, while withered leaves tumbled endlessly down through the air. Few pedestrians were about, most hurrying along with brisk steps. Shop doors hung wide open, yet their dark cavernous interiors resembled the gaping maws of monstrous beasts. But contrary to Wei Jian's expectations, my Jian city seemed just as thronged with figures as Kaoshan Royal City. At least on the surface, it was a scene of incomparable bustle and prosperity. On the broad streets, vendors hawked their wares along the curbs, while passers-by haggled over prices. Shop doors were flung wide open and customers streamed in and out from time to time. At the very least, the faces of most people were wreathed in smiles. So this is my Jian city? Indeed, this is my Jian city, beautiful, hospitable, prosperous, and brimming with all manner of wonders. A voice suddenly chimed in from beside him, making Wei Jian involuntarily take a step to the side. "Don't be afraid, young friend. My name is Balu, my ears hear along all 8 paths, and my eyes see along all 8 paths. I am a guide here in my Jian city. For just 1 mid-grade spirit stone a day, I can take you on a tour of the entire city, and tell you everything you wish to know." The man who called himself Balu looked like a walking meatball. He stood about 1.70 meters tall, yet he weighed at least 300 Jian. Though his figure was somewhat misshapen, when this fellow smiled he looked just like the Maitreya Buddha, radiating a warmth that made people instinctively feel close to him. "Sorry, I was going to Before Wei Jian could finish his words, Balu eagerly cut in, "Young friend, I have already waited near the city gate for 3 days. You are the only person to have entered the city in these 3 days. So for the sake of the 3 days I have striven, please do not deny me this humble job. 1 mid-grade spirit stone is hardly much. If you hire me as your guide, I assure you that you will take far fewer wrong turns in Meijin City. You must know that the situation in Meijin City is actually rather complex." The reason Wei Jian had refused Balu in truth was that he harbored a sense of caution toward the man. But hearing Balu's words now, Wei Jian thought it over and finally nodded gently. "Young friend, I guarantee that you have made a very wise decision. Now please tell me, where would you like to go next? First let's find a place to stay, preferably somewhere a little quiet. There are altogether 26 inns in Meijin City. 20 of them are black inns and 3 are wolves in sheep's clothing, in fact they are brothels. Of the remaining 3 inns, 2 are close to the trading district. At night armed brawls frequently break out around the trading district. That area is not safe enough. The last inn is named the Golden Palm. It will satisfy your requirements." Balu led Wei Jian forward, and all along the way quite a few people sized Wei Jian up as if he were prey. "If you do not wish to invite trouble, then you had best not let anyone discover that you have only just arrived in Meijin City. Act natural therefore, do not crane your neck in every direction and do not glance furtively left and right." Wei Jian nodded and asked Balu, "By the way, when I entered the city I offended a few people. They claimed to be members of the Rini Society. I wonder how powerful this so-called Rini Society is in Meijin City." "Rini Society? Those are nothing but a dreadful swarm of flies. Still, the Rini Society is rather formidable. It ranks 5th among the 6 societies of Meijin City. Offending them is not a wise choice. But those bastards of the Rini Society hold the city gate in their hands, so they truly deserve to be taught a lesson. However, you need not worry too much. Meijin City is vast. If you remain in Meijin City for only a very short while, the Rini Society might not necessarily be able to find you." Balu led Wei Jian around a bend and then into a secluded alley. The alley was dim, damp and still. On either side, spaced a few meters apart, hulking men idly toyed with daggers and other blades. This sight immediately awakened Wei Jian's wariness. Fortunately, Balu quickly led Wei Jian through the alley and the two emerged onto another broad street. People come to Meijin City either because they have committed enormous crimes and seek refuge here, or because they have gained through illicit means rare treasures they dare not casually sell, and thus arrive in Meijin City to fence their goods. Naturally, many also come to Meijin City in search of hidden treasures. If I may ask, young friend, for what purpose have you come alone to Meijin City? I came precisely to search for treasures. And what treasures would my young friend like to buy? I am extremely familiar with Meijin City, and I think I should be able to offer a few suggestions. I would like to buy some pills that can alter innate talent as well as some formation diagrams. Altering his innate talent would allow Wei Jian to reduce his dependence on the system. Although the system was excellent, Wei Jian had no desire to sit back and live off the system's handouts, becoming one of those who hoped for a pie to fall from the sky every single day. As for the formation diagrams, Wei Jian wanted to elevate his strength through formations. Earlier, Wei Jian had fused formation expertise through the system, and by now he could already be regarded as a formation grandmaster. The only pity was that he held no formation diagrams in his hands and thus could not execute any formation at all. That was like a formidable chef who, gripped by pangs of hunger, had ingredients in hand but lacked both an iron wok and the tools with which to kindle a fire. Formation diagrams and pills for improving innate talent, these two items are rare. Even when they do appear, they carry a price but have no open market. Pausing here, Balu then shifted his tone. However, I will do my best to help you. After all, I am your guide, aren't I? The Golden Palm Inn was situated in the north of Meijin City. It was not a particularly fine inn, but it had the advantage of quietude. To its east lay a square, to its west the slums, to its north a long river, and to its south a street of no great width. Stepping into a spacious room, Wei Jian produced a mid-grade spirit stone and tossed it to Balu. Let us stop here for today. At first light tomorrow you shall take me around Meijin City for a look. You got it. May you enjoy a peaceful sleep. Balu lit the oil lamp for Wei Jian, then pushed the door open and left Wei Jian's room. Only after Balu had gone did Wei Jian rise and close the door to his room. He then took out T-1000 and a great heap of food from his spatial ring. Number 1, stand guard outside the door. If anybody approaches my room, warn me immediately. T-1000's eyes came with built-in infrared scanning. So long as a living person drew near, they could not escape T-1000's sight. After T-1000 had departed, Wei Jian finally picked up the food to assuage his hunger. Once his belly was full, he sat on the bed and cultivated for a while until a feeling of drowsiness crept into his mind. At last, after ascertaining through T-1000 that everything was normal, Wei Jian lay down on the bed fully clothed. Before long he had sunk into a deep and heavy sleep. However, not long after Wei Jian had fallen asleep, a most bizarre occurrence took place in his room. Suddenly a strange rift opened in the void. A short leg then extended from the rift, probed tentatively several times, and finally planted itself firmly upon the floor. Balu crept stealthily, tearing through the void and appearing in Wei Jian's room. He turned to glance at the oil lamp beside him, then looked at Wei Jian and said with a smile, "Actually, you're rather lucky. You ran into me. I only rob goods, never kill." After saying that, Balu walked over to Wei Jian's side, his eyes immediately landing on the black-toothed heavy blade. This blade wasn't kept in the spatial ring, which means it must have something extraordinary about it compared to ordinary war blades. As his words fell, Balu casually grabbed the blade case and smiling drew the black-toothed heavy blade from it. But the instant the blade was pulled out, a tremendous force suddenly acted on Balu's hand. Immediately Balu's hand involuntarily loosened and the black-toothed heavy blade fell straight to the ground, half of its blade sinking directly into the floor. A sound came from the room. Outside, T-1000's head turned slightly, then its gaze returned to stare intently into the distance. "This blade is a bit heavy. It must be made of some special material," Balu muttered to himself, then channeled spiritual energy to envelop both arms. He bent down and placed both hands on the hilt again. "Rise." To Balu's disappointment, no matter how hard he tried, the black-toothed heavy blade stuck in the ground remained completely still. "How heavy can this blade be?" Balu sighed, then set his eyes on Wei Jian's spatial ring. "Kid, I'll leave this blade for you. But I'll be taking this spatial ring. Losing it will let you leave my Jian city sooner. Consider it paying a little money to ward off disaster." Balu removed Wei Jian's spatial ring, then traced his plump hands through the air. A spatial rift appeared before him and he slipped into it with practiced ease. As the rift vanished, Wei Jian's room became silent once again. In a hidden valley outside my Jian city, Balu wiped the cold sweat beading on his forehead. "This spatial ring is rather high tier. It took me tremendous effort to barely break its imprint." Then with a thought, Balu emptied Wei Jian's spatial ring. Instantly a huge pile of items appeared in front of him. "I'm rich. So many top-grade spirit stones, that bastard's loaded. So many pills. Could this guy be a medicine vendor? Seems selling medicine is quite profitable. How the pictures in these books are interesting. Looks like this young fellow and I are kindred spirits. What the hell is this four-wheeled contraption?" Balu kicked Megatron, who had transformed into a Hummer, then continued sorting through the loot. "These are all heavenly treasures and earthly rarities, so the little bastard really is a medicine seller." As Balu sifted through the loot, lost in thought, he failed to notice the Hummer beside him silently changing shape. It wasn't until a tall black shadow fell over him that Balu frowned and turned around. "What the hell is this thing?" The moment Balu finished speaking, the great sword in Megatron's hand swung down swiftly, landing heavily on Balu. As the giant blade sliced through the air, a transparent shield materialized in time, enveloping Balu's body. Clang! A thunderous clang, the sword arrived and the shield shattered. Fortunately, the transparent shield had blocked the fatal strike before breaking. But although the shield had warded off the fatal blow before collapsing, the tremendous force of the giant sword still blasted Balu's rotund body several meters away. Before Balu could get up, Megatron's right arm clanked and transformed into a multi-barrel rocket launcher. Whoosh! 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 Several rocket shells shrieked forth, exploding around Balu, sending his rotund body tumbling high into the air repeatedly. A moment later, as the badly wounded Balu crashed back to the ground, a small black hole formed in Megatron's chest. An alloy steel cable shot out from the hole and bound Balu's body securely in an instant. "What in the world are you?" Balu lay on his back. At this moment he was not only gravely injured but also looked thoroughly disheveled. "I am Megatron, a transformer." Megatron's voice boomed, causing Balu's ears to ring incessantly. "Are you a metal puppet with intelligence? Fatty, watch your words. No one may insult Megatron except my master." Hearing Megatron's words, Balu swallowed hard. He had never expected that Wei Jian's spatial ring would conceal such a deadly weapon. If he had been prepared, Balu could have torn open the void and escaped in time. Balu swallowed, then heard Megatron roar, "Take me back to find my master." "That's impossible. If I take you back, I'd be walking straight into a trap. If you refuse, I'll stomp you into a pulp right now." With that, Megatron lifted his huge foot, making as if to bring it down on Balu. "Fine, I surrender." Wei Jian didn't know how long he had slept. When he opened his eyes, it was already late in the night. He rubbed his somewhat dizzy head and sat up. No sooner had he straightened up than Wei Jian's eyes widened, for he saw his black-toothed heavy blade lying on the floor. Damn it, the spatial ring is gone. The disappearance of the ring sent a wave of fear through Wei Jian. If someone had come to kill for treasure, Wei Jian believed he would probably have been separated from his head by now. It seems I was careless. This world is fundamentally different from the one I lived in before. And my Jian city is completely different from Qianzhu city. Though somewhat annoyed, Wei Jian quickly perked up. This is the lesson for being careless and underestimating an enemy. He pushed open the door and glanced at T-1000. Seeing T-1000 dutifully standing outside, a trace of doubt flashed in Wei Jian's mind. Unit 1, has no one entered my room? Seeing T-1000 shake its head, Wei Jian continued, "Then did you hear any movement in my room earlier?" "I did hear it." "Then why didn't you enter my room?" "Because the order I received was to closely monitor outsiders." Hearing T-1000's words, Wei Jian smiled and shook his head. As one of the finest of Terminator robots, T-1000 could execute its master's orders with great loyalty, but precisely because of this it also appeared rather rigid. Wei Jian patted T-1000's shoulder and was about to turn back into the room when from the corner of his eye he suddenly caught sight of a Hummer speeding toward the Golden Palm. Shortly after, the bound Balu was tossed out of the vehicle. His obese body slammed heavily into the ground, rolled several times, and finally came to a stop at the front gate of the Golden Palm. "Little brother, I've returned. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest." Looking at Wei Jian, the 8th route curled his lips and forced a smile that was even more unsightly than tears. Taking back his spatial ring from the 8th route's hand and re-establishing his connection with it, Wei Jian stored away both Megatron and the T-1000. "You're my guide, and I never imagined you'd steal from me. Little brother, it's all a misunderstanding. The night in my Jian city is far from peaceful. As your guide, I considered it my duty to safeguard your valuables on your behalf." Wei Jian leaned close to the 8th route and asked, "Then how do you explain the fact that my connection to the spatial ring was severed?" "Well..." Before the 8th route could finish, Wei Jian reached out, seized him by the neck, and effortlessly lifted him into the air. Holding the 8th route aloft, Wei Jian strode into the room and casually hurled him heavily onto the ground. "Tell me, how did you manage to do it? If a single lie leaves your lips, I'll break one of your arms." Seeing Wei Jian's ferocious expression and the murderous aura surging from his body, the 8th route's eyes darted around before he finally spoke truthfully. "While pretending to light your lamp, I secretly mixed some drowsiness-inducing substance into your oil lamp. No wonder I fell inexplicably asleep after eating only a little something. Yet I'm still curious, how did you manage to appear in my room unnoticed?" The 8th route hesitated for a moment. Only when Wei Jian's blade was about to descend did he hurriedly say, "I possess an affinity with spatial essence. I can tear through the void and shuttle freely within it." The 8th route's words sent a shock through Wei Jian's heart. Through Han Meng, Wei Jian had learned that many martial artists were born with an affinity for various forces. They could easily harness these forces, and cultivating martial arts related to them came with twice the results for half the effort. Take Qianzhu for example. She had an affinity with the power of flame, which was why she could make fire cling to her long whip during the grand competition in the royal city. As for Qianzhu, he was attuned to the power of wind, which allowed him to stand mid-air using cyclones when he fought Wei Jian. Flame and wind were relatively common forces, and many people possessed affinity with them. However, as far as Wei Jian knew, those who could commune with spatial essence were few and far between. Space-time desolation, withering, and flourishing, these were all comparatively rare forces. "I never expected you to be a spatial martial artist." As far as I know, spatial martial artists are all incredibly powerful, and most of them hold themselves in high esteem. A spatial martial artist who resorts to thievery like you is rare even across the entire Kyushu continent. Why do you have so little ambition? Only a bastard son would want to be a thief." The 8th route glanced at Wei Jian, then let out a sigh. Although I have an affinity for spatial essence, I've never been able to find a spatial cultivation method. You know, there aren't many people with this affinity, so spatial combat techniques are extremely scarce. Without a spatial cultivation method, I can never fully unleash the true power of spatial essence. To survive in my Jian city, what else could I do but steal a little here and there? Hearing the eighth route's words, Wei Jian let out a sigh. The eighth route's plight was actually somewhat similar to Wei Jian's own. Wei Jian had mastered formations, but without formation maps he couldn't harness the power of formations. The eighth route had an affinity for spatial essence, yet without spatial combat techniques he was unable to bring its full might to bear. Using spatial essence for petty thievery was also a helpless choice. I'm different from the others in my Jian city. I've always only sought money, never taken lives. If it had been anyone else, you'd be dead tonight. So I'm supposed to thank you for letting me live. No need for thanks. I taught you a lesson and you let me go. We're even now. You wish. I, Wei Jian, am no saint either. Wei Jian drove the black fang heavy blade into the ground before the eighth route. You set your sights on me. If I don't teach you a lesson, the anger in my heart won't subside. Wait. Seeing that Wei Jian was about to strike, as soon as he finished speaking, the eighth route quickly said, I know a place where someone sells formation maps. If you let me off the hook, I'll take you there first thing tomorrow morning. On the Qianzhu continent, formation masters are barely more numerous than spatial martial artists. Formation maps are extremely precious to formation masters, and ordinary people would never put them up for sale. So without my help, even if you scoured every corner of my Jian city, you might not find a single formation map. Is everything you said true? If there was the slightest falsehood in what I've said, may heaven strike me down. Very well, I'll trust you once more. For now we can set aside the matter of you scheming against me. Hearing Wei Jian's words, the eighth route couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, that matter can be set aside. Still, one supreme grade spirit stone is missing from my spatial ring. How shall we settle the account for that stone? Impossible, the eighth route quickly retorted. I've checked thoroughly. I put everything back into the spatial ring. It's impossible for a supreme grade spirit stone to be missing. I say it's missing, so it's missing. Wei Jian put on a vicious look. Now I'll give you 3 options. First, compensate me tenfold and hand over 10 supreme grade spirit stones. Second, I'll break one of your arms for my amusement and I'll let bygones be bygones. Third, from now on you'll do as I say. Considering your affinity with spatial essence, I'll give you the chance to become my first servant. Wei Jian's words instantly twisted the eighth route's face into a bitter gourd. Isn't this just extortion? That's right, I'm extorting you. I ask you, in my Jian city, is there anyone who would stop me from extorting you? The eighth route cursed Wei Jian bitterly in his heart. Only after offering Wei Jian several hundred points of merit did he speak in a low voice, I'd like to choose the first option, but I don't have that much money. As for the second option, breaking my arm, I'd never agree to that. So you're left with only the third option. Wei Jian took a kidney-nourishing pill from his spatial ring and tossed it beside the eighth route. This pill is called the 7-day gut-severing pill. Swallow it and I'll give you an antidote every 7 days. If you don't receive the antidote after 7 days, your intestines will burst and you'll die. Swallow the pill now and I'll spare you. Little brother, can we do this differently? I can sign a contract with you. I'm a man of my word when it comes to contracts. Humph. I'll give you 3 breaths to decide: break your arm or swallow the 7-day gut-severing pill. 3 breaths are up. Sorry, my friend. Wei Jian raised the black fang heavy saber high as if to slash toward Balu's right arm. But just as the black fang heavy saber was about to descend, Balu's voice reached Wei Jian's ears. I choose to swallow this 7-day intestine-severing pill. I'll swallow it right now. Balu tilted his head, picked up the pill from the ground with his mouth, chewed it a couple of times and swallowed it. It seems you have made a very wise choice. I guarantee you that when you need your right hand in the future, you will be grateful I gave you a third choice. Wei Jian slid the black fang heavy saber back into its scabbard and untied Balu. The 7-day intestine-severing pill is colorless and odorless. It hides directly in your bloodstream, so don't waste your effort trying to cure yourself. I guarantee that even if you search all of my Jian city, you won't find an apothecary who can remove the poison for you. Also, the 7-day intestine-severing pill has a slight side effect. Before long you'll feel a warmth in your lower back. This is a reminder that the 7-day intestine-severing pill has taken effect. Balu stood up and stretched his limbs. Then should I address you as master or young master? Balu looked extremely fawning and humble, but through the system Wei Jian knew that Balu was actually resentful toward him. This fellow suddenly became another person's servant. He must feel very unwilling at heart. Call me young master. Young master, then I won't disturb your rest. Tomorrow morning I'll prepare food and come to call you. Seeing Wei Jian nod, Balu fled without delay. Half an incense stick later, Balu stood frowning before a white-bearded elder. So that bastard didn't lie to me, he really made me swallow the 7-day intestine-severing pill. The white-bearded elder was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, I did detect a strange power in your body just now. It just flowed through your kidneys. But now it has vanished without a trace. I have exhausted every means, yet I cannot find it again. This poison is indeed somewhat sinister. You're the best apothecary in my Jian city. Do you truly have no way to help me expel the poison? Poisoning is always easier than expelling poison. I cannot understand the properties of this 7-day intestine-severing pill, so even if I want to help you, I am powerless to do so. Finally, I have one suggestion for you. Serve the man who poisoned you well. If he gives you the antidote in time, your life should be safe. If I secretly gave you the antidote, could you replicate it? No. The antidote definitely isn't made from a single ingredient. If I imitated it, even a tiny mistake could cost you your life. So that means there really is no way. Balu frowned deeply, his forehead creased into a knot. Ding. Balu has developed resentment toward you. System points 300. The system's voice suddenly rang out in his mind, and Wei Jian couldn't help grinning. It seems this fellow did find someone to try to cure the poison. At first light the next day, Balu appeared punctually outside Wei Jian's door carrying a beautiful basket. Young master, these are the best pastries in my Jian city. Try one. I won't. I'm afraid you've poisoned them. Young master, before Balu could finish, Wei Jian continued, you said the man who sells formation diagrams is where? Take me there now. Balu nodded, set down the pastries, and said respectfully to Wei Jian, the man who trades in formation diagrams is called Qianzhu. He runs a tea house in the western part of my Jian city. A tea house? Wei Jian asked softly as he walked outside, is this Qianzhu a formation grandmaster? I'm not too sure about that. I've never seen Qianzhu make a move. When someone caused trouble in his tea house before, it was always Qianzhu's wife who came forward to settle things. Then how do you know that Qianzhu has a formation diagram for sale? This. Balu hesitated, then said in a low voice, once I happened to discover that Qianzhu's wife had a beautiful, expensive-looking piece of jewelry. I snuck into Qianzhu's room and happened to see him playing with a formation diagram. Unfortunately, Qianzhu's wife was too formidable. Just as I was about to open a spatial rift, she found me. Hearing Balu's words, Wei Jian stopped. According to what you said, you know Qianzhu has a formation diagram, but you don't know whether Qianzhu is willing to sell it. His lie exposed by Wei Jian, Balu laughed awkwardly. Qianzhu is henpecked. All the money on him is controlled by his wife. And Qianzhu is especially fond of wine. I thought if we bought some good wine and went to his tea house to tempt him for the sake of good wine, he might fall in line obediently. Good wine, I still have some on me. But if this plan doesn't work, I'll teach you a lesson. Led by Balu, Wei Jian took an hour to reach a shabby tea house. The tea house was called Huitu Tea House, a very ordinary name. Qianzhu looked even more ordinary than the tea house's name. He was plain-looking, thin and gaunt, with one leg longer than the other, so he walked with a limp. But Qianzhu's wife did not look ordinary at all. She was about the same height as Balu, but at least twice his size. In front of this middle-aged woman, Balu, who was like a meatball, actually looked somewhat petite. Young master, once we go in, don't mention our purpose in front of fat auntie. Qianzhu is henpecked. If his wife learns why we came, even if Qianzhu is willing to sell the formation diagram, he won't get any benefit from it himself. If he gets no benefit, he definitely won't sell it. Hearing this, Wei Jian nodded lightly. The two entered the tea house, and before long Qianzhu came hobbling up to Wei Jian and Balu with a teapot. Tea is 1 low-grade spirit stone per cup. Fruit is charged separately. What would you two like? 2 cups of black tea, a plate of red 5-nut mix, a plate of sauce-roasted arrow boar, and a plate of braised beef shank. These are all dishes to go with wine. I think you should be at a tavern. I brought my own wine. Isn't it allowed to drink in your tea house? It's allowed, but there's an extra service fee. Wei Jian took out a mid-grade spirit stone and tossed it onto the table. Is that enough? You're generous, sir. Qianzhu smiled slightly, grabbed the mid-grade spirit stone and hobbled toward the inner hall. Young master, in my Jian city you must learn to hide your abilities. Never show off your wealth. Hearing Balu's words, Wei Jian waved his hand. If I didn't act a little generous, how would Qianzhu notice us? This is what I call casting a long line to catch a big fish. Entering the inner chamber, cripple Jian kissed the mid-grade spirit stone and was about to tuck it into his pocket. A plump hand appeared out of thin air and snatched the mid-grade spirit stone straight from his grasp. What are you looking at? Hurry up and prepare the guests' things. Auntie Fat glared at cripple Jian, then holding the mid-grade spirit stone swayed her thick waist and walked out of the room. Although cripple Jian had difficulty walking, he was quick and nimble in his movements. Before long, the 3 side dishes and a pot of black tea ordered by Wei Jian were placed before Wei Jian and Balu. After putting the things on the table, cripple Jian was about to turn and leave when a whiff of wine drifted into his nostrils. Honored guest, this wine has a rich and lingering aroma. What fine wine is it, and where did you buy it? Wei Jian raised his wine glass and took a gentle sip of mitai. Only then did he look up at cripple Jian and say, this wine is called mitai and I brewed it myself. You can brew wine? Cripple Jian glanced at Wei Jian, then fixed his eyes on the mitai for a moment. Do you sell this wine? Hearing this, Wei Jian was overjoyed. It seemed Balu's method was somewhat effective. The brewing process of mitai is extremely complicated. I don't brew enough each year even for my own consumption, so this wine is not for sale. However, seeing that these 3 dishes are quite tasty, I'll let you taste it for free. Wei Jian poured a small glass and handed it to cripple Jian. Cripple Jian glanced at Auntie Fat out of the corner of his eye, then while she was off guard raised the glass and downed it in one gulp. Good. Sweet and mellow with fragrance lingering between the teeth and lips, this wine is truly excellent. Cripple Jian reluctantly put down the glass. This is the best wine I have ever drunk. If you are willing to sell me a bottle, I can give you a high-grade spirit stone. Seeing Wei Jian shake his head, cripple Jian returned to the inner chamber with a dejected look. Back inside, he smacked his lips. Driven by the craving for wine, he soon came back to Wei Jian's side. I'll offer 5 high-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Seeing Wei Jian still shaking his head, cripple Jian lowered his voice and said, 5 high-grade spirit stones, this is my secret savings of 30 years. For the sake of my sincerity, please sell some of this wine to me. Half a bottle, I only want half a bottle. After being pestered by cripple Jian for a long time, Wei Jian finally said softly, I'm not interested in spirit stones. If you really want to trade, then let's barter. Barter. Cripple Jian's eyes rolled, then he whispered to Wei Jian, how about I trade my wife for your wine? Wei Jian sprayed out a mouthful of wine. Cripple Jian's words nearly took his breath away. My wife has a great figure and a beautiful face. If I let her be with you. Stop right there. Wei Jian hastily waved his hand at cripple Jian. Apart from your wife, don't you have anything else worth offering? Something worth offering? Cripple Jian tilted his head and thought for a moment. Would you like this Huitu tea house? The formation diagram. I've heard you have a set of formation diagrams. If you're willing to give them to me, I can give you 2 bottles of mitai. The moment Wei Jian's words fell, cripple Jian's expression changed. So you were after my formation diagrams all along. You knew I love fine wine and used it to lure me. It seems you came well prepared. Seeing a trace of displeasure flash across cripple Jian's face, Wei Jian inwardly thought, this is bad. But just then cripple Jian shifted his tone and said, you want the formation diagram? Could it be that you are a formation master? Do you also study the way of formations? I have dabbled in it now and then, just enough to be considered specialized in formations. As soon as Wei Jian finished, cripple Jian contributed 10 points to Wei Jian. Specialized in formations. Young people do love to boast without knowing their limits. You certainly have no idea how difficult the study of formations truly is. Before Wei Jian could speak, cripple Jian asked again, you say you are specialized in formations? Then let me ask you, how many formation runes can you unleash in a single breath? Formation runes are the foundation for building formations, and they are something every formation master must master. In theory, the more powerful a formation is, the more formation runes are needed to construct it. The basis for judging a formation master's strength is how many formation runes he can unleash in a single breath. The more runes one can unleash in a breath, the stronger the formation master, conversely the weaker he is. I've never tried, but I think I can unleash over 10,000 formation runes in one breath. Wei Jian had spoken the truth, and for that he gained another 10 points. You've never tried? Then how did you cultivate the path of formations? Don't tell me you suddenly obtained the power of formation specialization. After Cripple Zheng finished, Balu also shook his head at Wei Jian, apparently not believing his words. If you truly had the strength of formation specialization, wouldn't formation grandmasters be everywhere? If formation grandmasters were everywhere, formation diagrams wouldn't be rare anymore. But I really do have the strength of formation specialization. As soon as Wei Jian finished speaking, the voice of Anti-Fat sounded by his ear. Cripple Zheng has studied formations for several years and is still merely proficient in formations, still a major step away from reaching the level of specialization. According to what you say, your attainments in formations far surpass Cripple Zheng's. How about this, have a match with Cripple Zheng? If you can surpass Cripple Zheng in formation skill, I will personally decide that he hand over the formation diagrams in his collection to you. Anti-Fat's words made Wei Jian overjoyed. If Cripple Zheng was truly only proficient in formations, then Wei Jian should be able to defeat him. If you lose, leave all the fine wine on you behind and get out of my tea house. Hearing Anti-Fat's words, Cripple Zheng was deeply moved. My dear, you really do think of me? Humph, you old bastard, if you ever dare to trade me for wine again, I'll saw off that longer leg of yours. I was just joking. Cripple Zheng gave Anti-Fat a fawning smile, then turned around and asked Wei Jian with disdain, so do you dare to have a contest? Then let's compete. But I'm afraid you'll go back on your word if you lose, so take out the formation diagrams first. As he said this, Wei Jian took out 5 bottles of Matai and placed them on the table. I'll take them out. Anyway, you're bound to lose this time. Cripple Zheng flipped his wrist and a set of formation diagrams appeared in his hand. This so-called formation diagram was actually a round plate carved from jade. Within the plate many runes rose and fell, flickering endlessly, looking extremely marvelous. What formation is this diagram? The Thousand Thunder Formation? Thousand Thunder Formation? Wei Jian raised an eyebrow. Just from hearing the name of the formation diagram, he could already tell that its power was far from ordinary. The Thousand Thunder Formation is a killing formation. Even I cannot unleash it at my current level. If it could be fully unleashed, I wonder how powerful it would be. Cripple Zheng curled his lips at Wei Jian's words and said, once the Thousand Thunder Formation is successfully unleashed, several bolts of lightning will fall without pause. In number and power, those lightning bolts are enough to threaten martial king powerhouses. Threaten martial kings? Wei Jian's eyes lit up. A colossal chasm lay between martial ancestor and martial king. Even with his peak martial ancestor strength, Wei Jian could not stand up to an ordinary martial king of the first heaven. That was because a martial king could soar through the air with spiritual energy and release it outward to form a protective shield. Compared to a martial ancestor, a martial king's spiritual energy was also far more refined, and the more refined the spiritual energy, the greater the power. The Thousand Thunder Formation was enormously powerful. If Wei Jian could fully master it, the chasm between him and martial king powerhouses would be narrowed to some extent. In that case, even if Wei Jian could not defeat a martial king powerhouse, he would at least have the strength to put up a fight before such an expert. Alright, let us now settle who is superior. Cripple Zheng's words snapped Wei Jian out of his daydream. How shall we compete? Very simple. I will use all my strength to set up an illusion formation. You enter it, and if you can break out within the time it takes 1 incense stick to burn, you win. Conversely, if you fail to break out within that time, you lose. The contest Cripple Zheng proposed was simple and clear. Wei Jian thought for a moment, then nodded gently. The backyard of the tea house is fairly spacious. Please follow me. Cripple Zheng limped on ahead toward the backyard. Wei Jian exchanged a glance with Balu, then followed close behind. Soon Cripple Zheng reached the center of the backyard. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hands without pause, and streaks of light began to dance across the air. After about half an incense stick's time, Cripple Zheng withdrew his hands and stepped back a few paces. The illusion formation has been set. Please enter. Wei Jian cast a glance around the backyard. It looked exactly the same as before. Are you sure it's set up? I don't see anything at all. Hearing Balu's words, Cripple Zheng gave a cold laugh. A formation is formidable because it is unexpected and can catch the enemy off guard. If the illusion formation I set up could be seen with the naked eye, why would the enemy willingly walk into it? Ba Lu scratched his head, then turned to look at Wei Jian. Wei Jian took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward. The instant his right foot entered the backyard, the scene before his eyes changed abruptly. When he looked back, the tea house's backyard was gone, replaced by a wasteland. The wasteland was overgrown with weeds half a person's height, and demonic beasts lurked indistinctly among them. This illusion formation truly has its tricks. The sky is dim and the ground stretches in a single color for 1,000 li. Under these circumstances, finding the formation eye is indeed somewhat difficult. But breaking a formation does not necessarily require finding its eye. It can also be broken with brute force. Seeing Wei Jian slowly pacing back and forth in the backyard, Chen sneered and said, "I have studied and refined this illusion formation over many years. It has long been close to perfect. Even if this brat has some skill in the way of formations, he can't possibly break my illusion formation within a single incense stick's time." Chen said this with great confidence. When he finished, he turned to Ba Lu and asked, "Don't you think this fellow is just asking to be humiliated?" "Yes, he is indeed. My young master is only sharp-tongued." Ba Lu nodded emphatically and after thinking for a moment asked again, "My young master won't be in any danger inside this illusion formation, will he?" "Don't worry. This illusion formation is not a killing formation. Its main purpose is not to kill but to trap people inside. That is why your young master will not be in danger within it. Can't you add something a bit more exciting to the formation?" Ba Lu leaned closer to Chen and asked in a low voice, "My young master has always been flamboyant and arrogant. He loves to brag and looks down on everyone. I hope this can teach him a lesson. Let him be more careful in his words and deeds from now on. Best if he suffers some injury and loses a bit of flesh." Hearing Ba Lu's words, Chen raised an eyebrow. "You mean?" But before he could finish, Plump Auntie's voice rang out from the side. "That brat has started to break the formation." The three of them fixed their eyes on Wei Jian. He was moving forward while waving his hands non-stop. Formation talismans flowed from Wei Jian's hands like water, sinking into the void and vanishing without a trace. He's releasing formation talismans so fast. It seems this brat really has some skill. Chen stared at Wei Jian's hands without blinking, and gradually his expression changed. This brat intends to break the formation with brute force. He really doesn't know his limits. My young master is wearing a smile and seems confident about breaking the formation. Why don't you make it a little harder for him? You seem unwilling to see your young master win." Ba Lu shrugged. "I just don't want him to win too easily. If he wins too easily, my young master will get conceited." "Scram!" Chen bellowed at Ba Lu, then kept his eyes fixed on Wei Jian's hands. After a short while, ripples actually began to stir in the air of the backyard. At that moment, a transparent protective barrier became visible to the naked eye, covering the space above the backyard like a bubble. "I can see the illusion formation in this yard. Is my young master about to succeed?" Chen did not bother with Ba Lu. Instead, he stared at Wei Jian with a solemn expression. At this time, the scene before Wei Jian's eyes as he remained inside the illusion formation changed once again. Now what Wei Jian saw was no longer the dim sky and the wasteland, but a chaotic space twisting endlessly. As Wei Jian drove talisman after talisman into the void, the space contorted more and more violently and seemed on the verge of shattering at any moment. "Shatter!" Wei Jian roared, and dozens more formation talismans blasted into the void. Then a crack appeared above his head. Spotting the crack, Wei Jian pushed off the ground with both feet and shot skyward in an instant. A moment later, after passing through the crack, his vision finally returned to the small courtyard. Seeing the shock on Zheng's face, Wei Jian clasped his fists. "Senior Zheng, you've lost." "I lost. I actually lost." Qianzhu was stunned. Could it be that my talent in formation cultivation is truly so poor that after years of dedicated study I cannot even defeat this young upstart? As he said this, Qianzhu turned his gaze towards Fat Auntie. "Sweetheart, has my insistence all these years been wrong? I should not have given up the pursuit of martial arts, wasting so much time on studying formations." "You are not wrong." A rare softness appeared on Fat Auntie's face. "You are not wrong. If anyone is to blame, it is this inherently unfair world, the differences in people's talents and the vast disparities in their fortunes." Fat Auntie patted Qianzhu's shoulder. "Give me the diagram of the Thousand Thunder formation." Qianzhu let out a sigh and placed the diagram into Fat Auntie's hands. Young man, we concede defeat. You can take this formation diagram, but I have one request. I hope you will agree. Seniors, you needn't stand on ceremony. As long as it is within Wei Jian's power, Wei Jian will not refuse. Then you will stay in our tea house for 3 days and instruct Qianzhu in formation cultivation. Hearing this, Wei Jian was overjoyed. Although Qianzhu's expertise in formations was not equal to Wei Jian's, Chen had studied formations for many years and his experience was far beyond Wei Jian's reach. And experience was exactly what Wei Jian desperately lacked. This junior could stay and exchange insights with Senior Zheng for 3 days. Wei Jian then took the diagram of the Thousand Thunder formation from Fat Auntie. As a gesture of reciprocity, he gave all his remaining 5 bottles of Matai to Qianzhu. As for Balu, Wei Jian dismissed him afterwards, sending him to investigate where elixirs that could alter one's innate talent were being sold. When setting up a formation, no one can disturb you, otherwise if a single formation talisman goes wrong, the incomplete formation might explode. And if an incomplete formation explodes, it could even blow up the formation master who is setting it up. When you unleash a formation, you can use your own spiritual energy as the power medium, or you can preposition spirit stones in the formation core and use them as the power medium. Additionally, formations can be layered. For example, after you set up the Thousand Thunder formation, you can also set up an illusion formation within it. When the 2 formations combine into one, their power will be greatly increased. But unfortunately, I lost the diagram of the illusion formation 30 years ago. My attainment in formations isn't yet high enough to draw an accurate diagram. Otherwise, I would not mind giving you the illusion formation diagram as well. Through their interactions, Wei Jian found Qianzhu and Fat Auntie to be genuinely good people. Fat Auntie had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and Qianzhu was kind and amiable. Senior, I have some insights on formation cultivation. I am not sure whether I should voice them. Hearing this, a look of delight flashed across Qianzhu's face. Speak freely. I think. Wei Jian then exchanged ideas with Qianzhu for a long time. Each learned from the other's strengths and both made significant progress in their understanding of formations. So Fat Auntie is a princess of the Maijia kingdom, and you originally bought her in Maijin city. I was young and ignorant back then, just wanting to marry a princess. But later I found that not all princesses are as beautiful as celestial maidens. Qianzhu took a sip of wine and continued, later Fat Auntie and I had already cooked the rice. Love gradually grew between us. Fat Auntie bore me 3 sons, one after another. But because of that, we thoroughly infuriated the Maijia royal family. Unwilling to tolerate their royal blood staying outside, the royal family dispatched a huge army vowing to massacre Maijin city. Left with no choice, Fat Auntie and I had to hand our 3 infants still crying for milk to the then Grand Prince, the current king of Maijia. The Grand Prince was Fat Auntie's biological elder brother. We thought he would spare our children for her sake. But who would have thought that he would cruelly kill the 3 children right in front of us like a madman? What happened back then dealt a devastating blow to both of us. Fortunately, we managed to get through it. Over the years, I have been studying formations to raise my strength, hoping that one day I can charge into Maijia royal city and avenge my 3 sons. Qianzhu drank another sip of wine, and a faint mist of tears uncontrollably gathered in his eyes. Alas, so many years have passed and vengeance still remains hopelessly distant. Wei Jian glanced at Qianzhu and said quietly, I have heard that the current Grand Prince of Maijia is named Agula. He is extremely powerful but also very sinister. And I've also heard that he practices an evil art that requires killing innocent people and refining their souls. I don't know if it's true. Humph. Agula practices the Maijia royal family's 10,000 ghosts divine art. This art forges 10,000 ghosts by repeatedly killing others through cruel methods to seize their souls. Fat Auntie walked to stand before Wei Jian, and Qianzhu then sat down and continued, this art is immensely powerful, but cultivating it makes one extremely susceptible to going berserk. Agula is naturally drawn to the power of death, so he is perfectly suited to practicing the 10,000 ghosts divine art. And because he is suited to it, over the years no fewer than 8,000, if not 10,000, people have died at his hands. Fat Auntie, in your estimation, what cultivation level is Agula at by now? At the very least he is at the 5th heaven of the martial ancestor realm. Adding the treasures bestowed by the royal family and the might of the 10,000 ghosts divine art, Agula might be able to contend with a martial ancestor at the 7th heaven. Hearing this, Wei Jian raised an eyebrow. Aguila had participated in the four-nation martial competition, which meant he was under 30 years old as well. Aguila certainly did not possess opportunities like Wei Jian's. For him to reach the fifth heaven of martial ancestor before 30 on his own was truly remarkable. After all, like the Kaoshan kingdom, the Meijia kingdom was located at the extreme south of Jian province, a remote realm where spiritual energy was thin. It was said that at the center of the Zhozhou continent, Shengjin Zhongzhou, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was dense and rich. There some children reached martial master level at just a few years old and were promoted to martial ancestor by the age of 10. The king of Meijia cruelly killed your 3 sons back then. This time I happen to be heading to Meijia Royal City for the four-nation martial competition. If there's a chance, I will kill Aguila to avenge both of you. Wei Jian's words first flashed a look of delight across the faces of Zhenkazi and Fat Auntie. But quickly the two became anxious again. Aguila is not weak. There's no need for you to risk your life for our sake. Don't worry, you two. This time Kanglan Academy is holding the four-nation grand competition in Meijia Royal City. They will select the top 3 to join Kanglan Academy, and I intend to occupy all 3 spots. Aguila is doomed to be an obstacle in my path. Moreover, Aguila deserves to die. So even without your grievance, I would still take action and kill him. After spending 3 days at the Huitu tea house, Wei Jian and Jin the cripple had both reaped abundant gains. I will remain in Meijin City for a while longer. When I have time, I will come and trouble you 2 seniors again. Wei Jian smiled at Jin the cripple and the other senior, then rendezvoused with Balu and returned to Jianzhong both together. How did it go? Was the matter I asked you to handle taken care of? Young master, over these past days I have walked through nearly all of Meijin City. Unfortunately, I did not find any pill that could alter one's innate talent. Balu wiped the sweat from his brow and went on. Young master, pills that can change one's innate talent are extremely rare to begin with. Searching for one aimlessly is just like looking for a needle in a haystack. I do have an idea that might help you find a talent-altering pill in the shortest amount of time. Only it might do you harm, and I don't know if you would be willing to try it. Wei Jian took a look at Balu and nodded. Speak. What idea have you come up with? Instead of searching for the pills aimlessly, let the pills come to us on their own. Balu's eyes rolled and he continued, we can put up a generous reward to buy talent-altering pills and rare treasures. Once the news spreads, people will naturally come to our door with pills and rare treasures. Admittedly, Balu's plan would have been decent enough anywhere else, but this was Meijin City, and Meijin City was a chaotic place. This place was hardly short of people preying on one another. If Wei Jian truly did as Balu said, he would surely gain a load of trouble before he ever obtained any pills or rare treasures. I suspect you're deliberately messing with me? Hearing Wei Jian's words, Balu quickly raised both hands high. Young master, I am wronged. I'm doing all of this for your sake. Besides, I have no reason to mess with you. Remember, I swallowed the 7-day gut-severing pill and my life is now held in your hands. We two now rise and fall together. Wei Jian gave Balu a long deep look, fell silent for a moment, then nodded to him. I've thought it over carefully. Your plan might end up harming me, but it can certainly help me as well. Therefore, I've decided to adopt your suggestion. Wei Jian had decided to follow Balu's suggestion largely for 2 reasons. First, Wei Jian wanted to rack up points. He had not earned points in 3 days, and Wei Jian's hands had long been itching. If this matter were handled properly, he might earn more than 10,000 points in one stroke. Second, Balu's plan was indeed effective. If Wei Jian acted according to Balu's words, he might truly obtain a pill capable of changing his innate talent. Wei Jian's words made Balu's small eyes blink and his heart seethed with glee. This time I have to cause you some trouble. Even if I can't kill you, I'll scare you to death. Such was what Balu thought in his heart, but on the surface he said respectfully to Wei Jian, then I will go handle this matter now. There is a square east of Jianzhong. I'll give you 3 days to spread the news. 3 days from now I will prepare enough spirit stones and appear in the square. Rest assured, young master. Within 3 days I guarantee the news will be spread. After Balu strode away, Wei Jian could not help sneering. If I hadn't gained 100 points from you, I might really have believed that you were sincerely helping me. Over the next 3 days, Wei Jian spent 2 of them studying the Thousand Thunder formation. Because of his expertise in formations, he had roughly mastered the Thousand Thunder formation in just 2 days. Before dawn on the 3rd day, Wei Jian arrived early at the square and quietly set up the Thousand Thunder formation. Young master, Balu suddenly tore through the void and appeared behind Wei Jian. How are things going? The news has already been spread. I said that you carry a large amount of top-grade spirit stones and are preparing to spend a fortune to buy pills and rare treasures that can alter one's innate talent. Now in my Jian city you young master have become a celebrity. There is no telling how many people are eager to see you. With that Balu quietly stepped back 2 paces. Then Balu's hands waved continuously and a spatial rift flashed across midair before vanishing in an instant. Balu had now prepared himself to flee with Wei Jian at any moment, but before fleeing he would first use the crowd to give Wei Jian a good scare. If I can see this bastard scared out of his wits, then I will have avenged my grudge. Just as these thoughts crossed Balu's mind, figures appeared in the distance. When the sun was 3 poles high in the sky, the square was already packed with people. Kid, I heard you're going to spend a fortune on rare treasures and pills that can change one's innate talent. I wonder how much money you've brought with you? That's right, kid. Take out your money first and let everyone see it. Don't puff yourself up like a rich man when you're broke. Hearing the crowd around him, Wei Jian waved his hand broadly. 50 top-grade spirit stones appeared out of thin air with a clatter and fell around him. Seeing the light flashing from the 50 top-grade spirit stones, the crowd gathered in the square stepped forward in unison and everyone's breathing grew heavy. He really doesn't know his place. There's going to be a good show next. Balu covered his mouth and snickered. He was about to continue watching the fun when Wei Jian stood up. I need pills and rare treasures that can change one's cultivation talent. Whoever can produce what I desire will be given spirit stones far above the market price. But I don't have a very good temper. If anyone dares to scheme against me, I will make him pay a terrible price. Everyone remember that my name is Wei Jian and I am meaner and wilder than you scum. As Wei Jian's declaration came down, it instantly stirred the crowd into an uproar. In this way Wei Jian effortlessly gained over 1,000 points. Arrogant indeed. Under the lead of a tall, thin, middle-aged man, dozens of burly men stepped through the crowd and walked slowly toward Wei Jian. A reckless brat, no wonder you dared to cripple more than a dozen of my men as soon as you entered my Jian city without showing the slightest regard for my benevolent society. The tall, thin, middle-aged man was named by Qianzhu, the boss of the benevolent society. Even as he spoke, he led several dozen members of the benevolent society to surround Wei Jian completely. You crippled my men. Let these top-grade spirit stones count as your apology. Wait. The moment Bai Qianzhu's voice fell, a voice rang out. This square is the territory of our brotherhood. This kid is raising a banner on our brother's turf. Taking 20 top-grade spirit stones from him as rent shouldn't be too much, should it? The boss of the brotherhood was named Pai Shuang. He also brought several dozen men and came before Wei Jian. Ha ha ha, when it comes to getting rich, everyone present always gets a share. It shouldn't be too much for me, He Ding Hong, to have my flower-plundering society cut in at this moment, should it? With Balu fanning the flames and Wei Jian deliberately steering the situation, Wei Jian easily became the focus of everyone's hostility. As the 3 great gangs appeared, many individuals and factions who fancied themselves powerful soon gathered around Wei Jian. What exactly is this kid trying to do? Does he really think he alone can stand against so many people? Cripple Zheng stomped his short leg, then turned his head and said to Fat Auntie, this kid is a decent person. We can't just watch him die here. I suggest we lend him a hand. Fat Auntie waved her hand at Cripple Zheng. Don't be hasty. Wei Jian isn't a fool. That boy has a sharp mind. Since he's doing this, he must have his own purpose, and he also has a way to deal with the current crisis. How is he going to deal with the current crisis? Don't forget Bai Qianzhu, Pai Shuang and He Ding Hong all possess 6th level martial ancestor strength. And the thugs gathered around them are all elites of the 3 societies, almost all of them have martial ancestor strength too. Cripple Zheng, have you forgotten the Thousand Thunder Formation? The Thousand Thunder Formation? Cripple Zheng raised an eyebrow. You mean Wei Jian has already comprehended the Thousand Thunder Formation? Exactly. Don't forget that Wei Jian has profound attainments in formations. In 3 days he may well have fully understood the Thousand Thunder Formation. And with the power of the Thousand Thunder Formation, dealing with these people shouldn't be difficult. Hearing Fat Auntie's words, Cripple Zheng gave a slight nod. Some of the anxiety on his face faded, replaced by a trace of anticipation. I've studied the Thousand Thunder Formation for years without results. I hope I can see its power with my own eyes today. My benevolent society had more than a dozen men crippled by him. I'm taking at least half of these supreme grade spirit stones. Baitsaku, that's quite a lion's share you're asking for. From what I know, the kid did cripple over a dozen of your men, but those men of yours were all trash. A dozen pieces of trash aren't worth half the supreme grade spirit stones. I think you haven't woken up yet. Pai Shuang, don't criticize Baitsaku. Your asking price is too high as well. Your asking price is too high. This plot of land isn't worth more than a dozen supreme grade spirit stones. Hey three bosses, if you're eating meat you should give us a chance to drink some soup. For us wandering cultivators, each taking one supreme grade spirit stone isn't too much, is it? Enough. Seeing the surrounding crowd squabbling into a chaotic mess, Wei Jian couldn't help but roar. I say, you bastards crowded around here, do you actually have anything on you that I want? If you have pills and heavenly treasures, take them out now. If you don't, I advise you to get the hell out of here. When Wei Jian finished speaking, the crowd was stunned for a moment before snapping back to reality. Kid, are you just slow to react, or have you never understood the situation from the very beginning? We're deliberating over how to rob you. As Baitsaku finished, Balu also reached out and tugged at Wei Jian's clothes. Young master, let me tell you quietly, they don't seem to be here with good intentions. Under the crowd's gaze, Wei Jian slowly stood up. I made it clear just now, I need pills and heavenly treasures that can change one's cultivation talent. Whoever can bring out what I want will receive spirit stones at a price far above the market rate. But I have a bad temper. If anyone dares to play tricks on me, I'll make him pay a heavy price. Wei Jian swept his gaze across the crowd, then shouted, some of you don't seem to have heard me clearly before. I don't want to slaughter the innocent, so I'm giving you one more chance to leave. If you don't seize it, you'll be responsible for the consequences. When Wei Jian finished speaking, the crowd burst into laughter. But before they could laugh for long, the expressions on their faces froze. The crowd watched as Wei Jian raised his hand and sent two streaks of light into the sky. Then a scene none of them expected unfolded. Above the square, the sky where the morning sun had just been rising was suddenly covered by thick dark clouds. Within the thick dark clouds, blue arcs of electricity surged and flashed continuously. What is going on? Baitsaku's voice had barely faded when a massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky and blasted into one of his subordinates. Because he was close by, Baitsaku witnessed it personally. When the lightning struck, his subordinate didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was turned into a charred black skeleton. Oh! This is the Thousand Thunder Formation. At the edge of the square, a woman in green happened to be passing by. Seeing the dark clouds covering the sky, she unconsciously stopped. The Thousand Thunder Formation is a 4th grade formation. I never thought that in my Jian city someone would actually be able to unleash it. The woman in green murmured, then with a flicker of her body flew up onto a tall building. Oh! He's young and quite handsome. This young lady has started to like him a little. Unlike Baitsaku and the others, the woman in green had recognized the Thousand Thunder Formation at a single glance. Baitsaku and the others had no idea how fearsome the Thousand Thunder Formation was, so he immediately shouted to his subordinates, everyone, don't be afraid. Charge together and kill this kid first. A dozen desperate, death-defying outlaws stepped out from the crowd together. Gripping all kinds of weapons, they tried to launch an attack at Wei Jian. Unfortunately, before their weapons could even be swung, several bolts of lightning descended, blasting all of them into a pile of charred remains. Now anyone who dares to move will be killed without mercy. Wei Jian waved his hand and several arcs of lightning hovered above the crowd's heads. The crackling sound reached their ears, terrifying everyone into complete silence. Who exactly are you? Baitsaku demanded in a low voice. Didn't your subordinates tell you what my name is? They said you're called Daddy Wu. I don't have a useless son like you. Wei Jian smiled at Baitsaku, then raised his voice and said, I'm never one to push an opponent to the brink. Now I'll give you two paths. The first path is to be struck dead by lightning. The second path is to kneel on the ground, call me Grandpa, leave behind all the treasures on you, and I'll spare your lives. At Wei Jian's words, the crowd first provided him with several thousand points, and then everyone hesitated. My patience is limited. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave your treasures behind, you'll die here. Wei Jian did not want to waste too much time. After all, sustaining the Thousand Thunder Formation consumed a great deal of his spiritual power. Of course, when setting up a formation, spirit stones could also be used as a medium of power. However, his time to set up the formation was limited, and he had no time to place spirit stones in the designated positions. 1. Just as Wei Jian roared, the crowd pulled out their spatial rings one after another, erased their connection with the rings, and threw them at Wei Jian's feet. Grandpa. The crowd knelt on the ground and shouted in unison. Since you grandsons know what's good for you, get out of here. Balu, why are you still standing there in a daze? Wei Jian turned his head and cast a glance at Balu, who was standing behind him, trembling continuously. Young master, what was that technique you just used? I used some technique. That is none of your concern. Do you know what you should be doing right now? Balu's eyes darted about, then he looked at the spatial rings that lay in front of Wei Jian. Finally Balu let out a sigh, stepped past Wei Jian and walked to the front of the crowd. Just now my young master used only a fraction of his skill and beat Bai Cao and his men until they fled with their tails between their legs. Fortunately my master is kind-hearted and let Bai Cao and the others off as easily as passing wind. Otherwise Bai Cao and his men would definitely be dead dogs by now. Balu was deliberately seizing the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, trying to provoke Bai Cao and the others into resentment against Wei Jian. It had to be said that Balu had succeeded. Bai Cao and the others now wished they could rush at Wei Jian again and tear him limb from limb. Wei Jian understood Balu's intentions, yet he remained unmoved. Being able to harvest points was very important to him as well. My young master possesses heaven-reaching abilities. As long as no martial king-level expert appears, no one can do anything to him. I have said so much to tell everyone this. Those who intend to scheme against my young master may as well abandon that idea now. Those who possess pills or heavenly treasures that can alter one's talent may now step forward and trade fairly with my young master. Seeing the crowd discussing among themselves but no one stepping forward, Balu thought for a moment and continued, my young master values trust and righteousness above all. Since everyone is trading here in public, you have no need to worry that my young master will double-cross you. You should know that my young master has plenty of spirit stones. As for this huge pile of supreme-grade spirit stones, how many of them you can take away depends on whether you have good enough goods in your hands. Why is no one stepping forward? Could it be that none of you paupers have even half a valuable treasure on you? What a pity. So many supreme-grade spirit stones are placed right before you, yet you have no way to obtain them. Balu cursed loudly. Since Wei Jian was backing him up, Balu did not fear offending the crowd. Alas, I made such a big commotion and gained nothing. It seems my Jian city truly does not have what I want. Wei Jian let out a sigh. Just as he was about to pack up and leave, a voice suddenly reached his ears. I have here a transcendent divine pill. It can change a person's cultivation talent, though the change is limited. Still, a transcendent divine pill is a rare low-grade precious pill. Pills were classified into spirit pills, mystic pills, precious pills, saint pills, and divine pills, and every level of pill was further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. As for the rebirth divine pill Wei Jian had swallowed earlier, it could barely be counted as an upper-grade spirit pill. According to Wei Jian's knowledge, a pill at the level of a low-grade precious pill could not be found even if the entire Kaoshan Kingdom were dug up. That was because the alchemists of Kaoshan Kingdom could not refine such a pill no matter what methods they exhausted. Hearing the words, low-grade precious pill, Wei Jian quickly looked toward the voice. A woman in green was walking toward him with her hands behind her back and a smile on her face. This woman in green was petite and possessed a beauty that could make fish sink and wild geese fall, just like Qianzhu and Shu'er. However, her temperament was different from theirs. Qianzhu was fiery-tempered like a chili pepper. Shu'er was gentle and clever like a pool of clear water. The woman in green, in contrast, had a hint of playfulness like the girl next door just beginning to grow up. Do you really have a low-grade precious pill on you? Of course. The woman in green flipped her wrist and a jade bottle appeared in her hand. Then right before Wei Jian, she opened the jade bottle and in a short while the fragrance of the medicine filled the whole square. At the scent, Wei Jian's spirit could not help but tremble. This medicinal fragrance was somewhat similar to that of the rebirth divine pill, which meant that even if the pill in the bottle was not a low-grade precious pill, it truly could alter a person's talent. Pills that alter one's talent are extremely rare, and since no one would ever complain of having too much talent, this sort of pill is basically never put up for sale. If you hadn't run into this young lady, even if you made an even bigger stir in my Jian city and produced even more supreme-grade spirit stones, you would still have left empty-handed. Then how could you bear to take this pill out for trade? Could it be that you find your own talent too high? Balu curled his lips at the woman in green and showed her no courtesy at all because she had helped Wei Jian, a fact that made Balu greatly displeased. Because I have already taken this transcendent divine pill. It works the first time you take it, but it has no effect the second time. When the woman in green finished speaking, she tossed the jade bottle with the pill to Wei Jian. Catching the bottle, Wei Jian was dumbfounded for a moment before he recovered. I am Wei Jian. May I ask the little beauty's name? My name is Xiao. Xiao. A lovely name. Wei Jian opened the jade bottle and poured a silver pill into his palm. Sister Xiao, you gave me the pill so easily. Aren't you afraid that I will double-cross you? Double-cross. Xiao smiled, then casually beckoned at Balu. In a flash, a wisp of black chi swept over Balu. When they looked at him again, the once youthful Balu had actually become a decrepit old man. This scene was like a magic trick, startling Wei Jian into taking a step back. Cough, cough, cough. Balu coughed several times before he came to his senses. What have you done to me? Nothing. This young lady merely wanted to see what you look like when you grow old. Sigh, you are still ugly when old. Xiao waved her hand again. A moment later, the black chi left Balu's body and Balu returned to his original appearance. Wei Jian had originally intended to tease Xiao a little to earn some points, but after seeing her power he could not help swallowing hard. What kind of power is that? Wither and bloom. Xiao stepped forward 2 paces and stopped before Wei Jian. As long as this young lady is willing, I can make you wither in an instant like a flower. That is why I have never worried that you might double-cross me. Hearing Xiao words, Wei Jian knew that today he had finally met a ruthless character. And this ruthless character was also a delicate little beauty. I want this pill. Let's make a fair trade. How many spirit stones do you want? This young lady has no interest in spirit stones. Then do you want to barter? If you are interested in me, I can yield myself to you in exchange for a single pill. Wei Jian teased Xiao. Wei Jian had originally wanted to use this chance to gain some points. But who would have guessed that as soon as his words fell, Xiao nodded and said, good. This young lady truly has the same intention. Then use yourself to exchange for this transcendent divine pill. Xiao's words startled Wei Jian and he couldn't help taking a step back. Could it be that you've fallen in love with me at first sight? Wei Jian wore a bitter expression. I have kept myself chaste all these years, until I develop feelings for you I won't truly give myself to you. Of course, if you resort to force I might obediently yield. You're overthinking. I'm going to hunt a demon beast, and since your strength seems decent, I'll take you as my helper. Once the beast is killed, you and I will be even. Hunt a demon beast. A helper. The reward is a low-grade precious pill. Wei Jian frowned. Sister Xiao, I'd like to know what strength this beast actually has. I'll tell you in a moment. Now I'll give you 3 breaths time to pack your things. After saying this, Xiao turned her head to glance at Balu. You're the bonus, so you have to come along with me too. 3 breaths time passed quickly. Wei Jian had just gathered everything from the ground and had not yet had time to bid farewell to Lame Zheng and Fat Ant. A strip of green silk coiled around the waists of Wei Jian and Balu. Before the two could speak, Xiao seized the green silk and flew into the air with them. You're a martial king? Seeing Xiao flying through the air, Wei Jian asked in surprise. That's right. I am naturally intelligent and extremely gifted. Half a year ago I finally succeeded in advancing to martial king, and now I have consolidated the first level of the martial king realm. Xiao's words struck Wei Jian and Balu with shock. Xiao looked about the same age as Wei Jian, yet her cultivation had actually surpassed his, making her a martial king powerhouse. Besides, I'm only a tiny bit away from fusing the power of withering and flourishing. Once I do, my strength will rise another step. Xiao flew swiftly through the air. Before long she had carried Wei Jian and Balu out of Jian city, then descended onto a flat patch of ground. The demon beast I intend to hunt this time is called the Desolate Beast. Inside its demon core lies a strand of desolate force, and that desolate force can help me comprehend the power of withering. Once I comprehend the power of withering, I'll be able to fully merge the power of withering and flourishing. Desolate Beast. The moment Xiao finished speaking, Balu leaped up as if electrified. My dear lady, the Desolate Beast you're going to deal with, it wouldn't be the one in Qianzhu Pond, would it? Correct. That creature's lair is right in Qianzhu Pond. Hearing Xiao's words, Balu's legs went weak and he knelt directly on the ground. Please, my lady, spare my life. I'm young and don't want to die. Please let me go as easily as one lets out a fart. What's going on? Wei Jian kicked Ba Lu with his leg. You're so scared your face turned pale. Is this desolate beast really that powerful? The desolate beast in Kushui Pond is a demon king. Legend has it that a single spit from it can reduce a person to a skeleton. It lives in Kushui Pond and for 100 li around the place has become a godforsaken forbidden zone. Demon King. Ba Lu's words also made Wei Jian's heart skip a beat. A demon beast's physique is generally stronger than a human's, so a demon king's strength usually surpasses that of a martial king. Moreover, a demon king can already speak human language and its intelligence is no lower than a human's, which makes demon kings extremely troublesome. The desolate beast excels at using desolate force. To be precise, a single breath from it can turn any martial artist below the martial sect realm directly into a skeleton. Since the desolate beast is so formidable, I think the reward from Sister Xiao Luo should be increased a bit. The desolate beast carries a trace of dragon bloodline. Precisely because of that, it shares the dragon's habit of hoarding all kinds of treasures. After we kill the desolate beast, I'll only take its demon core. The treasures it has collected will be yours. Good. Seeing Wei Jian readily agree to Xiao Luo, Ba Lu couldn't help but stand to the side and mutter, "You two are both lunatics. I'm a sane person. Can you two not drag me into your madness? For profit one naturally has to take risks." Wei Jian reached out and patted Ba Lu's shoulder. "You'll also contribute to this trip. Once I enter Kanglan Academy, I'll find a way to get you a spatial martial skill. Let's put aside whether you can even get into Kanglan Academy. Even if you do, you may not be able to lay your hands on a spatial martial skill. Mind you, spatial martial skills are extremely rare. Even Kanglan Academy, for all its greatness, treats them as treasures. But martial arts of this kind are certainly treasures. Rest assured, I have absolute certainty I can enter Kanglan Academy. Once I do, even if I have to steal or snatch, I'll obtain a spatial martial skill for you, so that you can become an upright martial artist in the future." But before Ba Lu could finish, Xiao Luo interrupted from the side, "If he can't do it, there's still me. In Kanglan Academy my word carries weight. You two are each better at bragging than the last. I, Ba Lu, have truly had 8 lifetimes of bad luck running into you two." Kushui Pond got its name because within 100 li almost no vegetation grows. The reason no vegetation grows near Kushui Pond is precisely because the desolate beast lives in it. The desolate beast excels at wielding desolate force. With a single exhalation it can wither the vegetation all around. I've already scouted it out. The desolate beast has been sleeping in Kushui Pond these past few days, so we can approach the pond invisibly and lie in ambush to catch it off guard. It seems you've prepared everything, but I wonder what chances you have against the desolate beast. Originally, with only me alone, the odds were about 6 in 10. Now with the two of you added, the odds should rise to 7 in 10. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Ba Lu hastily raised his hand and said, "Let me state beforehand, I'm a useless coward. I haven't mastered any martial skills, so I won't be able to contribute any strength. You are close to spatial power and you can tear the void. So you'll act as bait to lure the desolate beast out of Kushui Pond." Bait? Ba Lu's face darkened. The water of Kushui Pond is highly corrosive. If I go in there, I'll probably turn into a skeleton right away. Don't worry. I have a pill that can protect your body. But the desolate beast can kill me with just a flick of its finger. That will depend on your luck. When the beast just wakes up, it may not attack you. With these words, Xiao Luo ignored Ba Lu and turned her gaze to Wei Jian. Set up the Thousand Thunder formation near Kushui Pond in advance. Once Ba Lu lures the desolate beast into the formation, you control the formation and coordinate with me to kill it. Understood. Wei Jian nodded lightly. This task was not difficult for him. On the way to the Kushui pool, Wei Jian swallowed the Divine Transcendence pill. Shortly after refining it, he felt as though a sudden enlightenment had washed over him. Compared with before, Wei Jian suddenly felt his ears and eyes become sharper. Truly worthy of a low-grade precious pill, the potency of this pill is immeasurably better than the Rebirth Divine Pill. The Rebirth Divine Pill is only an entry-level medicine. How can such a pill compare with the Divine Transcendence Pill? Xiao Luo glanced at Wei Jian and continued, "Within the Kanglan Academy there are even medium-grade precious pills. Once you enter the academy, as long as you make sufficient contributions, you will have the opportunity to obtain a medium-grade precious pill. You seem to know the Kanglan Academy very well. Could it be that you are from the Kanglan Academy?" Aren't you going to my Jiao Royal City for the Four Kingdoms martial tournament? Whether I am from the Kanglan Academy or not you'll find out in due course. After finishing, Xiao Luo suddenly accelerated, her body flickering as she appeared atop a large tree. The further we go the sparser the vegetation. It seems we are almost at our destination. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Ba Lu whispered, I warn you too, if you regret it now it's not too late to turn around and run. Why are you such a coward? Wei Jian reached out and patted Ba Lu's shoulder. Cultivating martial arts is like sailing against the current. A martial artist must advance against adversity. If you have no sense of adventure whatsoever, how can your strength ever improve? Ba Lu was attuned to spatial power, which put him far ahead of many at the starting line. After all, spatial power was rare and formidable. However, because Ba Lu was too content with the status quo, the fellow had only barely managed to advance to martial grandmaster by now. I don't have very lofty goals. I just hope to live a few more years in peace. A martial grandmaster's body is not much different from an ordinary person's, so at most his lifespan does not exceed 100 years. Compared to an ordinary person, a martial king's body has undergone a fundamental transformation and his maximum lifespan can reach 200 years. Xiao Luo dropped down from the sky and landed at Ba Lu's side. A martial venerable can raise the threshold of lifespan to 500 years and a martial emperor can raise it to 1,000 years. If you can become a god, your lifespan will be as everlasting as time. When Xiao Luo finished, Ba Lu twisted his mouth and said, as far as I know the Jiuzhou continent has never produced a martial god. The strongest have only reached the 9th heaven of martial saint. It is true that no martial god has ever been born on the Jiuzhou continent, but within Time Weishan there are martial gods. Time Weishan. Xiao Luo's words caught Wei Jian's attention. Sister Xiao Luo, what is this Time Weishan? Could it be that beyond the Jiuzhou continent there is another space? What is Time Weishan? That is rather complicated to explain. As for whether there is another space beyond the Jiuzhou continent, saying too much about it will only bring you trouble. Xiao Luo did not want to elaborate. She glanced at Wei Jian, walked a few steps ahead with her hands clasped behind her back, and was the first to set foot on a withered lawn. The three continued forward. As the distance to the Qianzhu pool grew shorter, the ground underfoot became increasingly desolate. The big trees and grass had all withered and a thick layer of black sand covered the ground. The whole world looked as if it had been exiled by the void, making people feel lonely and uneasy involuntarily. I can already feel a desolate force. It seems the Qianzhu pool is just ahead. Seeing Ba Lu tremble slightly, Wei Jian chuckled, do you have to be so dramatic? It's not like you're being sent to your death. Young master, you will never understand the pressure a bait has to bear. Being a bait is almost the same as being sent to death. Don't take on too much psychological pressure. Entering the Qianzhu pool doesn't mean you have to dive to the bottom. Just make some noise and perhaps you can lure the desolate beast out. Then why don't we just strike it with thunder? If we strike it with thunder directly, wouldn't that be beating the grass and startling the snake? The group talked as they climbed a low slope. Standing at the top of the slope, they could see the Qianzhu pool in the distance. Its size looked similar to that of the black pond in the wild forest, not too big. Yet compared with the black pond, the Qianzhu pool appeared far more terrifying. The dark blue water kept bubbling as if it were boiling. Even at a distance, Wei Jian caught a smell similar to sulfur in the air. The three crept to the edge of the pool. Xiao Luo produced 2 pills and handed them to Wei Jian and Ba Lu. This pill can offset part of the desolation force, but its effect is limited. If the desolate beast attacks you head-on, you will still become a withered skeleton in an instant. After swallowing the pill, Wei Jian took out a few supreme-grade spirit stones and placed them beside the pool. Then he waved his hand and sent out thousands of formation talismans. The 1000th thunder formation is in place, covering an area of about 1,000 paces. Sister Xiao Luo, when Ba Lu lures the desolate beast out, I will concentrate the formation's power to land a heavy blow on it. Whether it succeeds or not, the 1000th thunder formation can only be a supporting measure afterward. Killing the desolate beast will depend on your ability. Xiao Luo leaped and landed on a withered tree. As long as you can seriously wound it, I am 80% sure of slaying it. After speaking with bravado, Xiao Luo turned her eyes to Ba Lu. Bait, why are you still dazed? Get into the water. Hearing this, Ba Lu's body trembled. Can your pill truly guarantee that I won't be affected by the desolation force after entering the water? 100% guaranteed. Can you really guarantee that the desolate beast is asleep? I can guarantee it 100%. After I enter the water. Before Ba Lu could finish, Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow and said, I guarantee it 100%. I said get into the water now. What I meant was what should I do after entering the water? Should I get close to the beast and then kick it in the backside? The desolate beast is a monster king. As long as you approach it, it will discover you. So after you enter the water, you don't need to do anything but keep diving down. When you see a dark shadow moving in the water, turn around and flee quickly. I see. Ba Lu nodded and walked to the edge of the Kushui pool. Young master, after I finish the task, are you really going to the Kanglan Academy to steal or snatch a spatial martial technique for me? I will try to obtain a spatial martial technique for you through legitimate means. It was not until Wei Jian gave his solemn promise that Ba Lu stretched his short leg into the water and gently touched it. After confirming that the desolation force in the water could not affect him, Ba Lu leaped and dove in. After Ba Lu entered the water, Wei Jian and Xiao Luo kept their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the Kushui pool. Half an incense stick later, the two gradually grew anxious. That fat fool isn't going to botch this, is he? Xiao Luo pursed her lips, then shifted her gaze to Wei Jian. Hey, he's your servant, he wouldn't tear open a void rift underwater and run away, would he? Don't worry. I made Ba Lu swallow a 7-day gut-rending pill. Every 7 days he must receive the antidote from me to keep living, otherwise his intestines will be rent and he will die. Then if he wants to live, he won't run. 7-day gut-rending pill? Xiao Luo frowned slightly. I have studied the way of poisons quite extensively, so how is it that I have never heard of this 7-day gut-rending pill? The 7-day gut-rending pill was actually something I made up. Back then I only made Ba Lu swallow an ordinary kidney-strengthening pill. Because he is such a coward, he believes in the pill without the slightest doubt. Whatever you do, don't reveal this in front of him. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so wicked. Xiao Luo chuckled, took out a red pill and tossed it to Wei Jian. This pill is called the goo pill, and its efficacy is not unlike that of the 7-day gut-rending pill. You can give this goo pill to Ba Lu and have him swallow it anew. Forget it. Wei Jian gently shook his head. Ba Lu may be timid and fond of petty thievery, but he is not bad at heart. I have no wish to tie his fate to mine. I see you aren't all that bad after all. No, no, no. I am a big villain, and I am determined to be a big villain loathed by everyone. Hearing Wei Jian's words, Xiao Luo burst into a snicker. This is the first time I've ever heard of such an ambition. As her voice faded, a sudden stir came from the Kushui pool. The water surface, which had been like boiling water, began to churn violently. Wei Jian, get ready, the desolate beast is coming out. Bang! Ba Lu suddenly burst out from the water, his face etched with terror. The desolate beast is right behind me and under the water. Before Ba Lu could finish, he tore open a spatial rift, slipped his whole body into the rift with startling speed, and left only his round head sticking out. Young master, there is something under the water. Bang! Another tremendous crash sounded, and simultaneously a column of water shot into the sky, sending waves and spray more than 10 meters into the air. Good heavens! Ba Lu let out a strange cry and pulled his head back into the spatial rift. The rift vanished in an instant and Ba Lu disappeared without a trace. Once Wei Jian confirmed that Ba Lu was safe, he focused completely on the water's surface. As the skyward column of water came pouring back down, a fierce head suddenly burst out from the pool. The head was as large as an 8 immortals table, and its 2 blue eyes were even bigger than Wei Jian's fists. In addition, a single black horn stood atop the head. The horn was somewhat similar to a dragon's horn, showing that the desolate beast indeed possessed a trace of dragon bloodline. You detestable humans disturbing my slumber, I will make you pay for this. The desolate beast spoke in the human tongue, and its voice sounded rather deep. Wei Jian! Xiao Luo cried out from nearby. Got it. Wei Jian waved his hand grandly, and the instant he blasted several formation talismans into the void, a mass of dark clouds appeared above the desolate beast's head. The desolate beast seemed to sense danger. It looked up at the sky and just happened to see a thick bolt of lightning descending from above. Boom! The lightning struck precisely on the desolate beast's head, and arcs of blue electricity raced ceaselessly along its body. Revival of all creation. Almost at the same moment that the blue arcs blasted into the desolate beast, Xiao Luo descended from the sky and drove a palm toward it. A cyan palm imprint landed on the desolate beast. Wei Jian watched in astonishment as the beast's skin and flesh began to decompose rapidly. Withering counters flourishing and revival counters desolation. It seems opposing forces truly restrain each other, one thing subdues another. Xiao Luo lightly touched the ground with both feet, sidestepped the stream of mist spat out by the desolate beast, then with a flicker reappeared directly behind it. A withered tree meets spring, rotten wood sprouts life. Xiao Luo struck the desolate beast with another palm. The desolate beast, racked with pain, began to struggle violently. As it thrashed, its massive body gradually rose from the water and came into Wei Jian's sight. The desolate beast somewhat resembled a caterpillar, except that its immense body was covered with festering pustules, making it look utterly revolting. Lightning. Seeing that the desolate beast was about to open its mouth and spew the power of desolation, Wei Jian hurriedly summoned lightning to blast the beast's head. The lightning scorched a patch of charred flesh on the desolate beast's head, and the power of desolation that had been on the verge of erupting was forced back down the beast's throat. "I'll kill you first, you loathsome worm." The desolate beast spoke in the human tongue, fixing its gaze on Wei Jian. "With this young lady present, you can do nothing at all." Xiao Luo had somehow produced a small green tripod. The tripod seemed to contain a space of its own within which abundant vitality flickered unceasingly. "Vitality tripod, suppress and kill it." Xiao Luo cast the vitality tripod into the air, and as it hovered there, it rapidly expanded. Finally, as the tripod tilted, a green waterfall cascaded down from the sky and poured directly onto the desolate beast. This green waterfall was composed entirely of exuberant vitality. When one droplet of green liquid splashed at Wei Jian's feet, a patch of green grass visibly broke through the soil a moment later. The exuberant vitality was precisely what countered the desolate beast. Thus, as the green waterfall drenched it, the once overweening beast suddenly let out a shriek and gradually ceased struggling. "Just like that? It's already dealt with?" Wei Jian looked at Xiao Luo in disbelief. A mighty demonic beast king had actually been taken down so effortlessly by their combined strength. Xiao Luo casually made a gesture and retracted the vitality tripod, then walked over to Wei Jian with a somewhat unsteady gait. Only when she drew closer did Wei Jian notice that her face was frighteningly pale. "It was nowhere close to easy. You should know that I prepared for a very long time just to deal with this desolate beast. I paid an enormous price to gather the vitality inside the vitality tripod. Moreover, those moves from moments ago nearly drained every last trace of spiritual energy from my body. And had you not held it off, I would hardly have been able to manifest the vitality tripod smoothly." Xiao Luo glanced at Wei Jian, then made an effort to smile. "Fortunately, all the effort has been repaid. Working together, we finally killed this desolate beast." Upon hearing Xiao Luo's words, Wei Jian was about to speak when from the corner of his eye he saw another hideous head emerge from the Kushui pool. Wei Jian and Xiao Luo never expected that two desolate beasts would be lurking in the withered pool. The living desolate beast was far more massive than the one they had encountered before, with an even thicker and longer horn jutting from its head. By the time Wei Jian reacted and moved to warn Xiao Luo, the desolate beast had already opened its jaws and spewed a stream of desolation chi at her back. "Watch out!" Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Jian rushed to Xiao Luo's side, scooped her up horizontally in his arms, and shot into the air. The instant his feet left the ground, the wave of desolation chi swept past them. A searing pain lanced through Wei Jian's feet. He hesitated for only a moment before lowering his gaze to look at them. What he saw made his heart convulse violently. His feet had been reduced to a pair of skeletal frames with only a few shreds of rotting flesh still clinging to the bone. "Your feet." Before Xiao Luo could finish her sentence, the desolate beast opened its maw again and unleashed another torrent of desolation chi. Fortunately, Wei Jian was prepared this time. He twisted and swayed through the air with Xiao Luo still in his arms, narrowly evading the onslaught. "You can tread the void too? Does that mean you're also a martial king?" Wei Jian lightly pinched Xiao Luo's rear before murmuring, "Now isn't the time for questions. The desolate beast is already chasing after us, I'm badly wounded, and your spiritual energy is nearly exhausted. We're no match for this desolate beast. My advice? We find a way to escape at once." "No, we can't leave. We haven't retrieved the demon core yet. If we run now, everything we've done will be for nothing. The remaining desolate beast will devour the demon core and grow even more powerful. Even if my spiritual energy fully recovers, I won't be able to overcome it. But put me down. I can still fight." Hearing Xiao Luo's stubborn words, Wei Jian pondered for a moment, then set her down. Once Xiao Luo was standing steadily in midair, Wei Jian added, "Since we're fighting, I'll take the lead this time. You support me from behind. You take the lead." "But your feet," Wei Jian waved a dismissive hand at Xiao Luo, then drew the black fang heavy blade. "It's precisely because I'm already injured that I'm not afraid of adding more wounds. But you need to pay attention, protect me. Don't let me die." Wei Jian had made up his mind to stake everything on this desperate battle. The reason he dared to gamble so recklessly was the divine revival pill in his possession. The pill's effects were ferociously potent. As long as one still had a breath of life left, swallowing it would restore them to full vigor in an instant. In that moment, Wei Jian's expression was utterly resolute, radiating raw, unyielding masculinity. In Xiao Luo's eyes he had never looked more magnificent. "I'll shield you with the cauldron of vitality." Xiao Luo snapped back to her senses and summoned the cauldron with a flick of her wrist. It materialized above Wei Jian's head, casting a protective aura over him. "Wei Zhenqian. Wei Zhenqian is here awaiting your command." The moment the metal puppet was released, it shot straight up into the sky. What a flawless metal puppet! "Lord Wei Zhenqian." Wei Zhenqian let out a mighty roar towards Xiao Luo, then spun around and blasted over a dozen rockets at the desolate beast. The rockets erupted into a sea of fire around the desolate beast, yet they barely wounded it. "Wei Zhenqian, smoke grenades." "Understood." Several smoke grenades dropped around the desolate beast, and thick billows of smoke quickly enveloped it completely. Gripping the black fang heavy blade, Wei Jian strode across the void and charged straight at the desolate beast. But just as he neared it, a sudden gale swept forth, scattering the smoke in an instant. A fresh wave of desolation chi came hurtling straight at him. It actually knows how to feign weakness. Wei Jian barely evaded the strike, but a corner of his robe was completely corroded by the desolation chi. "Humans, prepare to bear the brunt of my wrath." The desolate beast spoke the human tongue. Its body twisted violently, and Wei Jian was horrified to see desolation chi surging from every direction, converging like a cage that pressed in on him from all sides. Only then did Wei Jian fully grasp the gap between himself and the desolate beast. Its techniques might not be sophisticated, but its raw offensive power far exceeded anything he could withstand. "Wei Jian, I'll shield you with the cauldron of vitality. Break through now." "All right." Wei Jian shouted, allowing a green radiance from the cauldron to envelop his body. But what happened next caught Xiao Luo completely off guard. Instead of escaping, Wei Jian charged straight at the desolate beast. "Wei Jian, what are you doing? The cauldron of vitality can't protect you for much longer." Wei Jian ignored Xiao Luo's cries and flew directly toward the desolate beast. Seeing Wei Jian hurtling toward it like a moth drawn to flame, the desolate beast lunged forward. Its mouth gaped open like a frog's, and in one motion it swallowed Wei Jian and the cauldron of vitality whole. The desolate beast's mouth contained no teeth, but its saliva was slick and highly corrosive. Fortunately, the cauldron of vitality shielded Wei Jian, so he was not yet in mortal danger. Two enormous sacks hung from the roof of the beast's mouth, filled with desolation chi. Above those sacks lay the desolate beast's demon core. The desolate beast had only a single stomach like a human. But unlike a human's, this stomach was colossal, and green gastric fluid quickly rose past Wei Jian's ankles, ceaselessly corroding the bones of his feet. Searing pain continued to assault Wei Jian's mind. Seeing the cauldron of vitality's glow grow dimmer, he suppressed a breath and sneered coldly, "Watch me turn into Sun Wukong and destroy you from the inside out. You don't even qualify to trade blows with me, you oversized worm." Watching Wei Jian and the cauldron of vitality vanish into the beast's maw, a flicker of grief crossed Xiao Luo's face. Though she had not known Wei Jian for long, she had grown rather fond of him. And since he had been devoured, because of her guilt weighed heavily on her heart. "My young master will soon be nothing but a skeleton. Since the beast has just enjoyed its meal, you might as well follow me and get out of here." A spatial rift suddenly appeared behind Xiao Luo, and Ba Lu's voice echoed in her ears. "The cauldron of vitality is protecting Wei Jian. He must still be alive. If we kill the desolate beast now, we can save him. Don't be naive. This desolate beast is even stronger than the previous one. We can't. No, you alone can't handle it." Xiao Luo shot Ba Lu a glare, then turned her wrist, and a dagger appeared in her hand. But just as Xiao Luo was about to charge forward and risk her life, the desolate beast suddenly reared upright and let out a blood-curdling shriek at the sky. The desolate beast slammed heavily into the ground, then writhed frantically across it. Streams of desolate aura burst from its mouth, filling the entire world with the power of barrenness. It must be my young master's flesh that stinks. After eating my young master, this desolate beast has started feeling nauseous. As Ba Lu finished speaking, he saw a surge of desolate aura rushing straight toward him. Frightened, he shrank his neck and hastily burrowed back into the void. The desolate beast seemed to be suffering indescribable agony. As it kept spurting desolate aura and rampaging wildly, Xiao Luo was forced to fall back again and again. Inside the desolate beast's belly, Wei Jian gripped the black fang heavy saber and hacked wildly in every direction. Streaks of black light flew out, then clung to the beast's stomach wall and burned unceasingly. Break open for me. Watching the vitality cauldron's glow about to fade completely, Wei Jian's heart clenched and he let out an involuntary roar. As Wei Jian's words fell, the black fang heavy saber struck the desolate beast's stomach with tremendous force. Rip! With a soft sound, the saber's razor-sharp edge left a long gash across the beast's stomach wall. Seeing the gash, Wei Jian's heart leaped with joy. He quickly left the beast's stomach and moved into its belly. Now he needed to find a way out. This is the intestine. Damn, it stinks. This is the heart. It's pounding hard. Looks like this big fellow is a bit nervous now. And this is the lung. Why is half of it black? Could this desolate beast be a smoker too? After saying this, Wei Jian picked up his saber and walked to the beast's heart. The tip of the black fang heavy saber sank completely into the desolate beast's heart. At the same time, Wei Jian dragged the saber across with all his strength, and in an instant a hideous wound split open on the heart. That single slash gravely wounded the desolate beast in an instant. Under Xiao Luo's gaze, the beast let out a miserable scream and its whole body arched into the shape of a longbow. Wei Jian is still alive. Xiao Luo snapped back to reality overjoyed. After swallowing a few pills, she flew into the air and hovered above the desolate beast's head. Withered wood meets spring, and rotten wood sprouts anew. Xiao Luo raised her palm and slammed a heavy blow onto the desolate beast's skull. Wei Jian also joined the fray in time, firing rockets and the energy cannon on his chest at the beast again and again. Inside the desolate beast's body, a faint flicker of light flashed across the vitality cauldron and vanished. Then, having lost all its vitality, the cauldron turned into an ordinary small tripod and dropped beside Wei Jian. Once the vitality cauldron lost its effect, Wei Jian soon felt a searing pain erupting from every part of his body. The desolate beast's blood dripped onto Wei Jian, ceaselessly corroding his flesh. In a matter of moments, Wei Jian's whole body became a gory, bloody mess. Unit 1. Wei Jian roared. T-1000 appeared at Wei Jian's side in an instant. Unit 1, turn into armor and cover my body. Unit 1 nodded silently, then transformed into black liquid and wrapped around Wei Jian from head to toe. Die! Gripping the black fang heavy saber, Wei Jian slashed at the desolate beast's chest cavity, and in an instant flesh and blood flew through the air. The black liquid formed by T-1000 quickly became thinner and thinner. Under the agonizing pain, Wei Jian's swings grew slower and slower. A short while later, when T-1000 had disappeared entirely, Wei Jian dropped to his knees with the black fang heavy saber in his hand. I cannot die here. I still have to join Kanglan Academy and become the martial god of the 9 provinces continent. Wei Jian kept urging himself on, crawling on his knees toward the gash. After chopping twice at the wound, he collapsed flat on the ground once more. By now, patches of bare white bone could be seen on Wei Jian's back, his legs, and even the top of his head. Had it not been for Wei Jian's peak martial ancestor cultivation and his tenacious will, all he would have needed to do was close his eyes and his entire world would have sunk into endless darkness, free from pain forever. This bastard's hide is really thick. Wei Jian took a few deep breaths and thought of taking out the rejuvenation pill to restore his vitality, but after hesitating for a moment, he shook his head. If I use the rejuvenation pill now, even if I recover to peak condition, my body will still be damaged. I don't want to survive only to end up as a hideous freak. Wei Jian chopped at the deep gash once more. I have not yet reached the end of my strength. I can still hold on. Under the watchful gazes of Xiao Luo and Wei Jian, the desolate beast let out one last unwilling roar and finally collapsed heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Luo rushed over to the beast's body and listened with rapt attention. Huh? You killed it. You're really incredible, I think. Ba Lu appeared silently behind Xiao Luo yet again. Shut up. Xiao Luo shot Ba Lu a glare and went back to listening. Moments later a faint sound penetrated the desolate beast's hide and flesh, reaching Xiao Luo's ears. Metal puppet, use the great sword in your hand to cut here right away. Wei Jian is still alive. Call me Great King Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian grumbled, then lightly sliced the great sword at the spot Xiao Luo had indicated. With that one slice a huge gash split open on the desolate beast's abdomen and a mass of bloody mangled flesh rolled out through the wound. Oh my god, this is my young master. I recognized that strangely shaped war saber in his hand. As Ba Lu cried out, tears suddenly filled Xiao Luo's eyes. She knelt before Wei Jian at once and moved to embrace him. Don't touch me. Wei Jian's low voice reached Xiao Luo's ears. Then she saw him lift a pill to his mouth with a trembling hand. Then an unbelievable scene unfolded. A silvery white light burst from Wei Jian's body and the wounds on his body began to knit together rapidly. Even the already rotted flesh grew back, clinging closely to his bones once more. Not only that, even Wei Jian's hair had grown out anew. What is happening? What was that pill just now? If I am not mistaken, the pill Wei Jian just swallowed is called the rejuvenation pill. It is a low-grade divine pill. A low-grade divine pill? Ba Lu muttered, and his whole face fell in an instant. Back when Ba Lu stole Wei Jian's spatial ring, he had even touched this very rejuvenation pill. If Ba Lu had known back then that the pill was a low-grade divine pill, he would likely have taken it and fled long ago. Break then rebuild. It looks like Wei Jian has turned misfortune into a blessing and reaped some benefits. Xiao Luo smiled faintly, then turned her gaze to the corpses of the two desolate beasts. 2 demon cores from desolate beasts. Thanks to Wei Jian, I have gained quite a lot from this journey. Little sister Xiao Luo, I wonder when my young master will wake up. Ba Lu crouched beside Wei Jian and under the pretense of taking care of him viciously pinched Wei Jian's waist. If you call me little sister Xiao Luo one more time, I'll turn you into an 80-year-old man. Seeing Ba Lu purse his lips, Xiao Luo then went on fiercely, moreover, if you secretly pinch Wei Jian again, this young lady will definitely teach you a lesson. But he is my most beloved young master, I didn't. Shut up. Xiao Luo glared fiercely at Ba Lu, then asked, I told you to clean the cauldron of vitality. Did you do it? It's already clean. Using the method you taught me, I've wiped away all the desolate aura inside the cauldron of vitality. Hearing Ba Lu's words, Xiao Luo nodded slightly. Once Wei Jian wakes up, this young lady should be leaving. Little sister Xiao Luo, you're burning the bridge after crossing the river. As soon as Xiao Luo's words fell, Wei Jian's voice reached her ears. You're awake. Seeing Wei Jian open his eyes, Xiao Luo arched an eyebrow and quickly stepped forward to crouch beside him. I've been awake for a while, or more precisely, I was pinched awake by someone. Seeing Ba Lu hang his head awkwardly, Wei Jian continued, little sister Xiao Luo, I exhausted every ounce of strength and risked death to slay the desolate beast for you. I've only just woken up and now you're leaving, isn't that a bit disloyal? The demonic power in the demon cores will gradually fade over time, so this young lady must hurry to an isolated place to refine these 2 demon cores and comprehend the desolate force within them. With that, Xiao Luo unexpectedly took the initiative to grasp Wei Jian's hand. Aren't you going to Maijiao Royal City for the 4 Nations Martial Tournament? Once I've fused the power of withering and flourishing, we'll meet in Maijiao Royal City. Holding Xiao Luo's cool, delicate hand, Wei Jian nodded as if spellbound. By the way, the pill you swallowed before was the low-grade divine pill, the resurrection pill, right? Exactly, the resurrection pill? Seeing Xiao Luo pull her hand back, Wei Jian felt a wave of dejection well up in his heart. As far as this young lady knows, besides prolonging life, the resurrection pill has another extremely important effect, breaking before rebuilding. Precisely because of this, the resurrection pill can be called a low-grade divine pill. Your injuries this time were severe. This young lady wants to know what you gained from breaking and rebuilding. Wei Jian smiled and tried to grab Xiao Luo's hand, but she skillfully avoided him. My spiritual energy increased a bit. As for cultivation realm, I'm now at the same level as you, Martial King First Heaven. Martial King First Heaven. Ba Lu was the first to stand up, his face full of envy. But my realm hasn't stabilized yet. Although I already have the power of a Martial King, I'll need to wait a while before I can fully exert the strength of a Martial King First Heaven. There is an enormous chasm between the Martial Grandmaster realm and the Martial King realm. Only after crossing into the Martial King realm can one be considered to have truly set foot on the path of martial arts. Your success in crossing that chasm with the help of the resurrection pill is already commendable. So there's no need to be anxious over gains and losses. Of course the path of martial arts is endless. Just because you've become a martial king at such a young age doesn't mean you can rest on your laurels. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Wei Jian nodded gently. When do you plan to leave? Right now. Xiao Luo stood up. When we part we will meet again, there is no need for sorrow. At the Four Nations Martial Tournament we'll meet again in Maijia Royal City. With that Xiao Luo soared off into the distance. A moment later her voice drifted to Wei Jian's ears again. Beneath the Qianzhu pool there are about 200 supreme-grade spirit stones, all of them in Balu's spatial ring. Only after watching Xiao Luo leave did Wei Jian shift his gaze to Balu. Hand over the spirit stones. Young master, Miss Xiao Luo is mistaken. I only salvaged 150 supreme-grade spirit stones from the Qianzhu pool. 200. The extra ones count as yours. Young master. Are you handing them over or not? Fine. Balu wore a mournful face. Only after handing over the 200 supreme-grade spirit stones did he speak after a brief pause to Wei Jian. Young master, what are your arrangements next? Next we head for Maijia Royal City. Wei Jian's words made Balu breathe a sigh of relief. I've long heard that Maijia Royal City is incomparably prosperous, it's just a pity I never had the chance to see it. Walking forward, Wei Jian asked Balu, I want to offend everyone in Maijia Royal City so that whoever sees me or thinks of me will hate me. Do you have any ideas that could help me? Make yourself hated. Balu gave Wei Jian a long deep look. Young master, is there something wrong with your head? Your perverse goal is actually quite unique. Do you have a way to help me or not? It's hard to make people grateful to you, but making them hate you, how hard can that be? Balu glanced at Wei Jian and continued, the deepest hatreds are killing one's father and stealing one's wife. Once you reach Maijia Royal City, just kill and snatch. As long as you kill enough people and snatch enough women, there will naturally be plenty of people who hate you. What Balu said had merit, and doing it that way would indeed earn plenty of points. But Wei Jian did not wish to become addicted to earning points and eventually turn into a murderous fiend. Likewise, he was not particularly interested in snatching women. What Wei Jian wanted was to conquer women in spirit, not in body. Is there really no other way besides killing and snatching? Of course there is. I've heard that the people of Maijia attach great importance to face. If you have the ability to make them lose face, then you'll successfully kindle their rage. Of course it would be best if you're not from Maijia. If you're from the Kaoshan Kingdom, that would be even better, because the feud between the Kaoshan Kingdom and the Maijia Kingdom is the deepest of all, and the people of Maijia despise the people of Kaoshan most. In the eyes of Maijia people, the people of Kaoshan are nothing but a pack of savages, mountain hicks. Balu smiled and continued, if they are defeated by the very people they look down on most, I imagine the faces of those Maijia folks would be quite a sight. As it happens, I am a man of the Kaoshan Kingdom. If you're fairly well known in the Kaoshan Kingdom, then all the better. I am the prince of the Kaoshan Kingdom. You're a prince. Balu shook his head at Wei Jian. You want to pass yourself off as a prince to deceive the Maijia people. That won't work. They're not stupid, they'll send someone to investigate and see through your identity. I think you'd be better off pretending to be a guard by the prince's side. The Maijia people won't waste much thought on a guard. Culture and the arts, Maijia prizes them above all. In the eyes of many Maijia people, the power of culture and the arts is even stronger than military might. Balu strode forward, continuing his confident discourse. Of course the meaning of culture and the arts is broad, painting, calligraphy, music, sculpture, and so on all fall within its scope. In the eyes of many Maijia people, even culinary arts count as one of the cultural arts. Young master, if you truly have the skill to defeat the Maijia people across the various branches of culture and the arts, then even out of jealousy they will harbor deep resentment against you. Wei Jian nodded, then said softly, in that case I need to make some preparations in advance. Seeing Wei Jian's serious expression, Balu couldn't help pursing his lips and said, Young master, do you really intend to defeat the Maijia people in matters of culture and the arts? What? Is that not possible? The Maijia people do have considerable attainments in culture and the arts. Defeating them in this arena is not impossible, but it will be extremely difficult. Moreover, young master, while your strength is respectable and your formation mastery is passable, that does not mean you possess great refinement in culture and the arts. That is exactly why I said I need to prepare. It won't help. I hope you understand one thing, young master, when it comes to art you cannot cram at the last moment. Just as Balu did not believe Wei Jian was a prince of the Kaoshan kingdom, neither did he believe Wei Jian truly possessed notable cultivation in culture and the arts. In Balu's view, Wei Jian was utterly uncouth, as rough-mannered as a savage from the mountain forests. Let him embarrass himself. When the time comes and he makes a fool of himself, there will be a fine show to watch. Balu, what are you muttering about? Young master, I was saying we too need a means of transport. The territories of the Kaoshan kingdom and the Maijia kingdom were actually not large. Kushui Pool was not far from Meijin city, and Meijin city lay on the border of the Maijia kingdom. So after Wei Jian and Balu found a horse-drawn carriage, it took them only a week to cover nearly half the journey. System 10 Pull of low-grade rewards. Ding! Congratulations host, you have received a crate of Lei Gamma fermented soybean paste. Ding! Congratulations host, you have received a set of ladies' lingerie. Ding! Congratulations host, you have received 1 year of Penguin Super VIP. Ding! Congratulations host, you have received a Huyang saber. Ding! Congratulations host, you have received painting mastery. Having drawn painting mastery, Wei Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Along the way he had already performed 5-10 pulls of low-grade rewards, and at last he had drawn a skill that was reasonably useful. System, I need to fuse painting mastery right now. A beam of golden light enveloped Wei Jian, and in an instant much knowledge poured into his mind. Landscape painting, ink wash painting, oil painting, mastery of all these should be sufficient. The foremost painter of the Maijia kingdom was named Su Beiren. When Wei Jian had first transmigrated into this world, he had once seen Su Beiren's paintings. Now that Wei Jian had mastered painting mastery, he was confident he could defeat Su Beiren in the art of painting. Balu. Wei Jian pulled aside the carriage curtain and said to Balu, once we reach the royal city of Maijia, you will first deliver a letter of challenge to Su Beiren on my behalf. Make this affair as grand as possible. I want the entire royal city of Maijia to know that the fourth prince of the Kaoshan kingdom intends to challenge Su Beiren in the art of painting, and defeat him honorably. Hearing this, Balu tossed an empty beer can onto the ground. Young master, you can rest assured, I will arrange this matter seriously. I guarantee that by then the whole royal city of Maijia will know you are challenging Su Beiren. Balu said so aloud, but in his heart he could not help sneering. When he loses the contest to Su Beiren and his identity as a false prince is exposed, I think it will be a very humiliating affair. Continuing onward, Wei Jian kept drawing low-grade rewards. After spending nearly 8,000 points, he subsequently drew over a dozen skill masteries, including music mastery, sculpture mastery, culinary mastery, calligraphy mastery, and so on. Although these skill masteries were of little use in battle, they were absolutely infallible for showing off. With 1 month remaining before the four-nation martial tournament, Wei Jian and Balu finally arrived at the royal city of Maijia. The royal city of Maijia was completely different from the royal city of Kaoshan. For one thing, Maijia's royal city was twice the size of Kaoshan's. For another, the architecture of Maijia's royal city was exquisitely beautiful. Fountains, lawns, and green trees adorned the city, making it look like a three-dimensional painting. Finally, the people of Maijia's royal city led more leisurely lives. Compared with the citizens of Kaoshan's royal city, they knew better how to savor life. After settling into a luxurious inn, Balu set to work according to Wei Jian's instructions. On the second day after Wei Jian arrived in Maijia's royal city, news that he would challenge Su Beiren swept through the entire city like a whirlwind. The people of Maijia regarded the suddenly appearing fourth prince of the Kaoshan kingdom with great disdain. Su Beiren himself felt that Wei Jian's action was a tremendous insult, but out of regard for the other's princely status, he reluctantly accepted the challenge and decided to duel Wei Jian at his home in 3 days. Young master, Su Beiren has accepted your challenge. However, if you truly wish to offend the Maijia people, I see that before challenging Su Beiren there is one more thing you can do. There is still something I can do? Wei Jian was very satisfied with Balu's efficiency. The Qinglu River runs through the royal city of Maijia. On the river there is a red boat named Lioli. It is said that there are 8 women aboard the Lioli boat, each of them breathtakingly beautiful and skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. These 8 women have been elevated by the men of Maijia to the status of goddesses. They are the goddesses in every man's heart. Hearing Balu's words, Wei Jian raised an eyebrow. You don't mean to have me force my way onto the Lioli boat and molest those 8 goddesses, do you? Young master, we are all civilized people. Balu smiled at Wei Jian before continuing, it is said that every night the Lioli boat docks once and someone on board poses 3 difficult riddles. If anyone answers all 3 riddles correctly, that person will be invited onto the Lioli boat and spend the night with the 8 women. Young master, your intelligence far surpasses that of the Maijia people. If you go yourself, you will certainly board the Lioli boat with ease. If you have the chance to spend a night with these 8 women, the men of Maijia will surely hate you to the bone. That is a good idea. By the way, as far as you know, have any Maijia people ever boarded the Lioli boat? Yes, some have, but fewer than 10. Understood. Tonight we will go to the banks of the Qianzhu River. The Qianzhu River had originally never flowed through the royal city of Maijia, it merely brushed past the city and continued all the way westward. However, because the people of Maijia envied the royal city of Kaoshan for having a river flowing through it, they spent nearly 2 years diverting the Qianzhu River until it finally cut straight across their own royal city. When Balu brought Wei Jian to the bank of the Qianzhu River, he could see from afar that several hundred people had already gathered by the riverside. These several hundred people were extravagantly dressed playboys chatting with one another while their gazes frequently drifted toward the glazed boat on the Qianzhu River. For these pleasure-seeking playboys who had never known the worry of food or clothing, being allowed to spend a night on the glazed boat would bring more satisfaction than charging into battle and slaughtering enemies. The glazed boat appeared by no means small, with 5 rooms in total. At this moment, faint and ethereal Guqin music drifted across the boat. Get the hell out of my way! Balu, like a thuggish henchman straight out of a TV drama, shoved the people in front of him with brute force, looking utterly arrogant and domineering. You worthless trash! Do you know the identity of the master behind me? The 4th prince of the kingdom of Kaoshan has arrived. Why haven't you useless fools knelt down to pay your respects? As soon as Balu's words fell, Wei Jian swiftly harvested several hundred points. Under the angry glares of the crowd, Wei Jian and Balu arrived at the bank of the Qianzhu River. Are you really the Prince of Kaoshan? With that blade on your back and those plain clothes, I'd say you look more like a bandit. A man with a sharp face and a weasel-like demeanor paced up to Wei Jian. The instant his words landed, Balu stepped forward and swung his hand across the man's face. You damned scoundrel! You dare question the prince's identity and insult our kingdom's prince. Whether his highness's identity is genuine or not, your Maijia royal house will naturally confirm it. Seeing Balu strike someone, the surrounding Magians quickly crowded in. What are you all crowding around for? Are you daring to lay a hand on the prince of our Kaoshan kingdom? You cowards, if you truly dare to act tomorrow, the great army of our Kaoshan kingdom will descend upon Maijia's border. And you cowards will personally bear the combined wrath of both the king of Maijia and the king of Kaoshan. As Balu finished speaking, he saw the crowd's arrogance suddenly deflate. Balu could not help but sigh in regret. It's such a pity they were scared off so easily. I truly wish there were a war king master in this crowd who would step forward and give that bastard Wei Jian a thorough beating. Balu asked when the glazed boat is coming ashore. Sure. Balu nodded, lightly shoved several Magians aside, and then stepped up to the bank of the Qianzhu River. Listen up, you people on the glazed boat. The 4th prince of the kingdom of Kaoshan is here. Hurry up and sail your boat over. If you make my prince wait too long, watch out, I'll smash your lousy boat to pieces. As Balu's words fell, Wei Jian gained another several hundred points. What a fine fellow! Wei Jian looked at the round pudgy Balu with growing fondness. Balu not only supplied Wei Jian with a steady stream of points, but he also had a remarkable knack for inciting hatred. This is the royal city of Maijia. Even if you truly are the 4th prince of Kaoshan, there is no need for such arrogance. Exactly. Our kingdom of Maijia is willing to overlook your rudeness for the sake of your being a guest. But if you push too far, we will certainly give you a taste of your own medicine. The people of Kaoshan are unreasonable and brute, truly a pack of savages. All of you shut up. Balu planted his hands on his hips. You worthless scum, you dare slander our Kaoshan kingdom right in front of my prince. Do you know how formidable my young master is? My young master has come here today to board the glazed boat through his own skill and then savor the flavor of the Maijia goddess. As for the difficult questions the glazed boat sets to my young master, they are as simple as eating a meal. Today, you worthless trash, open your eyes wide and see what a genius truly looks like. Before long, the glazed boat docked and a woman in a green robe carrying a lantern stepped down from the boat. The Prince of Kaoshan's arrival brings honor to the glazed boat. The green-robed woman walked up to Wei Jian, bowed slightly and continued, but please forgive me, your highness. The glazed boat has its own rules. If you are unable to solve the 3 difficult questions, I'm afraid the glazed boat will still have to turn you away. I Wei Jian value rules above all. Go ahead and pose your questions. If I fail to answer these 3 difficult questions, I will turn around and leave immediately. Your Highness, the glazed boat has another rule. Any participant who answers a question incorrectly must loudly shout 3 times in front of everyone, "I am an idiot." Hearing the green-robed woman's words, Wei Jian turned his gaze to Balu. There was a penalty for wrong answers. This was something Balu had never told Wei Jian. "Young master, I am confident that with your abilities you could never answer incorrectly. That is why I saw no need to tell you about the penalty. I understand the glazed boat's rules now." Wei Jian nodded lightly, having already decided that he would absolutely not speak unless he was sure he could answer a question correctly. "Young elites, are you all ready?" Only after everyone had nodded did the green-robed woman take out an embroidered silk handkerchief, gaze at it for a moment, and then address the crowd. "The question the young ladies have prepared tonight is, when an iron hammer strikes an egg, why doesn't the hammer break?" The question left Wei Jian momentarily stunned. Wasn't this so-called difficult question simply a brain teaser? Wei Jian could have answered such a simple brain teaser when he was 10. Seeing Wei Jian lost in thought, Balu sneered inwardly and quickly said, "Young master, this question is too hard. If you can't figure it out, don't open your mouth carelessly." As soon as Balu finished, someone nearby shouted, "I know the answer. This egg is certainly no ordinary egg. I think it's a demon beast egg. So even if you strike it with an iron hammer, it won't break. I think the problem is with the hammer." "No, no, no. The hammer and the egg are both fine. The problem must be with the person holding the hammer. I think the person hammering the egg never intended to break it in the first place." Hearing everyone around him, Wei Jian couldn't help but open his mouth in astonishment. Did the people of this world never think laterally? "May I ask if His Highness the Prince has an answer?" As the green-robed woman finished, everyone turned their gaze toward Wei Jian. "Young master, even I cannot come up with an answer on the spur of the moment. You must think carefully before speaking. Otherwise, if you answer wrong, you'll have to admit you're an idiot with your own mouth." Wei Jian reached out and patted Balu on the shoulder. "I truly don't know what the brains of Magians are made of. This question is so simple. A whole crowd of Magians, yet not one of them can utter such a simple answer." As Wei Jian finished speaking, someone immediately stepped forward. "The questions on the glazed boat are notoriously difficult. Since you say this one is simple, go ahead and give us the answer now." I think he's just bragging and indulging in a moment of empty rhetoric. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wei Jian stepped forward. "If a hammer strikes an egg, why doesn't the hammer break? Think about the question more carefully." "Young master, I've already thought it over carefully. There's nothing wrong with this question." Balu glanced around, then leaned close to Wei Jian's ear. "Young master, if you don't know the answer, you can simply keep your mouth shut. We don't need to suspect that this question is faulty." After Balu finished speaking, Wei Jian once again glanced at the crowd. "When a hammer strikes an egg, the egg breaks at once. Since the hammer is far harder than the egg, naturally the hammer itself will not break. So when a hammer strikes an egg, the hammer does not break." Congratulations, Prince, for answering the first question correctly. The hammer struck the egg and the hammer did not break. Hearing the words of the woman in green, the crowd finally understood. In fact, including Balu, none of them were stupid. What they lacked was not intelligence but lateral thinking. Now those who answered incorrectly must carry out the punishment. "I am a fool. I am a fool. I am a fool." As a series of voices rang out, the crowd looked at Wei Jian with a trace more disgust in their eyes. It seemed Balu had not been wrong before. These Maijia people were indeed extremely jealous and cared very much about saving face. "What are you staring at? Our prince is a genius." Balu stepped forward at the right moment and said loudly to the woman in green, "Don't just stand there, hurry up and give the second question. Let these good-for-nothings broaden their horizons next." The woman in green smiled slightly and quickly took out the second silk handkerchief. The second question: there are 7 birds perched in a tree. A master archer shoots and kills one of them with an arrow. How many birds remain in the tree? 6 remain. This question is too easy. Seeing the woman in green shake her head, another person quickly said, 7 remain. The dead bird did not fall off the tree, its corpse is still hanging from the branch. When the woman in green shook her head again, Balu crossed his arms and whispered to Wei Jian, "Young master, one of the 7 birds is dead, so 6 remain. But we can't be sure whether there is a nest in the tree, much less how many eggs are in it. So this question is full of traps. Even with my intelligence I cannot give you the correct advice at short notice. Wei Jian shot Balu a glare, then said loudly to the woman in green, "There is not a single bird left in the tree." One was killed and the remaining 6 were startled into flight. Congratulations, Your Highness, you have also answered the second question correctly. I think I am starting to get the hang of it. These answers cannot be derived through common sense. Yes, once you find the trick, the following questions will be simple. Everyone, we must strive hard. Don't let that scoundrel get another question right. Otherwise the goddess of our Maijia will be defiled by that scoundrel from the Kaoshan kingdom. The third question, what is 1 plus 1? When the woman in green finished speaking, no one dared to speak this time. Young master, on the surface this question sounds very simple, but just like the previous 2 it must be full of traps. Now that no one dares to answer, you must still be cautious. Cautious, my ass? A question this simple? Wei Jian gently pushed Balu aside, then said loudly, "Such a simple question, and yet the Maijia people don't know the answer. This is completely beyond my expectations. Please state your answer, Your Highness." The woman in green smiled slightly and made a gesture inviting him to speak. 1 plus 1 equals 2. I knew that when I was 3. As Wei Jian gave his answer, the crowd was about to mock him when they heard the woman in green gently clap her hands and say, "Congratulations, Your Highness, on solving all 3 questions. Now you may board the glazed boat." Wait a moment. How could the third question be so simple? Exactly. I think there's definitely something wrong here. You are favoring him because of his princely status and purposely letting him aboard. The crowd's words made the woman in green frown. After the question was posed, you were the ones who refused to answer. Now you cry foul. You truly lack decency. Hearing her words, the crowd opened their mouths but had nothing to say. Please ask the 8 maidens on the glazed boat to bathe and change their clothes. Our prince will board soon. Unfortunately, the men of Maijia are all utterly useless. Balu, that fellow really had a talent for stirring up conflict. With one sentence from him, Wei Jian instantly gained several thousand points. Prince, please board the ship. The woman in green's words only made the Maijia men's hearts ache more. But what followed took everyone by surprise. When the woman in green's words faded, Wei Jian stood there without moving at all. Seeing this, the woman in green could not help but say softly once more, "Your Highness has answered all 3 questions, so please board the glazed boat. Tonight the 8 maidens will accompany Your Highness for an unforgettable night." Seeing that Wei Jian still stood motionless, Balu thought for a moment and hurried over to him, saying, "Young master, why are you still standing there like a blockhead? A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 in gold. Prince, please board the ship." The woman in green raised her voice a little, seeming rather impatient. "My name is Wei Jian, the 4th prince of the Kaoshan kingdom." The crowd did not understand why Wei Jian brought this up out of nowhere. For an instant everyone's attention fell upon him. "I have heard that someone boarded the glazed boat before me, so the 8 maidens on it must no longer be chaste maidens. If that is the case, how could their status be worthy of me? I came here today merely to see how difficult these so-called questions really are. The result has been somewhat disappointing. I also wanted to witness the intelligence of Maijia's young talents, and that too has left me disappointed." Having said this, Wei Jian waved a dismissive hand at the woman in green. Then he addressed the crowd of Maijia men. "The goddess you speak of is beneath my notice. For in my eyes your Maijia kingdom has simply nothing that can catch my interest. Oh, by the way, in 2 days I will also compete with Su Beiren in a painting duel. And when that day comes, I will trample Su Beiren beneath my feet." Wei Jian finished speaking, turned around and walked into the distance. At the same time, the sounds of the system rang out in his mind in wave after wave. "Young master, it's truly a pity. You answered the questions correctly, so why didn't you board the ship?" Balu walked behind Wei Jian, chattering endlessly along the way. "If you knew you weren't going to board the ship, you should have told me the answers. 8 beautiful fairy maidens, what a waste to let them go. You think they're not good enough for you, but they should barely be good enough for me. Do you really think there are 8 goddesses on this glazed ship?" Wei Jian stopped in his tracks and glared at Balu. "Even if there are 8 goddesses on this glazed ship, I'm afraid they're all the kind who eat people without spitting out their bones. Young master, what do you mean by that?" Wei Jian waved his hand at Balu, then walked away into the distance without looking back. Wei Jian did not tell Balu that earlier by the Qianzhu river the system had mentioned Shu'er's name twice. This made Wei Jian certain that Shu'er was definitely on the glazed ship. As for Shu'er, Wei Jian did not know her especially well, but he did know that she was the daughter of the head of the Xinhe Merchant Guild. The guild stretched across 4 kingdoms, and even if its overall strength was inferior to the kingdom of Jia, its financial power and resources were probably more than a match for the kingdom of Jia. Moreover, by Wei Jian's judgment, Shu'er was not a woman of loose morals. Therefore, the princess of the Xinhe Merchant Guild, Shu'er, appearing on the glazed ship was absolutely not to share one man with 7 other women. Then Shu'er's appearance must have had some purpose. Although Wei Jian had good feelings toward Shu'er, he was unwilling to fall into her trap and end up in a passive position before her. It was precisely because of these considerations that Wei Jian declined the green-clad woman's invitation. At the same time, he seized the chance to proclaim that the women on the glazed ship were not worthy of him. In this way he once again harvested quite a few points. But somewhat to Wei Jian's surprise, the system did not chime in with Shu'er's voice in the end. It seemed Shu'er did not want Wei Jian to board the glazed ship either. Balu. Just after returning to his lodging, Wei Jian called Balu to his side again. Young master, what instructions do you have now? Go and secretly investigate for me once more who from the kingdom of Jia, the kingdom of Linshui, and the kingdom of Shenfeng are taking part in this 4 kingdoms martial competition, and what are their respective characteristics. Hearing this, Balu frowned. Young master, this isn't so easy to arrange. You should know that the things you want to know are precisely the things the other 3 kingdoms want to keep secret. And besides, before Balu could finish, Wei Jian took out a supreme-grade spirit stone and placed it on the table. Can you get it done now? Balu stuffed the supreme-grade spirit stone into his pocket before continuing. Young master, all you need to give me is half a month. I'll definitely find out everything you want to know. Half a month is too long. Wei Jian took out another supreme-grade spirit stone and placed it on the table. 7 days, at most 7 days, I guarantee I'll take care of it. Fine, I'll give you 7 days. Once the 7 days are up, if the matter hasn't been handled well, I will punish you. Rest assured, young master. If I fail, you can spank me. After Balu smiled and left the room, Wei Jian sank his consciousness into the system. The system showed that Wei Jian now had 75000 points. Seeing those 75000 points, Wei Jian was a little troubled. Should he keep accumulating points until reaching 800000 for a supreme 10 pull, or do another advanced 10 pull? Wei Jian thought for a moment and then made up his mind. I now have the strength of a martial king at the first heaven, so my cultivation is sufficient. The Black Fang heavy blade is a venerable weapon, so there's no need to change weapons for the time being. As for martial techniques, I should be able to find a suitable one at Kanglin Academy. Wei Jian decided to accumulate points to 800000 and then do a supreme reward 10 pull. I wonder what the supreme rewards contain. At the thought of the word supreme, a trace of anticipation rose in Wei Jian's heart. Young master. Young master. Just as Wei Jian withdrew his consciousness from the system, Balu's rather anxious voice reached Wei Jian's ears. Young master, something terrible has happened. Balu pushed the door open and entered. Young master, your identity must have been exposed. Many soldiers of the kingdom of Jia have surrounded the inn. Judging by their posture, I'm afraid they intend to arrest you. After speaking, Balu hurriedly raised his hand and tore a rift in the void. Young master, run. Let's escape outside the royal city and hide for a while. When the 4 kingdoms martial competition begins, we'll come back. Wei Jian ignored Balu and walked straight to the window. Young master, outside is the Black Iron Cavalry of the kingdom of Jia, 80 riders in total. Their mounts are black iron beasts, which are mystic demons, and these riders all have martial ancestor strength. Seeing Wei Jian standing motionless by the window, Balu hurriedly reached out and tugged at the hem of Wei Jian's clothes. Young master, don't be foolish. Run. Run. Why should I run? I am a martial king powerhouse. What can these people do to me? Hearing Wei Jian's words, Balu finally came to his senses. The young martial artist before him had already reached the martial king realm. From among the black-clothed and black-armored figures outside the inn, a white-robed young man suddenly stepped forward. Before long, Wei Jian and Balu heard someone outside the inn call out loudly, Agula, the great prince of Jia is here. May the 4th prince of the kingdom of Kaoshan come out for a talk. Alas, this lie was actually believed even by the great prince of the kingdom of Jia. These Jia people are too easy to fool. Had I known earlier, I should have come to the royal city of Jia as a swindler. Being a swindler in the royal city of Meijia would certainly be better than being a thief in Meijin city. Balu muttered, then followed closely behind Wei Jian as they walked out of the inn. Aguila was the white-robed young man in the crowd. He wore a smile, had handsome features, and looked like a sunny young man. It was hard to associate him with a murderous fiend. Aguila also looked Wei Jian over carefully, then smiled and stepped forward to say, I've long heard that the fourth prince was staying here. I wanted to visit you yesterday. Unfortunately, I was tied up with affairs and truly couldn't get away. If there has been any neglect, I hope the fourth prince will forgive me. Great prince, you shouldn't have come today just to apologize. First tell me why you are here. Wei Jian had little goodwill toward Aguila, and Aguila was also someone Wei Jian was determined to kill. Thus Wei Jian had little interest in being friendly with Aguila. I once heard the envoy our kingdom sent to the kingdom of Kaoshan say that the fourth prince is frank and outspoken. Having met you today, I see that it is indeed so. Aguila smiled and then continued, 3 days from now I will prepare a banquet in my palace. I hope the fourth prince will do me the honor of attending. I see. 3 days from now prepare plenty of wine and meat. I will bring my attendants and attend the banquet on time. Young master, aren't I your only attendant? I'm not a bottomless pit and I can't eat much fine wine and meat, so why would you need to give Aguila special instructions? After watching Aguila and the others walk far away, Wei Jian leaned close to Balu's ear and said, do this. Then do that. Do you understand? Young master, aren't you afraid of offending Aguila by doing this? Wei Jian waved a hand. The whole point is to make him miserable. He's putting on the act of a sunny boy in front of me. When the time comes, I'll make him fly into a rage and bare his fangs. The rest of that day passed without incident. After waiting and waiting, at last the appointed time with Su Beiren arrived. As Wei Jian made his way to Qianzhu Alley where Su Beiren lived, he quietly set a small goal for himself. Today, no matter what, he had to earn a full 10,000 points. Qianzhu Alley has 2 lanes. The broad lane houses high officials and nobles, while the narrow lane houses wealthy merchants and traveling traders. Su Beiren lives at No. 26 Broad Lane. That alone shows how high his status is in the Meijia kingdom. Saying this, Balu turned to glance at Wei Jian. Young master, if you truly want to challenge Su Beiren, and if it were a match on the arena, I think you could defeat him with a mere flick of your finger. But if you challenge his painting skill, I think you are simply asking for humiliation. Mind your tongue. Wei Jian shot Balu a glare and said in a low voice, in a moment when we are inside Su Beiren's house, do you know in your heart what to do? I know. I just have to find ways to provoke the crowd's anger. If you handle this beautifully, this prince will reward you generously. If you botch it. If I botch it, young master, you can spank my bottom. Su Beiren's courtyard was enormous. At the moment it was packed with several hundred people, so crowded that even water could not have trickled through. These people were celebrities from painting circles and high-ranking nobles and officials of considerable standing. They had come to Su Beiren's residence first to watch the excitement, second to bolster Su Beiren's prestige, and third to witness Su Beiren's painting skill with their own eyes. Why is the Kaoshan prince still not here? Su Beiren sat in a rocking chair and demanded loudly of a servant nearby. Master, the time has not yet arrived. Perhaps he is already on the way. Just as the servant finished speaking, the envoy from the Kaoshan kingdom who had appeared earlier rose to his feet and walked over to Su Beiren's side. Wei Jian, the fourth prince of the Kaoshan kingdom, is no simple character. The people of Kaoshan used to regard him as useless. Yet in the last royal capital tournament held by the Kaoshan kingdom, he unexpectedly took first place and truly startled everyone at a single stroke. Moreover, I have dealt with him personally in the Kaoshan royal capital. That boy has a sharp tongue and is extremely cunning. Therefore, when facing him, Elder Su, you must not take him lightly. Lord Yangku. Although Wei Jian has achieved something in martial cultivation, that does not mean he has comparable attainments in painting. Indeed. Even if we concede hypothetically that Wei Jian has skill in painting, could his skill truly surpass Elder Su's? No matter how cunning Wei Jian is, with so many eyes fixed on him, what tricks could he possibly pull? A young man also stepped forward and stood before Su Beiren. Elder Su, last night Wei Jian insulted the glazed goddess of our Meijia kingdom by the Qianzhu river, and he also humiliated many of Meijia's gifted young men. I beg Elder Su to thoroughly suppress Wei Jian's arrogance today. Su Beiren glanced at the young man who had spoken and nodded gently. In the last few days I have heard some news about Wei Jian as well. That young man does behave with arrogance and insolence. So you may rest assured today I will make him lose face completely. As a matter of fact, some old grievances did exist between Su Beiren and Wei Jian. In earlier days, Yang Ku had taken one of Su Beiren's paintings to present to the king of Kaoshan. In the end, Wei Jian somehow acquired a painting of a beautiful lady. It was hard to tell from what material or by what technique the painting had been made, but the lady was depicted so vividly that she seemed truly alive. Although that beautiful lady painting surpassed Su Beiren's work, it also caused Su Beiren to nurse a bitter grudge against Wei Jian, because in Su Beiren's eyes Wei Jian had made him lose face in the Kaoshan kingdom. With those words from Elder Su, we are relieved. We will make sure today's affair is widely known. After about the time it takes half an incense stick to burn, a servant from the gate finally ran in to report. The Kaoshan prince is here. Hearing the servant's report, everyone sneered and went back to their seats. Only Yang Ku walked to the gate. Fourth prince, do you still remember me? Are you the envoy who presented the painting and delivered the message in the past? That's right, I am Yang Ku. During this period, though I have been far away in the Meijia royal capital, I have heard no small amount of news about your highness. That your highness won first place in the Kaoshan royal capital tournament was rather more than I had expected. Hearing Yang Ku's words, Ba Lu, standing behind Wei Jian, could not help raising his eyebrows. Can this fellow really be a prince of the Kaoshan kingdom? Damn it, he hasn't the slightest bit of princely bearing. Did you honestly think this prince was useless? Still, since you came to welcome me, I am somewhat moved. Wei Jian then reached out and patted Yang Ku on the shoulder. Because the force was considerable, Yang Ku nearly fell to his knees under the weight. Ding! Yang Ku feels disgust toward you. System points 10. Even that only adds 10 points. It seems Yang Ku has already built up immunity to me. Wei Jian was thinking this when he heard Yang Ku speak softly once more. Fourth prince, if you wish to ask Elder Su for pointers on painting, that is of course permissible. But challenging Elder Su at painting, in my view, is a complete overestimation of your own ability. For the sake of your highness's dignity and the Kaoshan kingdom's honor, I hope your highness will go inside, apologize to Elder Su in front of everyone, and take the initiative to cancel today's contest. Wei Jian did not answer. Instead, he turned to look at Ba Lu. Ba Lu understood at once and once again put on a perfect display of the lackey role. Old man. Ba Lu reached out and shoved Yang Ku. You go inside first and tell Su Beiren to prepare himself. This time Su Beiren is going to lose the good name he has kept for years. Of course, my prince is not an unreasonable man. If Su Beiren is willing to kneel down, stick out his tongue and lick the surface of my prince's shoe, then today we will spare him. Hearing Ba Lu's words, Yang Ku was so furious that he stamped his foot hard. Humph! You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. In a moment Elder Su will teach you a proper lesson. Accompanied by Ba Lu, Wei Jian strode into the great hall. Seeing that no one rose to greet him, Wei Jian paid no mind and walked straight over to Su Beiren's side. Then he asked Su Beiren quietly, so you're old Su. Su Beiren had just raised a cup of tea to his lips when he heard the words. Unable to hold it in, he opened his mouth and sprayed out a large mouthful of tea. Are all the people of the Kaoshan kingdom so lacking in manners? Elder Su is held in high esteem in our Meijia kingdom, yet you casually call him old Su. You have greatly diminished his stature. A fat man stepped forward and growled at Wei Jian. Wei Jian asked, what is this brother pig's name? What is he skilled in? Ding! Wang Qiyu feels disgust toward you. System points 10. My real name is Wang Shou. Because I love fish and excel at cooking it, my nickname is Fish Eater. Oh, and I happen to be a decent cook. So you're just a cook. Culinary art ranks 9th among the 18 arts of our Meijia kingdom. I am the #1 chef in Meijia kingdom. How dare you mock me? Wei Jian glanced at Wang Qiyu, then casually took out a bottle of Lao Gan Ma and tossed it into Wang Qiyu's hands. This is a sauce I made myself. If you can tell me what ingredients are in it, I'll apologize to you in public. If you can't, then stand obediently to the side and keep your mouth shut. Hearing this, Wang Qiyu hurriedly opened the lid of the Lao Gan Ma bottle. He stuck a finger into the bottle, swirled it around, then put the whole finger into his mouth. After savoring for a long while, Wang Qiyu frowned. Chef Wang. Seeing Wang Qiyu remain silent, Yang Ku couldn't help calling softly from the side. This stuff tastes good. Of course I blended it myself. Wei Jian smiled and picked up the teacup. Wei Jian knew that the culinary culture of the Zhouzhou continent was extremely monotonous. Whether chili peppers and fermented black beans existed in this world Wei Jian wasn't sure, but one thing he knew for certain: chili peppers had never made an appearance in the cuisine of the Maijia people. So Wei Jian was absolutely certain that Wang Qiyu would not be able to detect the ingredients in the Lao Gong Ma fermented black bean sauce. Sure enough, Wang Qiyu finally smacked his lips, conceded defeat, and stepped aside. "Old Su, I never expected you to find so many people to witness my rise in painting. Let me thank you first." Hearing Wei Jian's words, Su Beiren's face turned completely grim. In the Maijia kingdom, Su Beiren was known as the foremost painter. He had always commanded respect and had not been humiliated like this in a long time, being called Old Su over and over. "Old Su, my time is precious. I think we should begin our competition right now." Su Beiren nodded lightly, then rose to his feet and clapped his hands. Before long, a servant brought over the 4 treasures of study: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. The paper of the Zhouzhou continent was not much different from the paper used on Earth, only slightly yellower in hue. The ink was the same, and the brush was also a writing brush. The brush, ink, paper, and inkstone are exactly the same. Each of us will have half an hour, and everyone present will serve as judge. Whoever completes a painting within half an hour that earns higher praise will be the winner of this match. The rules Su Beiren set were clear and simple, but they were also a bit conventional, in Wei Jian's eyes not nearly entertaining enough. This kind of competition is far too dull. I think we should make a small modification to the rules. What change do you want? Su Beiren raised an eyebrow. This old man has weathered many storms over the years. Whatever you want to do today, I'll play along. Good. Old Su certainly doesn't lack confidence. After gaining another 10 points from Su Beiren, Wei Jian continued, "Of the 4 treasures, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, each of us will take 1 item from the other, forcing our opponent to use the remaining 3 to complete a painting. Old Su, do you dare to play this game with me?" Su Beiren fell silent for a moment, then nodded solemnly. "I told you earlier, no matter how you want to play today, I'll accompany you." "Old Su, you're refreshingly straightforward." Wei Jian gave Su Beiren a thumbs up and continued, "I respect the old and cherish the young, so Old Su, you take one thing from me first. In that case, I'll stop being polite." Saying this, Su Beiren pointed at the ink in front of Wei Jian and declared, "I'll take the ink from his table." "Good." Yang Ku lightly clapped from the side. "Old Su, oh no, Elder Su, hits the nail on the head. Now it's your turn to choose." After speaking to Wei Jian, Su Beiren set his gaze on his own brush, ink, and paper. In Su Beiren's estimation, Wei Jian would likely take his ink as well. In that way, Wei Jian could simply imitate Su Beiren's countermeasure. Yet Su Beiren soon realized he was wrong. "I'll take Old Su's inkstone." "You say you'll take my inkstone? Are you sure that's what you want?" "As I said before, I am the most gracious, respecting the old and cherishing the young. If I pushed you into a corner and still won, others would say I was playing tricks." Wei Jian pointed at Su Beiren and then declared in a resounding voice, "I want to defeat you in an open and upright manner." "Humph, that will only make you lose even more miserably." As Su Beiren's words fell, he slammed his palm down on the table, leaving a complete palm print on its surface. He picked up the ink and poured it into the palm print. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but cheer loudly. What move will His Highness the Prince make in response? Without ink, His Highness won't paint with blood, will he? I think His Highness made this rule entirely to shoot himself in the foot. Hearing the crowd's remarks, Wei Jian unhurriedly brought out a large basket of food. "Wang Qiyu, come tell everyone what these things are." Wang Qiyu was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward and said, "These are red berries, these are black juice melons, these are yellow taro, and these are green rape. You intend to replace the ink with vegetable juice?" Seeing Wei Jian nod, Wang Qiyu sneered, "Vegetable juice is nothing like ink. You've already lost." After Wang Qiyu retreated to one side, Su Beiren said to Wei Jian, "Can we start now?" "Wait. What else do you want? Since this is a competition, I think we should have a little wager." Wei Jian pulled out a large pile of top-grade spirit stones. "If I lose, everyone present may take 1 top-grade spirit stone from me. If I win, each of you will shout 3 times, 'In Maijia none can rival me, I am the world's #1 painter.' What do you all think? Bet with him?" Seeing that everyone was of one mind, Su Beiren nodded in agreement. "Then, as you say, we'll add some stakes. Consider it procuring a little benefit for everyone." Su Beiren practically lay flat on the long table. He chose to paint an eagle spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. An hour passed quickly and Yang Ku struck the bronze gong at his side. Su Beiren and Wei Jian set down their brushes and straightened up at the same time. An hour was a little too short. The eagle I painted is still missing a small embellishment. Even so, this eagle already has 7/10 of its imposing spirit. On Su Beiren's paper an eagle spread its wings and soared aloft, except that it was missing its 2 feet. Missing 2 feet? That is not a small embellishment, that is losing its 2 pillars. Ba Lu hurried to Su Beiren's side, glanced at the painting and finally found his chance to interrupt. In an hour I was able to bring out the eagle's form completely and make it remarkably lifelike. That alone is truly commendable. Su Beiren paused, then turned his gaze to Wei Jian. In an hour I am afraid he has not finished his work either. Hearing Su Beiren's words, Yang Ku quickly stepped to Wei Jian's side. When he saw clearly what Wei Jian had painted on the scroll, Yang Ku could not help widening his eyes. Lord Yang looked so astonished. It seems Wei Jian used the entire hour to draw only a ball. Ha ha ha, maybe he painted a cat or a dog. Su Beiren waved his hand at the people mocking Wei Jian, then asked Yang Ku, Lord Yang, tell everyone, what did Wei Jian paint? A ball or a cat or a dog? Yang Ku opened his mouth, but in the end he shook his head and stepped aside. Seeing this, Ba Lu walked to Wei Jian's side. When he saw what Wei Jian had drawn, Ba Lu burst into laughter with his mouth wide open. After laughing for a moment, Ba Lu said to the crowd, my young master did paint a ball, but that ball is a scoundrel. No. My young master painted a dog, an old dog that is very good at barking. Ba Lu's words made Su Beiren frown. You scoundrel, you cannot even speak clearly. Is it a scoundrel or an old dog? Wei Jian smiled and shook his head, then held up the scroll in his hand. Su Beiren cast his gaze at Wei Jian's scroll. When he saw its contents clearly, he immediately awarded Wei Jian 300 points. This painting clearly depicts Elder Su. What scoundrel? What old dog? Wang Qiyu shouted, and at once made Su Beiren's expression turn even gloomier. It is 80% lifelike and the use of color is perfect. Look at Elder Su's eyes, they are exactly like real eyes. The juice of the black juice gourd was used to paint the hair. Juice from yellow taro was used as the base for the skin, and finally red berry juice was applied over the skin, making its color almost exactly the same as real skin. This power to turn the ordinary into the miraculous is truly miraculous. Art knows no borders. Although everyone had hoped Wei Jian would lose after seeing the painting he produced, they could not help exclaiming in admiration. Old Su, time was short and I did not know what to paint, so in the end I painted you on the paper. I hope you don't mind. Su Beiren let out a cold snort and sat down on a chair in a huff. Everyone come and look at these 2 paintings. Unless you are blind, you should all be able to tell which one is better. Ba Lu raised his voice and shouted, you all talk about art all day long. When you make your judgment, you must be fair and truthful. There is no need for anyone to judge. This match I, Su Beiren, admit defeat because I was careless and underestimated my opponent. Su Beiren's face was gloomy. The others sighed and fell silent. Wei Jian gathered the spirit stones from the table and said with a smile in a low voice, don't forget everyone, there is still our wager. Your Highness, one should spare others where possible. This wager? Before Yang Ku could finish, Wei Jian shook his head and said, the wager cannot be erased. You are all high officials and nobles of the Maijia kingdom, surely you would not break your word. Pressured by Wei Jian's words, the crowd had no choice but to contribute over 1,000 points to Wei Jian. Then grudgingly they shouted in unison. Maijia has no one yet. Wei Jian of the Kaoshan kingdom is the finest painter under heaven. After the crowd shouted 3 times, Wei Jian suddenly turned to Ba Lu and asked, did you arrange what I told you to arrange? Ba Lu grinned. Young master, I have arranged it. I gathered many curious busybodies around old Su's house. Those 3 shouts just now will probably spread across the entire royal city of Maijia before long. When he heard what Ba Lu said, Su Beiren abruptly stood up. Wei Jian, I am not convinced by this loss. I want to compete with you again. Old Su, you have already lost to me and I no longer have any interest in you. However, if any of you present has a skill, feel free to step forward and compete with me. As long as any of you can beat me, I will not only present top-grade spirit stones but also offer you my apology. Of course, if you lose you will have to shout 3 more times, Maijia has no one. As soon as Wei Jian finished speaking, a man immediately stepped forward. I am Jian and I am skilled in carving. Do you dare to compete with me in carving? The time limit is still an hour. Fine. Wei Jian laughed heartily and nodded. An hour passed quickly. Just as it ended, the people gathered around Su Baron's house once again heard everyone shout, "My Jia has no one yet. Wei Jian of the Kaoshan Kingdom is the finest carver under heaven. I am the musician Gao Yin. I challenge your mastery of music. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Without realizing it, Wei Jian's role had changed. He had become the one being challenged. Very well, I accept the challenge. Less than an hour later, from inside Su Baron's room, everyone shouted once more, "My Jia has no one yet. Wei Jian of the Kaoshan Kingdom is the finest musician under heaven. My Jia has no one yet. Wei Jian of the Kaoshan Kingdom is the finest chef under heaven. My Jia has no one yet. Wei Jian of the Kaoshan Kingdom is the finest tea master under heaven. My Jia has no one yet. Wei Jian of the Kaoshan Kingdom is the finest calligrapher under heaven." As darkness was approaching under everyone's resentful stares, Wei Jian left Su Baron's house with Ba Lu fully satisfied. "Young master, my admiration for you now truly flows like an endless mighty river. I think by tomorrow your name will have spread throughout the entire Maijie Kingdom. What use is having my name spread throughout the Maijie Kingdom? What I need is for everyone to hate me." Wei Jian took out a top-grade spirit stone and tossed it to Ba Lu. "You performed well today too. This top-grade spirit stone is my reward to you. Generous young master, you are the brightest star I have ever seen." Just as Ba Lu had said, by the next day Wei Jian's name had spread throughout the entire Maijie Royal City. Hence Wei Jian also gained a new epithet in Maijie Royal City, Master of the 10 Arts. The 10 Arts referred to the 10 forms of skill Wei Jian had displayed in Qianzhu Alley. Armed with the 10 arts, Wei Jian suddenly became an incarnation of the art god in the eyes of the Maijie people, winning admiration and adulation from many. This was entirely beyond Wei Jian's expectations. He had originally wanted to rake in a huge pile of points, yet unintentionally became an idol in the hearts of the Maijie people. That kept Wei Jian dejected for an entire day before Agula's banquet finally arrived. Agula was the Maijie king's special favorite, and because of this Agula had an independent palace within Maijie Royal City. That palace was called Shu'er Palace. The name Shu'er Palace was very elegant, wholly unsuited to the ruthless and venomous Agula. Thus in the eyes of outsiders, Shu'er Palace bore another even more resounding name, the Palace of Death. Anyone who was captured and taken into the Palace of Death had never escaped Agula's evil clutches. To the Maijie people, the Palace of Death was as terrifying and forbidding as hell and a demonic lair. It made them blanched at the mention and shrink back in fear. Wei Jian did not care about the Palace of Death's fearsome reputation. Deep inside, he even vaguely looked forward to Agula making a move against him within that palace. When that happened, Wei Jian could openly unleash a slaughter with full justification. When they arrived outside the Palace of Death and saw the black palace walls and the black armored warriors patrolling around it, Ba Lu suddenly grew hesitant. "Young master, the enmity between the Maijie Kingdom and the Kaoshan Kingdom has lasted for a long time. Today's banquet is bound to be an ill-omened one. I suggest that you leave me outside, young master, and I will be responsible for covering you." "Fine. You stay outside. When the banquet is halfway through, you will bring in the guests I have invited." "Young master, Shut up. You are an honest-to-goodness spatial warrior. If danger arises, are you afraid you will have no chance to escape?" After Wei Jian shot him a glare, Ba Lu wisely closed his mouth. Arriving at the main gate of the Palace of Death, Wei Jian saw Agula from a distance. At the same time, an old man standing behind Agula caught Wei Jian's attention. That old man gave Wei Jian a sense of danger which suggested he must be a powerful martial king. "Fourth prince, you have graced us with your presence. Agula failed to welcome you from afar, please forgive me." Seeing Wei Jian, Agula hurried forward to greet him, looking extremely courteous. "First prince, don't stand on ceremony. You may go and attend to your other guests. I am only here today to get a free meal." "The fourth prince is too polite. By the way, since the fourth prince is armed with the 10 arts, you must show us a move or two at the banquet. I am not a dancing girl raised in your household. Why should I perform for you?" The moment those words left Wei Jian's mouth, Agula provided him with 200 points in that instant. A single verbal clash was enough to make Agula resent Wei Jian. It seemed Agula was quick to take offense. "Oh, by the way, first prince, I still have a few friends lagging behind. Please tell these guards to let them in to attend the banquet when they arrive." "That's no problem. With that, Agula turned to the guards and said, if anyone comes claiming to be the fourth prince's friends, be sure to invite them in politely. Wei Jian nodded with satisfaction, glanced once more at the old man behind Agula, and only then strolled into the palace of death. Uncle Yuan, did you see through him? What cultivation level is Wei Jian at? Fourth heaven of the martial ancestral realm. His strength is one level lower than yours, first prince. With your strength, defeating him would be a simple matter. Uncle Yuan said this to Agula with absolute certainty, unaware that Wei Jian had used a disguise skill to conceal his true strength. Fourth heaven of the martial ancestral realm. With this cultivation level, can Wei Jian really stand head and shoulders above everyone else in the Kaoshan kingdom? Agula frowned. With this level of strength alone, I'm afraid Wei Jian cannot even defeat Shu'er. Remember, Shu'er has already reached the fifth heaven of the martial ancestral realm. First prince in Kaoshan royal city, Shu'er will surely be wary of Wei Jian's status and would not dare to fight him with her full strength. Moreover, Shu'er is naturally clever, so she should know to hide her brilliance. That is also possible. Having said this, Agula lowered his voice and said to Uncle Yuan, since Wei Jian arrived in Maijiao royal city, he has been doing things in a very high-profile way. In the past 2 days I hear that he has offended quite a few people. I understand your meaning, first prince. 2 requirements. First, you must succeed and never fail. Second, keep me completely clear of this matter. I don't want to bring trouble upon myself. Uncle Yuan nodded gently. I will send 2 experts at the 7th heaven of the martial ancestor realm to take action. They will be acting under Su Baron's orders. And then you have never once disappointed me in handling matters. Led by a maid, Wei Jian stepped into the enormous banquet hall. The banquet hall was filled with all kinds of delicacies and fine wines, and naturally there was no shortage of so-called ladies and gentlemen. Move aside. You're blocking me from reaching that adorable little suckling pig. Wei Jian roughly pushed a gentleman aside, then picked up a suckling pig and took a huge bite. This meat is roasted too tough. He casually tossed the roast suckling pig back onto the table and snatched a glass of champagne from a lady's hand. Miss, what lipstick do you use? The rim of this glass smells wonderful. You bastard. Shameless. Where does this backwoods bumpkin come from? Just as Wei Jian was trying to charm a lady, angry shouts rang out around him. I come from the Kaoshan kingdom and I am its 4th prince. If any of you are unhappy with my behavior, you can step forward and punch me. Hearing Wei Jian announce his identity, everyone exchanged glances and all involuntarily took a step back. What a bunch of cowards. You don't have the least bit of courage even in front of beautiful women. 4th prince, why must you bother arguing with them? A familiar voice sounded from behind Wei Jian. Turning around, he saw Shu'er approaching with 2 glasses of wine. Second wife. Wei Jian shouted, making Shu'er falter mid-step even as he reaped more than 1,000 points. 4th prince, I must ask you to learn to respect ladies. Agula's voice reached Wei Jian's ears right after. Wei Jian looked toward the sound and saw that Agula's face was as cold as ice. Miss Ma is my honored guest. I hope the 4th prince will apologize to Miss Ma for those words just now. Hearing Agula's words, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Wei Jian's mouth. So Agula has taken a liking to Shu'er. Haha, an XP piñata has finally appeared, one that can provide a steady stream of points. Agula might be shrewd and calculating, but the trials he had faced in life were still far too few. Too young and inexperienced, he was no match for Wei Jian, who had lived 2 lifetimes and navigated the world with seasoned cunning. So when he saw the woman he loved being teased with wanton words, he instantly lost his composure. Seeing Agula storming over, Wei Jian let out a cold chuckle and strode directly to Shu'er's side. Before Shu'er could even react, Wei Jian wrapped his arm around her slender waist and pulled her into his embrace. The sight immediately set Agula's blood boiling with rage. Must you deliberately provoke him? Somewhat to Wei Jian's surprise, Shu'er did not resist. She leaned against his chest and asked softly, aren't you sick of him too? I suppose I am. Seeing Shu'er smile faintly, Wei Jian felt his heart stir involuntarily. Suddenly a notification rang in his mind. Agula has developed hatred toward you. System points 1000. Only when the system's voice echoed in his mind did Wei Jian snap back to himself. He tore his gaze away from Shu'er's face and fixed it on Agula. Wei Jian, take your hands off her. Agula bellowed furiously. At the sound, the surrounding guests crowded over, encircling Wei Jian, Agula, and Shu'er in a tight ring. Let go. Why should I, great prince? Wei Jian sneered at Agula, then brought his nose to Shu'er's fair neck and inhaled deeply. So fragrant. You're asking for death. Agula muttered under his breath as wisps of black chi coiled around his hand. In that moment he seemed like a leopard poised to strike at any instant. Just as Agula was about to make his move, Yuan Bo appeared in time and placed his hand on Agula's shoulder. At the old man's gentle shake of the head, Agula drew a deep breath and dispersed the dark chi gathered in his palm. Meanwhile, Shu'er gave Wei Jian a subtle shake of her head and slipped out of his arms without drawing anyone's notice. Honored guests, today His Highness the Great Prince has convened this banquet for 3 purposes. The first is to welcome Duke Duan of the Linshui Kingdom. As Yuan Bo finished speaking, a young man stepped forward from the crowd. He held a folded fan in his hand, carrying an air of effortless elegance. Duke Duan is a prodigy among the younger generation of the Linshui Kingdom. He will also be participating in the martial competition of the 4 nations, crossing swords with all the brilliant talents gathered here. Duke Duan of Linshui, named Duanli, was the younger brother of the Linshui Kingdom's monarch. Hearing Yuan Bo's introduction, he smiled warmly and said, Duanli greets everyone here. Duanli's smile was like a gentle spring breeze and his voice carried the warmth of spring sunlight. It had to be said that Duanli was a man of considerable charm. Having introduced Duanli, Yuan Bo was about to continue when Agula stepped forward and gave a slight shake of his head. Yuan Bo understood and retreated a pace, yielding the floor to Agula. I was rather rude to the 4th prince just now. I hope the 4th prince will be magnanimous and forgive me. After clasping his fists toward Wei Jian, Agula turned to address the assembled guests before Wei Jian could speak. The second purpose of tonight's banquet is to welcome General Wen Lei of the Shenfeng Kingdom. As Agula's words fell, a black-armored general strode into the hall. A blood-red longsword hung on the general's back, faint traces of chilling gleam radiating from its blade. Wen Lei was the only son of Grand General Wen Tianxia of the Shenfeng Kingdom. Unlike the Kaoshan Kingdom and the Meijia Kingdom, the Shenfeng Kingdom was a martial state built upon military authority. In the Shenfeng Kingdom, the Grand General wielded supreme power. As the son of Grand General Wen Tianxia, Wen Lei's status was practically on par with the princes and dukes of the other 3 kingdoms. Wen Lei was far more aloof than Duanli. He merely gave the crowd a curt nod, as cold and distant as the blood-red sword strapped to his back. After Wen Lei coldly retreated, Duanli raised his voice once more. The third purpose is to welcome Lady Shu'er. Hearing this, Wei Jian's brow arched slightly. 3 people were being honored, yet Wei Jian, the prince of the Kaoshan Kingdom, was conspicuously left out. It seemed Agula intended to deliberately snub him. Fortunately, Wei Jian had already lived 2 lifetimes. Such hollow slights could not possibly disturb him. Standing beside Wei Jian, Shu'er smiled and gave the crowd a slight bow, then brought her lips close to his ear. You've been stealing the spotlight in the Meijia capital these past few days. Agula seems to be deliberately ignoring you today to provoke you and enjoy the spectacle. Wei Jian mirrored her gesture and leaned close to her ear. Are you certain his coldness today is because I've been stealing the spotlight lately? Besides, do you really think I would burn with shame and rage over such petty slights? Shu'er smiled but said nothing. In a little while, how would you like me to put on a marvelous show for you? What kind of show? Watch our great prince burn with fury. The moment Wei Jian's words fell, a fetid stench assailed everyone's nostrils. Then a shrill scream followed. The crowd turned toward the sound and saw a horde of beggars charging into the hall under the lead of Balu. Like ravenous wolves with starved eyes, the beggars ignored every attempt to stop them and began sweeping through the tables, devouring the food and wine. A pretty young lady was too slow to retreat and was pushed to the ground by a beggar. Before she could even scramble up, 2 beggars stepped over her and her screams rang out in fright. Guards! Where are the guards? The scene before him was entirely beyond Agula's expectations and set his fury ablaze. The appearance of these beggars had almost single-handedly wrecked the meticulously prepared banquet. Agula had even planned to use this evening to confess his feelings to Shu'er and seal their relationship. A guard stumbled forward and knelt before Agula. You worthless fool, are you going to tell me what these beggars are doing here? How did they get in? Great Prince, these beggars claim to be friends of the 4th Prince of Kaoshan Kingdom. You gave orders before. So? Wei Jian again? Agula let out a deep growl and snapped his head toward Wei Jian. Seeing Wei Jian pressed close to Ma Shu'er, Agula's face turned ashen with fury. Wei Jian, do you really believe I don't dare kill you? Rage surged endlessly in Agula's chest as his reason was slowly devoured by the thirst for blood. Great Prince Wei Jian cannot die in Jishui Palace. Yuan Bo once again laid his hand on Agula's shoulder. Great Prince, calm yourself. I guarantee Wei Jian will not live to see the end of this night. Fourth Prince, during the 2 days I have spent in Maijia Royal City, you are the one the people of Maijia speak of most. Now that I have met you in person today, you truly have not disappointed me. Duanli, waving his folding fan, stepped up to Wei Jian. Rest assured, when the Four Nations martial competition comes, I will still beat you until your teeth scatter over the floor and you cannot tell north from south. When that day arrives, you will certainly not be disappointed either. At Wei Jian's words, Duanli's expression immediately darkened. In that case, we shall just wait and see. After Duanli had walked away, Ma Shu'er could not help but say to Wei Jian in a low voice, I understand why you made things difficult for Agula. After all, his reputation stinks and he was only polite to you on the surface. But Duanli has not offended you. Why would you raise your hand to slap a smiling face? Do not be fooled by his outward appearance. I sensed murderous intent from Duanli. He wanted to kill me the moment we met, so Duanli is definitely a smiling tiger. When dealing with a smiling tiger like him, I only needled him with words. That was already very courteous. Murderous intent. A smiling tiger? Then some of the things I have uncovered must be true. What did you uncover? Seeing Wei Jian's curious expression, Ma Shu'er tilted her chin toward the hall's entrance. Come take a walk with me outside. We'll talk as we walk. Standing in the distance, Agula watched Wei Jian and Ma Shu'er leave the hall side by side. A wisp of black cheese suddenly appeared on his face. First Prince, you have only recently merged with it. Now is not the time to let anger get the better of you. Uncle Yuan, go and make the arrangements now. Add 2 more experts at the 6th heaven of the martial ancestor realm. Rest assured, First Prince. I will have Shu'er, a 7th heaven martial ancestor, lead the team personally. With 2 7th heaven martial ancestors and 2 6th heaven martial ancestors, Wei Jian will be as good as dead tonight. Agula nodded slightly. A moment later, a smile once again appeared on his face. According to the intelligence I have received, the Maijia Kingdom, the Linshui Kingdom, and the Shenfeng Kingdom have recently forged a secret alliance. They are preparing to attack the Kaoshan Kingdom from 3 directions simultaneously. And then they will carve up the Kaoshan Kingdom. As she finished speaking, Ma Shu'er cast a covert glance at Wei Jian. Seeing that his expression remained perfectly calm, she could not help but begin to admire the composure he exuded. If the 3 great kingdoms want to carve up the Kaoshan Kingdom, their first step will be to prevent anyone from Kaoshan from entering Kanglan Academy. For once someone from the Kaoshan Kingdom enters Kanglan Academy, it will be tantamount to Kanglan Academy becoming the Kaoshan Kingdom's backer. If Kanglan Academy becomes the Kaoshan Kingdom's backer, that will be detrimental to their plans. Of course, among all of us, you are the one they most want to stop. So it is only natural that you could sense murderous intent from Duanli. Seeing Wei Jian nod slightly, Ma Shu'er continued, Agula, Duanli, and Wenlei are the top 3 that the 3 kingdoms have designated for the 4 nations martial competition. If I am not mistaken, the 3 of them have probably already formed a secret alliance. And the rules of this 4 nations martial competition will probably be altered because of their alliance. Aren't the rules of the 4 nations martial competition set by Kanglan Academy? Kanglan Academy only selects 3 students from the 4 kingdoms. Why would they go to all the trouble of drafting the rules? So this time the rules of the 4 nations martial competition were actually written by the Maijia Kingdom. The people of Kanglan Academy care only about results, not the process. Wei Jian reached up and rubbed his chin, then gave a cold laugh. If those 3 can form an alliance, so can we. Yumi and Qianzhu happen to make exactly 3 people as well. If the 3 of us manage to become students of Kanglan Academy, I would like to see whether Maijia, Linshui, and Shenfeng still dare to lay a finger on the Kaoshan Kingdom. Ma Shu'er did not know Wei Jian's true strength, so hearing his words she frowned and shook her head. Agula, Duanli, and Wenlei are all geniuses of the younger generation. Although each of them is only at the 5th heaven of the martial ancestor realm, they can fight above their level against a 7th heaven martial ancestor. Even if we 3 join hands, merely defeating one of them would already be a feat. Fight 2 levels above their own. At that moment a flicker of admiration for Agula and his companions rose in Wei Jian's heart. Fighting above one's level is no easy thing. This alone was enough to prove that Aguila and his companions were truly astonishingly gifted. At the very least in terms of cultivation talent alone, those three could leave Wei Jian 2 streets behind. Yet despite their astonishing talent, they did not have the system. They could not, as Wei Jian could draw 100,000 units of spiritual power into their bodies to swiftly raise their cultivation, nor could they rapidly master various martial techniques through the fusion of combat arts. Thus, at least in the early stage, Aguila and his companions would be no match for Wei Jian. Correct. All three can fight 2 levels above their own. Among them, Aguila is sinister and ruthless with bizarre methods, Duanli excels at suppression, and Wenlei is a master of killing. Even so, I am still confident that I can defeat them. Seeing Wei Jian so self-assured, Shu'er simply smiled and said nothing. Wei Jian, I do not know where that confidence of yours comes from. But let me warn you, you must be very careful while you are in Maijiao royal city. Tonight you have offended Aguila. From what I know of him, Aguila will definitely send people to attack you. Uncle Yuan, the man by Aguila's side, is a genuine martial king powerhouse. He has always planned carefully before making a move. Should he act, it will fall like a thunderbolt. Thank you for the reminder, second wife. I will stay safe. If you call me that again, do not blame me for being rude. A flash of anger crossed Shu'er's face, but Wei Jian did not gain any system points, so he knew she was not truly angry, only feigning it. That realization warmed his heart. 2 days ago, the Liuli ship. Had I boarded that ship, I would probably have spent my wedding night with you already. So calling you second wife is not the least bit excessive. Hearing Wei Jian's words, a stunned expression crossed Shu'er's face. How did you? Before she could finish, Wei Jian reached out and pressed his finger to her crimson lips. Do not ask me how I knew you were on the ship, nor will I ask why you were aboard the Liuli ship. This time I will help you enter Kanglan Academy. In the future, pledging yourself to me will be your repayment. With that, Wei Jian turned and walked off into the distance without waiting for Shu'er to react. What an odious, arrogant, presumptuous fellow. Watching Wei Jian's receding back, Shu'er cursed under her breath. But no sooner had she cursed than a delighted smile crept onto her face. Still, he is an interesting fellow. It seems I cannot let you die so easily tonight. Very well, tonight I will lend you a hand. After Wei Jian and Ba Lu escorted the group of beggars safely out of the Death Palace, they walked side by side toward their dwelling. Young master, can we walk a little faster? I don't know if it's my imagination, but I keep feeling like there's a pair of eyes watching us from the shadows. Hearing Ba Lu's words, Wei Jian asked with a smile, Ba Lu, have you ever gone fishing? Fishing? Ba Lu shook his head gently. I'm not Wang Qiyu. I don't like fish, so I don't enjoy fishing either. Then let me tell you, fishing requires patience. If your heart is too impatient, the fish won't take the bait. Ba Lu's eyes rolled around. Young master, do you mean you're fishing right now? Who do you want to lure? Those who want to kill me. The moment Wei Jian's voice faded, 2 silhouettes appeared on their left and right behind Wei Jian and Ba Lu. Sensing a chilling murderous intent, Ba Lu turned to look behind him. Young master, the 2 men following us have murderous looks and their hands on their knife handles. I'm afraid they mean trouble. They haven't made a move yet, which means the fish haven't all surfaced. Don't get tense, let's keep walking forward. Wei Jian let out a cold laugh and continued striding forward. Due to the gap in cultivation realms, Wei Jian could basically sense the strength of the 2 men behind him, 2 sixth heaven martial ancestors. With his current power, Wei Jian could crush them with a stretch of his hand. Miss Aguila's men have appeared, and Wei Jian seems to have noticed them as well. But Wei Jian is acting indifferent. I think he might already have a plan to deal with them. Farther away, Shu'er had changed into a set of black clothes and was hidden in the darkness with Panjiata. Wei Jian might be able to handle these 2, but Uncle Yuan never acts without a backup plan. Let's continue following to take a look. If Wei Jian runs into an insurmountable danger, we'll lend him a hand from the shadows. Miss, you seem to attach great importance to Wei Jian. This Wei Jian. Before Panjiata could finish, Shu'er waved her hand at him. There's bound to be a big fight in a moment. Wei Jian will clash with Aguila's men. Whether he's worth paying attention to, you'll know soon enough. Wei Jian and Ba Lu continued forward. After they had walked about 1,000 paces, 2 more people suddenly appeared on their left and right, blocking their path. Wei Jian, we've been waiting here for a long time. A somewhat deep voice reached Wei Jian's ears. Following the sound, Wei Jian saw a lean middle-aged man carrying 3 long swords on his back walking straight toward him. "Who are you? Coming to see me this late, are you here to suck up to me and invite me to drink and eat meat?" Hearing Wei Jian's words, the visitor couldn't help but burst into laughter. After laughing, the visitor said softly, "I am Shu'er. By order of a certain important figure, I've come tonight to take your head." Hearing Shu'er announce himself, Wei Jian showed no reaction at all, but Shu'er and Panjiata frowned deeply at the name. Uncle Yuan has 4 mad dogs under him, each ruthless and powerful. I never expected that this time, in order to kill Wei Jian, Agula would send out the strongest mad dog, Shu'er. Having said that, Panjiata turned to look at Shu'er. "Miss, since Shu'er has personally made his move, even if the 2 of us wanted to protect Wei Jian, I'm afraid we'd be unable to do so despite our good intentions. Do what we can and leave the rest to fate. Let's try to create a chance for him to escape." A trace of helplessness flickered across Shu'er's face. It was a pity that in her haste Shu'er had no capable experts at her side. She truly hadn't expected Uncle Yuan to send Shu'er, and Shu'er was not someone to be trifled with. "Shu'er." Wei Jian muttered the name, then turned to Balu. "Remember this name. Tonight he will die by our hands. If you have time tomorrow, go erect a tombstone for him." "Young master, I don't have time tomorrow. Tomorrow I still have to investigate who participated in the 4 nations martial competition." Hearing that, Wei Jian turned and shrugged at Shu'er. "I'm truly sorry. You bastard." Shu'er growled at Wei Jian, then jerked his chin at the 2 6th Heaven martial ancestor experts. "You 2 make your move and kill him. Keep it quiet. And remember to dispose of the bodies." As Shu'er finished speaking, the 2 6th Heaven martial ancestor experts lunged at Wei Jian and Balu together. Seeing this, Balu directly slipped into the void while Wei Jian remained standing still. "Kid, remember the man who kills you is named Yang Chen. I was hired by Su Beiren." As Yang Chen's words fell, the war blade in his hand slashed straight at Wei Jian's neck. But just as the blade was about to touch Wei Jian's neck, Wei Jian quickly reached out, extended 2 fingers, and effortlessly clamped down on Yang Chen's war blade. "How can this?" Before Yang Chen could react, Wei Jian applied force and easily snapped the war blade in Yang Chen's hand. Then, before Yang Chen could recoil in shock, Wei Jian caught the broken blade piece and, holding it, slashed it across Yang Chen's neck. It wasn't until Yang Chen heavily collapsed to the ground that Shu'er and the others snapped back in shock. Seeing this, the other 6th Heaven martial ancestor wanted to retreat, but he had only taken a step back when Wei Jian swiftly appeared before him and smashed his chest with a single palm strike. "Miss, did you see that? Wei Jian is..." "Keep your voice down." Shu'er made a shushing gesture at Panjiata, then continued to fix her gaze on Wei Jian. "Does Agula only have trash by his side? The 2 of you left, will you come together or come one by one to die?" Shu'er exchanged a glance with Li Dan beside him, then at last jerked his chin at Li Dan. "There's something strange about this kid. Be careful." "Got it. I'll show him a thing or 2. Li Dan acknowledged, then stepping the 8 directions step appeared before Wei Jian in the blink of an eye. "Poison needles." When he reached Wei Jian, Li Dan pulled out a handful of poison needles. Unfortunately, he only managed to say those 2 words before he could throw them. Wei Jian reached out and seized his neck. Seeing Li Dan being lifted high into the air by Wei Jian with no power to resist, both Shu'er and Shu'er widened their eyes in astonishment. If that man surnamed Yuan had come himself, he might have made me feel a bit of fear. But just you chickens and dogs, mere nobodies, want to kill me. What an utter joke. As his words fell, Wei Jian applied force in his hand. Shu'er heard a crisp crack, and then saw Wei Jian casually toss away Li Dan's corpse. Seeing Wei Jian turn his head toward him, Shu'er's heart lurched and he hastily retreated backward. "Since you're already here, you think you can still escape?" Wei Jian sneered, treading the void and catching up to Shu'er in an instant. "Walking through the air, are you a martial king powerhouse?" "Correct. But even though you answered right, there's no reward." Wei Jian sneered, then dove down from the heights toward Shu'er. Swords out of their sheaths sweeping the 4 directions. The 3 long swords left their scabbards at once, transforming into 3 streams of light that shot straight at Wei Jian. But just as they were about to strike him, Wei Jian raised his hand and blasted out a palm. A palm formed entirely of condensed spiritual energy slammed into the three long swords, instantly throwing them off course, and they tumbled and clattered to the ground. The martial king realm and the martial ancestor realm are as different as heaven and earth. I've even slain a demon king. A seventh heaven martial ancestor like you thinking you can kill me is nothing but courting humiliation. Wei Jian kicked Zuo Shisan square in the dantian, utterly destroying the sea of qi within Zuo Shisan's dantian. Then he raised his leg and planted his foot on Zuo Shisan's chest. Before you die, take a good look at this face of mine. Only after harvesting 1,000 points from Zuo Shisan did Wei Jian lift his foot and stomp down on Zuo Shisan's chest. Young master, your martial prowess is extraordinary. My admiration for you is like an endless torrent of river water. After all the enemies were slaughtered, Balu tore open the void once more and appeared before Wei Jian. I do hope you'll grow up quickly. I don't want to have to personally resolve every single problem like this myself. Young master, I don't really care for using violence to deal with my opponents. I prefer, enough. Dispose of these corpses and cover up the scene. I don't want anyone to know that I already possess martial king strength before the Four Nations martial tournament begins. Watching Wei Jian walk away, Ma Shu'er let out a long sigh of relief. I don't want anyone to know that I already possess martial king strength before the Four Nations martial tournament begins. Watching Wei Jian walk away, Ma Shu'er finally let out a long breath of relief. Miss, your eye for talent is truly sharp. I never expected Wei Jian to already possess martial king strength at such a young age. I have never seen aptitude like this. Perhaps with his help the old master's matter. Before Panjiata could finish his words, Ma Shu'er waved her hand dismissively. My father's matter is beyond Wei Jian's help for now, but in the future he should be able to assist me. After saying this, Ma Shu'er turned and walked away into the distance. Because her back was turned to Panjiata, Panjiata did not see the faint relieved smile that appeared on Ma Shu'er's face. What? You're saying Zuo Shisan and his 3 men are all dead? Seeing Yuan Bo give a somber nod, Agula couldn't help but frown. Did they die at Wei Jian's hands? I examined their bodies. Almost every one of them died from a single fatal move. That means that when they faced their enemies, Zuo Shisan and the others had no power to fight back at all. So the killer probably wasn't Wei Jian. Agula nodded, then thought for a moment and asked, could Wei Jian have an expert by his side? Was it an expert around Wei Jian who killed Zuo Shisan and the others? That possibility can't be ruled out. It also can't be ruled out that someone deliberately killed them and robbed their belongings. Killed and robbed? Everything Zuo Shisan and the others had on them is gone. All that remains on the corpses is a pair of underpants. What are you taking their clothes for? At the inn, Wei Jian was somewhat dissatisfied with Balu's behavior. Young master, their clothes are all made of fine silk and satin. Every single piece like this is worth at least 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Are you that short on money? I've never thought that having too much money is a problem. Balu smiled and sidled up to Wei Jian. Young master, there are some clues regarding the matter you asked me to investigate. Lord Duan of Linshui Kingdom and Wen Lei of Shenfeng Dynasty will both take part in the Four Nations martial tournament. Seeing Balu stop there, Wei Jian asked softly, is that all you found out? Yeah. Balu nodded, his eyes shifting as he added, young master, there's one more piece of news that might interest you. What news? The delegation of the Kaoshan Kingdom will arrive at Maijiao Royal City tomorrow. Oh, so my wife and my master are almost here. I need to go buy a new set of clothes today. The next day, the delegation from the Kaoshan Kingdom arrived at Maijiao Royal City and had just settled in at the post station. Wei Jian brought Balu and appeared before Han Mang and Qianzhu. Fourth Prince, you've caused quite a stir in Maijiao Royal City in this short time. We had no sooner arrived than we heard people say you've acquired the title of Tenju Master, and even humiliated Agula at Agula's banquet. Han Mang paused, then stepped forward and pressed his face close to Wei Jian's. When you left, I told you that once you came to Maijiao Royal City alone, you had to keep a low profile. You let my words go in one ear and out the other. Do you realize that if Agula harbors murderous intent toward you with your current strength alone, killing you wouldn't be difficult? Hearing this, Wei Jian smiled and said, Master, don't be angry. Am I not still alive and well? Seeing that Han Mang was about to continue, Wei Jian hastily changed the subject. Master, why is it that only you and my wife came to Maijiao Royal City this time? Where are that bald donkey and my good big brother? When Wei Jian called her wife, Qianzhu raised an eyebrow. Just as she was about to speak, Wei Jian leaned his mouth close to her ear. My dear wife, you definitely don't know this. I once had the chance to board the glazed boat on Qinglu River, but because I thought of you, I turned down the chance to spend a spring night with 8 beauties. See how devoted I am to you. Qianzhu gave Wei Jian a cold snort, then turned to Han Meng and said, General Han, I'm exhausted from the journey. I'm going to rest first. Only after Qianzhu had walked away did Han Meng say to Wei Jian, there's no need to be so impatient in your pursuit of Qianzhu. If you keep goading her with words, how could she possibly fall in love with you? Master, you're single, so you wouldn't know that chasing after a woman requires a thick skin. Once she starts hating you, she won't be far from loving you. Seeing Han Meng's expression change, Wei Jian quickly changed the subject again. Master, you still haven't told me what exactly happened with that bald donkey and my big brother. Han Meng shot Wei Jian a glare and said softly that monk Bao Yan disappeared soon after you left the royal city and he still hasn't been found. Your big brother was unwilling to come to Maijia royal city and be a foil, so he stayed in Kaoshan royal city. In other words, for this 4 nations martial tournament, only you, Qianzhu, and Shu'er will be fighting for our Kaoshan kingdom. Alas, with only 3 people this time, I'm afraid the other 3 nations will mock us endlessly. Mock us? If the 3 of us make it into the top 3, I'd like to see who dares to laugh at us. The fire god whip you gave me last time, I accept it. But one day I will repay you with something of equal value. Hearing Qianzhu's words, Wei Jian smiled and shook his head. This time I gave you a venerable weapon, next time I might give you an imperial one. I guarantee the affection I lavish on you is something you will never be able to repay. Humph. Did you ask me out today just to say that? I wanted to tell you face to face I love you. Wei Jian gazed at Qianzhu with deep affection and continued, from the first moment I saw you I fell deeply in love with you. It was from that moment on that I knew the name Qianzhu had been forever seared into my heart. Qianzhu had never experienced such a scene in her life. Her face flushed, her hands fluttered restlessly, and her heart churned with nervousness and agitation. Seeing Qianzhu so close at hand, Wei Jian reached out to slip his arm around her shoulder. Just as his palm was about to touch her fragrant shoulder, however, Qianzhu suddenly retreated 2 steps. Humph. Your smooth talk nearly fooled me. If you try to touch me, beware, I'll castrate you. Qianzhu muttered to Wei Jian, then took out the fire god whip and gripped it tightly in her hand. Honey, don't get excited. I still have something to say. Then say it quickly. Wei Jian's smile faded and he turned serious. There have been some changes in this 4 nations martial tournament. Although we still do not know its exact rules. One thing is almost certain: Agula of the Maijia kingdom, Wenlei of the Shenfeng kingdom, and Duanli of the Linshui kingdom are planning to form an alliance and seize the top 3 spots of the tournament. Qianzhu knew Agula and the other 2 to some extent. Learning that they intended to ally, a trace of gravity flickered across her face. Shu'er and I have already discussed it. We will counter their alliance with an alliance of our own. You, Shu'er, and I, the 3 of us, should form an alliance. What is your opinion? Without a second thought, Qianzhu nodded. Good. The 3 of us will form an alliance. I will do my utmost to secure your place in the top 3, which can be considered partial repayment of your kindness. No. This time I am the one securing your place. Not only will you fail to repay me, but you will owe me more and more. Secure your place? Don't you wish to enter Kanglan Academy yourself? I will ensure you and Shu'er enter Kanglan Academy only after I am certain that I can enter as well. Seeing Wei Jian brimming with confidence, Qianzhu's heart gave an involuntary beat. When she glanced at him again, her face blushed once more, though she did not know why. Time flew. Shortly after the Kaoshan Kingdom's delegation arrived at Maijia Royal City, the 4 nations martial tournament was convened under the personal auspices of the Maijia royal family. Music Square was the largest square in Maijia Royal City. Over 100,000 people had gathered there, and a tall platform had been erected at its very center, upon which more than 10 people were seated. Han Meng, the great general of Kaoshan Kingdom, was sitting among them, along with the king of Maijia, the king of Linshui, and the great general of the Shenfeng dynasty. Apart from these 4, a round-faced middle-aged man was especially eye-catching. The round-faced middle-aged man sat in the very center of the platform, and even the king of Maijia treated him with great reverence. Envoy to a total of 72 people are taking part in this selection. Apart from the contestants designated by the four nations, there are also some invited wandering cultivators. The round-faced middle-aged man nodded faintly but said nothing. The Kaoshan Kingdom originally had 5 places in this four nations martial tournament, yet only 3 people have come. I wonder if Kaoshan is running out of talent. As the king of Meijia finished speaking, the king of Linshui added, Kaoshan knows it is doomed to lose. Rather than send 5 people to make a spectacle of themselves, they might as well send 3. Your majesties, do not forget that casualties are permitted in the four nations martial tournament. Sending only 3 participants is obviously because they fear casualties. Hearing these words, Han Meng, who had never been good with words, flushed red. After a long pause, he finally managed to force out a sentence. The four nations martial tournament picks only the top 3, so we sent only 3 to take part. If one day it needs to select the top 5, naturally we will send 5. Ha ha ha. Do you really think the 3 you sent can take the top 3 spots? How arrogant. It is not arrogance, it is a fool's fantasy. Han Meng, with your martial king's strength, there is no future serving Kaoshan. Why not submit to our Shinfeng kingdom instead? If you are willing to submit, I promise you a position second only to the sovereign and above all others. Screw you. Before Han Meng could finish, the round-faced middle-aged man named Zhu Qingyan waved his hand gently. Enough. It is almost time. King of Meijia, let the outstanding young talents come forward. As you command, Envoy 2. The king of Meijia clasped his hands toward Zhu Qingyan, then turned and whispered a few words to Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan understood and immediately ordered the great drums to sound. After 3 rounds of drums, Wei Jian and the others gathered around the high platform. All of you are outstanding young talents of the four nations. You all know well why you have been called here today. I can only wish you all an ideal result. After a few pleasantries, the king of Meijia went on, this competition selects only the top 3. Now I will announce the rules. On the western side of Meijia Royal City lies a vast natural stone forest. Within this forest lives a demonic beast known as the sawtooth tiger, whose strength varies greatly from beast to beast. This time you are given 3 days. Enter the stone forest to hunt sawtooth tigers and gather their sawteeth. After 3 days, the 3 people with the most sawteeth will be the top 3 of this four nations martial tournament. Naturally, you may also rob one another. We do not care about the process, only the result. The rules the king of Meijia set forth sounded simple, as if the entire tournament were nothing more than a hunt. Whoever captured the most prey would be first place in the tournament. But in such a hunt there were simply too many things that could be manipulated by human hands. Agula, for instance, was more familiar with the terrain. He even knew where the sawtooth tigers were most numerous. If Agula, Wanlei and Duanli worked together, by common reasoning they could almost sweep across the entire map. Thus, exactly as Shu'er had said, the tournament rules served Agula and the others. The seemingly fair rules were in truth not fair at all. All you talented young contestants, are you all clear about the rules of the competition? Do you have any objections to these rules? The instant King Meijia's voice faded, Wei Jian, standing below the high platform, shouted loudly, I have objections to the competition rules. Seeing Wei Jian, King Meijia smiled and said gently, ha ha ha, in the spirit of fairness and justice, if you have any objections, speak your mind. I don't think we need to go hunting in the stone forest and make this martial competition so troublesome. King Meijia devised the current rules for no other purpose than to serve Agula, Duanli and Wanlei. Since that's the case, why don't we simply set up a challenge arena and settle it in a 3-on-3 showdown there? Hearing Wei Jian's words, King Meijia's expression turned dark in an instant. Serve Agula, Duanli and Wanlei. What do you mean by that? Are you openly questioning the fairness and impartiality of the rules I, the king, have set for this martial competition? Agula, Duanli and Wanlei have already secretly formed an alliance. The so-called stone forest hunt is nothing more than the 3 of them hunting everyone else. As soon as Wei Jian finished speaking, a voice rang out in his mind. Ding! Agula has developed hatred toward you. System points 100. Ding! Wanlei has developed hatred toward you. System points 100. Ding! Duanli has developed hatred toward you. System points 100. Ding! King Meijia has developed hatred toward you. System points 100. In an instant he had gained over 1,000 points, and Wei Jian felt immensely pleased. Agula, Duanli and Wanlei all have strength at the 5th heaven of the martial ancestor realm. If the 3 of them truly join forces, what chance to live would any of us have? It seems the top 3 places in the 4-nation martial competition have already been reserved. Coming here is nothing more than going through the motions. Rather than being hunted like prey in the stone forest, it would be better to fight it out openly on the arena. Hearing the waves of discussion rising around the high platform, King Maijia's brows knitted tighter and tighter. King Maijia, there is no need for you to put on a show of virtue while acting shamelessly. Let us settle this with an arena showdown before the eyes of the world. Utter nonsense. The rules for the arena competition were formulated after repeated deliberation. How can they be changed at will? With that, King Maijia shouted at Wei Jian, "Wei Jian, you have maliciously slandered others before the start of the 4-nation martial competition. I hereby decide to disqualify you." Bullshit. Han Meng rose to his feet. Everything my prince said is the truth. On what grounds can you disqualify my prince? Besides, Envoy 2 is still sitting right here. By seniority, it is not yet your turn to issue orders. The 4-nation martial competition is held in Maijia Royal City. As the master of Maijia Royal City and the host, I have the right to decide whose qualification should be revoked. Then you might as well eliminate all 69 people and leave only Aguila, Duanli, and Wen Lei in the competition. That way no one can stop them from taking the top 3 places in the 4-nation martial competition. Han Meng, you are being completely unreasonable. With that, King Maijia turned and clasped his fists to Tu Qingyan. Envoy 2, I ask you to make the final judgment. Tu Qingyan had been resting with his eyes closed. Hearing King Maijia's words, he slowly opened his eyes. Kanglan Academy has more than 3,000 students, yet this time across the 4 great kingdoms we only accept 3 students. So for trivial matters like this, I have always looked only at results, not the process. To me, as long as the 3 students I find have acceptable talent, I can return and report my mission accomplished. For Tu Qingyan, matters such as who was allowed to compete and who was not were all inconsequential trifles. Since they were inconsequential trifles, he naturally saw no need to rack his brains over them. Hearing Tu Qingyan's words, a trace of a smile flashed across King Maijia's face. As for whether to disqualify Wei Jian, I think the 4 of us should vote by a show of hands and let the majority rule. Wei Jian is arrogant and unreasonable. If he is not disqualified, it will surely encourage such overbearing behavior to prevail. If everyone doubts the rules of the 4-nation martial competition and tries to change them, then how can this competition continue? Changing the rules. I think Wei Jian simply wants to alter the rules to benefit himself. Such a petty villain deserves to be disqualified. As the words of the king of Linshui and the grand general of the Shinfeng kingdom fell, the smile on King Maijia's face grew even more radiant. I now formally announce the disqualification of Wei Jian. King Maijia walked to the edge of the high platform and shouted. The moment his words fell, a gloating smile flashed across the faces of Aguila and the others. Shu'er and Qianzhu, however, turned pale. Wei Jian, if you want to contend with me, Aguila, I will make you lose right at the starting line. Wei Jian let out a cold laugh. Even he had been somewhat caught off guard by this outcome. He had never imagined that King Maijia would make such a mountain out of a molehill. However, Wei Jian was not too worried. At worst, he would simply reveal his true strength. Having just turned 18 while already possessing the strength of a martial king, Wei Jian refused to believe that Tu Qingyan would be unmoved by his talent. If Tu Qingyan let such a genius student slip away, he would surely be punished upon returning to Kanglan Academy. Yet at that very moment a voice drifted over from the distance. Whoever dares to disqualify Wei Jian, I'll tear his mouth apart right now. The crowd turned in astonishment toward the voice and saw a green-clothed woman as beautiful as a celestial maiden descending from the sky. Treading on empty air, she walked toward the high platform. What a young martial king expert. I wonder who this person is. That woman may be beautiful, but she is far too bold. Openly challenging King Maijia's authority. Even if she is a martial king expert, she may not be able to withstand King Maijia's wrath. Seeing the green-clothed woman descending from the sky, Wei Jian smiled slightly. This green-clothed woman was Shu'er. Her aura at this moment was even more powerful. Clearly, after refining the demon cores of 2 desolate beasts, Shu'er had gained a great deal. My Maijia may not have many martial king experts, but this is still not a place for you to. Shut up. Before King Maijia could finish, Tu Qingyan suddenly shouted. Grandaunt, why are you here? Tu Qingyan strode up to Shu'er in a few steps, first shouting loudly, then bowing deeply to her. Slap. Shu'er smacked the back of Tu Qingyan's head. I have told you countless times not to call me Grandaunt. It makes me sound old. But Grand Aunt. Before Tu Qingyan could finish, Shu'er smacked the back of his head again. Call me Miss Shu'er? Seeing Tu Qingyan, who had been swollen with arrogance only a moment before, instantly turn as gentle as a kitten, the crowd was both astonished and increasingly intrigued by Shu'er's identity. This girl, who looked like a celestial maiden, must surely have a startling background. Miss Shu'er's grandfather is the vice dean of our academy and a martial venerable powerhouse who is already over 200 years old. So in terms of seniority, Miss Shu'er is my great-aunt. Seeing Shu'er frown at him, Tu Qingyan was startled and hastily changed the subject. Miss Shu'er, are you and Wei Jian friends? At the mention of Wei Jian, Shu'er regained her senses. She walked over to the king of Meijia and said loudly, are you truly going to strip Wei Jian of his right to compete? Cowed by Shu'er's status, the king of Meijia shook his head hurriedly. I had no idea Wei Jian was Miss Shu'er's friend. If I had known, even if I were given 10 times more courage, I would not have dared to make things difficult for him. On the other side, hearing the king of Meijia's words, Han Meng finally let out a sigh of relief. I see no need for the Four Kingdoms martial tournament to be held at all. I have decided to directly hand the 3 slots to Wei Jian and let him decide who joins Kanglan Academy. Hearing Shu'er's words, everyone was deeply startled. Beneath his shock, the king of Meijia hurriedly stepped forward and said to Shu'er, please Miss Shu'er, rescind your order. Our 4 great kingdoms have long awaited and prepared for this tournament. If it comes to nothing, far too many people among the 4 kingdoms will be disappointed. And what if they are disappointed? Shu'er shot the king of Meijia a glare and said coldly, there is only one Kanglan Academy, yet the kingdoms within its reach and influence number more than 100. Meijia, Lingshui, Shenfeng and Kaoshan are utterly beneath mention in this young lady's eyes. Why should I care about your feelings? Shu'er's words were spoken with overbearing dominance, but everyone present neither dared to refute her nor had any grounds to do so. For everything Shu'er had said was the truth. Kanglan Academy was the overlord of the southwestern part of Jinnan Prefecture. It controlled a territory stretching millions of li in every direction, and more than 100 kingdoms of varying sizes, along with countless sects and aristocratic clans, all had to obey its commands. Any kingdom that defied it could be annihilated with ease by a martial king from Kanglan Academy. In the 4 great kingdoms, a martial king was already considered a top-tier expert, but in Kanglan Academy, martial kings could be found everywhere. Seeing Shu'er's resolute attitude, the king of Meijia could not help turning his gaze toward Tu Qingyan. Tu Qingyan sneered at the king of Meijia. As I said before, Kanglan Academy only selects 3 students from the 4 great kingdoms. Since my great-aunt, no, since Miss Shu'er has friends among the 4 great kingdoms, it is perfectly justified for her to give the place to a friend. But, before the king of Meijia could finish speaking, Tu Qingyan gave a cold snort and said, Miss Shu'er is not only the beloved granddaughter of our academy's vice dean, but also the personally accepted disciple of the Kanglan Academy's dean. No one in the entire Kanglan Academy dares to provoke Miss Shu'er, so do you still dare to defy her will? A murderous aura burst from Tu Qingyan's body as soon as he finished speaking. Tu Qingyan possessed the strength of a martial king at the 3rd heaven, a level of power enough to dominate the 4 great kingdoms. Seeing his murderous intent, the king of Meijia was terrified and involuntarily took a step back. Wei Jian, what is your relationship with this Miss Shu'er? A gleam flashed in Ma Shu'er's eyes. What? You see Shu'er treating me so well and you are a little jealous. Teased by Wei Jian's remark, Ma Shu'er did not take offense. Jealous? Jealous of what? The more such relationships you have, the better. Aguila turned his head and shot a glance at Wei Jian, only to see Wei Jian and Ma Shu'er chatting and laughing merrily. Aguila's expression gradually turned savage. I refuse to accept this. Aguila bellowed toward Shu'er on the high platform. What virtue or ability does Wei Jian have? Why should he win without lifting a hand? If I were given a fair match against Wei Jian, I would defeat him within 3 moves. After Aguila's words, Duanli and Wenlei immediately chimed in, that's right, Wei Jian is nothing but trash. Kanglan Academy is the hegemon of this region and ought to act impartially. If Wei Jian can defeat us, we will have nothing more to say. Hearing the words of Aguila and the other 2, Shu'er turned her gaze toward Wei Jian. Wei Jian, in order to put an end to all this wild talk, I think you should fight them. Let them be utterly disheartened after they are defeated. Before Wei Jian could respond, Shu'er once again addressed the crowd loudly. I may act domineering, but I have always been fair. Since some people doubt Wei Jian's strength, I shall let Wei Jian take on all 3 at once. Moreover, this fight will ignore all distinction between life and death. If Wei Jian is defeated and killed, then this time Agula Duanli and Wenlei will enter Kanglan Academy. Sholua's words instantly stirred an uproar among the crowd. The crowd even began to suspect the true nature of the relationship between Wei Jian and Sholua. They thought Sholua was not helping Wei Jian but was doing him harm in a disguised way. After all, Agula and the other two were far from weak. With Wei Jian taking on all three at once, the odds of his defeat were extremely high. And since Sholua had made a point of saying that life and death were not to be considered, there was a very good chance Wei Jian would be defeated and slain. Wei Jian turned them down now. There is no way you can win against three by yourself. Giving up your chance to enter Kanglan Academy now and preserving your life is the best possible decision. At this moment, Qianzhu was starting to look anxious. Shu'er, however, remained completely unruffled. Even the king of Maijia cannot refuse Sholua. Now that Sholua has made her decision in front of everyone, how can I refuse her? In this battle 1 against 3, I doubt I can escape with my life. Before I die, Qianzhu Shu'er, I hope you will call me husband once. If that happens, I will be able to die with no regrets. Hearing Wei Jian's words, Qianzhu hesitated, but Shu'er raised an eyebrow. It must be that you have offended that woman named Sholua, and this is her way of punishing you. You always invite trouble wherever you see a pretty woman. You do not deserve our sympathy. After Shu'er finished, Qianzhu gave a cold snort, stamped her foot, and turned her head away as well. Wei Jian will fight 1 against 3, and from now on life and death will not matter. King of Maijia, what do you think? The king of Maijia had not expected Sholua to ask for his opinion, so he was startled for a moment before snapping back to his senses and nodding hurriedly. Miss Sholua acts with absolute fairness and impartiality. Everything shall be done exactly as Miss Sholua commands. Han Meng rose from his seat and was about to speak when Sholua spoke first. Wei Jian once mentioned you in my presence. You are Han Meng, the great general of the Kaoshan kingdom and the one who enlightened Wei Jian on the path of martial cultivation. Sholua knew his name. For a moment Han Meng was dazed. Peak of the first heaven of martial king. Perhaps this chaos origin pill can help your cultivation advance another step. As Soluo's words fell, a pill drifted to Han Meng. Take the pill, Han Meng, and thank Miss Soluo. Seeing Han Meng frozen in a daze, Tu Qing'an hurriedly reminded him in a low voice. Han Meng reached out and caught the chaos origin pill. Holding the warm pill in his palm, he hesitated for a long while before saying softly, Miss Soluo, giving me such a precious chaos origin pill shows that your relationship with our prince is anything but ordinary. In that case, Miss Soluo, why do you still want to put our prince to death? Put your prince to death? When did I ever do such a thing? Although our prince is indeed powerful, he cannot withstand the combined strength of Agula Duanli and Wenlei. Besides, you said this battle would disregard life or death. Isn't that simply trying to kill our prince? Hearing Han Meng's words, Soluo burst into laughter. Wei Jian can slay even a desolate beast with demon king level strength. Even if Agula and the other two all have the strength of the 9th heaven of martial ancestor, they would still have no chance against Wei Jian. Soluo's voice was not loud, yet it spread across the entire high dais. In that instant, everyone's heart, Tu Qing'an's included, convulsed violently. An earth-attuned martial artist used a martial technique and in the blink of an eye constructed an arena directly before the high dais. The arena was circular, roughly 50 meters in diameter. The moment it took shape, Agula and his two companions leaped onto it in one bound. Wei Jian, if you still call yourself a man, crawl up onto the arena and meet your death. Wei Jian, didn't you say earlier that you would beat me until my teeth scattered all over the ground? Now that the chance has come, don't disappoint me. A general commands slaughter. If you are an opponent worthy of respect, I can grant you a swift death. Standing on the arena, Agula and his companions took turns provoking Wei Jian. They truly were a little afraid that he would lose his nerve and flee. Under everyone's gaze, Wei Jian stepped onto the arena. I once promised a married couple that I would kill Agula, so today Agula must die. Duanli and Wenlei, I have no past enmity with either of you. If you leave the arena now, I will not kill you. Ha ha ha, kill me. With your 4th heaven of martial ancestor abilities alone. Agula laughed as he finished speaking. With a casual gesture, a dark shadow appeared behind him moments later. The shadow was abnormally tall and one could vaguely see 2 horns growing from its head while it gripped a massive scythe in its hand. So this is the myriad ghost divine art. It seems you know quite a lot. This is the evil ghost Qianzhu formed by fusing over 1,000 dead souls. Drawing on my power he can contend with a martial ancestor 8th heaven powerhouse. As Agula spoke, the evil ghost named Qianzhu swept the scythe across the ground, carving out a deep gully with effortless ease. With Qianzhu's power, do you really think you can fight against him? Seeing that Wei Jian remained silent, Duanli smiled and stepped forward as well. He unfolded his folding fan and muttered a brief incantation. Soon a miniature river drifted away from the fan, flew into the sky, and continued to expand. In the end, the river hung high in the air like a celestial river. Its shimmering ripples made it look utterly miraculous. The celestial river spans the 9 heavens, and 10,000 weak waters pour down from it. Even a martial ancestor 7th heaven powerhouse can be easily suppressed and slain. Glancing up at the so-called celestial river, Wei Jian turned unhurriedly to Wen Lei and said, one of them can command an evil ghost to battle a martial ancestor 8th heaven, and the other can command the celestial river to battle a martial ancestor 7th heaven. Let me ask you, what are you capable of? Wen Lei glanced at Wei Jian and said calmly, I joined the army at 8, and from the age of 11 I was already charging into battle with the main forces to kill enemies. Over the years I have fought more than 100 battles, large and small. In at least 5 of them I came within a hair's breadth of death. With that, Wen Lei looked at Wei Jian and said proudly, I have no powerful ghost servant nor a mighty weapon that can create a celestial river. I only have the strength of the 5th heaven of martial ancestor, but with the longsword on my back I can fight above my level. Not long ago I fought 2 levels higher and slew a martial ancestor 7th heaven powerhouse. Hearing Wen Lei's words, Wei Jian sighed. Duanli, Wen Lei, your cultivation has not been easy, and you are both true geniuses. Geniuses should not die by my hand. I will give the 2 of you one more chance. Restrain your killing intent. Leave the arena now, and I will spare your lives. As soon as Wei Jian finished speaking, Duanli laughed. If we don't kill you, how can we enter Kanglan Academy? Besides, killing you today is the perfect chance to display our skills before Miss Xiao Luo. Wen Lei drew his longsword and said softly, from the moment I stepped onto the arena I already regarded you as an opponent. And I never let any opponent go. Seeing that the killing aura of the 2 had not diminished in the slightest, Wei Jian shook his head and took down the black-toothed heavy blade from his back. You 2 were not qualified to make me use my blade in the first place. But since you are both geniuses, I respect you enough to let you die beneath my black-toothed blade. Humph. Let me have a go at you first. As Wen Lei's words fell, he kicked off the ground with both legs and shot toward Wei Jian like a cannonball. Army routing, thousand slaughter. Wen Lei roared, and the longsword in his hand transformed into several sword shadows. They twisted around one another and spun endlessly. Like a raging torrent they swept toward Wei Jian. Slash! Wei Jian whispered. The heavy blade in his hand fell, and a blade light formed from spiritual energy flew forth, shredding the sword shadows in the blink of an eye. The blade light pressed onward, and under Wen Lei's stunned gaze sliced through his body. Your strength is incredible. Wen Lei's face was full of shock. After saying these words to Wei Jian, he crashed heavily to the ground. Wen Lei was dead. Wei Jian killed Wen Lei in an instant. The sight left everyone utterly astonished. When Qianzhu, the great general of the Shenfeng kingdom, slammed the table and rose to his feet, glaring at Wei Jian with furious eyes. Wei Jian warned Wen Lei time and again to leave. Wen Lei was courting death. If you still refuse to restrain your killing intent, I will order the immediate annihilation of the Shenfeng kingdom. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Wen Qianzhu furrowed his brow. In the end he let out a sigh and collapsed back into his chair. After Wei Jian killed Wen Lei with a single strike, he turned his gaze to Agula and Duanli. How can you be this powerful? What cultivation level have you actually reached? Agula suddenly remembered the deaths of Zuoshusan and the others, and for a moment he couldn't help losing his composure. I'm at the 1st heaven of the martial king realm. Impossible. Agula and Duanli both shouted at the same time. You're not much older than us. There's no way you have the strength of a 1st heaven martial king. People have different talents. Your talents far exceed those of ordinary people, but my talent far surpasses all of you so-called geniuses. Wei Jian's face flushed slightly as he said this. You're just trying to scare us. Duanli, support me while I kill him. Duanli had already been having second thoughts, but after hearing Agula's words he hesitated for a moment before deciding to risk everything on one final strike. The Milky Way hangs across 9 heavens, let the weak water descend. As Duanli chanted softly, the celestial river in the sky suddenly began to churn violently. Duanli then gripped his folding fan and swung it fiercely toward Wei Jian. In an instant a pillar of water poured down from midair. The water pillar was like a water dragon roaring and tumbling as it charged straight at Wei Jian. But just as the water dragon was about to crash into Wei Jian, he suddenly stepped on the void and soared into the air. The water dragon ultimately struck the ground, leaving behind a massive crater. People strive to rise while water flows downward. Duanli, your attacks cannot threaten me. Now it's my turn to strike. Duanli, your attacks cannot threaten me. Now it's my turn to strike. While Duanli was attacking Wei Jian, Agula had already prepared himself for battle. But when he saw Wei Jian suddenly soar into the sky, his heart jumped in alarm and he hurriedly crept toward the edge of the arena. Agula, help me! Seeing Wei Jian descending from the sky with the black fang heavy blade, Duanli was terrified and shouted loudly to Agula. Hold on for now. Wei Jian's strength isn't that impressive. Agula's voice had just reached Duanli's ears when Wei Jian appeared right in front of Duanli. The black fang heavy blade swept out lightly, leaving a long narrow wound on Duanli's neck. Agula, now it's your turn. Hearing Wei Jian's words, Agula's heart jolted in panic. I choose to forfeit the battle. After saying this, he lunged toward the edge of the arena. At the same time, Agula shouted loudly to Yuanbo, save me. Seeing Wei Jian stepping through the air and charging straight at Agula, the king of Mecca hesitated for a moment before saying to Shu'er, my son has already conceded defeat. Please, Miss Shu'er, step in and spare his life. Agula tried to kill Wei Jian first, so it is only natural that Wei Jian now seeks to kill him. It would not be appropriate for me to interfere. But my son has already surrendered. But Wei Jian has the right to reject his surrender. Wei Jian caught up to Agula from behind, raised the black fang heavy blade, and in the blink of an eye severed one of Agula's arms. Ding! Agula has developed hatred toward you. System points 1000. Ha ha ha, now I've come to understand another truth. To truly make the most of killing someone who deserves to die, you must slowly torture them to death. Wei Jian landed and raised his blade once more, slashing it across Agula's back. Ding! Agula has developed hatred toward you. System points 1000. Ding! The king of Mecca has developed hatred toward you. System points 1000. Ding! Yuanbo has developed hatred toward you. System points 1000. What a thrill! Wei Jian laughed heartily, then swung the black fang heavy blade again, severing one of Agula's legs and sending the fleeing Agula crashing heavily to the ground. Killing a man takes but a single strike. Wei Jian's methods are too cruel. This old man can no longer stand by and watch. As Yuanbo finished speaking, he suddenly soared into the air and charged at Wei Jian. Oh! You old fool, are you ignoring this young lady's words? Shu'er snorted coldly. She transformed into a flash of cyan light, shot into the sky, and caught up to Yuanbo in an instant. Get out of my way! By this time Yuanbo was consumed by rage. He no longer cared about Shu'er's status and actually turned around to strike a palm at her. The withering of all things. Sidestepping Yuanbo's attack, Shu'er sent a surge of black qi pouring out from her palm, wrapping around Yuanbo's body in an instant. Then the shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. As the black qi enveloped Yuanbo, his body visibly began to age rapidly. What kind of power is this? Why are my life force and spiritual energy drying up together so quickly? This is the power of withering and flourishing? After speaking, Shu'er blasted another surge of black qi at Yuanbo. The black qi struck Yuanbo once more. He barely had time to let out a single miserable cry before his entire body turned into a withered skeleton and crashed to the ground. Yuanbo! The king of Mecca stepped forward and shouted at the withered corpse on the ground. Yuanbo was not only Agula's teacher but also the #1 master of the kingdom of Mecca. The king of Mecca never imagined that Shu'er could kill Yuanbo so effortlessly. With Yuanbo's death, the kingdom of Mecca's strength plummeted. You people of Kanglan Academy have gone too far. The king of Mecca roared. Moments later, dozens of martial ancestor experts appeared around the high platform. Meanwhile, the king of Mecca's hair and beard bristled as he assumed a life or death stance. None of you will leave Mecca royal city alive today. Humph. The kingdom of Mecca has offended Miss Shu'er. The royal family has no reason to continue existing. As Tu Qingyan's words fell, 3 figures descended from the sky. 3 martial kings. Seeing the 3 martial kings descending from above, Han Meng and the others were shocked, and at the same time they silently mourned for the royal family of Mecca. With 3 martial kings taking the field at once, the royal family of Mecca had no chance of turning the tables, no matter what hidden cards they held. You 3 slaughter every last member of the royal family. Leave nothing alive, not even the chickens and dogs. Only after the 3 martial kings nodded and began to act did Tu Qingyan put on a smiling face and say to Han Meng, I wonder if the kingdom of Kaoshan has any interest in the territory of Mecca. Yes. Han Meng nodded mechanically. Excellent. From this day forward the territory of Mecca shall belong to the kingdom of Kaoshan. At this point Tu Qingyan turned his head and glared fiercely at the king of Linshui and Wen Tianxia. Tu Qingyan's meaning was clear. It was a warning to the kingdom of Linshui and the kingdom of Shenfeng that Mecca already had its owner and they should not covet its lands. Wei Jian, I beg you kill me. Aguila lay on the ground drenched in blood. By now Aguila no longer hated Wei Jian. He only wished to die by Wei Jian's hand as quickly as possible. All right. Wei Jian acknowledged, then raised his blade and brought it down, severing Aguila's head. The outcome of the 4 kingdoms martial competition ultimately defied everyone's expectations. The massacre of the Maijiao royal family further showcased the Kanglan Academy's ruthless methods. Is there anyone now who still doubts my judgment or Wei Jian's strength? Hearing Xiao Luo's words, everyone shook their heads, silent as cicadas in the cold. Wei Jian and Xiao Luo were each more ruthless than the other, and no one dared to offend them with words anymore. Since no one has any objections, then as I said earlier, the 3 spots at Kanglan Academy are to be arranged by Wei Jian. Meeting Xiao Luo's gaze, Wei Jian said without a moment's hesitation, Chen, Qianzhu and Shu'er will join Kanglan Academy. Xiao Luo turned to look at Qianzhu and Shu'er. Seeing that both women were equally breathtakingly beautiful, a flicker of astonishment passed through her eyes. After a moment she nodded and said, rest for 3 days. In 3 days we depart for Kanglan Academy. Hearing this, Wei Jian said, can't we leave tomorrow? I'm afraid many people in Maijiao Royal City don't welcome us right now. Seeing Wei Jian go against Xiao Luo's wishes, Han Meng couldn't help but stand up. But before Han Meng could speak, Xiao Luo's voice rang out, but I still want to have a nice stroll around Maijiao Royal City. To the utter shock of Han Meng, Tu Qingyan and the others, Xiao Luo actually acted coquettishly in front of Wei Jian, a complete contrast to the woman who had just killed Yuan Bo. What's there to see in Maijiao Royal City? If there's a chance later, I'll take you to the holy city of Zhongzhou. It's a deal. Xiao Luo smiled playfully, then turned to Tu Qingyan and said, set out early tomorrow morning to return to Kanglan Academy. Also find a Jingheng goose for transport. I suspect Wei Jian is eager to get to Kanglan Academy. Miss Xiao Luo, rest assured I'll make proper arrangements. Early the next morning the Jingheng goose carried Wei Jian, Xiao Luo, Shu'er, Chen, Qianzhu, Balu and Tu Qingyan away from Maijiao Royal City. The Jingheng goose is a high-ranked mystic beast, not particularly aggressive by nature. However, it is extremely fast. If one takes a Jingheng goose from Maijiao to the Kaoshan Kingdom, the journey takes at most a day. Kanglan Academy is located on Kanglan Mountain. The environment is beautiful, but shopping isn't very convenient. Xiao Luo pouted and continued, Kanglan Academy now has 3,000 students, of whom 500 are senior students, if the rest are all new students. Regardless of whether they are senior or new, students can only study and live at Kanglan Academy for 5 years. Once the 5 years are up, they must leave the academy. Fortunately, Kanglan Academy has some reputation and capability in the southwest province. Both senior and new students who leave the academy can be properly placed. After hearing Xiao Luo's words, Qianzhu quickly asked, Sister Xiao Luo, can new students graduate without transitioning to senior status? After spending time together, Xiao Luo proved to be playful and cute. By now Qianzhu and Shu'er were no longer afraid of her. The difference between new and senior students is not in the words new and senior. If one cannot advance to the rank of Martial King, then even after spending 5 full years at Kanglan Academy, one remains a new student. Balu, who was at the side, rolled his eyes as he asked, by your reasoning of the 500 senior students at Kanglan Academy, are all of them Martial Kings? Correct. Tu Qingyan is a senior student, but his strength is not much to speak of. He joined Kanglan Academy in his 30s and is due to graduate next year, yet he hasn't made much progress. Everyone turned to look at the ill at ease Tu Qingyan and clicked their tongues in amazement. In the four great kingdoms, martial king realm experts were the pinnacle masters, the treasures of a nation. But placed in Kanglan Academy there were over 500 such national treasures. This was the gap. People can join Kanglan Academy even in their 30s. Beautiful Xiao Luo, do you think I can join? I just turned 31. Balu looked at Xiao Luo with hope only to see her gently shake her head. Chu Qingyan got into Kanglan Academy through the back door. His father, in order to get him in, forcibly stuffed 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. Balu, do you have 3,000 top-grade spirit stones? Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Balu turned to look at Wei Jian. Seeing this, Wei Jian quickly shrugged and said, I might be able to scrape together 300 top-grade spirit stones. As for 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, I'm truly unable to help. But don't lose heart. What I promised you I will definitely accomplish. Once I enter Kanglan Academy, I'll definitely find you a special martial arts skill. Speaking of martial skills, Wei Jian turned to Xiao Luo and asked, Third wife, are martial skills easy to obtain? Hearing the word wife, Chu Qingyan's heart could not help but twitch. Xiao Luo merely gave Wei Jian a glare before saying, at Kanglan Academy everything requires contribution points. As long as you have enough contribution points, even if you wanted the dean to massage your legs, it could theoretically be arranged. When you first enter Kanglan Academy you will receive 500 points. However, you need to save these 500 points to rent a place to live. Kanglan Academy has a 5th rank spirit gathering formation in the residential area. The houses closest to the formation have spiritual energy 8 times denser than ordinary places. Cultivating there allows for rapid improvement in strength. Of course, the rent there is the most expensive. 500 points can only buy 10 days of residence. The houses farthest from the spirit gathering formation have twice the spiritual energy of ordinary places. Their 500 contribution points can cover 3 months of lodging. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, everyone exchanged glances. According to what Xiao Luo said, contribution points were indeed a good thing. Well, I have a question. Can the houses be shared? If sharing is allowed, I can live together with my first wife and second wife. Of course, third wife you can join as well. The houses cannot be shared. Only the person who rents a room can enter freely. Then that's a pity. I was thinking the 4 of us could sleep under the same blanket. Qianzhu gave Wei Jian's waist a sharp pinch and then asked, Sister Xiao Luo, how can contribution points be obtained? There are 3 main ways to earn contribution points. First, dominate the Academy's 3 rankings of Heaven, Earth, and Human. The top 100 on each ranking receive a fixed number of contribution points every month according to their rank. Second, complete Academy tasks to earn different amounts of contribution points. Third, make contributions to the Academy and the Academy will reward you with additional contribution points. After hearing this, Wei Jian's eyes flickered as he asked, can contribution points be transferred between people? They can be transferred and traded if both parties are willing. Haha, then that's settled. The 3 of you are my women. From now on the contribution points you need will be taken care of by me. By the way, what exactly are the 3 rankings of Heaven, Earth, and Man? As Ma Shu'er finished speaking, Chu Qingyan answered from the side, the human ranking is also called the freshman ranking. The top 100 can receive a certain number of contribution points every day. The first place on the human ranking can earn 100 contribution points each day. The Earth ranking, also called the senior ranking, rewards its first place with 500 contribution points each day. Hearing Chu Qingyan's words, everyone understood. Although Kanglan Academy's senior students numbered only 500, the Earth ranking carried far more weight than the human ranking. Presumably competition for the Earth ranking was also far fiercer than for the human ranking. The Heaven ranking is also called the mission ranking. It is determined by the number and quality of Academy missions completed. The first place on the Heaven ranking can also earn 500 contribution points each day. Having said that, Chu Qingyan added another emphatic point. By the way, the Earth and Heaven rankings can overlap. Right now the first place on both the Heaven and Earth rankings is the same person. The same person occupies both rankings. Wei Jian was taken aback, secretly thinking that whoever occupied both rankings must be a formidable figure. That's right. The person who occupies both rankings is named Qianzhu. He is the number 1 among all senior students. Chu Qingyan then lowered his voice and said to Wei Jian, Qianzhu has feelings for Miss Xiaoluo. Once you reach Kanglan Academy you had better keep your temper in check. Otherwise Qianzhu can make you suffer greatly at Kanglan Academy with just a few words. Chu Qing'an's words did not escape Shu'er's ears. Chu Qing'an, you talk far too much. If you dare mention that sanctimonious hypocrite in front of me again, I'll chop you into 8 pieces. Seeing Chu Qing'an shrink his neck, Wei Jian turned to Shu'er and asked softly, Qin Song is powerful and he is interested in you, but you seem to loathe him. Because Qin Song is a loathsome fellow. I never misjudge people. The moment I first laid eyes on him I knew he was a sanctimonious hypocrite. His interest in me has more to do with my grandfather. He wants to obtain more cultivation resources through my grandfather. Since you don't like him, then I am not afraid to offend him. Wei Jian smiled, then stood up and declared boldly, in the future the 3 great beauties of Kanglan Academy, Jian, Qianzhu, Shu'er and Shu'er, will all be my women. You're looking for death. You want to die? Go die. Qianzhu raised the fire god whip and lashed Wei Jian, sending him flying high into the air. If Wei Jian had not been quick enough to grab one of Jing Hongyan's feathers, he would probably have fallen from Jing Hongyan's back. Actually, before this, aside from Shu'er, Kanglan Academy had another great beauty named Langu. She and Shu'er were once known as the twin beauties of Kanglan. Is that so? Wei Jian raised an eyebrow and was about to speak when, seeing Shu'er and the others fixing their eyes on him, he shrank his neck and hastily shifted the topic to serious matters. What is the difference between freshmen and seniors? I now possess the strength of a martial king. Can I first remain a freshman for a while, stay on the human ranking for some time, and only then be promoted to a senior? Hearing Wei Jian's words, Shu'er replied, the differences between seniors and freshmen mainly lie in several aspects. First, seniors get cheaper rent for their residences. Second, seniors can take on more academy missions. Third, Kanglan Academy has a total of 18 martial venerable powerhouses, including the dean and the vice deans. At Kanglan Academy, students normally study on their own. If they want to have the teachers, the martial venerable powerhouses, resolve their doubts, they must spend contribution points, and seniors also receive a discount in this regard. Seeing Wei Jian nod lightly, Shu'er continued, in fact, almost all of the top 10 on the human ranking are martial king powerhouses. Their thoughts happen to coincide with yours. They occupy the human ranking, unwilling to become seniors for a long time just for the sake of a few contribution points. However, most of them are people without ambition, content with the status quo, and are looked down upon by many. At that point, Shu'er turned and glanced at Wei Jian. It was as if she was telling Wei Jian that she did not want him to become one of those people. Give me 1 month. Once I become first on the human ranking, I will then be promoted to a senior. With those words, Wei Jian lowered his head and began to ponder what he needed to do next. Jing Hongyan flapped its wings and continued forward. It was so fast that in only half a month it brought everyone to Kanglan City. Kanglan City was the nearest great city to Kanglan Academy. On ordinary days, the things consumed by Kanglan Academy were all resupplied through Kanglan City. Kanglan City was immense, dozens of times larger than Meijia Royal City. Most of the buildings there were tall and solemn. From time to time one could see flying demonic beasts sweeping across the sky and martial king powerhouses treading through the air. Balu cannot enter Kanglan Academy, he can only stay in Kanglan City. In fact, many students of Kanglan Academy have their servants living in Kanglan City. Jing Hongyan landed on a plaza. Only after Balu got off Jing Hongyan's back did Jing Hongyan flap its wings once more and soar into the sky. Young master, I don't know anyone here and I'm unfamiliar with this place. What should I? Before Balu could finish, Wei Jian took out a money pouch and tossed it into Balu's hand. Inside are 100 top-grade spirit stones and 10 antidote pills for the 7-day intestine severing pill. First, find a place to stay in Kanglan City. You will have to use the spirit stones and antidotes sparingly. I will come to see you when I am free. Only after Balu nodded did Jing Hongyan stir up a whirlwind and continue flying into the high sky. Beside Kanglan City lies the Kanglan Mountain Range. Our Kanglan Academy is deep within the Kanglan Mountain Range. The Kanglan Mountain Range was beautiful, with lush green forests spreading over many mountainsides. From time to time waterfalls could be seen plunging from the sky like white silk ribbons. Jing Hongyan carried everyone over one mountain peak after another, filling them with a refreshing and carefree feeling. In all, Jing Hongyan swept past dozens of peaks before arriving at a mountain that pierced straight into the clouds. At the summit of this mountain stood cluster after cluster of buildings. Some of these buildings were beautiful villas with little bridges and flowing streams, some pierced the clouds and looked extraordinarily spectacular. There were also plazas, arenas, and all kinds of cultivation towers. This is Kanglan Academy. For the next 5 years you will stay here. Hearing Sholua's words, Wei Jian and the other two cast their eyes toward Kanglan Academy once more and could not help feeling a flicker of anticipation in their hearts.